Sword God Chapter 1964 to Chapter 2018. Second update, swoosh, on Chen Zong's back, his sword robe was torn apart. With a flash of light, the heart seal treasure robe blocked the attack of the sharp claws. However, there were still traces of sharp and fierce claws that penetrated the heart seal treasure robe and invaded his body. The claw force was vicious and insidious, like a poisonous bug that could penetrate through any opening. Even with Chen Zong's strong physique, he couldn't completely resist it. He felt the claw force constantly drilling into his body, as if it wanted to tear his strong physique apart. The Taichu sword essence shook and instantly turned into a sharp sword, attacking the claws. The claws were very condensed, showing the third commander's shocking power. After hundreds of years of hard work and some opportunities, he had forged such a strong power. Because his flower of the ultimate realm had reached the perfect level, it was difficult for him to break through the spirit realm. He could only work on his own strength and martial arts. He strived to be more refined and stronger. Difficult to deal with. The third commander was very strong. His overall fighting strength wasn't inferior to that of the Desolate Dragon King, but he was more of a threat. Because he was a human, he had extraordinary intelligence, exquisite martial arts and skills, and he was also very agile. All of these were things that the Desolate Dragon King couldn't compare to. In comparison, the third commander was a bigger threat to Chen Zong. In the beginning, the two of them were evenly matched. Chen Zong pretended to be defeated and wanted to escape, but the third commander didn't give up. Now, they were far away from the underground cave. At one point, Chen Zong suppressed the third commander and cut open the third commander's chest. He was almost cut in half. However, in the next breath, the wound quickly wriggled and closed at a shocking speed. In just 3 breaths, it was completely healed. With such amazing self-healing ability, Chen Zong fell into a difficult battle. In the end, the third commander seemed to have activated the power of his bloodline. His whole body changed greatly. His hands seemed to have merged with the claws, and there were traces of patterns under his skin that looked like snake scales. His speed increased a few times, and he became more agile, and more unpredictable. The pressure on Chen Zong increased greatly, and he was gradually attacked. Fortunately, he had the protection of the Heart Seal treasure robe. Otherwise, he would have been torn apart. Of course, the Heart Seal treasure robe was also a kind of strength. After all, it was obtained by chance. A cultivator's strength was comprehensive. There was internal strength and external strength. Internal strength was the strength that completely belonged to oneself. It was the strength that accompanied one's growth or obtained through cultivation. It was a fundamental strength that would never be outdated. External powers such as weapons, armors, pills, and so on would all become obsolete and would only be available for a certain period of time. However, no matter what, a cultivator's strength was composed of internal and external forces. Usually, the internal force was the main force, while the external force was secondary. Refraction, the third commander, who seemed to have turned into a snake man, was astonishingly fast. His movements were extremely mysterious. He refracted several times in the void, completely out of Chen Zong's control. He couldn't see it, he couldn't even hear it. It was hard to catch it. Chen Zong clearly felt an attack coming from behind him. Moreover, there was a sharp and ruthless claw energy piercing through the air towards him. However, when Chen Zong dodged, he discovered that it was just a fake. A fake that could pass for real. The real attack came from the front. His chest was instantly torn apart. Fortunately, the Heart Seal treasure robe blocked it. That was the third time he was attacked. However, Chen Zong didn't suffer any injuries. Even the poisonous claw force that invaded his body was wiped out by the Taichu sword essence. The third commander seemed to be very clear about this. He didn't want to fight Chen Zong in close combat. Instead, he madly used his advantage. This was an extremely strange movement technique. It was impossible to capture his movements. Even his aura became incomparably strange. If that's the case. A thought flashed through Chen Zong's mind. He closed his eyes and even his eardrums. Since he couldn't use his eyes to catch his opponent's movement technique and couldn't use his ears to distinguish it, he didn't need to. When he closed his eyes, his vision fell into darkness. he couldn't see anything. When his eardrums were closed, all sound disappeared. He couldn't hear anything. When his sense of smell was closed, all smell disappeared. Closed, Chenzong actually closed his 5 senses on his own. There was no doubt that the feeling of closing his 5 senses was very uncomfortable. It was as if he had fallen into the abyss of death. He couldn't hear, see, or smell anything. Everything disappeared. Everything was gone. Everything returned to nothingness. He felt like he was going to lose his soul. What did death feel like? Chenzong had experienced it before, and he had truly experienced it. It was even more terrifying than closing his 5 senses. Therefore, Chenzong actually didn't feel uncomfortable after closing his 5 senses on his own. Of course, Chenzong wouldn't do such a thing if he wasn't confident. That was equivalent to putting his neck under the enemy's blade. It was suicidal. It could be said that the benefits brought to Chenzong by merging his body with heaven and earth and his heart into nature were astonishing. When his 5 senses were closed, his 6th sense was instantly enhanced to the extreme and broke through the limit. It was a kind of perception that was located in the heart. He expanded it and covered his surroundings. In an instant, it was as if an eye had opened in his heart. He stared at everything within a radius of 10 meters with his body as the center. Gradually, the darkness receded and became blurry. The blur slowly became clear, like the color of the sky in the early morning. Clear, increasingly clear, in just a short moment, all the blur disappeared and was replaced by clarity. It was as if he was staring at it with his eyes. A radius of 10 meters, within a radius of 10 meters with his body as the center, everything became extremely clear. It was better than before. Because he was looking with his heart. Looking with his heart was called the mind's eye. As far as the mind's eye could see, it wasn't just the surface of the void. Chenzong even saw traces of veins under the surface of the void. Those were the veins between heaven and earth. They contained the mysteries of heaven and earth and the mysteries of Tao. Although it was only a radius of 10 meters and the veins were very blurry and indistinct, Chenzong was secretly surprised and excited. He wouldn't have been able to see this in the past. All of a sudden, he sensed something. His mind's eye saw a blurry gray shadow appear within a radius of 10 meters with an astonishing speed. It seemed to appear out of thin air. But Chenzong had caught it. It wasn't from thin air. Instead, it was from an extremely fast speed and a brilliant movement art. In a blink of an eye, the shadow had appeared within a radius of 10 meters, as if it could travel through space. It was very mysterious and strange. It was the 3rd commander of the Desolate Dragon Star Bandit Group. Just now, he couldn't see anything with his eyes. But now, with the mind's eye, he could see something. The 3rd commander appeared within a radius of 10 meters around Chenzong. However, he didn't launch an attack right away. Instead, he performed his movement art again. In a blink of an eye, he appeared on the other side like a refraction of light. It was fast, sudden, and strange. That refraction happened without any sign. It was hard to see what it was. However, at that moment, Chenzong's mind's eye caught a trace of it. It happened to fit one of the many blurry traces within the radius of 10 meters. After several refractions, the 3rd commander finally launched an attack. Chenzong brandished his sword and blocked the 3rd commander's sure kill attack as if he was blessed with good fortune. The sharp claw and the purple thunder sword clashed, causing countless sparks to shoot out in all directions. Impossible. The 3rd commander opened his eyes wide. He couldn't believe it. His attack was blocked. It must be a coincidence. His body flashed and disappeared again. Then, he appeared in another place. Chenzong couldn't see anything more than 10 meters away from him. But once he was 10 meters away from him, he could capture it and gradually grasp its trace. Chenzong's great power of understanding enabled him to keep deducing and simulating. In a blink of an eye, the 3rd commander appeared within a radius of 10 meters again. His body flashed and split into 2. They looked so real that it was hard to tell the real one from the fake one. They refracted and jumped, appearing in front of and behind Chenzong. Now is the time. A thought suddenly exploded in Chenzong's mind. He ignored the figure in front of him. His body didn't even turn, but the purple thunder sword suddenly left his right hand. In a flash, it turned into a purple thunderbolt, bursting out with unparalleled speed. Kill, the sword seemed to pierce through heaven and earth, the sun, the moon, and space-time. Following an inexplicable trace, it coincided with a vague trace within 10 meters. That trace seemed to light up in an instant, shining with amazing light. It overlapped with the sword radiance of the purple thunder sword, further increasing the speed of the sword. It was too sudden. The sword radiance flashed like a thunderbolt. The third commander, who was in front of Xianxia, paused for a moment. Then, like a cloud of gray smoke, the third commander, who was about to attack from behind, also paused. His chest was completely pierced, and his heart was minced by the sword chi. However, the third commander didn't die directly. His power flowed backward. He wanted to explode himself and take Xianxia down with him. Slash, the thunderbolt sword radiance suddenly exploded, bursting out with unparalleled power. It was overbearing and violent, and it directly blasted down. The third commander's thin body was smashed by the violent thunderbolt sword radiance. Xianxia reached out and grabbed the storage ring that flew out. The purple thunder sword spun in the air and returned to its scabbard. The area within 10 meters quickly became blurry and dim, returning to darkness. Xianxia's body swayed. He opened his eyes. Deep in his eyes, there was a tiredness that couldn't be dispelled. The effect of the mind's eye was amazing, but so was the consumption of the mind. It didn't last long, but it made him feel as if his mind's power was almost depleted. He felt weak from the bottom of his heart. This kind of weakness was different from the weakness of the essence, chi, and spirit. It couldn't be replenished by elixirs. It could only be recovered slowly. After landing, Xianxia stood still and took the initiative to guide the recovery of his mind. Fortunately, his mind was extremely strong, and he had the mind sword will, so the recovery speed was relatively fast. The aura of the battle that had erupted here was extremely shocking. All the wild beasts in the surroundings had already fled, so there was no danger. Of course, Xianxia didn't stay for long. It wouldn't be good if a stronger wild beast came. Third update, inside the cave, dozens of space bandits stopped drinking and eating. They were a little surprised. And doubtful. It was because the third commander seemed to have been out for a long time. However, just like the others, there was no news. What are you worried about? Although the third commander is not at the spirit realm, he is invincible among the demigod realm warriors. Yeah. Didn't you see how the third commander captured that little girl in just a few moves? What are you worried about? Let's drink. For a moment, they started to shout and drink again. Some of the more than 10 true disciples had an inexplicable grief on their faces. Some of them were thinking and communicating with each other through their eyes. They were sensitive enough to feel that something had happened. No matter what kind of change it was, as long as there was a change, it could be a good thing for them. It was the hope of escaping. A figure quietly entered the cave. However, the group of space bandits who were drinking and eating didn't notice anything. Their level was too low compared to Xianxia's. The strongest ones had already been killed. To Xianxia, the rest of them were no different from clay chickens and pottery dogs. Kill, the purple sword light suddenly lit up. In the blink of an eye, it swept across the sky. Rumble, the extremely violent sound of thunder rolled and roared in all directions, reverberating in the cave. It was so sudden and so violent that the space bandits who were a little drunk felt dizzy. Then, there was no then. They just saw a purple light flash in front of their eyes. It was like a dream. Then, they lost all consciousness and fell into eternal darkness. Dead, like harvesting grass, dozens of powerful space bandits fell to the ground one after another. Blood flowed like a river. Li Wenhe squeezed out his tears. Saved. Finally, he was saved. Finally, he didn't have to be killed by that disgusting one-eyed man with a mouth full of yellow teeth. It was good that he died. It was very good that he died. Otherwise, he wouldn't be able to protect his integrity in his old age. Xianxia pointed his finger. Sword chi circled around them and cut off all the ropes on their bodies. Ha 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 ha. Brother Chen, I knew you would come to save us. Li Wenhe stood up nimbly and laughed. He was almost scared to death just now. He would rather be killed than be treated like that. Thank you, Bai Mei looked at Chenzong solemnly and said. There seemed to be a strange light in her eyes. Thank you. The group of true disciples came over one after another to express their thanks. Only Sword Palace's Xiaoyang didn't. He just stood there. He was unwilling and even felt a sense of shame. He couldn't say anything. However, Chenzong did not care at all. You guys should recover your strength first, Chenzong said. Immediately, he began to recover his mind and spirit while guarding the others. If nothing unexpected happened, these people should be the last ones of the desolate Dragon Star. Now that they were all dead, this place should be safe too. On the other side, Chenzong's divine sense swept across the area, but he didn't discover anything special. However, he also took away all of the Galactic Bandit's storage rings. These were the spoils of war, and wealth could be accumulated even more. After recovering, everyone left and returned to the valley where the stronghold was built. This time, because of the desolate Dragon Star bandit group, they had lost a few more true disciples. The loss was not small. After a period of construction, the stronghold had begun to take shape. Actually, the construction of the stronghold was not very complicated. The materials were all brought over from the Yuan sect. They were ready-made. All they needed to do was assemble them here. Of course, not everyone could assemble them at will. There were still some skills that needed to be learned. In other words, the hundreds of inner disciples were all talents. This time, they did not continue to go out. Instead, they chose to stay in the spaceship and cultivate quietly. This trip to the desolate Dragon Star was not as easy as they had imagined. Instead, they had gone through 2 life-or-death crises and even lost a few true disciples. This made them realize the cruelty of the void even further. In the cabin, Xiaoyang's face was livid. When he thought about how he had been saved by Chenzong twice, he felt terrible. He did not feel grateful at all. Who do you think you are? You are just a person who has used up all his potential and has no future. You can only be arrogant for now. Xiaoyang clenched his fists. His face was distorted. The bulge on his forehead bulged. He looked ferocious. I, Xiaoyang, have talent and potential. I have something to rely on. One day, I will definitely surpass you. At that time I will pay you back for saving my life once and for all. Although it was said that he had saved her life, there was still a strange feeling about it. In the cabin, Chenzong's mind had completely recovered. He felt that he had made some progress, but it was not obvious. Then, Chenzong took out a bunch of sumeru rings and checked them all. Basically, there was nothing valuable. The most valuable thing should be the beast crystals of the wild beasts. They contained violent and vigorous energy. It was very majestic, but it was also very messy. It was not suitable to be absorbed directly. However, the beast crystals could be used as refining materials. Among the beast crystals, the most valuable one was the one from the desolate Dragon Star. It was a great fortune. In the end, Chenzong picked up the third commander's sumeru ring. The third commander was very powerful. If Chenzong did not have the heart seal treasure robe, body merging with heaven and earth, heart transforming into nature, and heart transforming into nature, he would not have been able to kill the third commander. He might even have been killed by the third commander's counterattack. Then, would there be anything good in the third commander's sumeru ring? There were many beast crystals of the desolate Dragon Star. There were also many desolate Dragon Star's body materials, such as the skin, bones, and claws. They were all good refining materials. They could be used to refine semi-divine weapons. There were also some elixirs. However, there were not many and their quality was not high. Chenzong did not care about them. The only thing that attracted Chenzong's interest was a palm-sized token. It was completely black and gold. It had an ancient and profound sense of mystery. The shape of the token was like the scale of the desolate Dragon Star. However, it was even more shocking than the scale of the desolate Dragon King that Chenzong had killed. There were countless runes on the token. Chenzong first studied the material. He estimated that it was most likely the scale of the desolate Dragon Star. Moreover, its aura was vague and strong, which was beyond that of the desolate Dragon King. He guessed that it was the scale of the desolate dragon god. The desolate dragon god was at the spirit realm. Thus, Chenzong became more curious about the patterns on the token. He could see that these patterns were man-made. They were carried by the desolate dragon god scale. There should be some special meaning. After studying it, Chenzong felt that these patterns were like a roadmap. Or, in other words, this token was like a map. His heart was moved. Chenzong planned to go and find it. Perhaps the place that was carved on the token was on the desolate dragon star. As for whether the spirit realm warriors of the Yuan sect had found it or not, Chenzong didn't know. However, he wanted to go and find it himself. If that was the case, he should study it for a while and then go there. While he was recalling the battle with the third commander and studying the mysteries of the mind's eye, he was carefully observing the patterns on the token. 3 days later, Chenzong told Li Wenhe and Bai Mei that he was going to leave. Then, he left the base that was about to be built. He started to go out to find the place on the token. However, it wasn't easy to find it. Anyway, the desolate dragon star was massive. No matter what, Chenzong wanted to try. It was a thought that came from his heart. If so, he should follow his heart. Perhaps his luck was good enough. After resting, Bai Mei and the other true disciples didn't want to leave, so they stayed in the spaceship. Some of them left to hunt the desolate dragons. It was rare for them to come here, and the desolation dragon's body was a treasure. Its skin, claws, bones, and even the beast crystal were all very useful. Even the dragon blood could be used to refine the body for low-level cultivators. It was very valuable. Although the Yuan sect was a galactic-level force, it was divided into outer and inner disciples. The outer disciples' cultivation was relatively low. They belonged to the low-level demigod realm. The blood and flesh of the desolate dragon were very suitable for them. Not only could they earn contribution points, but they could also improve themselves. It was killing 2 birds with 1 stone. Why not? As for the true disciples who didn't want to leave the spaceship, it was not for any other reason but because they were scared. They had faced death twice in a row. The despair of the second time was especially deep. They were scared. They were afraid that they would encounter such a life-or-death crisis for the 3rd time. Not everyone had the courage to face death calmly and see through the hidden latch of life and death. Those who couldn't do it had already lost the heart of an elite. No matter how talented they were and how much potential they had, the achievements they could achieve in the future would be limited. If they lost their spirit, it was basically impossible for them to reach the spirit realm. Of course, these people didn't know it very well. Others couldn't do anything about it. Xiaoyang didn't stay. He left alone. Of course, all of this had nothing to do with Chenzong. Chenzong flew across the sky at high speed while carefully observing the terrain below. His intuition told him that the patterns on the token should be a pattern of the terrain. Then, what he needed to do was to find the pattern of the terrain so that he could find the destination better. The destination should be a mountain. No, it should be a mountain that seemed to have been split in half from top to bottom. It looked like a door. With such a direct observation, it would be easier for him to find the destination. Maybe he would be lucky enough to find it. In the sky of the desolate dragon star, there were flying desolate beasts. For example, the dragon-scaled eagle. It looked like a giant eagle, but it didn't have a single feather. Instead, it was covered with dragon scales like a desolate dragon. It looked abnormally strong. Its sharp claws were extremely terrifying. They were like scimitars that could tear everything apart. The dragon-scaled eagle was very aggressive. As soon as it discovered Chenzong, it immediately chased after him. Moreover, it wasn't just one of them. There were dozens of them with a wingspan of more than 10 meters. All of them had the astonishing fighting strength of the demigod realm. Chenzong couldn't help but sigh. It was indeed a middle-tier star. Its environment had created a group of powerful life forms. Demigod realm desolate beasts could be seen everywhere. Our sword Dao Godlike has been selected as this month's rising star on the monthly votes list. This is the result of our joint efforts. Then, after becoming a rising star, everyone will have a benefit, and that is the lucky draw. Every Enclave account will have a free lucky draw every day. After that, every 100 Enclave coins spent, which is $1, will allow you to have another lucky draw. There should be no limit to the number of lucky draws. This event will start today, which is June 21st, 10:30 am, and will last until June 28th. It will last for 7 days. This is a rare opportunity. Everyone must seize it. Remember to go to the lucky draw every day. Who knows, you might be the lucky one and win the prize directly. Even if you are unlucky, don't be discouraged because you can spend a few dollars to have another lucky draw. Who knows, maybe you will become the lucky one. Becoming a rising star on the monthly votes list is an honor that belongs to us. It is also a benefit that Enclave gives to our readers. All the prizes will be provided by Enclave. Remember, go to the lucky draw every day to try your luck. I wonder if there will be a lucky draw. Anyway, the dominator of samsara is not someone I can afford to offend. The sun rose and the moon set. The moon rose and the sun set. Chenzong kept searching. More than 10 days had passed, but he still couldn't find the exact location. During this time, he did find some similar locations, but they were only similar. Chenzong was very patient. After all, if it was so easy to find, it would have been found and emptied long ago. Of course, he couldn't deny that possibility. But since he was here to search, he had to keep searching. The duration of this mission wasn't short. From the beginning to the end, it took about a year. He had plenty of time. While searching, Chenzong would also fight with powerful desolate beasts when he encountered them. He wanted to temper himself and improve bit by bit in an imperceptible manner. In the blink of an eye, Chenzong had searched more than half of the desolate dragon planet. Because he searched very carefully, he spent a lot more time. It took him a whole 3 months. During these 3 months, Chenzong experienced many battles. Some of them were life-or-death battles. His opponents were all king-level wild beasts that were no weaker than the desolate dragon king in the valley. Each of them had their own unique abilities and talents. It was an eye-opener for Chenzong. After 3 months of continuous battles, the concentration of the flower of extreme had reached 60%. It was close to 70%. However, it was more difficult to break through between 60% and 70%. But if it was successful, the increase in strength would be even more obvious. Chenzong estimated that at this speed, he could break through again within a month and reach 70%. As for 80%, it would take even longer. If there were no accidents, it would take more than a year for the flower of great extremity to reach 100% perfection. There was still a long way to go. Then, on this desolate dragon planet, he would try his best to raise the flower of extreme to 100% completion. By then, he would be invincible within the demigod level. However, there was a special kind of cultivator, the pseudo-ascension realm. They were cultivators who failed to break through to the ascension realm but didn't die. They were very few in number. Their strength wasn't as strong as the ascension realm, but they were stronger than the demigod realm. Chenzong even suspected that some of the younger supreme saints in Tianyuan sacred realm were pseudo-immortal realm experts. Of course, there was no way to verify it now. In the blink of an eye, another month had passed. Chenzong searched even more places. A unique mountain appeared in front of him. The mountain seemed to have been split open by a giant blade that could split the heavens and earth. It was like a gateway to the heavens and earth. Chenzong quickly took out the dragon scale token and compared it carefully. His eyes lit up. Found it. This is most likely the place. 4 months, after 4 months of searching, he finally found it. However, other than its unique appearance, there didn't seem to be anything special about it. Chenzong had seen many strange appearances like this, so he wasn't surprised. When he was close enough, the dragon scale token in Chenzong's hand suddenly trembled slightly. Wisps of light appeared on the runes. However, the light was a little weak, as if it couldn't continue. With a thought, Chenzong activated the Taichu sword origin and poured it into the token. Inside the token in his hand. In an instant, the light on the runes lit up. Wisps of light rushed toward the mountain gate pattern. Finally, they gathered at the mountain gate pattern and lit it up. At the same time, Chenzong appeared in the huge crack. The token shook violently. Light swept out and wrapped around Chenzong. In the next moment, he disappeared. The crack on the gate was still there. Nothing had changed. It was as if no one had been there. There was no unusual aura fluctuation. Chenzong instantly felt that he was wrapped in light. It was as if he had traveled through time and space. When the light dissipated, he found himself in a palace. Around him, pearls lit up. The light was bright but not dazzling. It illuminated the palace clearly. Chenzong glanced around. There was nothing in the palace. No, on one side of the wall, there were some figures. The figures' movements were different. They seemed to contain amazing mysteries. On the other side of the wall, there was a dark entrance. He didn't know where it led. Destined person, cultivate the lesser escaping shadow skill to the 3rd level. Only then can you break through the passage and enter the next hall. If you can reach the end, you will get the treasures and divine powers left by the original body. A vigorous voice slowly sounded out. It was low and intermittent, and it seemed as if it didn't have any strength left. Hearing that, Chenzong's heart suddenly moved. Sure enough, this was a relic left by some expert, or a secret territory. To be able to leave such a secret territory, this expert's strength must be extraordinary. Perhaps he was a great existence in the spirit realm. Chenzong couldn't help but feel a little excited. He didn't expect to have such an opportunity. Looking at the figures on the wall, they were very mysterious. That should be the so-called lesser escaping shadow skill. After looking at it for a while, Chenzong was sure that it was a martial art of the lesser divine powers. It was a martial art of the body movement. That's right. He really needed a body movement of the lesser divine powers. When he was fighting with the 3rd commander, the latter's body movement was very mysterious. If he hadn't been careful, he wouldn't have been able to kill him. Thus, it could be seen how important it was to have a good body movement. Suddenly, Chenzong thought of something. Could the body movement of the 3rd commander be this lesser escaping shadow skill? After all, he got the dragon scale token from the 3rd commander's storage ring. It was possible that the 3rd commander had already been here. However, there were no other treasures. It meant that he hadn't broken through this place to get treasures or inheritances. If the 3rd commander's movement technique was the lesser evading shadow technique, then it was indeed very mysterious. After getting rid of the distracting thoughts, Chenzong immediately stared at the many figures on the wall. He started to study them carefully. There weren't many figures. There were 9 of them in total. Each of them had a different posture and movement. They seemed to be independent of each other. However, they seemed to be related to each other. It was very mysterious. However, the lesser escaping shadow skill was a lesser divine power. It wasn't difficult for Chenzong to comprehend a lesser divine power. It didn't take long for Chenzong to comprehend the mystery of the lesser escaping shadow skill. He started to cultivate. As soon as he started cultivating, Chenzong was sure that this body movement was the body movement of the Desolate Dragon Star Bandit group. He had found a treasure. That body movement was very mysterious. It was difficult for him to capture it. It was indeed extraordinary. Of course, Chenzong was only cultivating the 1st level of the lesser escaping shadow skill. However, the 1st level of the lesser escaping shadow skill was not as mysterious as the one the 3rd commander had used. That was at least the 3rd level. In the spacious hall, Chenzong operated his power according to the trajectory of the 1st level of the lesser escaping shadow skill. In a flash, he felt that his body seemed to tremble slightly and resonated with the void around him. It was very strange. The 1st level of the lesser escaping shadow skill, transforming shadow, in a flash, Chenzong's body seemed to disappear and turned into a shadow. That shadow seemed to exist, but also seemed not to exist. It was very strange. It was like a seaweed swaying in the water. It gave people a feeling that it was drifting and drifting, which could make people make mistakes. However, it was not strong enough. As long as the opponent's perception was strong enough, he or she could capture it. The 1st level was not difficult for Chenzong. Chenzong's current realm, foundation, and accumulation were enough for him to comprehend and master the 1st level of the lesser divine power easily. The 2nd level of the lesser escaping shadow skill, instantaneous shadow. The so-called instantaneous shadow was the application of the 1st level of the transforming shadow. In the first level of the transforming shadow, he or she could turn into a shadow but couldn't move. Only when he or she reached the second level of the transforming shadow could he or she move quickly. In a flash, Chenzong's shadow refracted in the void, bouncing like a star. Its speed was amazing and extremely fast. In a flash, the whole hall was filled with Chenzong's shadow refracting. The distance of each refraction was different. It was hard to tell whether it was far or near. However, when he refracted, there was a trace left in the void. Although it disappeared in less than a breath, it really left a trace. Not enough. His level was not enough. Then, he should practice the third level of the escaping shadow. The third level was naturally much more profound than the second. The first level of the transforming shadow and the second level of the instantaneous shadow were relatively simple. It took Chenzong less than a day to completely master them. As for the third level of the escaping shadow, it was more difficult. Chenzong spent 3 days to master it. His shadow refracted in the void. This time, it did not leave any trace. However, Chenzong did not stop practicing. He struck the iron while it was hot. This state was very wonderful. Practicing continuously. The lesser escaping shadow did not consume much strength. With Chenzong's strength, he could practice it continuously for a whole day without any burden. The more he practiced, the more proficient Chenzong became. Under the refraction, he appeared more and more strange. 1 time, 10 times, 100 times, 1,000 times, 10,000 times, unconsciously, Chenzong's body movement was no worse than that of the third commander. If the third commander knew that it took less than 10 days for Chenzong to practice the lesser escaping shadow to a level that was not inferior to his own, he would probably die of jealousy. This was a genius that he could not compare with. It took the third commander dozens of years to practice the lesser escaping shadow to the completion of the third level. Unfortunately, he had passed the first palace, but had yet to pass the second palace. It's a pity that I can't comprehend the profound meaning. The escaping shadow disappeared, and Chenzong's figure appeared. The profound meaning was to practice a minor magic skill to the extreme and surpass the third level. It was like the star-piercing sword of the brilliant gold sword. Of course, it was not so easy to comprehend the profound meaning. It was too difficult. Even with Chenzong's amazing comprehension, it was not something that could be done just because he wanted to. It needed time, especially opportunity. Chenzong was just saying it casually and did not dwell on it. Now that he had mastered the lesser escaping shadow, he could break through the passage and see what was in the next hall. With a flash, Chenzong turned into a shadow. With a refraction, he disappeared into the dark passage, as if he had been swallowed by the darkness. In an instant, streaks of black light appeared from all sides of the dark passage. They shot out at an amazing speed, as if they were going to penetrate Chenzong. The black light was densely packed like a rainstorm. It seemed that there was no blind spot. It was extremely fast and caught him off guard. Second update, the passageway was very mysterious. There was a kind of resistance. When Chenzong was about to stop the lesser evading shadow art and turn into a streak of sword light, he discovered that the resistance had descended, as if it was heavily binding him. Black light shot out from all directions, as if wanting to pierce through him. Chenzong hurriedly used the lesser evading shadow art again, only then was he able to evade the streaks of black light. Rushing through the passageway, he entered the next hall. This hall did not look any different from the first hall. On the walls, there were still murals. However, the murals were not the lesser evading shadow art, but another minor ability. Like the lesser evading shadow art, it was a movement technique. Lesser evading shadow art, furthermore, it was another passageway, pitch black. The voice sounded, telling Chenzong to reach the third level of the lesser evading shadow art, before passing through the passageway and entering the next hall. It had only been a few decades since the third commander had obtained the dragon scale token. After all this time, he had finally reached the third level of the lesser evading shadow art, passing through the passageway and seeing the lesser evading shadow art. Unfortunately, he had only reached the first level. His comprehension was not that high. It had taken him several years to reach the first level of the lesser evading shadow art. If he wanted to reach the same level as the lesser evading shadow art, it would probably take him another few decades. After some contemplation, Qianzong was sure that the doppelganger technique the third commander had used in battle should be the lesser evading shadow art. The first stage was to create an illusory image that was difficult to distinguish between real and fake. The second level was 2 shadows, while the third level was 3 shadows. The shadows could be interchanged, turning the fake into the real. It was indeed a very practical movement technique. However, Qianzong did not think much of it. He had seen similar movement techniques in the past, and had also cultivated them. This made Qianzong think of the eternal battle forts, Heavenly Spirit 9 strikes. Now that he thought about it, Qianzong suddenly realized that the 9 Heavenly Spirit strikes was not as simple as it seemed to be when he first cultivated it. Although he was unable to cultivate the Heavenly Spirit 9 strikes, its mysteries were in his heart. With the mysteries of the Heavenly Spirit 9 strikes, Qianzong easily comprehended the mysteries of the lesser evading shadow art. Cultivate. His figure flickered in an instant, and a virtual shadow condensed and flew out of thin air. Whether it was the appearance or the breath, it was exactly the same as Qianzong, vivid and lifelike. The first level was completed in a mere 15 minutes. The second stage, the third stage, it was easier than practicing the lesser evading shadow art. In just 2 days, Qianzong's figure flashed, and 3 shadows appeared around him. The 4 Qianzongs were motionless. Whether it was their looks or their aura, they were all exactly the same. There was not the slightest difference. At a glance, there was no difference at all. One would think that they were the real Qianzongs. About 10 breaths later, 3 of the Qianzongs smiled faintly, then quickly faded away and disappeared. Third tier perfection, this was the limit of his current cultivation. As for the ultimacy of the extreme state, it required an opportunity. Since he had already grasped the technique, it was time to challenge the passageway. When Qianzong entered, the surroundings immediately lit up. In front of Qianzong was a path that led forward. There were 4 protruding circular platforms on the path. In an instant, Qianzong knew the requirements to pass through this passage. One had to step on the protruding circular platforms to pass through the passage. Moreover, there had to be someone on each of the 4 circular platforms. If one was missing, it would be impossible to pass through. For those who had not practiced the lesser evading shadow art, this was indeed very difficult and impossible to pass through. Qianzong's figure flickered, and in an instant, 4 shadows appeared on the 4 circular platforms, including his real body. Passing through was a piece of cake. If the third commander was still alive, he would probably die of jealousy. They were all humans, but the difference was so great. The third hall was similar to the first and second halls. What was carved on the walls was not the lesser evading shadow art or the lesser evading shadow art, but the lesser concealing space art. The corners of Qianzong's eyes could not help but twitch. The lesser evading shadow art, the lesser evading shadow art, and the lesser concealing space art. Why did it feel like a coincidence? Moreover, when he had practiced the lesser evading shadow art to the 3rd level, Qianzong felt that there seemed to be some kind of connection between the lesser evading shadow art and the lesser evading shadow art. It was just that he could not see through it. The third commander had not practiced the lesser concealing space art before, because he was unable to pass through the passage of the 2nd hall. Qianzong began to comprehend the lesser concealing space art. This was also considered a minor mystique movement technique. Once used, it would conceal one's body, as if blending into the void, making it difficult for others to detect. There were 3 levels in the 3 realms. When cultivated to the highest level, the 3rd level, one's body, smell, aura, and so on would be concealed, as if one's entire body had merged into the void and disappeared. Qianzong felt that there seemed to be some kind of connection between the lesser concealing space art, the lesser evading shadow art, and the lesser evading shadow art. He felt that there was a very deep connection between these 3 minor mystiques, as if they could complement each other. The cultivation of the lesser concealing space art was not that difficult. At least in terms of concealing one's aura and blending into the void, Qianzong had a lot of experience, such as the body merging with heaven and earth and mind transforming into nature. Therefore, 2 days later, Qianzong had cultivated the lesser concealing space art to the completion of the 3rd level. Relying on the lesser concealing space art, Qianzong easily passed through the passage and entered the fourth hall. There were no more minor mystiques or murals in the fourth hall. A spaceship, a black gold spaceship about 100 meters long and 30 meters wide, was lying horizontally in the hall. The spaceship was black gold in color. Upon closer inspection, one could see that it was covered with dragon scales. Each scale was larger than a palm, densely packed together. The lines of the scales were smooth and vigorous, giving off a mysterious and noble feeling. It was very extraordinary. Qianzong could not help but show a touch of joy. Could it be that the so-called treasure was the spaceship? If so, it would be very good. Qianzong had already learned that there were 3 types of void spaceships. According to their size, they were divided into void flying boats, void spaceships, and void flying ships. Void flying boats were 100 meters long and were usually called private flying boats. They could only carry a limited number of people, no more than 10. Void spaceships were 1,000 meters long and were usually used by star rank forces and most galactic forces. They could carry even more people. A few hundred was not a problem at all. It could even carry up to 1,000 people if squeezed together. Void flying ships were 10,000 meters long and could only be used by powerful galactic and galactic forces. They could carry at least tens of thousands of people. Qianzong did not know if there were higher grades on void flying ships. Whether it was a flying boat, a spaceship, or a flying ship, they were all called void spaceships. They were all very expensive. At least 1 million void coins were needed to qualify to buy one. Moreover, it was the lowest grade. Whether it was a flying boat, a spaceship, or a flying ship, they were all divided into several grades: low grade, mid grade, high grade, top grade, and super grade. Low grade ones were worth at least 1 million void coins, and mid grade ones were worth several times more. For example, Su Luan's flying boat was a mid grade one. Only those who had reached the intermediate level would be able to use void travel. A mid-grade void flying boat's void travel could travel a void year. In other words, a mid-level spaceship could travel a distance that would take a void year to travel with a single use of void travel. As for a high-grade void flying boat, it was said that it could travel a distance of 10 void years. A top-grade void flying boat's void travel ability was even more shocking. As for a supergrade, it was unimaginable. Su Luan, as a godson of the unitary sect, only had a mid-grade void flying boat. As for the direct disciples of the unitary sect, at most, they had low-grade void flying boats. Most of them did not have one and had to borrow it from others. Of course, the direct disciples of the unitary sect, in addition to their identity as direct disciples, also had the support of their respective families. They still had some wealth. Qianzong also planned to buy a void flying boat, so that it would be more convenient for him to travel alone in the future. It would be best if he could buy a mid-grade void flying boat, so that he could use void travel and shorten the travel time in the void. However, although he had some wealth, it was only 200,000 or 300,000 void coins. Compared to 1 million void coins, it was still a big difference, let alone millions or even tens of millions of void coins. This time, he came to the desolated dragon star to hunt wild beasts and obtain beast crystals. He also wanted to accumulate wealth. Many a little makes a mickle. He would definitely have some. He did not expect to see a void flying boat in front of him, and it looked very unusual. Of course, it only looked unusual, but Qianzong did not know the details. It might just be a low-grade void flying boat. Even if it was a low-grade void flying boat, it was still not bad. Qianzong approached the void flying boat. With a buzz, a shadow appeared out of nowhere. It was an elder in a black robe. The elder's figure was solid, and his eyes seemed to be able to see through countless space-time. He seemed to be able to see through all of Qianzong's secrets. I am Yukong Venerable, from the Jinkong sect in the Wukong star area. I am the vice-hierarch. I was plotted against by a strong enemy and was stranded here. My injuries are too serious to heal. Destined person, since you can pass my test and come here, you and I are destined to meet. The black-robed elder gazed at Qianzong. His eyes seemed to be able to see through layers of the void, and nothing could be hidden from him. I will give you this top-grade void flying boat, the void flying boat. But you have to swear that you will send my body back to the Jinkong sect within 1,000 years. Top grade. Chen Zong felt his heart beat wildly. A low-grade void flying boat was worth at least 1,000,000 void coins, a mid-grade void flying boat was worth at least a few million, and a high-level void flying boat was worth tens of millions. Then, a top-grade void flying boat was worth tens of millions or even more, hundreds of millions. It was simply unimaginable. He felt like he had been hit by a pie. A mid-tier void shuttle could travel in 1 void year, a high-tier void shuttle could travel in 10 void years, and a top-tier void shuttle could travel in 1 void year. The upper limit for a top-tier void shuttle was 100 void years. With this top-grade void flying boat in hand, wouldn't he be able to go anywhere he wanted? He could travel freely in the entire void. Chen Zong's heart beat faster. However, he did not let it go to his head. Instead, he began to think. 1,000 years referred to a void year. He could definitely reach the spirit realm, and then it would not be too late to go to the Jinkong sect. In the end, he made a vow based on his heart. Third update, remember to go to the lottery. You can do it for free every day. The void was dark and boundless. Only the twinkling stars in the distance seemed to be endless, mysterious, and profound. A black light flashed and suddenly flew from the distance at an astonishing speed. In an instant, it disappeared into the void. When it reappeared, it was already thousands of miles away. It seemed to be traveling through the void. However, Chen Zong was sure that it was not a spaceship, but a person. A powerful cultivator. In an instant, the black light flashed and split into 3. One turned into a shadow and refracted in the void. The other instantly flashed and split into 4, overlapping each other. The last one seemed to have merged into the void and disappeared. Then, a pair of eyes lit up in the depths of the void. That pair of eyes seemed to occupy half of the void. There were traces of black and gold light circulating, forming mysterious and complicated patterns that were incomparably profound and mysterious. That pair of huge eyes was like the eyes of the gods in the sky. They could see through everything, as if nothing in the void could hide. Under the gaze of that pair of godlike eyes, the first shadow refracted in the void solidified. A person could be clearly seen. It was an old man in a black robe. There were black and gold patterns on the black robe. They were very mysterious and their trajectories could be seen clearly. The second shadow turned into many layers of void. However, only one of them was solid. The others were all shadows. It was clear at a glance whether they were real or fake. The silhouette of the third shadow, which had merged into the void, was completely revealed. Immediately, that pair of eyes seemed to have penetrated through countless spacetime and directly poured into Chen Zong's consciousness. It seemed to have penetrated the depths of his soul. As if it had been hit by a heavy blow, the dark void in front of him shattered. Information, like a torrent bursting a dam, surged and rolled, reverberating in Chen Zong's mind endlessly. It was as if Chen Zong's mind was about to explode, but it was completely contained by Chen Zong. After all, Chen Zong's soul was very powerful. Its strength surpassed that of countless demigod-rank experts. Some inheritance and some information were given to Chen Zong by Yukong Venerable after he made the vow. There was some information about the Void Society, but it was just a basic introduction. It was a cosmic realm level force, a mid-tier cosmic realm level force. However, that was 10,000 years ago. It was not clear whether it had improved or not. Actually, to the spirit realm warriors, 1,000 years and 10,000 years didn't make a big difference, because their seclusion could last for hundreds or even thousands of years. To a cosmic realm state force, 10,000 years was nothing. Any cosmic realm state force had existed for over 1,000,000 years. To the spirit realm warriors, to some extent, time was the cheapest thing. Sometimes, the battle between the spirit realm warriors would last for many years, which was beyond imagination. Anyway, everything in the spirit realm was beyond his imagination. At this moment, Chen Zong wasn't qualified to know that much. There were quite a lot of Ascension State cultivators in Cosmic System State Forces, and the number of Ascension State cultivators in Cosmic Realm State Forces was even greater. Chen Zong was shocked by the level of the inheritance and 2 divine powers. They were not minor divine powers, nor great divine powers, but divine powers that were of a higher level than great divine powers. Minor divine powers and great divine powers were what Chen Zong knew in Tianyuan sacred territory. In the void, there were more than 2 levels of divine powers. Of course, Chenzong didn't know how many levels there were. He wasn't qualified to know. These 2 divine powers were heavenly divine powers, which were above great divine powers. They were created by Yukong Venerable himself. They didn't belong to the Void Society, so they could be taught to outsiders. As for the divine powers of the Void Society, only the members of the Void Society were qualified to practice them. Demigod rank experts could practice minor divine powers at most. As for great divine powers, only spirit realm experts could practice them, not to mention heavenly divine powers. Wouldn't Chenzong only be able to watch helplessly? Of course not. In fact, the lesser evading shadow technique, lesser ethereal transformation technique, and lesser hidden space technique were split from one of the 2 heavenly divine powers. After practicing them to the ultimate profound and entering the spirit realm, they could be combined into one to form the heavenly divine powers, great evading technique. As for the other heavenly divine powers, it was called the Great Refined Void God Eye. It was an eye technique divine powers. Similarly, Yukong Venerable had divided the Great Refined Void God Eye into 3 minor divine powers, Lesser Fixed Void Eye, Lesser Void Prying Eye, and Lesser Void Piercing Eye. Each of the 3 minor divine abilities had their own merits and mysteries. Their cultivation methods also existed in Chenzong's mind. Only by cultivating the 3 minor divine abilities to perfection and mastering the profound of the extreme realm, when he reached the spirit realm, could he guide and fuse them together to form the Great Refined Void God Eye. In other words, once he broke through to the spirit realm, he could master 2 heavenly divine powers in a short time. With this starting point, he would surpass many people. Chenzong couldn't help but smile. Finally, there was the secret of refining and controlling the top-grade void spaceship of the evading void. The value of a top-grade void spaceship was definitely not inferior to a heavenly divine power. It was even more valuable. Chenzong entered the evading void, found the core, and began to refine it. The difficulty of refining a void spaceship was closely related to the size and level of the spaceship. For example, if both were low-grade, refining a void spaceship would definitely be easier than refining a void spaceship. And if both were void spaceships, refining a low-grade one would definitely be easier than refining a mid-grade one. In addition, there were various other restrictions. Chenzong began to refine the core of the evading void. As soon as he started, Chenzong found that the pressure was very great. But since he had already started, there was no reason to stop. Perseverance, tenacity, and squeezing out his own potential. 1 day, 2 days, 3 days, 4 days, 5 days, Chenzong was almost at the end of his rope. Finally, the refining was completed. The core emitted a burst of light that illuminated Chenzong's body, and also allowed Chenzong's soul to be branded on it. Almost, just a little bit more, and his efforts of the past 5 days would have been in vain. Now, he felt very tired. It was as if his entire body was paralyzed from the inside out. He just wanted to lie down and have a good sleep. But Chenzong didn't do that. Instead, he persevered with his indomitable will and began to cultivate. Sometimes, when one reached the limit, the effect of cultivation would be even better. Half a day later, a powerful aura exploded from Chenzong's body and rushed in all directions. All the energy that he had consumed, such as essence, qi, and spirit, were all restored. Moreover, he also broke through the limit. The flower of the ultimate realm broke through 60% and reached 70%. The flower of the ultimate realm became more solid. On the contrary, the 3 essence, qi, and spirit flowers became fainter. When the flower of the ultimate realm completely condensed, the 3 essence, qi, and spirit flowers would disappear completely. Of course, the disappearance of the 3 essence, qi, and spirit flowers didn't mean that Chenzong didn't have essence, qi, and spirit. They still existed. When the flower of the ultimate realm condensed to 70%, Chenzong could feel that his body had become even stronger. His power also seemed to have become more condensed. His overall strength had improved even further. What a pity, Chenzong couldn't help but mutter. The improvement of his cultivation base was a good thing. Obtaining the 2 great mystic powers was also a good thing. Obtaining the evanescent void was even better. However, Chenzong sighed because of the evanescent void. A top-grade void flying boat, its value was unimaginable. Even a godson like Su Luan wouldn't be able to afford it even if he went bankrupt. However, after refining the core, Zong had obtained the corresponding information. Based on his current ability, he could only make the evanescent void fly at the speed of a mid-grade void flying boat. If he used the void travel at full power, he would be able to reach the speed of a mid-grade void flying boat. As for a high-grade void flying boat, the load would be enough to cause Zong's soul to collapse and scatter immediately. This was because Zong's soul was stronger than most demigod-grade souls. It could even be compared to a mighty deity to a certain extent. If it had been any other demigod-grade soul, it would have been a grade lower. When he thought about it this way, Zong immediately felt that there was nothing unacceptable about it. Furthermore, the void flying boat consumed energy. The most common type was the void flaming crystal, which was also the most suitable energy source for the void flying boat's furnace. It could support the void flying boat's navigation and start the void travel. Zong didn't have any void flaming crystals. After all, he didn't have a void flying boat before, so he didn't specially prepare them. However, he did have some in the third commander's storage ring, although not much. The evanescent void's furnace also had some in reserve. However, the void flaming crystals stored in the evanescent void were different from the third commander's. They were different in color. The third commander's void flaming crystal was gray, while the flaming crystal furnace's was white. The gray void flaming crystal was low grade, the light gray was mid grade, the gray white was high grade, and the white was top grade. The higher the grade of the void flaming crystal, the purer the energy it contained and the higher its value. For a top-grade void flying boat to display its power and ability, it had to use a top-grade void flaming crystal. Of course, low-grade ones could also be used, but they would reduce the performance of the void flying boat. In addition to flight, the evanescent void also had two major abilities, defense and attack. Defense consumed energy to condense a layer of protection on the surface of the void flying boat, blocking external attacks. Its strength could reach the top grade at most, blocking most imminent deity experts' attacks. Attack also consumed energy to shoot out rays of light. Its power was also very strong, enough to shoot down imminent deity experts. As for what level it could reach, Zong didn't have a direct reference, so he didn't have a clear idea. In short, it should be very powerful. However, no matter which one it was, it would consume energy, and the energy had to be supplied by the void flaming crystal. In the end, everything depended on the void flaming crystal. Where would he get the void flaming crystal? If he bought it, he didn't have the ability to create it. What would he use to buy it? Void coins. Although he hadn't bought the void flaming crystal, Zong instinctively felt that it wouldn't be cheap. In other words, the evanescent void would very likely become a money burner in the future. Fine, so be it. It was better than nothing. Moreover, his ability to make money wasn't bad, so there shouldn't be any problems. Then next, I'll cultivate the lesser fixed space eye, void prying eye, and void blitz eye before leaving. Zong didn't put the evanescent void away. Instead, he sat in the evanescent void's cultivation room, activated the formation, and began to comprehend. Of course, it consumed low-grade void flaming crystals. I'm late. I was just looking for a suitable rooftop to rent out. The desolate Dragon Valley had become the base of the Yuan sect on the desolate Dragon Star. Countless rune patterns appeared around the valley. They were shining brightly and had different colors. It was a riot of colors that gave off a very magnificent feeling. The light from the runes slowly flowed clockwise. There were layers upon layers of formations, such as defense, entrapment, attack, and so on. There were a total of 9 layers, and they firmly surrounded the valley to protect it from being broken through by attacks. Inside the formation, there was a huge building made of silver-gray metal. It was emitting a cold aura. People were coming and going from time to time. It was the base that had been built. Since then, the desolate Dragon Star had been marked with the Yuan sect. It was under the rule of the Yuan sect and became one of their backup resource stars. The mission time for them to stay here was 1 year. In this 1 year, besides building the base successfully, they could use the rest of the time freely. It was up to them how much they could get from this star. Because when the time was up, they had to return to the Yuan sect to submit the mission. If they wanted to get something from this place, they had to apply and pay contribution points. It was another valley, but it was a few times bigger than the one that had been built as the base. Within the valley, the number of lofty dragons that resided there numbered in the thousands. Two figures were hiding at the edge of the valley, looking down and observing. "Senior sister, I think we should send a message to Brother Chen and ask him for help," Li Wenhe said with a bitter face. Obviously, he and his senior sister Bai Mei were no match for the desolated dragons in the valley. Both his and his senior sister's strength had improved significantly during this period of time, especially his senior sister. She fought crazily and kept digging out her potential. Compared to when she first came to the desolated dragon planet, she was at least 30% stronger. However, it wasn't enough. She wasn't strong enough. In comparison, both the desolate Dragon King and the third commander of the Star Bandits were stronger than Bai Mei. Bai Mei pulled a long face and didn't answer. She looked stubborn and unwilling to give up. Li Wenhe had been with Bai Mei for many years. He more or less knew Bai Mei's character. She didn't want to give up. She was stubborn and competitive. Ever since they discovered this valley, they had already challenged it quite a few times. In the end, they were always chased by the powerful lofty dragons, and escaped from death time and time again. Li Wenhe had asked for help several times, but Chen Zong was the only one who could ask for help. Bai Mei refused. Li Wenhe knew very well that Bai Mei had been saved twice. Although she was grateful, she was secretly encouraging herself. She was unwilling to be saved a third time. Li Wenhe even secretly guessed that the reason Bai Mei had such feelings, other than her competitive nature, was because she had other thoughts about Brother Chen. Of course, Li Wenhe didn't dare to say it out loud. Otherwise, Bai Mei would definitely beat him to death. "Senior sister, think about it. There's less than a month left in the one-year mission, and no matter how much we increase our strength, we can't increase our strength to the point where we can deal with these lofty dragons in a short 1 month." Li Wenhe tried his best to persuade her. However, he felt very tired. "If we can get Brother Chen to help us, given Brother Chen's strength and our cooperation, we will definitely be able to take down these lofty dragons. When the time comes, we will be able to obtain even more resources and contribution points, allowing us to become even stronger in a short amount of time. Senior sister, you might even be able to surpass Brother Chen." Bai Mei's tight little face seemed to relax a little. Li Wenhe was secretly happy. He struck while the iron was hot and continued to persuade her. He felt even more tired. In the end, he talked until his mouth was dry, but Bai Mei still didn't respond. Li Wenhe sat down weakly. He didn't want to talk anymore. It was too tiring. It was even more tiring than being chased by lofty dragons. Forget it, forget it. Do whatever you want. I won't talk about it. At worst, I'll just give up. Although it's a pity, it's a lot of resources, a lot of wealth, and a lot of contribution points. Fatty, have you contacted him? After a dozen breaths, Bai Mei spoke. Right away. Li Wenhe was pleasantly surprised. Finally, he didn't waste his breath. Li Wenhe immediately used the 9 Heavens ring to send a message to Chen Zong and locate him. As long as the distance wasn't too far, Chen Zong would be able to locate him based on the location. This was a new ability that disciples of the 9 Heavens Imperial Court would have after reaching the 3rd tier, Clear Jade Heaven. In the ruins of Venerable Yakong, Chen Zong had finished his cultivation in the escapee ship. The 3 minor abilities that were split from the great refined Void God Eyes had all been cultivated to the 3rd tier of perfection. However, he hadn't comprehended the profound meaning of extremity. Chen Zong wasn't in a hurry. He still had time. Just as he came out of seclusion, the 9 Heavens ring vibrated 3 times in a row. 3 messages came in. Chen Zong checked. The first message was from Lin Weiyin. She said that she had broken through to the 2nd tier of the demigod rank. She also asked where Chen Zong was now. Was he well and so on? The concern in her words made Chen Zong sigh slightly. He also replied to Lin Weiyin's message. First, he congratulated the other party for making a breakthrough and increasing his cultivation. Then, he briefly explained his situation and told him that everything was fine. The second message was from Lan Yuan Meng, the leader of the Star Blue Society. She also said that she was preparing to enter seclusion to break through to the second tier of the demigod rank. She also asked where Chenzong was and invited Chenzong to be a guest at the Star Blue Society. Her words were full of temptation, as if she couldn't wait to give herself to him. With regards to this, Chenzong could only shake his head helplessly. When he was in the Tianyuan sacred region, he wasn't that popular with the opposite sex. Why did he suddenly attract so much attention after coming to the void? Of course, Chenzong also knew that Lan Yuanming might have taken a fancy to him. However, it was more likely that she had taken a fancy to his potential. As for Lin Weiyin, after giving a simple reply to Lan Yuanming, he checked the third message. His expression immediately turned cold. This message was from Li Wenhe. There was also a location. He quickly replied to Li Wenhe. With a wave of his hand, Chenzong stored the void escapee into the 9 heavenly rings. He took out the dragon scale token and activated it after injecting energy into it. It instantly disappeared. In the next moment, Chenzong appeared outside the canyon. His figure flashed. After identifying the direction, he flew towards the 9 heavenly rings. In just an instant, Chenzong turned into a shadow, refracting and leaping in the void. He was silent, and his speed was extremely fast. Now, the degree of condensation of the flower of the great state had reached 80%. He had also cultivated 6 minor divine abilities. His overall strength had improved a lot compared to before. The desolate dragon star was a mid-tier planet. It wasn't small. However, the valley where Li Wenhe and Bai Mei were located wasn't far from the ruins where Chenzong was. After about half a day, Chenzong arrived. "Brother Chen, you're finally here." Seeing Chenzong, Li Wenhe was extremely excited. Bai Mei also looked at Chenzong. Her eyes flickered slightly. Soon after, she snorted coldly with a slightly arrogant look. Chenzong didn't understand what was going on. However, Chenzong didn't take it to heart. Bai Mei's appearance and petite body would make Chenzong unconsciously treat her as a child. "Brother Chen, there are thousands of desolate dragons in this valley. Among them, there are thousands of demigod rank ones. There are 5 desolate dragons that are over 20 meters long. The most powerful one is 23 meters long." After being chased several times, Li Wenhe had figured out the strength of the desolate dragons in this valley. The desolate dragons had the innate ability Desolate Dragon Heavy Rings. Therefore, he and Bai Mei were probing from afar to avoid being affected by the Desolate Dragon Heavy Rings. Even if they were affected, they would have enough time to escape if they were far enough. A 23-meter Desolate Dragon King. Chenzong's eyes flashed. The 21-meter Desolate Dragon King was very powerful. If he didn't use a sword that exceeded his limit, it would be very difficult to deal with it. However, his strength was much stronger than before. The 21-meter Desolate Dragon King was no longer a threat to him. However, the 23-meter Desolate Dragon King would definitely be stronger. Traces of battle intent spread out in his heart. It just so happened that his strength had increased greatly. He needed a strong opponent to test his sword. With a flash, Chenzong directly rushed into the valley. "Wait, Brother Chen, wait." Li Wenhe was startled at first, then his expression changed greatly. He wanted to stop Chenzong, but the difference in speed was too big. He couldn't even touch his shadow. He could only shout. Bai Mei also moved her body and followed closely behind Chenzong. "You guys." Li Wenhe was very helpless. He wanted to cry, but there were no tears. Encountering such simple, direct, and violent people, he even had the heart to die. His heart was even more tired. He wanted to vomit 3 liters of blood, but he still had to follow. His somewhat fat back looked a bit tragic, as if he was going to meet his death. Chenzong's speed was extremely fast. In just a moment, he turned into a shadow and appeared in the valley. His sword light swept across the sky like an aurora, as if it was the border between the sky and the water. Dozens of desolate dragons were all stunned by this fine purple sword light. They couldn't move. Blood immediately sprayed out from their necks and bodies. Blood splashed across the sky and dyed the surroundings red. This scene immediately caused Bai Mei and Li Wenhe to be extremely horrified. He was even stronger. In this period of time, their strength had increased by at least 30%, maybe even more. However, Qinzong's increase seemed to be even more shocking. Among the dozens of desolate dragons that were killed, more than 10 of them were at the second stage of the demigod rank. They couldn't even react. The feeling of fighting to one's heart's content was invincible. Kill, kill, kill. When the desolate dragons reacted, more than 100 of them had already been killed by Qinzong. Powerful strength, strange and peerless movement technique. He was like a peerless assassin that could move freely in the void. Looking at him from afar, Li Wenhe felt his blood run cold. Too terrifying. The 5 desolate dragon kings that were more than 20 meters in size were also alarmed. They roared furiously and immediately used their innate ability. Desolate Dragon Heavy Ring. The color of this desolate dragon heavy ring was deep, covering the entire valley. Li Wenhe screamed and fell down. It was too heavy, and he couldn't resist at all. On the other hand, Bai Mei stood still. The white flame aura around her was unceasingly burning. Her small face was tense and incomparably solemn. Qinzong only felt his body sinking, as if he was about to be pressed down to the ground. However, his powerful strength allowed Qinzong to resist this heavy pressure. Small ethereal technique, kill. Second update, inside the huge valley, the 5 desolate dragon kings roared one after another. Heavy rings spread out, wreaking havoc in all directions. The rocks in the valley were instantly reduced to dust, unable to rise up. Everything was pressed to the ground, as if it had sunk 3 inches into the ground. 4 figures flashed, attacking separately. It was difficult to distinguish the real from the fake. Swinging the sword, purple sword light flashed through like lightning. Of the 5 desolate dragon kings, 3 were 20 meters in size, 1 was 21 meters in size, and the last was 23 meters in size. Qinzong avoided the 23-meter desolate dragon king and attacked the other 4 desolate dragon kings first, defeating them one by one. However, the 23-meter desolate dragon king's battle strength was astonishing. With a swing of its tail, it created a series of terrifying explosions in the void. It was deafening, as if the sky was falling and the earth was splitting. The 3 figures were like driftwood in the water under that terrifying whip. Only Qinzong's real body was unaffected. However, the real and the fake were immediately distinguished. Qinzong couldn't help but think that this minor ethereal technique was still not profound enough. However, if it was cultivated to the level of the profound extremities, perhaps there would be some changes. Qinzong wasn't disappointed with the minor ethereal technique. In an instant, his eyes widened, and his pupils seemed to shrink and expand in an instant. The edges of his pupils seemed to be spreading out in circles, overlapping one another endlessly. Layers of invisible ripples also shot out from his pupils, constantly expanding in the void. Minor spatial eye. Qinzong was testing the power of this minor eye technique. The minor spatial eye's only use was to fix space. The so-called fixing space was to fix a certain area of the void, causing it to solidify instantly. Naturally, everything in that area of the void would also solidify. Qinzong had tried it before in the ruins. It was easy to fix a 10-meter area of the void. However, that was only the void and nothing else, so it was very easy. Qinzong's original plan was to find a desolate beast to test the power of the lesser eye of spatial fixation and other eye techniques after his seclusion ended. Initially, he planned to start with weaker desolate beasts and gradually increase the difficulty to see the limits of the lesser eye of spatial fixation. However, he didn't expect that he would receive Li Wenhe's request for help right after he finished his training. He rushed over to help. He hadn't even tried it yet, but now, he had directly attacked the 23-meter-long desolation dragon. Of course, it was only a strike aimed at its violent tail. Fix. In an instant, Qinzong felt as if he was bearing a power that was beyond his limits. His eyes widened in an instant, as if his pupils were about to explode. Countless ripples kept spreading in his pupils, as if the rings of stars were about to explode. Qinzong felt that his divine sense was constantly surging out of his eyes. It was as if his eyes were about to burst. The load was unimaginably strong. However, the effect was not bad. The extremely violent tail strike of the desolate dragon king seemed to be spread out and bound by countless rings. In that instant, it stopped, unable to move. Bai Mei and Li Wenhe were both shocked by this strange scene. What kind of power was it that could make the extremely violent tail strike of the desolate Dragon King stop in the void? Was it controlled by the desolate Dragon King? No, it could be seen that although the tail had stopped, it was constantly emitting waves of extremely powerful and violent energy. It was constantly vibrating and rippling out layers of ripples, as if it wanted to use the most violent method to break free from its restraints. One breath, in just one breath's time, Chenzong felt that his divine sense was being consumed rapidly. The burden was very heavy. Kill, his figure flashed. Chenzong gave up on the power of the lesser space-fixing eye. His sword went past the extremely violent tail and attacked a 20-meter-long Desolation Dragon King. 1/ to kill. It actually consumed half of my divine sense. Chenzong's figure refracted, dodging the attack of another Desolation Dragon King. He was secretly shocked. This was only one strike that stopped the 23-meter-long Desolation Dragon King's tail, and it only lasted for one breath's time. The consumption of divine sense was indeed shocking. However, the effect was not bad. Sometimes, when strong enemies fought, life and death would be decided in a single breath. This lesser space fixing eye could not be used as a normal technique, but it could be used as a trump card. As for the lesser void glimpse eye, it was an eye technique that allowed one to see through concealment. It was very useful against techniques like the lesser void transformation technique and the lesser void concealing technique. Now, it was time to test the power of the lesser void glimpse eye. His eyes trembled again. In an instant, his pupils seemed to shrink from the edges to the inside. Layers of ripples spread out, and in the end, they condensed into a dot of black light at the center of his pupils. Attack! Two invisible forces suddenly shot out from Chenzong's pupils, directly rushing into the 21-meter-long Desolation Dragon King. The Desolation Dragon King only felt that its head was being attacked by two indistinct forces. It felt dizzy, as if its head was about to split open. It was extremely uncomfortable. It could not help but shake its head violently and roar continuously. Its voice sounded a little chaotic. Sword of Heart Refinement, a sword pierced through the air, silently piercing into the eyes of the Desolation Dragon King. After the sword pierced into the eyes, there seemed to be the sound of rolling thunder, exploding inside the Desolation Dragon King's head. It was incomparably oppressive, directly crushing the Desolation Dragon King's brain. As the terrifying sword chi wreaked havoc, the Desolation Dragon King staggered and fell to the side. Two of them, in less than 10 breaths of time, two of the powerful Desolation Dragon Kings were killed by Chenzong. This scene made Bai Mei and Li Wenhe's eyelids twitch. It was too brutal. Those were Desolation Dragon Kings. They were not ordinary Desolation Dragons. Yet, they were killed so easily. Moreover, they were facing 5 Desolation Dragon Kings at the same time. Li Wenhe thought that even if there were 100 of him, he would still be trampled to death. Even if there were 1,000 of him, it would still be the same. After all, the heavy Desolation Dragon Ring was too abnormal. It was an indiscriminate pressure. If one could not withstand it, then they could not withstand it. It had nothing to do with the number of people. It was only related to the strength of the individual. It could be called a sharp weapon on the battlefield. Just imagine, if one could master a divine ability like the heavy Desolation Dragon Ring and use it on the battlefield, they could directly crush the enemy's army. How shocking would that be? What was the difference between 100, 1,000, or even 10,000? As long as they were within the range of the heavy Desolation Dragon Ring, as long as they could not withstand the pressure of the heavy ring, they would be hit and die. Lesser evading shadow technique. In a split second, Chenzong turned into a shadow, refracting, avoiding the encirclement of the remaining 3 Desolation Dragon Kings. The energy exploded in all directions, incomparably chaotic. In that space, because of the 3 Desolation Dragon Kings' extremely violent attacks, it seemed as if the heavenly lightning and earthly fire were stirring, destroying everything. The indiscriminate attacks completely covered everything. No matter what, they could not dodge. The 3 Desolation Dragon Kings who had fallen into a berserk state opened their mouths and spurted out balls of blazing dark yellow flame, covering everything within 1,000 meters. Burn! The fierce burning seemed to want to burn everything between heaven and earth into nothingness. A strong sense of danger immediately filled his body, making Chen Zong's face solemn. This kind of flame was extremely powerful. Once it burned, he estimated that he would not feel good. As if he had a stroke of good luck, Chen Zong first used the small ethereal technique, then the small evading shadow technique. His figure turned into a shadow in an instant, from solid to illusory, like a bouncing star. However, he did not escape the range of the flame, and even the range was not large. However, it was very miraculous that none of the flames could affect Chen Zong. His body was clearly inside the flame, but it seemed to be isolated from the flame, as if he wanted to merge with a deeper layer of the void that the flame could not reach. To describe it in a way, the flame burned the surface of the void, and Chen Zong, after combining the small evading shadow technique and the small ethereal technique, seemed to escape under the surface of the void in an instant. His body seemed to be inside the flame, but he was not burned by the flame. It was very strange. This feeling made Chen Zong feel incomparably magical. Manifestation of nature? Sort of heart-refining. In just a flash, 5 illusions appeared around Chen Zong. Then, Chen Zong's real body slashed out his sword at the same time. After spurting out dark yellow flames, the aura of the 3 barren dragon kings decreased significantly. Apparently, the flame was powerful, but it was related to the fundamental power, just like some kind of secret technique. It was a good chance. Take advantage of their weakness to kill them. 6 sword lights, 2 of them attacked the 2 20-meter-tall barren dragon kings, and 4 of them gathered into one, attacking the 23-meter-tall barren dragon king. No matter what, it was the strongest barren dragon king. Of course, he had to take care of it. After spurting out the flame, the barren dragon kings fell into a weakened state. They couldn't resist Chen Zong's sword. Kill, the 3 barren dragon kings cried and roared, shaking. 3 continuous sounds resounded. The earth shook incessantly, and the other lofty dragons let out sorrowful roars one after another. Their king was dead. For the time being, the barren dragons faced the sky and roared. Their roars were earth-shaking as if they were bidding farewell to their king. However, they were full of anger and determination. Attacking without fear of death, the barren dragons rushed toward Chen Zong. Although they knew they couldn't defeat him, they didn't hesitate. It was like they were going to be buried with their king. Chen Zong frowned and swung his sword. The sword light pierced through the sky. He didn't need to perform any special attacks. With the violet thunder sword, the heart sword intent, and the sharpness of the absolute beginning sword aura, it was enough to cut these barren dragons that were less than 20 meters tall. It was hard to do before, but now, it was because he was stronger. The barren dragons launched their deadly attacks from all directions like moths flying into a flame. A kind of determination to disregard life and death, to be buried with their king, filled the air. This kind of aura spread everywhere, rushing to the deepest part of his mind. It made Chen Zong's face twitch. He couldn't bear it. Should he put his sword away? No, if they wanted to be buried with their king, he should fulfill their wish. That way, he wouldn't disappoint their loyalty. Although they were beasts, they had the courage that humans couldn't reach. Kill, with one sword, he slaughtered all creatures. The barren dragons fell one by one under Chen Zong's sword. Their blood flowed like a river. However, the barren dragons weren't afraid at all. They didn't hesitate or fear. They used their lives as the price to attack and kill this man. Bai Mei and Li Wenhe gazed at each other. For the time being, their hearts were shaken like a rolling sea. This kind of emotion was hard for them to describe. They just felt that something was growing from the deepest part of their hearts, strengthening and then bursting out. The day after tomorrow, which is the 24th of this month, the dominator of the 6 realms will once again have a boost of adrenaline. On the basis of the 3rd watch, the dominator of the 6 realms will once again explode with adrenaline. So, remember to prepare your monthly votes. His figure stood proudly in the sky. The purple thunder sword was slanted. Drops of dim blood flowed down the sword. Tap. Tap. Tap, a clear yet somewhat muffled sound of water rang out in this deathly silent valley. Layers of blood-colored ripples spread out from the river of blood on the ground. Death, thousands of lofty dragons were all dead. Corpses were everywhere. Blood flowed like a river. It was like an Azura slaughterhouse. When the last drop of blood fell, Chenzong drew a dazzling purple thunder sword flower. The purple thunder sword returned to its scabbard. The sound of the sword resounded everywhere. At that moment, it was as if the sound of heaven had swept over, blowing away the murderous aura and dead silence in the valley. It was like the wind had swept away the smoke from the kitchen. Bai Mei and Li Wenhe also woke up at that moment. They couldn't help but be frightened. One man with one sword had slaughtered all the lofty dragons. What kind of power was that? What kind of peerless power was that? Bai Mei's small face gazed at Chenzong. Her eyes sparkled with a strange light. There was an indescribable joy. Even she didn't know why. Right after that, she clenched her small fists. An indescribable fighting spirit rose in her heart. Deep in her eyes, the fighting spirit bloomed as if it wanted to break the void. I will definitely surpass you, Bai Mei said quietly. Her voice was very firm. Then, it was time to distribute the spoils. This time, Li Wenhe and Bai Mei had found them. They were the ones who had asked for help. Chenzong had come to help. One man with one sword had slaughtered all the dragons. Thus, Chenzong deserved the most credit. However, when he ate the meat, he had to leave the soup for others. Especially when these two were his friends. Thus, Chenzong took the 5 lofty dragon kings' bodies. As for the other lofty dragons, Chenzong gave them to Bai Mei and Li Wenhe. Brother Chen, I can't thank you enough. Li Wenhe rarely showed a serious face. Bringing these corpses back was enough for him to get another wave of contribution points. Let's go. Chenzong smiled. There wasn't much time left. It was time to go back since the deadline of the mission was 1 year away. After the 3 of them collected all the corpses of the lofty dragons in the valley, they rose into the air and quickly flew toward the stronghold that Yuan cult had already built. It was time to leave Desolate Dragon Star and return to Yuan Star. Along the way, Chenzong looked calm, but he was overjoyed. In terms of gains from this trip, he should be the one who gained the most. First, he fought against the Desolate Dragon King here and unleashed a sword strike that surpassed his limits. He used this opportunity to seek enlightenment, merging his body with the world and his heart with nature. He dug out all of his potential one step further and approached the true pinnacle. Then, he killed a commander of the Star Bandits and obtained the token left behind by the Yukong Venerable. He entered the Yukong Venerable's ruins and obtained 2 Heaven Divinity inheritances and a top-grade void flying boat. No matter what kind of harvest it was enough to make people jealous. Especially the latter, 2 Heaven Divinity inheritances and a top-grade void flying boat. If the Yuan cult knew about it, they would most likely plot to seize it at all costs. Therefore, no matter what, he had to keep this secret. He couldn't reveal any clues. Otherwise, what awaited him would definitely be the means of an expert. He couldn't resist. This kind of secret could not be told to anyone other than himself. Soon, the 3 of them returned to the stronghold in the valley and entered the void flying boat. It was a mid-grade void flying boat and its value was shocking. There was still some time to wait for the other true disciples to return. When they came, besides Chenzong, there were 23 true disciples. When they left, there were only 17 left. A total of 6 true disciples died on Desolate Dragon Star. It was a great loss. With the speed of the mid-grade void flying boat, it would take many years to fly from Desolate Dragon Star to Yuan Star. However, it could shorten the time by using void travel again and again. Of course, after each void travel, it would take some time to cool down the furnace of the void travel. Otherwise, the furnace would be damaged due to the sudden burst of energy. In serious cases, the furnace might even explode. What was the consequence of the furnace explosion of the void flying boat? There had been an example. With a boom, the entire void flying boat would explode into a firework in the void. All the people on the void flying boat would die. Even if they were in the spirit realm, if they couldn't escape in time, there was a high chance that they would die. Brotherly, let me ask you. How much is the void flying boat and the void flaming crystal worth? Chenzong asked a general question. Li Wenhe didn't doubt him. He told him one by one. There were 3 categories and 5 levels of the void flying boat with different values. For example, a low-grade void flying boat would cost 1 million void coins. If it was a low-grade void flying boat, it would cost more than 1 million void coins. Because it was bigger, it would consume more materials. In order to provide enough power, the furnace must be bigger. Therefore, a low-grade void flying boat would cost at least 3 million void coins. As for the void flying boat, it was a strategic one. Even if it was only a low-grade one, it would cost more than 10 million void coins. After all, the void flying boat was 10,000 meters long. The materials it needed were shocking. The furnace must be big and the cost was even higher. Then there was the void flaming crystal. A low-grade void flaming crystal would cost 100 void coins. A mid-grade void flaming crystal would cost 1,000 void coins. A high-grade void flaming crystal would cost 10,000 void coins. As for the top grade and the super grade, Li Wenhe didn't know. It seemed to be a secret. Hearing Li Wenhe's introduction, Chenzong was speechless. The price of the void flaming crystal was so high. It was really frightening. Thinking about it, his current wealth was also shocking. He didn't know how much a top-grade void flying boat and the remaining 100 top-grade void flaming crystals would cost. Every time a mid-grade void flying boat started void travel, it would consume 10 mid-grade void flaming crystals, which was 10,000 void coins. Every time a mid-grade void flying boat started void travel, it would consume 30 mid-grade void flaming crystals, which was 30,000 void coins. As for a mid-grade void flying boat, it would consume 100 mid-grade void flaming crystals, which was 100,000 void coins. What was this? This was burning money. A void flying boat was a real money burner. It was no wonder that those forces that had yet to leave the void and hadn't reached the star grade didn't have a void flying boat to use. Even if they gritted their teeth and bought it, they wouldn't be able to afford it. Using a mid-level spatial battleship as an example, it would take around 7 or 8 void flaming crystals to travel a distance of a single void year. However, if it used spatial movement, it would take around 10 crystals, so there would be around 2 or 3 extra crystals. This was because the furnace would slowly release the power of the void flaming crystals during flight, so the utilization rate was very high. However, when it started void travel, it would explode immediately. This instantaneous explosion would inevitably cause unnecessary consumption. Of course, void travel would shorten a year's journey to just a few hundred breaths. It would save a lot of time. This was a benefit. Sometimes, time was the cheapest, but other times, time was the most precious. Everything was relative. After understanding enough, Chenzong didn't ask any more questions. He entered his cabin to cultivate in seclusion. During void travel, he had to activate the protective function to prevent it from being crushed by the pressure from the depths of the void. After a period of time, he finally arrived at a Yuan planet safely. During this process, Chenzong's 9 Heaven Imperial Palace mission was also completed. He obtained 109 heaven points and a title, Lofty Dragon Hunter. With 2 titles and enough 9 heaven points, Chenzong's 9 Heaven Imperial Palace disciple level was successfully upgraded to the 3rd level, Clear Jade Sky. Lin Weiyin also received a reward of 109 heaven points. After all, this was the Yuan star system, the headquarters of the Yuan sect. Although there were also galactic bandits, they wouldn't have the guts to directly attack the Yuan sect spaceships. Otherwise, what awaited them would be the wrath and pursuit of the Yuan sect. The group of true disciples left one after another. They had to report everything that happened on this trip. As for Chenzong, he sent a message to Su Luan and then headed to Su Luan's cave abode. Great, I'm planning to return to the second city of world suppression. Let's go together. Su Luan smiled. Sure. Chenzong didn't have any objections. He was an outsider here after all and couldn't stay for long. After sending a message to Bai Mei and Li Wenhe respectively, Chenzong followed Su Luan and left a Yuan planet quickly on Su Luan's void flying boat. So fast. I wanted to have a few drinks with you. Li Wenhe replied not long after. Next time, I'll definitely surpass you. This was Bai Mei's reply. What a proud child. After replying to both of them, Chenzong entered the protective cabin because he was about to start the void travel. Su Luan bought the void flying boat herself. It was a mid-level void travel and seemed to have cost 5 million void coins. Chenzong was speechless. As such, from the second city of world suppression to a Yuan planet and back, she had to use the void travel many times, at least more than 10 times. This meant that she had to burn at least 100,000 void coins. The poor really couldn't afford it. When he stepped into the second city of world suppression again, Chenzong was a little emotional. This place could be considered his birthplace in the void. Although he had encountered some dangers along the way, he had managed to overcome them and his harvest was shocking. Through Sulwan, Chenzong quickly sold all the resources he had obtained on the desolate dragon star and exchanged them for void coins. Because Chenzong realized that without enough void coins, even if he had the void flying boat, he wouldn't dare to use it casually. On the desolate dragon star, Chenzong had obtained quite a lot of resources. Other than the bodies of the desolate beasts, he had also obtained some precious ores and herbs that were quite valuable. In the end, he had only obtained a little over 100,000 void coins. With so many resources, he could only exchange them for 100,000 void coins. Chenzong couldn't help but feel that it was difficult to make money. Of course, void coins belonged to the ascending god realm. Resources below the ascending god realm had limited value. If it wasn't for Chenzong's shocking harvest, he wouldn't have obtained so many. After finishing everything, Chenzong headed to the Flying Snow Pavilion. He even sent a message to Lin Weiyin in advance. When Chenzong arrived at the Flying Snow Pavilion, he saw a tall and beautiful figure standing outside the pavilion. She was looking forward to him. When she saw Chenzong, she smiled like a blooming snow lotus. "You're back." Lin Weiyin was delighted. "Congratulations on your breakthrough." Chenzong smiled and took out a frosty white longsword. It was an external divine weapon that he had left behind. He planned to give it to Lin Weiyin as a gift. Everyone, have a good weekend. After the busy days, Chenzong had a lot of free time. He continued to cultivate and meditate. Chenzong was enjoying himself. The trip to the desolate dragon star had brought him a lot of benefits. He should calm down and reflect on it. Perhaps he could make some progress on the foundation he had built up. Lin Weiyin would also come to Chenzong to spar with him. Chenzong also taught her the techniques of Sword Chi Thunderous Sound and Void Scars. However, Lin Weiyin had only grasped the surface of Sword Chi Thunderous Sound. She had yet to master Void Scars, which was more advanced than Sword Chi Thunderous Sound and Sword Chi Thunderous Sound. As time passed, Chenzong could feel that he was improving day by day. Lan Yuanmeng had also made a breakthrough. After knowing that Chenzong had returned to Second World Suppression City, she would visit him from time to time. Sometimes, she would bump into Lin Weiyin and bicker with her. Just like that, another month passed. The new version of the demigod list was released. There were changes to the 1080 demigod ranks. Some were removed from the list, some were replaced by new people, some were changed, some were promoted, and some were lowered. There were many discussions in the restaurant. Let's take a look. Is there any movement from White Yama? Obviously, White Yama was the center of attention. No. Since he defeated Lord Zhongyu, White Yama seemed to have disappeared. The one with the biggest change should be Sword Chi Tianqin. This time, he is ranked 10th. Unbelievable. Sword Chi Tianqin only defeated Slayer. Other than that, he didn't have any notable achievements. How could he be ranked 10th? There were many discussions in the restaurant. They were puzzled. The ranking of the demigod list was usually changed based on the achievements. For example, the ranking of the person defeated would be replaced. It was rare for the ranking to soar without any achievements. They were puzzled and unconvinced. The demigod list is issued by the City Lord Mansion. There shouldn't be any mistakes. Someone said. All along, the demigod list issued by the City Lord Mansion had never been wrong. It was already regarded as a kind of authority. After all, the news of Chenzong defeating a Yuan sect's slanting wind and drizzling rain needless return to 3 swords was not widely spread. On a star in the Second World Suppression City, the bearded man with 3 swords behind his back was looking at the latest edition of the demigod list. His face was expressionless. Then, the corners of his mouth curled up into a sneer. His eyes were cold. Heavenly Heart Sword, to think that you would push me out of the top 10. I'd like to see just what you're made of. With a casual wave of his hand, the small mustached man tossed the book away. Then, he turned around and disappeared in a blur. Chenzong, the Heavenly Heart Sword, became famous after the update of the demigod list. More and more people visited and tried to rope in Chenzong. Chenzong was so annoyed that he decided to go into seclusion and put an end to all visits. Within the city lord's mansion, Su Luan lightly smiled. She put Chenzong into the top 10 of the demigod list after some consideration. As for what level Chenzong's strength had reached, Su Luan was not very clear. However, since he could defeat the Sword of No Return, he was qualified to be in the top 10 of the demigod list. As for whether it was higher, she would only know after fighting him. Just like that, another month passed. Chenzong ended his seclusion and checked the 9 heavens ring. There were a few messages. These messages were from Lin Weiyin, Lan Yuanmeng, and Li Wenhe. Most of them were greetings. However, the last message caught Chenzong's attention. It was a message from a place called Dongting Sword Garden. Dongting Sword Garden, it did not sound like the name of a person. It sounded more like the name of a place. The message was very simple. Dongting Sword Garden would open in a few days. Any sword cultivator below the spirit realm could enter the garden to discuss the sword. Dongting Sword Garden? Chenzong pondered for a while and sent a message to Su Luan to ask about this. Not long after, Su Luan replied. As expected, he had asked the right person. In the void, there were many experts. Some of them were sword cultivators. After all, there were many sword cultivators. It could be said that out of 10 cultivators, at least 3 of them were sword cultivators. The ratio was shocking. Among the sword cultivators, their temperaments were different. Some sword cultivators were eccentric and did not like to communicate with others. Some sword cultivators were bloodthirsty. They would draw their swords to kill people. Some sword cultivators were unfathomable. Their whereabouts were uncertain. Some sword cultivators were gentle, quiet, and elegant. However, very few sword cultivators were willing to accept disciples to teach and guide the sword cultivators of the younger generation. In the entire void, the most famous sword cultivator was the owner of Dongting Sword Mountain. He was known as Dongting Sword Master. Dongting Sword Mountain was located in the void. It floated in the void. In order to guide the sword cultivators of the younger generation and unearth more sword cultivators, Dongting Sword Master had personally created many Dongting Sword Gardens. They were scattered in the void and drifted around. When they passed by a galaxy, they would appear and send a message through the 9 heavens imperial court to invite more sword cultivators to go. Sword competition in the gardens, entering the garden to discuss the sword was only the most basic. The real purpose was to select the most outstanding swordsmen through the discussion. They would then be able to enter the Sword Mountain of Dongting and pay their respects to the Sword Mountain. They would even be able to personally discuss the sword with the Sword Master of Dongting. Dongting Sword Master was one of the strongest sword cultivators in the void. It was a great opportunity to be able to learn from him and even be accepted as a disciple. It was amazing. Dongting Sword Master. Chenzong thought for a while and suddenly remembered the former owner of Nirvana Evil Sword. He seemed to be called Nirvana Sword Master. The 2 words Sword Master seemed to be a kind of honor and a symbol of supremacy. The 3 dominators of Eternal Battle Fort were probably at the same level as the Sword Master. In other words, they represented the strongest power in the void. It was a great honor and a great opportunity to become a disciple of the Sword Master. All of the sword cultivators would be excited. Chenzong was also moved. He was naturally very curious about Dongting Sword Garden. Dongting Sword Garden is a great opportunity for sword cultivators. You must seize it. Su Luan sent another message. If you can be chosen by Dongting Sword Master and become his disciple, you will have a meteoric rise. Her words were full of encouragement. In Su Luan's opinion, if Chenzong could be chosen by Sword Master Dongting and become his disciple, then Chenzong's status would undergo an enormous change. With Chenzong's temperament, it would be beneficial to Su Luan as well. Of course, it would also be very beneficial for Chenzong. Chenzong was not the only one who saw the news about Dongting Sword Garden. Those who had 9 heavens rings saw it. Even those who did not have 9 heavens rings knew about it. For a moment, there was a lot of discussion everywhere. Dongting Sword Garden? Then the Sky Heart Sword will also go there. Good, I don't have to look for you directly. The small bearded man with 3 sharp swords on his back smiled coldly and gave up on his plan to go to Second World Suppressing City. The 9 heavens rings also clearly pinpointed the location of Dongting Sword Garden, making it easier for people to go there. Chen Zong immediately bought a mid-tier flaming void crystal. A mid-tier flaming void crystal was worth 1,000 void dollars. Chen Zong bought 300 of them at once, spending 300,000 void dollars. He had almost used up all his wealth. As for the low-tier flaming void crystals he had obtained from the third commander, there were 600 of them. After selling them all, they were only worth 60,000 void dollars. It could be considered to have replenished some of the wealth he had spent. At least he would have some void dollars to use. Although the evanescent ship was a top-tier void flying ship, the price of a top-tier flaming void crystal was too high. He simply could not afford it. Moreover, with Chen Zong's current ability, he could only make the evanescent ship display the speed of a mid-tier void flying ship. Hence, the mid-tier flaming void crystal was just right. Of course, buying the flaming void crystal was just a preparation. Chen Zong actually did not plan to drive the void flying ship to Dongting Sword Garden himself. The evanescent ship was a top-tier void flying ship. Perhaps a demigod might not be able to see through its mysteries, but it was hard to guarantee that an imminent God Realm expert would not be able to see through its mysteries. If an imminent God Realm expert saw through the mysteries of the evanescent ship and he himself was a demigod realm expert, it would definitely be a disaster. Unless it was absolutely necessary, Chen Zong would not choose to drive the evanescent ship himself. It would be too eye-catching. His ability was not enough to protect it. Once he lost the evanescent ship, it would be very difficult to fulfill Yukong Venerable's dying wish in the future. If he did not complete it within 1,000 years, what awaited him would be the backlash of his oath. Fortunately, there were many sword cultivators in Second World Suppressing City who wanted to go to Dongting Sword Garden. Naturally, there would be people who wanted to earn this money. A 1,000-meter-long void flying ship was parked outside Second World Suppressing City. Those who wanted to go to Dongting Sword Garden could buy tickets and board. 1 ticket for 10,000 void coins. This price was simply shocking. If it was any other time, very few people would be willing to buy such a high price. However, at this moment, Dongting Sword Garden was obviously more important. Gritting his teeth, he bought it. I want 2 tickets. Chen Zong and Lin Weiyin walked over together. Not selling. A cold voice suddenly sounded, causing the person who was about to sell the tickets to stop. Chu Shanhe, it was Chu Shanhe who walked over. His cold eyes were filled with hatred as he stared at Chen Zong. This is the Shanhe Hall's void flying ship. If you want to board, you can. I'll give you 2 choices. Chu Shanhe's cold eyes had a hint of mockery. First, swear to join the Chu clan and become a member of the Chu clan. With your talent, the Chu clan will definitely put you in an important position. This was actually what the Chu clan had always wanted. Even if Chu Shanhe didn't like it, he had to abide by it. He personally preferred the second option. Second, kneel down and kowtow to me 3 times. I'll give you a free ticket so that you won't miss the opportunity to go to Dongting Sword Garden. With that, Chu Shanhe revealed a sinister smile. Oh, I forgot. There's a third option. With that, Chu Shanhe looked at Lin Weiyin. Lin Weiyin, as long as you kneel down and beg me and become my slave, I'll let both of you board the ship for free. One had to admit that Chu Shanhe's idea was very good. Disgusting. Lin Weiyin looked at Chu Shanhe coldly as if she was looking at a maggot. That look almost drove Chu Shanhe crazy. Let's go, Chen Zong said to Lin Weiyin. Since they couldn't board the ship, they could only use other plans. For example, using the evanescent ship. Otherwise, they would have to miss this opportunity. Second update, tomorrow will be a big hit. Everyone, get ready to support me. Thank you, Chen Zong expressed his gratitude to Su Luan on the Void flyboat. I hope you can enter Dongting Sword Mountain and help me in the future, Su Luan said with a smile. It was a joke, but it was also true. Don't forget, Chenzong said with a smile. Lin Weiyin was extremely shocked. Su Luan, the city lord of the second city of suppressing world. Usually, the city lord was very mysterious, and no one could meet him. In terms of status, the city lord of the second city of suppressing world was higher than the head of the Lin family. Even the head of the Chu family was inferior in front of the city lord. But now, she could actually sit on the city lord's void flyboat. And all of this was because of Chenzong. From another point of view, Chenzong was valued by the city lord, so he personally used the void flyboat to send him. It was reasonable, after all, it was like an investment. But now, Chenzong and the city lord were talking and laughing. Judging from the city lord's attitude and tone, he seemed to treat Chenzong as someone of the same level. The meaning behind this was different. After chatting for a while, Chenzong and Lin Weiyin entered their cabins and activated their body protection power, because the void flyboat was about to activate void travel. Although the Daunting Sword Garden appeared in the Yuan Galaxy, it was not very far from the second city of suppressing world, but it was not very close either. If they only relied on the speed of the mid-tier void flyboat, it would be difficult to reach it in a few years. The way to shorten the time was to use void travel. They only needed to activate a few mid-tier void travel to reach it in a short time. In the Yuan Galaxy, in the boundless void, a spot of light bloomed. Immediately, countless shadows spread out from the light and spread in all directions. Within the shadows, there were mountains, rivers, trees, grass, flowers, and pavilions. They floated and spread out, covering all directions and occupying a part of the void. Rays of light intertwined and formed an indescribable mystery, as if creating a world. Not long after, a huge garden appeared in the void, standing tall and unmoving. The garden was like a whole, as if it had been directly formed. There was not the slightest gap to be found. An ancient aura filled the air, and there were traces of sharp aura surrounding it, as if there was an endless amount of sword aura. In the entire garden, there was only one dark golden door, which was closed. On the plaque above the door, there were 4 bold and vigorous words written in silver hook and iron, Eastern Court Sword Garden. Those 4 words carried an incomparably mysterious charm. Void spaceships and flying boats flashed in the void around the Daunting Sword Garden. They seemed to rush out from the depths of the void and flew towards the Daunting Sword Garden. They were the cultivators who had rushed over from the 3 great cities of world suppression and the other planets. Most of them were swordsmen. In addition, there were also some non-swordsmen who had come to watch the fun or to try to enter the Daunting Sword Garden. Su Luan's void flying ship also appeared from the void and rapidly approached. In all directions, there were dozens of void spaceships and flying boats surrounding the Daunting Sword Garden. The smallest had 3 or 4 people, and the largest had 1,000 people. There were at least tens of thousands of them. Of course, tens of thousands of swordsmen were not a big deal to the Yuan Galaxy. But basically, the swordsmen who could come were more outstanding. Chenzong's gaze swept across and saw the void spaceships of the Yuan sect. He guessed that some of the disciples of the Yuan sect sword palace should have come, as well as the disciples who practiced swordsmanship. But he did not know whether they were true disciples or inner disciples. However, Li Wenhe and Bai Mei should not have come. After all, they were not swordsmen. Is that the Daunting Sword Garden? On the void spaceship, many people stared at the Daunting Sword Garden in amazement. Other than the planets, the buildings that could stand in the void were all extraordinary. For example, the second great cities of world suppression had been built by many experts using many precious materials. It was a treasure. Similarly, the weapon gate was also an extraordinary treasure. By the same token, the Daunting Sword Garden itself was also a priceless treasure. It's really amazing. How extravagant. I heard that there are hundreds of such sword gardens in the void. Hundreds of Daunting Sword Gardens, each of which required a lot of precious materials and energy to build. Hundreds of them were undoubtedly astonishing. Of course, hundreds of Daunting Sword Gardens were not a lot for the void. In fact, they were very few. After all, there were hundreds of famous stellar zones in the void. Within each stellar zone, there were at least dozens and hundreds of galaxies. This was an incomplete count. Hundreds of Daunting Sword Gardens sounded like a lot, but when separated into galaxies, it was actually very few. In many galaxies, only hundreds of galaxies had this opportunity. Of course, neighboring galaxies could also try their best to come, but it was usually only 2 or 3 neighboring galaxies. Now, those from the Yuan galaxy had arrived first. As for those from neighboring galaxies, they were still on their way. A high-tier void spaceship had just completed a void travel and entered a high-speed period. This high-tier void spaceship belonged to the Fengling sect, a mid-tier nebula-level force. Naturally, almost all of the people on it were sword cultivators from the Fengling sect. This Yuan galaxy is really lucky, a young man in blue with a sword said with a smile as he brewed tea. Indeed. The Dongting Sword Garden actually appeared there. A young man in red who was sitting next to him and carefully wiping the blade of a large sword had a faint smile on his face. It would be great if it appeared in our Fengling sect's galaxy, another young man in green said with a smile. If the Dongting Sword Garden had appeared in the Fengling sect's solar system, then more people would have been able to enter the 3 solar systems that the Fengling sect controlled. Now, only a small number of people had arrived. After all, it would take a long time to travel from the Fengling sect's galaxy to the Yuan galaxy. This was because mid-tier void spaceships could not cross the void belt between galaxies. They had to be of a high tier. It was too dangerous for mid-tier void spaceships to enter the void belt. It was almost impossible to survive. Our competitors this time are not sword cultivators from the Yuan sect. In addition to the sword cultivators from the Fengling sect, there was another mid-tier nebula-level force adjacent to the Yuan sect, the Heavenly Punishment Army. The overall strength of the Heavenly Punishment Army was not inferior to the Fengling sect at all. There were many experts and sword cultivators in the army, so they definitely would not miss such a grand event. In this way, the Dongting Sword Garden in the Yuan galaxy would evolve into a competition between the Yuan sect, the Fengling sect, and the Heavenly Punishment Army. However, from the tone of the Fengling sect disciples, it seemed that they did not take the Yuan sect disciples seriously. Only the Heavenly Punishment Army was seen as an opponent. In the Yuan galaxy, around the Dongting Sword Garden. The gate of the Dongting Sword Garden was closed and surrounded by countless sword chi. It looked like it had not opened yet. Everyone was waiting on the void spaceships and the void airships, waiting for the Dongting Sword Garden to open. As far as I know, only sword cultivators are qualified to enter the Dongting Sword Garden, Su Luan said unhurriedly. However, not all sword cultivators can enter. Chen Zong nodded. This was easy to understand. After all, there were probably tens of thousands of sword cultivators who had rushed over. Moreover, it was hard to guarantee that there would not be more sword cultivators coming later. When that time came, there would be even more sword cultivators wanting to enter the Dongting Sword Garden. It was hard to imagine that tens of thousands of sword cultivators would rush into the Dongting Sword Garden. The Dongting Sword Garden has never appeared in the Yuan galaxy before. However, as far as I know, to enter the Dongting Sword Garden, you have to pass 3 tests. They are called the 3 questions of the Way of the Sword, Su Luan said with a smile. The 3 questions of the Way of the Sword? Lin Weiyin also spoke. Although she still had some reverence in her heart, she was not as respectful as before. Instead, she dared to speak. What are the 3 questions? The 3 questions are sword body, sword intent, and sword heart. If you pass, you can enter the garden. If not, you are not qualified, Su Luan answered. This was for Chen Zong's sake. Otherwise, with Lin Weiyin's status, she was not qualified to sit in front of him and talk. As for the 3 questions, I can't describe them. Sword body, sword intent, sword heart. Chen Zong and Lin Weiyin murmured. It was hard to infer anything from just the name. However, both Chen Zong and Lin Weiyin were looking forward to it. What were the 3 questions of the Way of the Sword in the Dongting Sword Garden like? Now, they just had to wait. Wait for the Dongting Sword Garden to truly open. Time passed slowly. More and more void spaceships and void airships arrived. The number of people was increasing. A powerful presence whistled out like a gust of wind. Accompanying the gust of wind was a 1,000-meter-long spatial battleship. It was completely dark green, and the insignia on it was like an agile gust of wind. It seemed like it could leave the spatial battleship at any time and sweep out in all directions. Fengling sect. Su Luan narrowed his eyes slightly. On the other side, the people on the void spaceship of the Yuan sect also narrowed their eyes and looked solemn. The Fengling sect was of a higher level than the Yuan sect. It was also more powerful. The appearance of the Fengling sect's void spaceship clearly showed that they were not here to watch the fun. The Fengling sect came here directly without applying to the Yuan sect first, a true disciple of the Yuan sect said coldly. The Yuan star system was the star system under the rule of the Yuan sect. If other forces wanted to enter on a large scale, they must first apply. Otherwise, it would be considered an invasion. Of course, if it was only a small scale or a small number of people entering, it would not be so troublesome. At most, they would just need to inform the Yuan sect. Rules were dead, but people were flexible. Especially when it came to an opportunity like the Dongting Sword Garden, it was not easy to argue about whether to apply or not. If they really wanted to argue about it, it would be up to the higher-ups to argue about it. As soon as the void spaceship of the Fengling sect appeared, it attracted a lot of attention, causing people to look solemn. Not long after, another void spaceship flew over. Its appearance was quite strange. It looked like a blood-red battle saber. The aura it emitted was very shocking. It was filled with bloodlust. The symbol on the spaceship was like a giant saber that had slashed down from the sky. It seemed to be enforcing justice on behalf of the heavens. It contained the aura of the heavens' judgment. The heavenly punishment army is also here. Su Luan narrowed his eyes again, emitting a cold light. Third update, please pay attention to the public account, 6 Paths of Oblivion. When there are changes to the update time, there will be a notice inside. You can know in advance. The arrival of the Fengling sect and the heavenly punishment army made the atmosphere around the Dongting Sword Garden even more solemn. An invisible pressure quietly spread, like an invisible wind blowing through everyone's heart. On the void spaceship of the Fengling sect, a group of disciples stood at the bow of the ship and looked over. After a glance, their gazes fell on the void spaceship of the heavenly punishment army. A group of young men and women also stood at the bow of the spaceship. As for the people of the Yuan sect and the cultivators of the Yuan galaxy, they seemed to have been ignored. The atmosphere became even more solemn and murderous. The gazes of the disciples of the Fengling sect and the heavenly punishment army were like swords, meeting each other in the void. It seemed to collide again and again, stirring up invisible sword chi that spread in all directions. It was cold and murderous, becoming more and more piercingly cold, causing people to feel a chill all over their bodies. Suddenly, an ancient sound of a sword rang out, instantly breaking the cold and murderous atmosphere in the void, attracting everyone's attention. The closed door of the Dongting Sword Garden seemed to be pushed open by an invisible hand. A crack appeared, and an incomparably dazzling light shot out from the crack. It was bright and dazzling, as if the sword light was shining. It filled everyone's eyes and affected everyone's emotions. It opened, the door of the Dongting Sword Garden opened. This meant that the Dongting Sword Garden was about to truly open. The swordsmen were even more excited because they had hopes of entering the Dongting Sword Garden. As long as they entered the Sword Garden, they would be able to discuss swords and improve their accumulation and attainment of swordsmanship. They even had hopes of entering the Dongting Sword Mountain, having a chance to meet the Dongting Swordmaster, and having a chance to be accepted as a disciple by him. That would be like reaching the heavens in a single bound. At least, that was the view of many cultivators. After all, the Dongting Swordmaster was one of the top experts in the void. He was a supreme expert. As the door of the Sword Garden opened, the countless sword chi that surrounded the Dongting Sword Garden also gathered in front of the door. A miraculous scene appeared in front of everyone's eyes. The boundless sword chi formed a path that stretched out for thousands of meters, and it led to the door. To enter the Sword Garden, one must first step onto the path of sword energy. Seeing the endless sword chi in the surroundings converge into a path of sword chi, the Sword Garden was no longer surrounded by sword chi. Immediately, the eyes of a few cultivators lit up slightly. They immediately flew out of the void ship and rushed towards the Dongting Sword Garden at their fastest speed. There must be many treasures in the Eastern Court Sword Garden. As long as I can get them, I can change my fate, a dark-skinned middle-aged man thought to himself as he rushed towards the Sword Garden at an astonishing speed. Although I'm not a sword cultivator, I don't believe in heresy. A black-robed old man's eyes were cold and cunning. For most cultivators, the Dongting Sword Garden only existed in legends. They only knew that the Dongting Sword Garden represented a great opportunity. Why were only sword cultivators qualified to enter? Why were they not fated to enter? It was inevitable that some people would have more complicated thoughts. Just like a poor but ambitious person who saw a magnificent and luxurious place, it was inevitable that he would want to break in and take something valuable. Only some people would put their thoughts into action, while others would wait and see rationally. Everyone was surprised by the actions of these people, but no one went to stop them. Some were too late to stop them, some were indifferent to the matter, and some had flickering eyes. Clearly, they had the same thoughts, but they were more rational in controlling themselves. Not long after, the figures rushed into the sword garden one after another, but they did not go through the main entrance. Instead, they tried to see if they could break in from the side. Suddenly, there seemed to be the sound of a sharp sword being unsheathed. Sword light flashed, as if a divine sword had been unsheathed. In that instant, the sharpness that burst out stunned the void. Everyone felt their eyes brighten. In an instant, it was so dazzling that it was difficult to look at it directly. The frightening sharpness touched their bodies, and a chill invaded their bones. They could not help but tremble slightly. The sword light flashed and remained in the void. It did not dissipate for a long time, as if it had existed since time immemorial. The figures were immediately cut open. In the next moment, they exploded into a bloody mist and dissipated in the void. Qianzong narrowed his eyes and stared at the sword light. His aura was extremely restrained and deep, as if it was indestructible. It was an extremely high level of swordsmanship and an extremely high level of swordsmanship. Among them, there was the shadow of void scars, but it seemed to be even higher. Sword silk, thunderous sword chi, and void scars were the three high-level techniques of swordsmanship that were publicly known, but they were not all. After a long while, the sword light slowly faded, blurred, and disappeared. The few adventurers were completely destroyed. Not even their corpses were left. Everyone's expression changed greatly. Some people who were not swordsmen but wanted to take the risk and enter the sword garden gave up on their hope. Although many opportunities had to be obtained with their lives on the line for a glimmer of hope, the opportunity in the Dongting Sword Garden was obviously not something that they could obtain even if they risked their lives. It seemed that there was no hope at all. Only swordsman was qualified. At this moment, many people regretted that they did not choose to practice swordsmanship back then. Practicing swordsmanship was so good. It was chic, carefree, and cool. Their clothes fluttered in the wind, and they moved freely. It was such a good image. Why did they choose other martial arts back then? Was it too late to regret it now? The path of sword chi was surrounded by countless strands of sword chi. Every strand of sword chi was changing colors. It looked extremely magnificent, dazzling, and magnificent. It also seemed to have a dreamlike color that made people fall into a dream. Everyone was observing, but no one took action. After a while, someone seemed to be unable to hold back. "If you don't go, I'll go first." A burly man with a broadsword on his back suddenly leaped out of a void spaceship. He turned into a huge sword light and landed directly on the path of Sword Tao. Everyone stared. The burly man's face was tense, and he looked extremely serious and vigilant. However, he did not encounter any attacks. Taking in a deep breath, the burly man strode forward and set foot on the path of sword chi. He seemed to have fallen into a dreamy sword chi. His figure became grotesque, rippling with the waves. However, he had only taken 3 steps when he came to a halt. He was unable to take his 4th step no matter what. Afterwards, his body trembled violently as if he had been struck by an invisible force. He was blown away, falling outside the path of sword chi. Blood oozed from the corner of his mouth. I actually failed. The burly man wiped away the blood from the corner of his mouth. He was not heavily injured, but he was stunned. Everyone was stunned when they saw that the burly man had failed. They sank into their thoughts. Clearly, many people already knew about the so-called 3 questions of the Way of the Sword. However, it was impossible to explain what the 3 questions of the Way of the Sword were without experiencing it personally. Immediately, another person leaped out. This time, there were over a dozen people. They all landed before the path of sword chi and stepped forward, stepping onto the path of sword chi. The path of sword chi was very wide. Even if 100 people walked side by side, it would not be crowded. It was very easy for a dozen people to step on it. When the dozen people stepped on it, their bodies also entered the colorful sword chi. Their bodies seemed to be infinitely stretched or compressed. It looked like they were refracted in water, but also like a hazy mist. It looked very strange. These dozen people were either independent cultivators or disciples from star-level forces. They were not very strong. 2 of them were even weaker than the previous burly man. They could not move after taking 1 step. Then, they were ejected from the path of sword chi. They only staggered back, but were not injured. Some were similar to the previous burly man, but some were better. The best one had taken 10 steps, which was about 10 meters away from him. The path of sword chi was about 1,000 meters long, but it was less than 10 meters away. It was very far from the door. Failure, all of them failed. Let me do it. Me too. This time even more people appeared. There were close to 100 of them, and they all stepped onto the path of sword chi. Everyone had seen clearly that the path of sword chi was not life-threatening. At most, they would be injured. As long as it was not a serious injury that would kill them, it was acceptable. There was no life-threatening danger, so everyone was even more relieved. However, those genius sword cultivators did not move. They continued to observe. Nearly 100 people rushed onto the path of sword chi and began to move forward. However, they were all ejected from the path of sword chi after taking at least 1 step. Some of them fell outside the path of sword chi, and some of them had blood flowing from the corners of their mouths. Failure. All of them failed again. The 4th batch, the 5th batch, the 6th batch, one batch after another. When it was the 10th batch, it was still a failure. No one could enter the Dongting Sword Garden. The best result was to take 30 steps. That was all. 30 steps was less than 30 meters. It was a big difference from 1,000 meters. In this way, nearly 1,000 people had failed. Although nearly 1,000 people were nothing compared to tens of thousands of people, it made everyone look serious. It was really difficult to enter the Dongting Sword Garden. For a moment, everyone looked serious. Let me give it a try. A voice sounded, and it sounded somewhat leisurely. It was as if he did not care about the path of sword chi at all. In a flash, he turned into a sword light that streaked across the void and landed in an instant. Once he landed, he did not stop. He tapped the ground lightly with the tip of his foot and immediately turned into a stream of light that rushed into the path of sword chi at an amazing speed. It seemed that he intended to rush into the path of sword chi at an extremely fast speed and enter the Dongting Sword Garden. Lu Ming, the Sword of Rapid Light, many people from the First World Suppression City exclaimed. The Sword of Rapid Light is ranked 130th on the demigod list. He is very powerful. He will definitely enter the Dongting Sword Garden. Haha, our First World Suppression City will be the first to enter the Dongting Sword Garden. Many people from the First World Suppression City cheered, as if they were very excited. It was as if it was a great honor to be the first to enter the Sword Garden. The Sword of Rapid Light, Lu Ming, was indeed very fast. He was definitely ranked 130th on the demigod list. A smile appeared on Lu Ming's face. It was a smile that was full of confidence in his speed. Author's note, today's big break, the first update will be presented first. Remember to start with the monthly votes. With a flash of light, Lu Ming fell outside the path of sword chi. He staggered back, blood dripping from the corner of his mouth. He was stunned. How is this possible? How could I have failed? Lu Ming's face was filled with astonishment when he regained his senses. He could not believe that he had failed. 300 meters, Lu Ming had advanced 300 meters, which was the furthest he had advanced so far. It was far better than the second place, but it was useless. A failure was a failure. 1 meter and 990 meters were both failures. The failures of the previous people didn't cause much of a stir, but Lu Ming's failure had an obvious impact. The 130th place on the demigod list in the City of Suppressing World, a sword practitioner in the second tier of the demigod level, could only advance 300 meters. Was the path of sword chi so difficult? What was the mystery of the 3 questions of the sword principle? Lu Ming was a little depressed. He looked like he had lost his soul. It was completely different from his previous high-spirited self. What a blow! If even he couldn't enter the Dongting Sword Garden, who else could? Top 100 on the demigod list, maybe, but not necessarily. Lu Ming had only advanced 300 meters on the path of sword chi, which was 1,000 meters long. There were still 700 meters left. He hadn't even passed the first of the 3 questions of the sword principle, the sword body, let alone the sword essence and the sword heart. Lu Ming's failure made everyone pay more attention. This is the standard of the Yuan sect. On the void ship of the Fengling sect, a disciple of the Fengling sect chuckled. Then, as if he had lost all his weight, he floated toward the path of sword chi as if he was carried by a gust of wind. His voice wasn't loud, but it seemed to be carried by an invisible wind, spreading all around and entering everyone's ears. The people of the Heavenly Punishment Army sneered, but the people of the Yuan sect looked unhappy. They were vaguely angry. It was obviously contempt. Let's see what you can do. Junior brother Yang still loves to show off. On the void ship, a blue-robed disciple of the Fengling sect said with a slight smile. But his tone didn't sound reproachful. Eldest senior brother, junior brother Yang's sword is just like his temperament. If he were to change his temperament, he wouldn't be him, a female disciple said with a smile. The disciple of the Fengling sect gently landed on the ground, and with a light tap of his toes, his whole body floated forward. His azure gold robe fluttered in the wind, giving him a carefree and unrestrained aura, which was very eye-catching. Enter, the Fengling sect disciple continued to move forward. His speed was much faster than Lu Ming's, who was known for his speed. Moreover, he had the calmness and freedom that Lu Ming lacked. The Wind Spirit School is good at wind. Their disciples mainly cultivate the sword. Su Luan spoke, and his voice was transmitted to Chen Zong and Lin Weiyin's ears. Infusing the way of the wind into the sword, and becoming one with the sword, the body and the sword will move with the wind. Humph, what's the use of being fast? Lu Ming said angrily. It didn't take long for the Wind Spirit Gate's disciple to cross the 300-meter mark, overtaking Lu Ming. In an instant, Lu Ming's face turned ashen, unable to say a word. In the face of the truth, everything was just sophistry, pale and powerless. At the 333-meter mark, the Fengling sect disciple paused for a moment, thinking that he was going to stop there. However, he took a step forward, as if he had stepped into a new world, and continued to move forward. Soon, he had crossed the 400-meter mark. 500-meter mark, 600-meter mark. At the 666-meter mark, the Fengling sect disciple paused again, and as if he had broken through the shackles, he continued to move forward. Forward, forward, forward. However, a figure attracted everyone's attention. 999-meter mark, the Fengling sect disciple was already standing in front of the gate of the Dongting Sword Garden. He looked back and smiled. That smile seemed to be a little proud, but also a little provocative. Immediately, he turned around and took a step forward, crossing the last meter and entering the Dongting Sword Garden. As soon as he entered the Sword Garden, he disappeared in front of everyone. First, after nearly 1,000 people had been eliminated, there was finally the first person to enter the Dongting Sword Garden. Wang Jun, you go. On the void spaceship of the Heavenly Punishment Army, a young man in a dark red robe and wearing a half-blood-colored mask sat at the bow of the spaceship. His eyes were as black as gems, and the long sword in the crimson scabbard was pressed against the bow of the spaceship, while the other was resting on his shoulder. He seemed to be a little idle, and the temperament he exuded seemed to be somewhat decadent. However, no one dared to underestimate him, because the Heavenly Punishment Army on the spaceship clearly regarded him as their leader. Yes, young Marshal. The young man with a somewhat powerful figure and a blood-colored sword on his back immediately stood up. His posture was as straight as a sword, and his voice was low and powerful as he responded. Then, Wang Jun took a step forward, and in an instant, his entire person erupted with a ball of blood-colored qi. It was as if a flame was burning, and the power it exuded was extremely shocking. With a boom, Wang Jun turned into a beam of blood-colored light and rushed out of the spaceship in an instant. Like a blood-colored meteor, he charged out with an unparalleled aura of iron and blood. At the same time, several dozen sword cultivators from the two galaxies under the rule of the Unorigin sect flew out as well. They all charged towards the path of sword chi, intending to try their luck as well. The disciple of the Wind Spirit sect had managed to enter the Dongting Sword Garden, encouraging them once more. Without personally attempting it, they would never be able to understand the mysteries and difficulties within. Piss off! Wang Jun roared in a low voice. In an instant, an iron-blooded murderous aura exploded forth. Like a raging wave, it directly charged towards the dozens of people. The several dozen sword cultivators all trembled, and their expressions changed drastically. They felt like they had entered a hellish battlefield filled with mountains of corpses and seas of blood. The sounds of slaughter shook the heavens, and the killing intent surged over like a tide, wanting to drown and swallow them whole. Suffocation, all of them felt like they were suffocating. Their faces paled, and they unconsciously retreated as their bodies went limp. From the looks of it, they had clearly been heavily injured in an instant. So domineering. Someone immediately frowned. I've heard that the people of the Heavenly Punishment Army are all like this. They kill decisively, and their iron will means what they say. They're extremely domineering, said someone who had some understanding of the Heavenly Punishment Army. They're a bunch of lunatics, muttered someone. Their expression was very ugly, as if they had suffered at the hands of the Heavenly Punishment Army. The Heavenly Punishment Army, it was unusual for them to be named after the army. Wang Jun was so domineering, so naturally, no one would dare to provoke him for the time being. Thus, just like the disciple of the Wind Spirit sect, Wang Jun also stepped onto the path of sword chi alone. His movement technique was not as light and graceful as the disciple of the Wind Spirit sect, but it had a kind of steadiness to it. It was as steady as a mountain, unshakable, and like a violent wave, it pushed forward with astonishing might. Hidden within that steadiness were traces of sharpness that belonged to the sharpness of a sword. Chen Zong stared carefully. Wang Jun's advance was very steady, and did not speed up or slow down in the slightest. However, at around 333 meters, there was an obvious pause. However, the pause was shorter than that of the disciple of the Wind Spirit sect. He continued to move forward, stopping again at 666 meters, and then continued forward. At 990 meters, Wang Jun's figure paused, but he did not turn back. Instead, he stepped into the gate of the sword garden and disappeared. The second one, another one entered the sword garden. I'll go. Xianxia immediately stood up, unable to sit still. How could he let the people of the Wind Spirit sect and the Heavenly Punishment Army be in the limelight? This was the territory of the Yuan sect. With a flash of sword light, Xianxia turned into a gust of wind and flew out. Chen Zong recognized Xianxia at a glance. After all, they had fought side by side on the desolate Dragon Star. He could see that Xianxia's strength seemed to be several times stronger than when he was on the desolate Dragon Star. The strength of a true disciple of a galactic-level force might not be as strong as some veteran demigod rank experts, but his talent was definitely superior. As long as he was given some time and opportunity, he would be able to grow rapidly and surpass those veteran demigod rank experts. The desolate dragon bloodline on the desolate Dragon Star was not ordinary. It was innately powerful, and could be considered a good opportunity. If it were not for the fact that the intelligence of the desolate dragon could not be compared to that of a cultivators, it would be possible for them to become a powerful race in the void. To become a powerful race, it was necessary to have a good brain. Otherwise, even if their bloodline was extraordinary and their talent was high, but they were stupid without any intelligence. In the end, they would only become the prey of others. The human race was innately inferior to many races in the void. However, they were able to dominate the void because of their superior intelligence. This was something that the majority of the void races did not possess. Chen Zong thought of the desolate dragon on the desolate Dragon Star that was not afraid of death and was buried with its king. He could not help but sigh with emotion. Soon after, he withdrew his thoughts. Xianxia instantly landed and immediately stepped into the path of sword chi. At first, his speed was very fast, but after 333 meters, his speed began to decrease. Obviously, he was not as fast as the Fengling sect and the Tianqing army. After 666 meters, Xianxia's speed decreased again. It began to become very difficult for him to move forward. This scene immediately made the disciples of the Yuan sect frown. They faintly felt that something was wrong. 900 meters, at the 900-meter mark, Xianxia stopped. He couldn't go any further. His raised foot was in the air. It seemed like he wanted to put it down with great difficulty, but it was as if there was something blocking his foot. He couldn't do it no matter what. A force rebounded. In an instant, Xianxia could not resist. His whole body was catapulted out of the path of sword chi. After landing, Xianxia seemed to hear a burst of laughter. Suddenly, his expression changed. He could not help but spit out a mouthful of blood. His aura was weak. He was only slightly injured after being catapulted out. However, he felt as if he had been laughed at. His strong self-esteem could not bear it. It was one disaster after another. Are those the disciples of the Yuan sect? On the void spaceship of Fengling sect, the light laughter was like the wind. It was not loud, but it was clearly heard by everyone. The faces of the disciples on the void spaceship of the Yuan sect were very ugly. At the same time, they were secretly shocked. Even junior brother Xianxia could not enter the sword garden. What was the mystery of the 3 questions test on the path of sword chi? It should be known that Xianxia ranked 5th among the successor disciples of Sword Palace of the Yuan sect. I'll go. A seemingly older young man stood up. Without making any gesture, he streaked across the void and landed on the path of sword chi. Second update, by May, Sword of No Return, and the others were still growing and had yet to reach the peak of the demigod rank. As for the previous generation of true disciples, a small number of them had broken through to the imminent god realm. Some of them had died, some of them couldn't make any progress, and some of them had dug out their potential and reached the demigod rank. As for the previous generation of true disciples who were still alive, they had either become deacons of the sect or something else. In short, they were working hard and contributing to the sect in different places. Some of them had gone to other galaxies to seek opportunities to break through. This time, the Dongting Sword Garden had descended upon the Yuan galaxy. Only 3 or 4 of the previous generation of true disciples were able to make it back in time. However, all of them had impressive strength and were even stronger than Sword of No Return. This previous generation of true disciple immediately displayed an astonishing demeanor. His speed was fast and steady as he continued to move forward and stepped into the Dongting Sword Garden. More and more people rushed towards the path of sword chi and continued to move forward. Failure, failure, failure. Those who could break through the path of sword chi and enter the Dongting Sword Garden were few and far between. The Guiyuan galaxy was adjacent to the Yuan galaxy. Many sword cultivators from the 3 major cities of world suppression had also rushed over. Breakthrough, no matter how many people failed, there would always be someone who succeeded. Everyone had also discovered that whether or not one could break through the path of sword chi and enter the Dongting Sword Garden had nothing to do with one's strength. It was relative. This was because a sword cultivator ranked in the top 20 of the demigod rank had failed. However, a person ranked in the top 30 of the demigod rank had succeeded, albeit with great difficulty. This made everyone even more curious about the path of sword chi. They couldn't see through it. Of course, although the relationship between strength and the path of sword chi wasn't absolute, if one didn't have enough strength, they wouldn't be able to break through. Only when one's strength had reached the standard would the other tests begin. Another group of people had stepped onto the path of sword chi. Chen Zong heard a cry of surprise. White Yama. Is he the White Yama? Chen Zong stared at a person wearing a white robe and a white mask. The mask gave off a strange feeling. It seemed to be smiling, but it also seemed to be very serious. It was full of dignity. The pair of black eyes seemed to carry the dignity of a judge. When they were stared at, those who didn't have a strong will would be shaken, absent-minded, and feel uneasy and fearful. So the White Yama was also a sword cultivator. Previously, the White Yama was ranked 8th on the demigod list in the second world suppressing city. Now, Huang Xiaolong wondered how strong the White Yama was. Based on his perception, Chen Zong felt that this man's strength was not to be underestimated. Other than the White Yama, there were a few other people that caught Chen Zong's attention. For example, a few from the Wind Spirit sect and a few from the Heavenly Punishment Army. In addition, the top 10 demigod rankers in the world-suppressing citadels were all extraordinary. However, in terms of age, most of the people who ranked at the top of the demigod list in the major cities of world suppression were older. At the very least, they were not considered to be of the younger generation. Their talents were not bad, but they were not as good as the true disciples of the nebula-level forces. However, they had relied on their own efforts and a longer period of time to obtain super strength, which allowed them to rank at the top of the demigod list. As for people like the White Yama and Zhu Qing, they were extremely talented and had great opportunities to stand out and compete with the demigod rank experts of the older generation. Up until now, the number of people who had failed the path of sword chi had exceeded 20,000. However, there were also more than 100 who had succeeded. Among them, half of the disciples from the Heavenly Punishment Army and the Wind Spirit sect had succeeded, while the other half had failed. As for the Yuan sect, more than half had failed, while a few had succeeded. The Drizzle Sword, Cleansing Rain, had yet to appear. It was probably because the injury that Chenzong had left behind in the Divine Weapons Secret Realm had yet to heal. "Let's go," Chenzong said to Lin Weiyin. After seeing so many people trying the path of sword chi, Chenzong could no longer hold himself back. "All right." Lin Weiyin was actually very nervous. After all, among the people who had failed, there were many who were stronger than her in terms of cultivation. Based on this situation, the chances of her failing were very high. However, no matter what, she had to give it a try. Who knew, she might be able to pass it. The two of them used their movement techniques and quickly left Su Luan's void airship, heading towards the path of sword chi. "You must be the Tianqin sword, Chenzong. I would like to see what you're capable of to be ranked 10th on the demigod list." Not far away, a person landed and stared at Chenzong with some arrogance. He carried 3 swords on his back and had a small beard. He was Sanju Sword, who was previously ranked 10th on the demigod list. However, he was replaced by Chenzong and dropped to the 11th place. Therefore, he was very unhappy. Sanju Sword originally planned to go to the second city of world suppression to find trouble with Chenzong. However, due to the arrival of the Dongting Sword Garden, he changed his mind. As expected, he met the Tianqin Sword Chenzong here. However, it was a pity that Chenzong only glanced at him and ignored him. Chenzong did not know the reason, which made Sanju Sword very angry. He could not wait to draw his sword and stab a few holes in Chenzong's body. In a flash, Chenzong and Lin Weiyin stepped onto the path of sword chi. "Well, I hope you can pass through the path of sword chi. I'll teach you a lesson when the time comes." Sanju Sword snorted angrily and stepped onto the path of sword chi in a flash. From his tone, it seemed that he was very confident that he could pass through the path of sword chi and step into the Dongting Sword Garden. The moment he stepped onto the path of sword chi, Chenzong felt as if there was an endless amount of sword chi surging towards him from all directions. It was extremely violent. The sword chi surged towards him from all directions like raging waves. He felt as if he was isolated from the world and was left alone. Lin Weiyin was gone, and so were the others who stepped onto the path of sword chi. He was the only one left. Sword chi, boundless sword chi continued to attack from all directions. Chenzong realized that he was unable to dodge, nor was he able to defeat them. When he attacked, it was as if the sword chi did not exist. However, the moment it came into contact with his body, the sword chi ignored all of his defenses, and even the heartprint treasure robe did not seem to exist. It directly invaded his body. In an instant, Chenzong felt as if his body was about to be torn apart. However, there seemed to be a mysterious power in his body that dissolved the sword chi that invaded his body. However, when Chenzong took a step forward, 2 sword chi separated from the raging sword chi and invaded his body again. It was as if they wanted to tear his body apart. However, there seemed to be an extremely mysterious power in his body that turned the 2 sword chis into nothingness. 1 sword chi entered his body with each step. 2 sword chi entered his body with each step. 3 sword chi entered his body with each step. However, they were all dissolved by the mysterious and invisible power in his body. As Chenzong moved forward, he allowed the sword chi to enter his body and dissolve it. At the same time, he pondered. Was this the sword body test of the 3 questions of the way of the sword? When he first heard that one of the 3 questions of the way of the sword was about the sword body, Qianzong thought that it was a test of the way of the sword, such as his Taichu sword origin form. However, he immediately denied it. After all, according to his observation, there were very, very few cultivators with extraordinary constitutions in the Yuan galaxy. As for the way of the sword, there were even fewer of them. The Lin family was a family of the way of the sword, but there was no such thing as a way of the sword. As such, this so-called sword body test should not be about the way of the sword. Now, Qianzong understood that it was indeed not about the way of the sword, but it was still closely related to the sword. Those who practiced the sword were good at the sword, loyal to the sword, and sincere to the sword. They practiced the sword every day, every day, every day, every hour, every minute of every day. They were constantly influenced by the sword qi. Over time, as their way of the sword improved, they would be influenced more and more. Imperceptibly, they would become closer to the sword. By being closer to the sword, one would be able to better control the sword in one's hand and fully bring out the sharpness of the sword. It would allow one to better comprehend and cultivate sword techniques and master them to the extreme. However, not everyone who practiced the sword could be like this, because some people only used the sword and did not practice it. Using and practicing were completely different. Those who practiced the sword, regardless of their temperament, were at least sincere about the sword. Sincerity, righteousness, and body and mind were devoted to the sword. This was a sword cultivator. A true sword cultivator was a true sword cultivator. Only a true sword cultivator would have a sword body. It was not some special extraordinary constitution, but a kind of sincerity. It was an instinct forged by long-term sword practice and had long been integrated into one's body. Understanding the sword, using the sword, controlling the sword, and merging with the sword, it was the sword body. It was like an instinct. In an instant, Qianzong understood. As for this so-called sword body, it was an extremely mysterious and indescribable existence. It was simply difficult to sense. But now, one of the 3 stages of the entrance examination of the Dongting Sword Garden was the sword body. Using the mysterious sword qi to forge the path of sword qi, the sword body could appear here and resist the attack of sword qi. Being able to resist the attack of more sword qi at the same time meant that the sword body was more brilliant. Otherwise, if it was weak, one would fail, be ejected, and be eliminated. Looking at the path of sword qi, Qianzong's speed was very stable. It was not the fastest or the slowest, but it gave people the feeling that it was the most relaxed. The speed of the triple extinction sword was very fast at the beginning, and it advanced bravely. However, as it progressed, its speed gradually decreased. Lin Wei's speed was very slow. She advanced step by step, as if she had to bear great pressure with each step. It made people wonder if she would be eliminated at any time. Su Luan could not help but shake her head. Qianzong's chances of passing the path of sword qi and entering the Dongting Sword Garden were not very high. However, passing the path of sword qi and the 3 questions of the sword Dao could only be experienced by oneself. Others could not help at all. The Dongting Sword Master would not leave such a loophole for others to take advantage of. It was all up to oneself. If one could pass, one would pass. If one failed, one would be eliminated. There was no luck here. Everything depended on one's ability. Even if one could barely pass, it was because one's ability had barely reached the standard. Soon, Qianzong crossed the distance of 300 meters. Every step he took, he had to bear the attack of more than 300 sword qi. When Qianzong's footsteps reached the distance of 333 meters, he did not pause at all like the others. He directly took a step and stepped into the 334 meters. Third update, first update, Dominator of the 6 Realms, continue to write. Updates will continue at around 5 p.m. The 3 questions of Sword Principle. First question, Sword Body. Second question, Sword Essence. From 334 meters onward, Qianzong still encountered sword qi. However, this sword qi was somewhat different from the sword qi he had encountered before. The sword qi was astonishingly pure and sharp. As it shot out, it transformed into numerous sword shadows that circled around the area. In an instant, one of the sword shadows charged forward with a sword that carried an incomparably sharp sword intent. The sword essence was of the wind element, which made the sword as fast as a gust of wind. It came at him from the front, which made Chenzong's heart skip a beat. Chenzong immediately found that he could not use any of his strength except for the heart sword. In an instant, Chenzong had a kind of understanding. He could not use his body to resist, because this was not the first question. Draw the sword. The heart sword essence condensed into a long sword in an instant, and he stabbed it out. In an instant, Chenzong shattered the sword's shadow in front of him with his sword. Just like the first question sword body, when he took a step, there would be a sword shadow. When he took a second step, there would be two sword shadows. The sword shadows were condensed from pure sword essence. This was a collision of sword essences. If one sword essence was not strong enough, he would not be able to withstand it and would be eliminated. Chenzong's heart sword essence was a supreme sword essence, which was undoubtedly very powerful and amazing. In an understatement, whether it was 1, 2, or 3 sword essences, they were all shattered. Forward, 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 forward with indomitable will, nothing could stop Chenzong's footsteps. The 3 questions of sword principle in the Dongting sword garden were very difficult for most sword cultivators, but for Chenzong, it was nothing. Soon, Chenzong was the first in this group to pass the sword essence test. He crossed 666 meters and stepped into the 667-meter range. The 3rd question of sword principle, sword heart, countless sword chis surged and transformed into human figures. The faces of these figures were blurry, and even the silhouette of their bodies seemed to be shrouded in mist. It was as if he was being surrounded by ghosts. It was a very strange feeling. In a split second, a ghost-like figure flew out and approached Chenzong. The blurred face and body quickly solidified into the appearance of a middle-aged man in a green robe, appearing in front of Chenzong. As soon as he became corporeal, the other spectre-like figures vanished as well. Only Chenzong and the green-robed middle-aged man were left standing there facing each other. Only the 2 of them remained. The light and shadow stretched and changed, turning into mountains and rivers. It was like a world. Around the green-robed middle-aged man, there were wisps of green. That was the power of the wind. They spread out and blew in all directions, covering the entire world. It seemed to have become a world of wind. Hoo hoo hoo, rumble, the wind began to blow from subtle places. It blew and turned into a gale, a hurricane, and a raging storm. As the storm passed, the tough grass, towering trees, and majestic mountains were all bombarded by the storm. In just a moment, they were all uprooted and crushed in the storm, turning into powder. This power was extremely terrifying. It was like the wrath of heaven and earth. It was not something that could be resisted by humans. Chenzong was shocked. So powerful, it was really too powerful. Even if his strength was 10 times stronger, he could not achieve such power. Chenzong was greatly shocked. This is my storm sword principle. Are you willing to accept my inheritance and strive to reach the peak of the storm sword principle with all your strength? The green-robed middle-aged man was like the god of storms as he stood within the endless storm. His eyes emitted a strand of green divine radiance as he stared at Chenzong. His voice seemed to have fused with the storm in the surroundings as it resounded through the heavens and the earth with boundless might. The amazing power kept rushing into Chenzong's ears and directly into his spirit sea. It was vast and mighty, like surging waves. His heart seemed to be pulled, and it was surging. Chenzong had an impulse to accept the other party's windstorm sword Dao inheritance. However, in just a moment, Chenzong calmed down. This was because the message contained in the other party's words was very obvious. After inheriting the storm sword principle, he would strive to reach the peak of the storm sword principle with all his strength. Some people might ignore the meaning, but Chenzong noticed it. It was very likely that he would have to give up his original sword path. In an instant, Chenzong understood. This was the so-called sword heart test. Sword heart, seeking the sword heart, seeking the way, heart of sword principle, it represented a kind of firmness in one's own path of sword principle. Persevering in one's own sword path was the sword heart. In an instant, Chenzong rejected the so-called inheritance. Don't regret it. The green-robed middle-aged man stared deeply at Chenzong. His voice was mixed in the rumbling storm, resounding through the world, and eventually became low and disappeared. The last sentence contained a form of impact, yet it was unable to shake Chenzong's heart in the slightest. The storm in front of him dissipated, and the ghost-like blurry figure appeared again. Then, another figure quickly approached and solidified, turning into a burly man who seemed to be burning. The world evolved. Crimson flames spread out as the burly man swung his sword. In an instant, the flames spread out in all directions, spreading through the entire world. Everything was burned to ashes. The power seemed to be more terrifying than the previous storm. This was the burning sword principle, but Chenzong still rejected the so-called inheritance. Everything dissipated. The deep sea was boundless, and there were no waves, but it was incomparably deep. It hid a terrifying power that seemed to be able to drown and destroy everything. Deep sea sword principle, one after another, different sword principles appeared in front of Chenzong, showing incomparably mysterious and amazing power. It was extremely tempting, because each sword principle was more powerful than the other, its power was more terrifying, and its potential was more amazing. But Chenzong rejected all of them. A starry sky appeared, and the starry sky was densely covered with stars. It was very magnificent, and contained incomparably deep and amazing mysteries. There were endless mysteries. Starry sky sword principle, compared with the previous sword principles, this starry sky sword principle was more brilliant, more mysterious, and more profound. Chenzong concluded that if he inherited this starry sky sword principle, he would definitely become an expert in sword principle, and he would definitely be able to climb to the peak level in the void. At that moment, Chenzong was a little tempted, but he rejected it. Mountains stood tall, oceans were vast, heaven and earth were vast, and stars were rotating. In an instant, a sword light appeared. The sword light was vast and boundless, and it was full of terrifying power. Wherever it passed, mountains collapsed, oceans evaporated, heaven and earth shattered, and stars exploded. Great destruction sword principle, with one sword, everything was destroyed. Compared to the starry sky sword principle, the great destruction sword principle was more terrifying, and its lethality was unparalleled. But Chenzong still rejected it. He continued to move forward, and another figure appeared. But this figure was obviously different from the previous ones. His facial features could not be seen clearly, as if he was shrouded in a fog. It was blurry, and he became more mysterious. You're very good. You can resist all kinds of temptations, stay true to your heart, and pass the test. It's enough to prove that you have an unwavering sword heart. The blurry figure spoke. His voice was gentle and dignified, as if it came from the heavens, and it contained a very unique rhythm. The rhythm was extraordinary. In an instant, it could attract people's attention, and they could not help but be immersed in the voice and be attracted. Moreover, the words spoken by the other party also gave people the feeling that he was different from those who wanted to impart some sword Dao to Yi Futian before. It was as if the figure was the master of the Dongting Sword Garden. He spoke from the perspective of an expert and master, and he said that he had passed the test. Passing the test was equivalent to passing the path of sword qi, and one could enter the Dongting Sword Garden. Since you have proven that you have an unwavering sword heart, I can pass on my sword principle to you without worry. I hope you can pass it on and carry it forward, the figure said. I refuse. Chenzong said these 3 words in a very calm tone. Because in Chenzong's view, this was still a test, and he had not passed the test. Moreover, Chenzong even guessed that this was the last obstacle of the test. Are you sure you want to refuse? The figure was obviously a little stunned, and his tone was naturally surprised. Didn't you come to the Dongting Sword Garden to enter the Dongting Sword Mountain and gain the favor of the Dongting Sword Master? Now, the sword principle that I am going to impart to you is the sword principle of the Dongting Sword Sect. It will be of great help to you to enter the Dongting Sword Sect, lay a solid foundation for you, and even make you a disciple of the Dongting Sword Master. Are you sure you want to refuse? It had to be said that the figure's words were full of amazing temptation. What was the purpose of coming to the Dongting Sword Garden? In the end, it was to enter the Dongting Sword Mountain, gain the favor of the Dongting Sword Master, and be accepted as a disciple. Now, there seemed to be a shortcut for him to take, so how could he refuse? I refuse, Chenzong said without hesitation, and his tone was very firm. The more the figure was so, the more Chenzong knew that it was fake. This was still a test. Hearing Chenzong's words, the figure seemed to be a little stunned, and then smiled. Not bad, not bad. Your sword heart has passed the test. I hope you can achieve good results in the Dongting Sword Garden and enter the Dongting Sword Mountain. With that, the figure disappeared. Chenzong found that all the sword chi had disappeared, and in front of him was an open door, emitting a soft light. Looking back, it was the path of the sword chi. Chenzong saw that some people were still moving forward, but some had been ejected. As for Lin Weiyin, she was in the second test of the sword will. Her progress was neither fast nor slow, and she might be able to break through to the third test and accept the sword heart test. However, the sword heart test was so tempting that it was hard to say whether Lin Weiyin could pass it. But Chenzong had no choice. He could only rely on himself. Fourth update, the leaves were like swords, swaying in the wind. They did not make a rustling sound, but rather the sound of metal clashing. It was as if tens of thousands of swords were fighting against each other. As the sound entered one's ears, there was an astonishing murderous aura that permeated every inch of the air. This made Chenzong very surprised. He had never seen such a place before. No, this place was not very special. There was a small path ahead, and it was very ordinary. What was unusual was the bamboo on both sides. The leaves were like swords, and the sound of metal clashing came from the bamboo leaves. No matter what words were used to describe the murderous aura of a sword master, no matter what method was used to cover it up, it could not change the fact that it was a sharp weapon for killing. Chenzong liked the aura here very much. The sound of the bamboo leaves swaying in the wind was like the sound of killing. In the depths of the bamboo forest, there was a huge circular platform floating. Around the platform, there were many small sword pavilions floating. There were people on each of the sword pavilions. Some of the small sword pavilions were close to each other and surrounded each other. It was obvious that they were people from the same force or had a good relationship with each other. For example, the Heavenly Punishment Army, Fengling Sect, Yuan Sect, and so on were the three largest sword pavilions. The people in the sword pavilions were the people who had broken through the path of sword chi and entered the Dongting Sword Garden. There were already more than 100 people. Oh, someone else has come in. It seems that there are still some good people in the Yuan sect. Along the path, Chenzong kept walking forward, carefully listening to the sound of the bamboo leaves and feeling the pure murderous aura of the sword. The murderous aura entered Chenzong's ears. Little by little, it seemed to enter Chenzong's spirit sea and into his body, and some kind of indescribable change occurred. It was just that this change was very subtle and difficult to feel. Walking to the end of the path, Chenzong saw the huge platform floating in the air and the small sword pavilions around it. Soon after, as the sounds of killing grew louder and louder, they seemed to be closing in on Chenzong. They were leaves that looked like swords. They danced in the wind and surrounded Chenzong. They were densely packed and connected with each other. In the end, they formed a small sword pavilion. It carried Chenzong's body into the air and appeared beside the huge circular platform. This was a little strange, but Chenzong did not show any surprise. Everyone's gazes swept over and landed on Chenzong's face, as if they were trying to see through him. In the face of so many curious or malicious gazes, Chenzong appeared very calm and indifferent, as if he had not noticed anything. Is he Chenzong? In the sword pavilion of the Yuan sect, there was a young man who looked somewhat similar to Muyo. However, he looked more mature. When he looked at Chenzong, there was a hint of coldness in his eyes. In the depths of his eyes, there seemed to be traces of lightning flashing. Senior Mulei, he is Chenzong. Slanted Wind Sword replied. Very well. Mulei sneered and retracted his gaze. Slanted Wind Sword shook his head. Senior Mulei was the brother of Drizzle Sword, Muyo. He was the last generation's true disciple of Sword Palace and had been training outside. Now that Dongting Sword Garden was open, he rushed back. Among the last generation's true disciples, Mulei was ranked second. As for his current strength, he was even stronger than the current number 1 true disciple of Sword Palace, Sword of No Return. Muyu was injured, especially mentally. She had doubts about her own path of swordsmanship. If she could not overcome it, it would affect her life and she would not be able to make any progress. She might not even be able to maintain her previous combat strength. To any cultivator, it was no different than death. Muley would definitely take revenge for his brother's death. Zhu Qing stared at Chen Zong and let out a creepy smile. Not long after, someone else arrived. It was the man with 3 swords on his back. He was originally ranked 10th on the secondary divine leaderboard in Second World Suppression City. Now, he was ranked 11th, Sanju Sword. Sanju Sword glanced around. When he saw Chen Zong, he let out a provocative smile. Shortly after, Xiao Jianting flew up and landed beside Chen Zong. After a while, another person stepped into the sword garden. Chen Zong was slightly stunned. Soon after, he let out a smile. Lin Weiyin, it was Lin Weiyin. Logically speaking, Lin Weiyin was talented and her swordsmanship was not bad. However, compared to the others, she was not good enough. In fact, Lin Weiyin was not strong enough to pass the path of sword qi. Under normal circumstances, she would stop at the 3rd test, Sword Heart. However, in the 3rd test, Sword Heart, although Lin Weiyin was tempted by various powerful swordsmanship, she rejected them at the last moment. This was because there was only one thought in her mind. Or rather, it was obsession. Chen Zong will definitely be able to enter the sword garden. I want to enter the sword garden too. The power of obsession was sometimes very scary. Under such obsession, Lin Weiyin instinctively rejected all the swordsmanship teachings and passed the 3rd test, Sword Heart. Although examples like Lin Weiyin were not unheard of, they were extremely rare. It could be said that it was luck, but it was also a kind of ability. Without extraordinary spiritual perception and obsession, Lin Weiyin would not be able to pass the 3 questions of swordsmanship and enter the Dongting Sword Garden if she lacked either of them. Looking around, Lin Weiyin saw Chen Zong and was instantly delighted. Soon, Lin Weiyin's Xiao Jianting was close to Chen Zong. The 2 Xiao Jianting pavilions were almost side by side. However, the Xiao Jianting pavilions were independent and could not be merged into one. Otherwise, many people would have merged the Xiao Jianting pavilions together. Waiting. Everyone was waiting. When everyone entered the Xiao Jianting pavilions, they already knew that they could not attack the people in the other Xiao Jianting pavilions. Those who violated the rules would be expelled from the Dongting Sword Garden and lose this opportunity. This was also the reason why Muley did not attack even though he wanted to take revenge for his brother Muyu. Although there were not many swordsmen left, there were still some who had yet to attempt the path of sword qi. After some time, the swordsmen around the Dongting Sword Garden had finally passed the path of sword qi. 200 people, a total of 200 people had entered the Dongting Sword Garden. There were tens of thousands of swordsmen in several galaxies and 3 galactic forces. However, only 200 people had passed the path of sword qi and passed the 3 questions of swordsmanship. This showed how difficult it was. There were more than tens of thousands of swordsmen in several galaxies. There were more than 1,000 of them. However, only these tens of thousands of swordsmen were able to make it. They were considered the more outstanding ones. This meant that due to various factors such as distance, void currency, and so on, these were the only ones who could make it. They were considered the better ones. At least in the overall situation, they were above average. A few of them were even above average. For example, a few from the Heavenly Punishment Army and the Fengling sect. Another example would be the top 10 geniuses on the various demigod rankings. Therefore, the 200 people in the Dongting Sword Garden could represent the top and even top demigod swordsmen in several galaxies. The Dongting Sword Garden was all about opportunity, or rather, fate. If one of them appeared in the Yuan galaxy, that would be the fate of the swordsman in the Yuan galaxy. If the swordsmen from other galaxies could make it here, that would also be their fate. Those who couldn't make it here for various reasons could also be attributed to their lack of fate. Fate was very important. Even if the Dongting Sword Master's temperament was different from other experts and he had a wide range of disciples, there was still a limit. The Dongting Sword Garden was only open for a limited time. Making it here and entering before the opening time was equivalent to obtaining the opportunity, or rather, the key to the opportunity. On the other hand, if one couldn't make it here before the opening time, they would have lost the opportunity. After a few more days, no one else made it here. The gate of the Dongting Sword Garden began to close. Has it closed? I wonder what's going on inside. The swordsmen who failed the path of sword chi and those who couldn't because they weren't swordsmen watched from outside. They were very curious about what the sword conference in the Dongting Sword Garden was like. The crowd outside the sword garden was very curious. The crowd inside the sword garden was also very curious. Because the outside world's understanding of the Dongting Sword Garden was actually limited to the 3 questions of sword principle. As for what the so-called sword conference was after entering the garden, no one knew. Those who had entered the sword garden before didn't spread any news. Perhaps there were some restrictions. In the center of many sword pavilions, on a huge circular platform, a light shadow appeared. The light shadow was white and misty. It seemed to be a human figure, but it also seemed to be a sword shadow. It couldn't be distinguished clearly and was very strange. There are a total of 200 people who have passed the 3 questions of sword principle and entered the garden. Congratulations. The misty white light shadow made a sound, overlapping, like the sound of metal clashing. It directly penetrated into everyone's ears. But don't be happy too early. You've just stood out from a group of non-entities. You've just obtained the entrance ticket to the opportunity. Many people frowned when they were described as ants. Displeasure appeared on their faces. But they didn't do anything. They just listened quietly. You've disappointed me. You've been called non-entities by me, but no one has drawn their swords. You're not brave at all. It's not fun at all. The misty white light shadow made a slightly disappointed and mocking remark. It seemed that it did it on purpose. Since that's the case, you've all heard it. I'll only say it once. The rules of the Sword Garden Sword Conference are that all of your powers will be temporarily sealed. All of your magical sword techniques will also be ineffective. Everyone's expressions changed drastically when they heard this. Although it was temporary, if all of their powers were sealed and ineffective, wouldn't they become ordinary people? From possessing great power to becoming an ordinary person, it was undoubtedly falling from heaven to hell. Who could bear it, even if it was temporary? It didn't seem to include the sword intent. It still retained a part of its power. Including the sword principle and Tao intent that you've mastered, it will also be sealed. The white light shadow's words made everyone's expressions turn even uglier. If even the sword principle and Tao intent were sealed, then they would be completely reduced to ordinary people. Don't worry, you still have a good basic sword technique, the white light shadow said with a smile. It seemed to have some mischief. Basic sword technique, could it be that it intended to let everyone fight with the basic sword technique and then eliminate some people and leave some people behind? Survival of the fittest? It seemed to be possible. 5th update, wrong. Everyone was wrong. Their cultivation was sealed, their extraordinary power was sealed, and their will was sealed. All sword moves and martial arts could not be used. At most, they could only use basic moves. Everyone had thought that they would have to use ordinary strength to fight with ordinary moves to determine who was better. Of course, even if all of their powers were sealed, and even those powerful moves were ineffective, they were still not ordinary people. At the very least, their attainments in basic sword moves were still there. Once they were used, they could at least fight against 100 or even 1,000 people. Their enemies were truly at the level of ordinary people. But even so, they felt a little strange in a sword competition. It seemed that they were not at the same level. There are 14 sword doctrines in the Dongting Sword Mountain. One of the rules of the Sword Garden is to let you observe and comprehend the 14 sword doctrines of the Dongting Sword Mountain. The words of the white figure stunned everyone, and then they became excited. They could directly observe and comprehend the 14 sword doctrines of the Dongting Sword Mountain. What kind of opportunity was this? Even if they did not major in it, they could comprehend the mystery of the sword doctrine and integrate it into their own sword doctrine. They could perfect and strengthen their sword doctrine and build a more solid foundation. Don't be happy too early. You are just entering the garden. You are only a little better than those ants who can't enter the garden. The white figure's poisonous tongue reappeared. So, you can't observe and comprehend the essence of the 14 sword doctrines of the Dongting Sword Doctrines. It's just the basics. There was a huge gap between the basics and the essence. Everyone's great enthusiasm and excitement cooled down in an instant, as if a basin of cold water had been poured over them. Remember, ants, you have to master at least one of the basic sword moves of the 14 sword doctrines of the Dongting Sword Doctrine. After you master it, you will have the opportunity to challenge anyone in the sword garden. If you win, you will stay in the sword garden and be exempted from being challenged. You can continue to comprehend a sword steel. If you lose, you will be eliminated from the garden. The white figure's voice was full of ridicule and a trace of cruelty. It was not easy to enter the garden. If they lost, they would be eliminated and expelled from the sword garden, losing this opportunity. Of course, if they succeeded, they could continue to stay and be exempted from being challenged. Most importantly, they could continue to comprehend the sword steels. Such a rule was indeed very interesting. With their cultivation, strength, and Tao will sealed, it seemed that everyone was at the same starting point. They had to comprehend, cultivate, and master the basic sword techniques of the 14 sword Daos of Dongting, and then fight with the basic sword techniques of the 14 sword Daos of Dongting to determine the winner. Remember, there will only be 10 victors left in the sword garden. The white silhouette let out a complacent and somewhat arrogant laugh. It quickly faded and disappeared. Buzzing noises continuously sounded. Immediately, numerous lights of various colors flickered above the enormous circular platform, transforming into numerous light pillars that shot down from the sky. 14 pillars of light, 14 different colors, were displayed in front of everyone. Every light beam emitted a different wave of energy with each color. The red color was as hot as a raging fire, the gold color was as sharp as a sword, and the blue color was as cold as ice. Everyone stared at the 14 pillars of light, feeling the mysterious fluctuations coming from them. They couldn't help but feel shocked. After 10 breaths, the 14 pillars of light slowly dissipated. In everyone's eyes, where the 14 pillars of light landed, 14 stone steels that were at least 10 meters tall appeared. They were shaped like swords and had different colors. The mysterious thing was that no matter from which angle, they could clearly see the front of each sword steel. It was not affected by the angle or line of sight at all. It felt as if they had been standing on the opposite side of the sword steel all along. But in fact, the 14 sword steels were all facing different directions. At the top of each sword steel, there was a mysterious and unique rune engraved on it. They had never seen it before, but at a glance, they immediately understood what it meant. For example, the rune on the crimson sword steel looked like a burning flame. It represented fire. When Xianxia stared at it, he felt as if his eyes were about to be ignited. He could clearly feel the astonishing heat rushing towards him. In an instant, everyone understood that the 14 sword steels represented the 14 sword Daos of Dongting. Or rather, what was recorded on them should be the basic sword techniques of the 14 sword Daos of Dongting. So, choose, comprehend, and master. Soon, everyone focused their minds and eliminated all distracting thoughts. According to the rules of the sword garden, those who first comprehended and mastered one of the basic sword techniques could be the first to issue a challenge and seize the opportunity to eliminate others. Regardless of whether one wanted to be the first to seize the opportunity or not, one had to enter the state as soon as possible and comprehend a basic sword technique as soon as possible. Some people's thoughts weren't so simple. They didn't just want to comprehend a basic sword technique, they wanted to comprehend more and master more sword techniques. If possible, of course, they wanted to master the 14 basic sword techniques. That would only be beneficial to them. However, it would be very difficult to comprehend and master the 14 basic sword techniques. Xianxia glanced at them. Among the 14 sword steels, 9 were metal, wood, water, fire, earth, wind, ice, thunder, light, and darkness. These 9 sword steels stood at the outermost periphery. The remaining 4 sword steels were in the middle and were divided into 4 sides. The 4 sword steels in the middle were taller, reaching a height of 15 meters and wider. The characters on these 4 sword steels represented star, kill, illusion, and extermination. It seemed that the sword principle represented by these 4 sword steels seemed to be more brilliant and powerful than the other 9 sword steels. A thought flashed through Xianxia's mind. He did not comprehend the basic sword techniques in the 4 highest sword steels directly. Instead, he chose to comprehend the basic sword techniques of the other sword steels first. This was not a safe place. There was no leisurely place for him to comprehend slowly. Therefore, it was necessary to master a basic sword technique first. Because one thing was certain, it would be more difficult to comprehend the basic sword techniques in the 4 highest sword steels, and it would take a longer time. Here, he could not gamble recklessly. He had to ensure that he could continue to stay here before thinking about other things. Chen Zong glanced at the 4 sword steels and locked onto them. Metal, wind, fire, thunder, each of them had its own characteristics and power. Without any hesitation, Chen Zong immediately made his choice. The wind sword steel, his eyes were fixed on the wind sword steel. He concentrated all his attention and mind, and all the distracting thoughts disappeared without a trace in an instant. A whistling sound suddenly sounded. It was the sound of the wind. It was the sound of the wind blowing. Waves of light green airflow constantly filled the air and swept over. It was the wind. Gusts of wind blew over Chen Zong, causing his long hair and clothes to flutter. In just a moment, Chen Zong felt that everything around him disappeared and he appeared in a world of wind. Gusts of wind blew continuously. He did not know where they came from or where they would blow to. The wind blew, and endless wind spread in all directions. It was either forward or backward. What Chen Zong had to do was to comprehend the sword principle of wind contained in this world of wind. There were no fixed moves to observe and there was no one to guide him. He had to observe the wind in this world and comprehend it by himself. This was not an ordinary level of difficulty. This was no longer determined by the level of comprehension, but comprehension was also one of the important factors. Another factor was the foundation of the sword principle. The foundation would not be sealed. For example, if a person had an extremely smart mind but lacked the corresponding knowledge, it would be difficult for him to exert his intelligence. Only when intelligence and basic knowledge were combined could he burst out a strong light. Soon, Chen Zong was able to observe the secrets of the world of wind. The sword was unsheathed and danced with the wind. Gradually, the sword light that Chen Zong wielded was in harmony with the wind in the world. One sword followed another. There was no fixed move, but every time the sword was wielded, the sword gradually became blurred and turned into a sword light. The sword light also gradually became blurred and turned into wisps of breeze. The breeze was gentle and quiet, as if it was soundless, but there was a feeling that it could enter through every opening. Gradually, the sword in Chen Zong's hand changed. The breeze became stronger and turned into a breeze that blew past. When the breeze blew past, it was no longer soundless. Instead, there was a slight sound that gradually spread out. As it blew, there was a continuous feeling as if it could blow for eternity. More understanding of the wind poured into Chen Zong's heart. This feeling was very strange. Soon, the breeze changed again and became more obvious. It turned into a gust of strong wind and made a whistling sound, as if it was resonating with the wind in the surroundings. Chen Zong felt that his sword seemed to be able to activate the wind aura in this world, even though it was only a preliminary stage. It was very strange, it was a very strange feeling. Of course, when one mastered the Wind Dao insight, it was indeed possible to use the Wind Dao insight to activate part of the wind power in the world. But now, there was no Dao insight or anything else. It was indeed very clever to master this method purely based on the cultivation of the sword technique. This should be the sword of the Wind Dao created by Sword Master Dong Ting. No wonder he was one of the Dominator Realm experts in the void. The gust of strong wind blew and made a whistling sound, attracting the wind aura in the surroundings. Gradually, when it accumulated to a certain extent, it became stronger again. The whistling sound of the wind became more intense, from a gust of strong wind to a gust of strong wind. The gust of strong wind swept across the world. In an instant, the wind aura attracted by it became more than 10 times stronger and more shocking. Every time the sword was wielded, it turned into a gust of strong wind and swept out. The gust of strong wind raged as if it was going to blow everything away. The wind in this world became more and more violent under Chen Zong's sword. Unknowingly, Chen Zong's sword paused for a moment. Then, he swung his sword again. Rumble, the gust of strong wind seemed to have accumulated a lot of power. It let out an earth-shattering roar as if it was going to destroy everything in the surroundings. Hurricane. 6th update, the world of wind, the sword of wind doctrine. Chen Zong kept waving his sword, comprehending and mastering it. As he mastered it, he gradually understood that the sword of wind doctrine had no fixed moves. It was only divided into levels. The first level was a breeze, the second was a breeze, the third was a gale, the fourth was a gale, and the fifth was a hurricane. Chenzong comprehended the fifth level of the Sword of Wind doctrine. On top of that, he broke through the limit and comprehended its profound meaning. Even though it's just the foundation, it's still very extraordinary. After Chenzong finished comprehending, he exited the world of wind and could not help but exclaim. Speaking of which, the Sword of Wind doctrine was only at the lesser superpower level. Its power was also at the lesser superpower level, but its essence was very mysterious. It felt like it was just a part of something unfathomable. The foundation, the Sword of Wind doctrine was only the foundation of the Sword of Wind doctrine of Dongting 14 sword doctrines. Since he had finished comprehending it, Chenzong did not challenge it. Instead, he chose to comprehend other sword steels. The Thunder Doctrine Sword Steel. The Thunder Doctrine Sword Steel contained the Thunder Doctrine Sword. This was a world that belonged to thunder. Strands of fine lightning swam in the air, flashing and flickering, occasionally bursting forth with strands of astonishing power. Bolts of lightning as thick as a finger swept through the air at an astonishing speed. Bolts of lightning as thick as an arm tore through the air as if they were going to pierce through everything. Bolts of lightning as thick as a thigh struck down from the sky as if they could shatter everything. Bolts of lightning as thick as a waste roared between heaven and earth as if they were going to turn everything into dust. The fifth level, the Sword of Thunder doctrine, was also at the fifth level. Chenzong's foundation of swordsmanship was extremely solid. This benefited from Chenzong's accumulation of consciousness. In addition, Chenzong's style of swordsmanship was to extract the essence of countless sword techniques and integrate them into his own swordsmanship, constantly improving it. This method gave Chenzong an extremely solid foundation of swordsmanship that was far superior to others. Now, it was time for this foundation of swordsmanship to be put into play. Coupled with Chenzong's superb comprehension, the effect produced by the combination of the two was not as simple as 1 + 1. This was his advantage. Of course, Chenzong would not give up. He would comprehend it first. As for the challenge, he would think about it later. Out of the 10 spots, one would definitely belong to him. There was no doubt about this. Previously, the Dao insights Chenzong had grasped were wind, thunder, and fire. Even though he didn't have them now, Chenzong had an extremely deep foundation in wind, fire, and thunder sword techniques. This foundation was now being used. Soon, Chenzong comprehended the Sword of Thunder Tao. Still, no one took the initiative to issue a challenge. The situation had become somewhat special. Those who were confident in themselves did not intend to take the initiative to issue a challenge. In other words, after witnessing the profoundness of swordsmanship in the sword steel, everyone temporarily extinguished the intention to issue a challenge. They seized the time to comprehend as much as possible. After all, those who were able to enter the garden were all very talented in swordsmanship. They were all outstanding figures. They immediately understood that they had to try their best to comprehend the swordsmanship. Comprehending more of the profoundness of the swordsmanship would definitely be beneficial. It seemed that the sword conference had become a swordsmanship comprehension competition. In the void, the white silhouette stared and was a little stunned. Soon after, it let out a strange laugh. So dishonest. Looks like I have to give them something more. After 10 breaths, if no one issues a challenge, everyone will be eliminated. A voice full of malice suddenly came down from the sky and entered everyone's ears. Even those who were comprehending in the sword steel world could clearly hear this voice. Everyone was slightly stunned, and then their expressions changed drastically. 10 breaths was very short and passed in the blink of an eye. If they really did not abide by the rules, perhaps everyone would be eliminated. It was impossible for them not to be nervous. Immediately, someone could not hold it in and quickly said, "I want to challenge." He turned his gaze and quickly pointed at one of them. Although the time was very short, everyone's reaction speed was very fast. They did not panic because of this. In addition, before comprehending, many people had already thought about who they would challenge first. Of course, they would choose those who were weaker than them. Although that feeling might not be accurate, at least there was nothing wrong with it. The person who was chosen was slightly stunned. Soon after, he let out a cold smile. They were treating him as a soft persimmon and wanted to pinch him. Then, he would let them know how powerful he was. In an instant, everyone was expelled from the sword-steel world by a force they could no longer comprehend. Damn it, how could this be? Immediately, someone's expression turned ugly. This was because his first choice was one of the 4 sword steels. In the end, it was very difficult to comprehend. He only managed to comprehend the 2nd level. When he started to comprehend the 3rd level, he was interrupted just as he was about to comprehend it. Chenzong naturally also left the sword-steel world of the Sword of the Fire path. Chenzong comprehended the Sword of the Fire path and the sword-steel of the Fire path to the 3rd level. The 14 sword steels disappeared. The 2 people jumped out of the sword pavilion and landed on the huge circular platform. These 2 people were not disciples of the Yuan sect, nor were they disciples of the Heavenly Punishment Army or the Fengling sect. They were sword cultivators of the 2 major galaxies under the Yuan sect. With a clang, a sharp sword was unsheathed. With a flash of sword light, it turned into a wisp of wind that swept through the air. This sword was not his sword. It was a standard sword distributed by the Dongting Sword Garden. Other than being tough and sharp enough, it did not carry any other power. In this way, it further ensured that everyone's starting point was the same. Of course, any starting point was relative. One's foundation and comprehension could not be changed. If the Dongting Sword Master had that kind of ability, would there be a need for the Dongting Sword Garden to search for sword geniuses all over the void? Obviously, there was no need. They only needed to find some random people to improve their foundation and comprehension. The 2 sides in the battle, one comprehended the Sword of Wind path, while the other comprehended the Sword of Water path. The sword was unsheathed. With a flash of light blue light, it turned into a stream that flowed out. Everyone sat in the sword pavilion and became spectators. This was actually a kind of observation. They could reflect the same sword technique that they had comprehended. Even if it was not the same sword technique, they could still observe and see the mystery within and how to deal with it. Both sides of the battle had already comprehended the Sword of Wind path and the Sword of Water path to the 5th level. Those who could enter the Dongting Sword Garden were not weak. Their comprehension was also very high. They all had a solid foundation in sword techniques. Therefore, it was not difficult to comprehend the basic sword technique of one of the 9 small sword steels in a short period of time. Only a few people who were too ambitious and thought too highly of themselves to comprehend the 4 large sword steels did not completely comprehend the sword techniques contained in the 4 large sword steels. Sword after sword swept out like a cool breeze and a strong wind. Then, it turned into a howling gale that attracted the aura of the wind from all directions. It turned into waves of strong wind power that constantly attacked. Under the Sword of Water path, the sword light disappeared. Only streams of water swept out. This was the collision of wind and water. It was mixed with a sharp sound. It was the sound of the 2 swords clashing again and again. The sound was sharp and ear-piercing. Even if it was just a basic sword technique, it was at the level of a small superpower. It was more mysterious than many small superpower martial arts. Its concept was very brilliant. Whoosh whoosh whoosh, the gale whistled, as if it wanted to destroy everything in its path. The gale continued to blow, while streams of water surged and turned into waves that surged out. The sword techniques of the 2 people were at the same level. It was not easy to determine the winner in a short period of time. Chenzong continued to comprehend the Sword of Fire path in his mind while observing. The mystery of the Sword of Fire path and the Fire Sword Steel had been memorized by Chenzong. Of course, the efficiency of comprehension was not as good as in the world of Fire Sword Steel, but it was still comprehended by Chenzong bit by bit. Gradually, the mystery of the 4th level of the Sword of Fire path appeared one by one and was grasped by Chenzong. The battle was extremely fierce because both sides were evenly matched. It was difficult to determine the winner in a short period of time. Rumble, the wind turned into a hurricane that was extremely violent. It carried an astonishing aura that could destroy everything. The water also became extremely violent. It roared like a tsunami. For a moment, there was a feeling of the power of heaven and earth. It was indeed a very mysterious sword technique, even if it was just a basic one. For a moment, everyone was glad that they were able to enter the Dongting Sword Garden. This was undoubtedly a good opportunity. If they could get one of the last 10 places, they might be able to get more. They might even be able to obtain the true inheritance of the Dongting 14 sword principles. That would be an even greater opportunity. For a moment, everyone was excited. The battle was very fierce. The two of them were fighting with sword techniques at the 5th level. It seemed that they had not grasped the ultimacy. Comprehending the 5th level was still traceable in the world of sword steel. As for the ultimacy, it was completely up to one to comprehend it. The ultimacy that everyone could comprehend was not necessarily the same. Clash. After several high-intensity clashes, the two of them were sent flying. Immediately after, the user of the Sword of Wind path rose with the wind and instantly chased after him. His sword cut across the sky. Kill. The user of the Sword of Water path was a step slower and was immediately hit. This move was very powerful. After being hit by the sword, he was immediately seriously injured. Then, the sword light continued to attack like the wind. After dozens of strikes, the user of the Sword of Water path was defeated. Defeated, eliminated, under the gazes of the crowd, his body suddenly dissipated and disappeared. At the same time, outside the Dongting Sword Garden, a figure appeared out of thin air and attracted countless gazes. Everyone recognized that this person was one of the 200 people who had entered the Dongting Sword Garden. Why did he come out? What happened? Immediately, an expert asked. I can't say. I've been restricted. The person shook his head with a calm expression. This was not a lie. When he entered the Dongting Sword Garden, it was tantamount to reaching some kind of agreement with the Dongting Swordmaster. Everything that happened in the Sword Garden could not be leaked. Otherwise, it would be a breach of the agreement, and the price would be severe. No one was willing to try it. This was also the reason why the Dongting Sword Garden had always been very mysterious. Since he could not get anything out of this person, the Ascendant State expert did not force him. 7th update, 6 Dao continues to write, those who lost were eliminated and left the Dongting Sword Garden, while those who won returned to their small sword pavilion. He found that he had a chance to comprehend one of the sword steels. Fire sword steel, he murmured. Suddenly, the fire sword steel seemed to appear in his eyes. There seemed to be a fire burning in the air. I want to challenge you. After the first battle, someone immediately issued a challenge. The person who issued the challenge was none other than Xianxia Sword, ranked 11th on the demigod ranking in the 2nd city of world suppression in Yuan. Xianxia Sword looked around and fixed his eyes on Chenzong's small sword pavilion. Sword of Heavenly Heart, come out and fight with me. Let me see what you can do, the mustached man said coldly. Chenzong grabbed the longsword provided by the Eastern Court Sword Garden and leaped. Using his strength skillfully, he leaped a few meters in an instant. He leaped from the small sword pavilion and landed on the edge of the huge circular platform, walking out step by step. Although this is not my real strength, it is enough to defeat you. The mustached man pulled out his long sword. The sword light was as cold as water and seemed to be filled with an indescribable sharpness. His tone was as sharp as a sword. His nickname was the Triple Sword. As the name implied, he needed 3 different swords in order to unleash his full potential. But now, he only had a very ordinary sword. In addition, his sword intent and his sword techniques had all been sealed. Naturally, his strength had been greatly reduced. Sword of Heavenly Heart was the same. Xianxia Sword felt that his strength was greatly reduced, but he was confident that he could defeat Chenzong in this state. Chenzong didn't say anything because there was no need to. Who was more powerful was not something that could be said through words. It would be clear after a battle. Chenzong was very confident in his own strength. The circular platform was huge, 10,000 meters in diameter. Their extraordinary strength was sealed. All that was left was their ordinary physical strength and endurance. But at that moment, Xianxia Sword paused and unsheathed his sword. With a flash of golden light, it broke through the air and attacked. The moment the sword turned into a golden light and shot out, his feet and body were also propelled forward at an even faster speed. The sword skills and the sword steel were not only sword skills. They also contained the mysteries of body movement and footwork. They could make one's sword skills faster and more flexible. Xianxia Sword attacked first. He had comprehended the sword skills in the golden sword steel and used the sword of metal path. He had comprehended it to the 5th level. The sword of metal path was one of the sword skills that Xianxia sword was good at, so it was easy for him to comprehend and master it. A sword tore through the air as golden light bloomed. It was extremely dazzling as it pierced straight towards Chenzong. The sword light contained an extremely sharp might that could pierce through everything. It was as if it could pierce through Chenzong with just a single strike. Chenzong Jin was unsheathed, and a gust of wind swept out. The swords collided in the void. It was a collision between metal and wind. It was the collision of two swordsmen. Xianxia's sword attacked one after another. Each sword carried an astonishing sharpness that could pierce through everything. Xianxia's sword was extremely sharp. It showed its sharpness and showed no mercy. Every sword was deadly. Its gaze was also extremely sharp. It was as if it wanted to pierce Chenzong's body. Chenzong's sword, on the other hand, was free and unfettered. It was as if the real wind was blowing between heaven and earth. It was indescribably comfortable. What a brilliant sword skill. What a brilliant comprehension. The sword of heavenly heart is indeed extraordinary. This was the thought of some people in the Heavenly Punishment Army and Fengling sect. They thought that Chenzong was not bad, but he was just not bad. They were true disciples of mid-level star system level forces. They could enter the garden easily. Their talent and foundation were far better than others. Under normal circumstances, they would only pay attention to true disciples of the same level forces or those of higher level forces. Obviously, the Sword of Heavenly Heart was not one of them. Of course, they did not know that Chenzong had received some inheritance from Will Heavenly Palace. Even if it was only a small part, he had entered the Eternal Battle Fort. Although it was only the lowest level of existence in the Eternal Battle Fort. However, whether it was the Eternal Battle Fort or Will Heavenly Palace, they were both star system level forces in the void. Most star system level forces could not compare with them. Even the Eastern Court Sword Mountain could not compare. Of course, the Eastern Court Sword Mountain only belonged to the Eastern Court Sword Master. Strictly speaking, it was not a force. It was more personal. Once the Eastern Court Sword Master disappeared, the Eastern Court Sword Mountain would also decline. Eternal Battle Fort and Will Heavenly Palace were the true forces that had been passed down for many years. However, Dongting Sword Mountain was obviously very outstanding in Sword Dao. They were not inferior to those star system level forces at all. Compared to Xianxia's sword, Chenzong's basic sword skill seemed to be more exquisite. In other words, it was closer to the essence of the sword. On the other hand, Xianxia's sword skill seemed to have stopped at a relatively shallow level. Of course, this gap could not be seen at all if one did not have high enough martial arts attainments and eyesight. Xianxia's sword himself could not sense it. He had not reached that level yet. The 5th level of Sword of Metal Dao, a sword slashed across the sky. Golden light shone in all directions. It was incomparably dazzling. Xianxia's sword used all of his strength in this attack. It was his full strength at this moment. This sword seemed to have pierced through the void, pushing the power of Sword of Metal Dao to the extreme. Kill, at that moment, Chenzong's body was enveloped by the golden light. Then, it was as if he had been pierced through. However, it was only an illusion. The Sword of the Wind's movement technique allowed Chenzong to dodge it instantly. After dodging, he naturally counterattacked. The wind howled as the sword pierced through the air. Xianxia's sword only felt that he was enveloped by a terrifying wind power. In the next breath, he was sent flying high. He could not resist at all. Defeated, he had lost. Xianxia's sword's mind went blank at that moment. How could he have lost just like that? In the next breath, Xianxia's sword's body disappeared as if it had been shattered. Outside Dongting Sword Garden, a figure appeared. It was Xianxia's sword. Damn it! Xianxia's sword, who had woken up, looked at Dongting Sword Garden in front of him. His expression changed. In the end, he roared angrily. He was very unwilling to give up. Anger and killing intent surged in his heart, shooting out through his eyes. Hatred, the Skyheart sword was so powerful. However, this is definitely not my true strength. I will wait here. When you are eliminated, you will know how strong I really am. Xianxia's sword was still very confident in himself. He thought that his true strength was stronger than Chenzong's. After defeating Xianxia's sword, Chenzong won and obtained the opportunity to continue comprehending the sword steel. Without any hesitation, Chenzong immediately chose the fire sword steel because he had not comprehended the sword of fire Dao to the extreme. After the second battle, someone immediately started the third battle. In the fire sword steel, Chenzong quickly comprehended the fourth level of the sword of fire Dao. He continued to comprehend the fifth level. With a swing of his sword, blazing flames immediately sprayed out and spread rapidly in all directions. It was as if he wanted to burn everything into ashes. The raging flames burned the prairie, burning the world. Not long after, Chenzong comprehended the fifth level of the sword of fire Dao. However, he did not leave. There were still profound meanings to comprehend. Whether it was the sword of wind Dao or the sword of thunder Dao, Chenzong had comprehended the profound meanings. Naturally, he would not let go of the sword of fire Dao. The comprehension of the profound meanings was equivalent to gathering the essence of the first 5 levels and integrating it into the foundation of one's sword Dao. After Chenzong comprehended the profound meanings of the sword of fire Dao, they went through 2 more battles. 2 of them won and stayed to continue comprehending the sword steel. The other 2 were eliminated and left Dongting Sword Garden. The opportunity ended there. The basic sword techniques of Dongting Sword Dao were indeed extraordinary and mysterious. However, they were only at the level of lesser magical powers. Learning 1 or 2 of them would be useful to him, but it would not be of much use. After all, everyone who could enter the garden had extraordinary talent and opportunities. They did not lack 1 or 2 lesser magical powers. They might be able to increase one's foundation, but it would not make much of a difference to the overall situation. Of course, it might be different if he could learn the next level of the sword techniques. The true essence of Dongting Sword Dao. Then, he might have to truly step into Dongting Sword Mountain. However, for Chenzong, 1 more lesser magical sword technique meant more accumulation. It would strengthen his foundation of Sword Dao, which would be beneficial to his future progress. Unfortunately, he had to win another battle to get another chance to comprehend the sword steel. So, should he take the initiative to issue a challenge? Just as Chenzong was about to issue a challenge, someone called him out. The challenger was Zhu Qing, who was known as the Sly Sword in the First Realm Suppression City of a Yuan Galaxy. You were lucky enough to win a battle in the Divine Weapon Secret Realm. Now, you have to pay the price. A mysterious smile appeared on Zhu Qing's face, causing people to feel uneasy. His voice also became erratic in an instant. He disappeared. In an instant, Zhu Qing's figure disappeared before Chenzong's eyes. It was as if he had turned into a dark shadow, silently and strangely sweeping through the surroundings to kill. The Sword of Dark Dao, Zhu Qing's title was the Sly Sword. The first thing he chose to comprehend was the Dark Sword Steel. It was a sword steel that was very compatible with him. If one wanted to comprehend it, besides biting off more than they could chew, most people would choose to comprehend a sword steel that was similar to their own. This was because it would be easier to comprehend the sword technique in the sword steel and unleash its full power. The same sword technique in the hands of different people would not necessarily have the same power. Even the same sword technique in the hands of different cultivators would have a completely different style. As the saying went, it was difficult to find 2 identical leaves in the world. The Sword of Dark Dao in Zhu Qing's hands was integrated with his strange style. In an instant, Zhu Qing turned into a dark shadow and attacked from the side. It was silent and strange, making it difficult to guard against. I can't take it anymore. I'm going to take a shower and sleep. Good night, everyone. I need some monthly votes to help me sleep. What a mysterious strike, what a strange strike, it was like a dark shadow that attacked silently. This sword strike was extremely strange. The corners of Zhu Qing's mouth curled into a slightly exaggerated arc, and his expression became increasingly strange. This was a sure kill strike for Zhu Qing, but not for Chenzong. Chenzong had unsheathed his sword at some point. It turned into a gust of wind and swung out quietly. The moment Chenzong's sword collided with Zhu Qing's, the gust of wind turned into a roaring hurricane. Caught off guard, Zhu Qing felt as if he was about to be torn to pieces by the hurricane. However, Zhu Qing's ability to make a name for himself in the first suppressing world city and rank in the top 10 of the subdivine list was not just for show. He had killed his way through. In an instant, his body turned into a black shadow and scattered. It was as if he had been shattered by the hurricane. However, a strong sense of danger permeated the air and rushed towards him. Zhu Qing's strength was obviously much stronger than the tripinnacle sword. He could already pose a real threat to Chenzong. The scattered shadows filled the air in an instant. An undetectable shadow of a sword quietly pierced through Chenzong's back. Danger, Chenzong might be hit by this strike. The consequences of being hit would either be a serious injury or defeat. This battle could be considered a high-quality battle. It was better than the previous few battles. Naturally, it would attract the attention of the crowd. The battle didn't seem intense at first, but it was very dangerous. The winner is about to be decided, the young commander of the Heavenly Punishment Army suddenly said with a smile. Who will win? Wang Jun said in a daze. He couldn't tell. Watch and you'll know, a female soldier of the Heavenly Punishment Army said coldly. This strike was about to succeed. The smile on Zhu Qing's face became increasingly strange. His eyes emitted a cold light filled with murderous intent. This was the real sure-kill strike. Chenzong's body was instantly penetrated. However, the strange smile on Zhu Qing's face froze and his eyes widened. Not good, that sword strike did not truly pierce through his opponent's body. It was only an afterimage. Windless. Chenzong's voice seemed to reverberate all around them. It was very, very soft, very, very low, like the whisper of the wind. His sword slashed out. Breeze, cool breeze, gale, fierce gale, hurricane. All the aura of the wind was stirred up, and it wreaked havoc in all directions. It emitted an extremely shocking might, and it was extremely violent, as if it wanted to destroy everything. Zhu Qing only felt that his body was shrouded in an endless wind aura, as if he was being devoured. But in the next breath, all of the wind stopped at the same time, as if they had a tacit understanding. It stopped. In an instant, the astonishing wind aura seemed to have disappeared without a trace, as if it had been sucked dry in an instant. Even the surrounding air seemed to have been stripped away, turning into a vacuum state. A beam of sword light instantly pierced out. With a single glance, he could clearly see the trajectory of the sword light. It was clear and without any surprise. But at the same time, everyone had a feeling that the sword light could not be avoided. It seemed very slow, but it was actually very, very fast. Windless, the profound meaning of the sword of the way of the wind was a profound meaning that Chenzong had comprehended. This sword contained all the wind aura and the power of the wind, turning it into a sword. The surrounding wind was sucked dry, so there was no wind. Windless sword, kill. Zhu Qing found that his body seemed to be bound by a vacuum in an instant, and he could not move at all. He could only face this sword head-on. Explode, a ball of pitch-black sword light exploded in an instant, and the endless black sword light surged and vibrated endlessly, as if it wanted to turn everything around into powder. It was extremely terrifying. The final explosion, the final struggle. It was either victory or defeat. Zhu Qing did not want to fail. However, Chenzong's sword seemed to ignore all of the opponent's black sword light, and directly pierced through it, heading straight for Zhu Qing. Zhu Qing was penetrated, and the extremely terrifying power of the wind instantly exploded in his body, rushing out. Before he could finish his words, he was immediately torn apart and turned into powder. In the next moment, Zhu Qing appeared outside the Dongting Sword Garden, panting heavily, and his face was pale. The feeling just now was extremely terrifying, as if he had really been torn apart by the opponent's sword. It was too terrifying, and he did not want to experience it again. What a powerful sword. He actually mastered the profound meaning of the sword of the way of the wind. It is indeed extraordinary. Interesting. Other than us, there is someone else who can master the profound meaning of the sword of the way of the wind. Moreover, he does not belong to any nebula-level force. Some disciples of the Fengling sect were secretly surprised. Comprehending the fifth level of the sword technique and mastering the profound meaning were two different levels. Most people would not be able to comprehend and master the profound meaning in a limited time, and those who could do so were undoubtedly very outstanding. Among the people in the Sword Garden, they belonged to the batch that was relatively top, and were in the minority. Chenzong won another round and obtained another chance to comprehend. Without hesitation, Qianzong chose the metal sword steel. The reason why Qianzongyo chose the metal sword steel was because he cultivated the brilliant gold star-piercing sword. This minor mystique sword art belonged to the metal attribute. He had cultivated the brilliant gold sword technique to the extreme and mastered the ultimate profound. It would be a waste if he did not comprehend the metal sword steel. The world inside the metal sword steel was filled with an extremely sharp aura, and strands of golden light shone in all directions. Regardless of whether it was the nearby vegetation or the distant mountains, they were all golden in color and emitted an astonishingly sharp aura. Even the flowing river was golden in color and similarly emitted an astonishingly sharp aura. It was as if it could cut through and tear apart everything in its path. There was nothing it could not destroy. The sword of the way of the metal was hidden in the vegetation, mountains, and rivers. Qianzong's superb comprehension and solid foundation of the way of the sword allowed him to quickly comprehend the first level of the sword of the way of the metal. With the first level, he immediately used it as a foundation to comprehend the second, third, fourth, and fifth levels. While Qianzong was comprehending the sword of the way of the metal, the challenges continued. This time it was a disciple of the Fengling sect. Who from the Yuan sect wants to play? The Fengling sect disciple said with a chuckle. His expression and tone were very leisurely, as if he was not issuing a challenge, but inviting them to recite poems. However, the other party's relaxed and leisurely tone contained a trace of contempt for the Yuan sect. There was no doubt that the Fengling sect disciples who could enter the sword garden were very amazing. However, the Yuan sect was not to be trifled with. Those who could not enter had been eliminated, and those who could enter were of course really capable. Since you want to be defeated, I'll fulfill your wish. The oblique wind sword stood up directly and said in a very sharp tone. The martial arts that the Fengling sect cultivated were mainly based on the wind, and other martial arts were supplementary. The supplementary martial arts were complementary to the wind. Naturally, the Fengling sect disciples' first choice to comprehend the sword of the way of the wind was the sword of the way of the wind. Coincidentally, the oblique wind sword technique was also closely related to the wind. The first choice to comprehend the sword of the way of the wind was also the sword of the way of the wind. Fight, needless to say, both sides drew their swords. The wind roared and howled. Both swords swirled with the aura of the wind as they charged towards each other. This was a battle of wind. Whether it was the disciples of the wind spirit sect or the oblique wind sword, they had all grasped the fifth level of the sword of wind Tao, and they were all different. To put it simply, those who had grasped the fifth level could be divided into several levels. For example, the initial mastery was to use the standard sword of the wind Tao to fight. On a deeper level, he had integrated his own style into it, making his swordsmanship even more unpredictable. On a deeper level, it was as if the sword art had become one's own. It was completely compatible with one's body. Every sword strike would be able to bring out one's strength to the extreme, or even surpass the limit. The deepest level was naturally beyond the fifth tier. Once one grasped the profound meaning, it would be a killing move or a finishing move. For example, Qianzong's windless sword technique was said to be windless, but in fact, it was condensing all the wind into a single strand, or even a single point. Convergence and compression were exactly what Qianzong was good at. The wind spirit sect's disciples' sword of the wind Tao took the path of lightness and swiftness. Every strike seemed to be weightless. It was extremely fast and continuous. It was like gusts of wind were constantly blowing out. The entire platform was enveloped by the light and swift sword shadows. The oblique wind sword was different. Not only was it swift, but it was not light at all. Instead, it was sharp. It exerted the cutting power of the wind, as if it could cut and tear everything apart. It was very terrifying. The battle between the two could be considered to be evenly matched. Fight, 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 the disciples of the wind spirit sect were all watching, as were the others who were not comprehending. If this is your swordsmanship, then you should leave the sword garden obediently. Suddenly, the disciple of the wind spirit sect said. His swordsmanship suddenly changed, and in an instant, he swung out a terrifying sword. Boom, this sword strike was like a roaring hurricane that swept out. It seemed to be a sword strike that had been strengthened by the fifth level, and its power was even more tyrannical. Sword of Storm, this was the ultimacy that the disciple had comprehended from the 5th level of Sword of Wind Dao. He had comprehended it after the battle with the oblique wind sword. He had just mastered it, but it still displayed amazing power. Ultimacy? The oblique wind sword's eyes narrowed slightly, and there was an indescribable coldness in them. Immediately, he retreated slightly, bent his legs, and held the sword hilt with both hands. The sword tip was slanted forward, and the sword hilt was at the same level as his forehead. Kill, he swung his sword backward, creating a crescent moon. The green sword radiance revealed an incomparably shocking sharpness, as if he had pushed it to the extreme. He swung it from front to back, then from bottom to top, and then from top to bottom to kill. Sword of Wind Dao Ultimacy, splitting wind, this sword tore the wind apart. It was an extremely sharp sword with terrifying power. He was more proficient in using it than the disciple of the Wind Spirit sect. The ultimacies collided with each other. In an instant, the storm was torn apart and cut open by the tearing wind sword. One sword split into two, the oblique wind sword stomped his feet, and the wind blew behind him, causing his body to move forward rapidly. He then swung his sword across the sky. Before the disciple of the Wind Spirit sect could react, his neck was cut open. Part 1, Not Bad. The disciples of the Fengling sect narrowed their eyes and stared at the victorious oblique wind sword, while the disciples of the Yuan sect smiled. At least he had won the first round, which boosted the confidence of the disciples of the Yuan sect. Eldest senior brother, I'll take care of this round. Another disciple of the Fengling sect stood up. It was the disciple surnamed Yang, who was the first to enter the Dongting sword garden. Who from the Yuan sect wants to die under my sword? Yang Huan got into position and blew the hair on his forehead. He stared at the Yuan sect's camp with a mocking look. His eyes were full of provocation. I'll take care of this round. The one who stood up was the 4th disciple of the Yuan sect. He was the one who had been injured by Qinzong's sword Qi Thunderous Sound. After using the reflecting sword Jade Annulus, this person's cultivation was much better than before, so his cultivation and strength had increased by a lot. Let's see how many strikes you can take. Yang Huan smiled mockingly and flew up like a kite. Then, as if he was being blown by the wind, he moved forward quickly. He unsheathed his long sword and slashed across the sky. Light and swift, with a hidden sharpness, he was stronger than the previous disciple of the Fengling sect. The 4th disciple of the Sword Palace of the Yuan sect had comprehended the Sword of the Fire doctrine. With a boom, a scarlet flame burst out like a torrent of flames. However, in this battle, everyone could see that Yang Huan from the Fengling sect had the upper hand. Furthermore, he was toying with his opponent in a playful manner. They had the same starting point, but different foundations and comprehension would lead to different strengths. In the end, Yang Huan had enough and won. Qinzong had also successfully comprehended the Sword of the Metal doctrine and mastered its ultimacy. Qinzong had mastered the Sword of the Wind doctrine, the Sword of the Thunder doctrine, the Sword of the Fire doctrine, and the Sword of the Metal doctrine. If possible, Qinzong wanted to master all 14 sword techniques. Qinzong was not sure if he could do it, but he would try his best. In the next round, someone challenged the White Yama. Qinzong was curious about the White Yama. Fight, what the White Yama had comprehended was the Sword of the Tao of Ice. When he swung his sword, frost filled the world and ice condensed. It was extremely cold. His sword was like a scythe that reaped lives, harvesting all lives. Life and death were decided by the sword, it was another kind of extreme style. Any swordsmanship in his hands would eventually turn into such a style. King Yanluo, he was in charge of life and death. He didn't test the waters. The moment he drew his sword, it was an incomparably sharp attack that directly defeated his opponent. Interesting. The Heavenly Punishment Army and the disciples of the Wind Spirit School all nodded. On the demigod list, those who were ranked higher were mostly those who had been cultivating for a longer period of time. Very few of them were truly from the younger generation and possessed astonishing talent. Zhu Qing was one of them, but the White Yama was even more shocking. The battles continued. Some people won, while others lost. The first senior brother of the Fengling sect also made his move. Eldest senior brother meant that he was currently the strongest disciple of the Wind Spirit sect. Who knows? The first senior brother of the Fengling sect was dressed in a dark blue robe. He had a faint smile on his face as he pointed with his sword in his scabbard, giving off a feeling of disdain. He was casually picking an opponent. He randomly picked 9 times and then paused for a moment to choose his opponent. This was a swordsman from the 3rd city of world suppression in the Yuan galaxy. He was ranked 5th on the demigod list and possessed extraordinary strength. He had comprehended and mastered the sword of the Tao of Water. When the sword was drawn, it was like a stream of water. However, the first senior brother of the Fengling sect was terrifying. He didn't draw his sword. Instead, his body was as light as the wind as he dodged the attack of the sword of the Tao of Water. Even the raging waves that surged in all directions couldn't hit him. This movement technique was obviously the sword of the Tao of Wind. When used, it was extremely exquisite and astonishing. After a dozen breaths, the first senior brother of the Fengling sect drew his sword. When the sword was unsheathed, sword light flashed, tearing the sky and the rolling water apart. Slash, with just one slash, the opponent was killed. Chen Zong's pupils contracted in an instant. So powerful, that slash should be the sword of the Tao of Wind. It was extremely exquisite. The first senior brother's mastery of the sword of the Tao of Wind was extraordinary. The first senior brother of the Fengling sect, he would be a formidable opponent. Then, what about the young marshal of the Heavenly Punishment Army? Perhaps he would be a formidable opponent too. Indeed, under the same conditions and starting point, an outstanding person would be equally outstanding. A truly powerful person would be able to maintain his or her strength in both good and bad times. Even if he or she was weak for a while, he or she would grow at an astonishing speed. The strong would always be strong. Come out, Muley of the Yuan sect stood up and landed on the platform like a bolt of lightning. He pointed his sword at Chen Zong. Chen Zong certainly wouldn't hesitate to challenge him. Muyu is my younger brother. Muley's eyes narrowed as if cold lightning was shooting out of him. He said in a low voice. He didn't say anything else, but Chen Zong knew what Muley meant. Muley wanted to avenge his younger brother Muyu. Although Muyu wasn't dead, the current situation was no different from being killed. His heart of the sword had been destroyed by Chen Zong. If he couldn't overcome this, he would be crippled for life. For a genius, being crippled was no different from being dead. As the elder brother, Muley had to seek justice for his younger brother, even if the so-called justice wasn't very fair. It was human nature to be protective of one's younger brother. Chen Zong didn't say anything as it was meaningless. Fight, Muley was an expert in the sword of the Thunder Tao. Hence, he had mastered the sword of the Tao of Thunder. He unsheathed his sword and turned into a bolt of cold lightning. In an instant, he dashed forward with his body at an extremely fast speed. In an instant, Muley had crossed a few hundred meters and charged towards Chen Zong. His speed was nothing compared to when he still had his cultivation. However, in the current situation where his cultivation and extraordinary power were sealed, he was extremely fast. He looked like a bolt of lightning. The moment Muley got close, Chen Zong unsheathed his sword. This time, Chen Zong didn't use the sword of the Wind Tao. Instead, he used the sword of the Tao of Thunder. Muley sneered when he sensed the lightning from Chen Zong's sword. How dare Muley compare his sword of the Tao of Thunder with him? How ridiculous. Very well, I'll use the sword of the Tao of Thunder to teach him a lesson and let him pay the price. This was just the beginning. In an instant, the lightning became extremely strong. It exploded and turned into bolts of lightning that were as thick as a finger. They pierced through the air and charged towards Muley with terrifying power. The sword completely covered Chen Zong as if it was going to pierce through Chen Zong. It was fast and violent. It was terrifying and destructive. However, Chen Zong swung his sword and the lightning was blazing. It cut through the void and shattered the bolts of lightning. At the moment when the two swords collided, there was a surge of lightning. It continued to attack the other party. It was undeniable that Muley's sword of the Tao of Thunder was amazing. He lived up to his name as the successor disciple of the Sword Palace of the Yuan sect. After a long period of cultivation, he had become more experienced and his foundation had become more powerful. However, Chen Zong was more outstanding and stronger. The longer the battle went on, the more fearful Muley became. Finally, he seized an opportunity to perform the sword of the Tao of Thunder. Thunder's wrath, he swung his sword and it carried a terrifying force. It was as if he had unleashed the fury of the thunder. It was as if he had overdrawn his anger and it exploded with terrifying power. After performing the sword, Mu Lei's hair stood on end. His eyes were filled with terrifying lightning. He had given his all in this attack just to kill his enemy. Chen Zong took half a step back. He swung his sword from bottom to top. Countless bolts of lightning gathered and jumped around the sword. Condense, compress, all the power of the thunder was integrated into the sword. Fortunately, the sword was extremely tough and could withstand the power of the thunder. Thunder destruction, this was the sword of the Tao of Thunder that Chen Zong had comprehended. He swung his sword and it instantly pierced through Mu Lei's thunder wrath sword radiance. Similarly, the sword of the Tao had different levels of power. The sword of the Tao that Chen Zong had mastered was undoubtedly powerful. Mu Lei's body was pierced through. An ordinary person's body would not be able to withstand it. Failed, Mu Lei left the Dongting Sword Garden. The disciples of the Yuan sect looked at Chen Zong and they became even more unfriendly. On the other hand, the pupils of Oblique Wind Sword and Sword of No Return shrunk. Powerful, Chen Zong was powerful and terrifying. His strength was different from that of Feng Ling Sec's eldest senior brother. It was hard to tell from his appearance as he did not show off his abilities. However, one could only feel his strength when they fought against each other. If possible, Oblique Wind Sword did not want to fight against Chen Zong. After all, they had already fought before. Even though his strength had improved a lot, he was still not confident that he could win against Chen Zong. Although their powers were sealed and they could only fight with the basic sword techniques of Dongting 14 sword principles, Chen Zong still performed well. The Sword of No Return, on the other hand, was eager to fight Chen Zong again. After another victory, Chen Zong received even more attention. Chen Zong got another chance to comprehend the sword steels. Then, he would continue to comprehend. This time, Chen Zong looked past the 9 small sword steels and looked at the 4 large sword steels. Chen Zong swept his gaze across the room and quickly made his choice. Perishing sword steels, Chen Zong was very curious about the basic sword techniques contained in them. He did not know what they looked like. After making his choice, Chen Zong felt that his surroundings were changing rapidly. He directly entered a world. It was a very strange world. It was different from the 4 worlds that Chen Zong had entered before. There was no wind, no water, no fire, no thunder, no grass, no trees, no mountains, and so on. It was like a gloomy world. It was filled with a shocking silence as if there was no life. It would make one's hair stand on end. Chen Zong sensed that this world was much more terrifying than the world of the 4 small sword steels. It was terrifying and shocking. However, Chen Zong was not afraid at all. Instead, he was full of expectation and hope. What kind of basic sword techniques were contained in such a terrifying world? If he could comprehend them, he would be very powerful. After clearing his mind, Chen Zong began to comprehend. The Sword Steel of Destruction, the Sword of Destruction. Second update, it was a gloomy and dead world. There was no light, shadow, or sound. All one could see was darkness, but no sound could be heard. Suddenly, wisps of gray aura spread out, as if they were spreading from nothingness. They quietly spread toward Chen Zong. Chen Zong also felt the gray aura in time. The gray aura was filled with the smell of death and destruction. Chen Zong stretched out his finger and touched it gently. When his finger touched a wisp of gray aura, Chen Zong could feel a strong wave of power from the gray aura. It was a wave of power of death and destruction, as if it could destroy everything. Chen Zong felt that his finger might not be able to move. It was terrifying, very terrifying. However, this made Chen Zong even happier, and his eyes lit up. Because the sort of path obliteration that he comprehended would be more powerful. He felt it carefully. His super comprehension ability began to be fully activated. This was a feeling that he did not have when he comprehended the Sword of Wind path, Sword of Thunder path, Sword of Fire path, and Sword of Metal path. Chen Zong's swordsmanship was very comprehensive. It could be used to attack, defend, and restrain. However, Chen Zong liked attacking the most, and it was the kind of swordsmanship that could directly kill the target. He just liked it. Liking often became an advantage. For example, it would be easier to comprehend the Sword of Path Obliteration now. Of course, it was relatively easy. At least for the Sword of Wind path, it was much more difficult to comprehend the Sword of Path Obliteration. It was more than twice as difficult, however, it did not take long for Chen Zong to comprehend the first level. When he unsheathed his sword and swung it, the grey sword light flashed, as if it could destroy everything under the sword. The Sword of Path Obliteration, the Sword of Destruction. It was a terrifying swordsmanship. The Sword of Path Obliteration was the most powerful and terrifying of the 14 sword principles of Dongting. Of course, although the Sword of Star Arrival, the Sword of Killing Path, and the Sword of Illusion Path were not as destructive as the Sword of Path Obliteration, they were better in other aspects. The power of the first stage of the Sword of Path Obliteration surprised Chen Zong. It was not inferior at all. It was even stronger than the third stage of the Sword of Windway. What about the second level of the Sword of Tao Obliteration? What about the third, fourth, and fifth stages? What about comprehending profound meanings? Chen Zong was looking forward to it. Comprehending with all his might, his comprehension ability was fully activated, and he circulated it at full power, continuously comprehending. The second level was much harder to comprehend than the first level, but Chen Zong still managed to comprehend it. The power of the second Sword of Destruction was slightly stronger than the fourth Sword of the Way of Wind, but it was not as strong as the fifth Sword of the Way of Wind. In that case, the third level of the Sword of Tao Obliteration would be slightly more powerful than the fifth level of the Sword of the Way of Wind. As for the fourth level of the Sword of Path Obliteration, it would completely surpass the fifth level of the Sword of the Way of Wind. It was just unknown if it could match the ultimacy. Even if it couldn't, the fifth level of the Tao Obliteration Sword should be comparable to the Sword Intent of the Wind Tao. If he were to comprehend the profound of the Tao Destroyer Sword, who knew how frightening it would be? Comprehension. All the battles in the outside world had nothing to do with Chen Zong. As long as no one came to challenge Chen Zong could continue to comprehend here. After an unknown amount of time, Chen Zong had comprehended the third level and started to comprehend the fourth level. As expected, the power of the third level of the Sword of Path Obliteration was slightly stronger than the fifth level of the Sword of the Way of Wind. In the outside world, Lin Weiyin was inevitably challenged. Taking a deep breath, Lin Weiyin glanced at the adjacent sword pavilion, got up, leaped, and landed on the platform to face the enemy. This enemy came from the Third World Suppression City of the Yuan Star System, ranked 8th, and was very strong. If they were in the outside world, Lin Weiyin would definitely not be a match for him. She would be easily defeated or even killed. Although Lin Weiyin's talent was not bad, her cultivation level had only just reached level 2 of the demigod level. At level 2, every 10% of the condensed grand flower of the state would bring about an obvious increase in strength. Most of the top 10 on the demigod ranking had already reached level 2 of the demigod level. At the very least, they had reached level 2 of the demigod level. But in this place, their cultivation level was sealed, and their extraordinary strength could not be used. Their own sword skills were also restricted. They could only use the basic sword skills or the sword skills learned here. Without a doubt, the power of the basic sword skills was far inferior to the 14 basic sword skills of Dongting. The difference was too great. Lin Weiyin felt that her chances of getting the last 10 spots were not high. But at the very least, she could not be defeated so easily. She had to leave this place and win as many matches as she could. Since this was the first match, she had to win. Lin Weiyin's eyes focused. Traces of icy aura suddenly spread out from her body, as if it was going to freeze the surroundings. Sword of the Way of Ice, the Lin family of the Ring Sword Planet was a family of swordsmen. The various sword skills that they had passed down were all related to ice and snow. Lin Weiyin's Freezing Sky Flying Snow Sword was one of them. Therefore, Lin Weiyin comprehended the Sword of the Way of Ice very quickly and thoroughly. It seemed to be very compatible with her. Especially after Chen Zong's teachings, Lin Weiyin's foundation of sword skills became even more solid and stable. Strike, the sword was like an ice thorn, piercing through the air in an instant. What her opponent had comprehended was the Sword of the Way of Fire. Fire and ice were two extremes of existence, opposing each other. The raging fire continued to spread as the sword struck out, as if it was going to burn everything into ashes. This was a confrontation between sword, and also a confrontation between fire and ice. Lin Weiyin gave it her all, and the battle was very difficult. She looked like she was in imminent danger. But Lin Weiyin's conviction was very strong. She held on, and her opponent also gave it his all. It was a difficult battle. Lin Weiyin seized the opportunity and displayed the sword of the Way of Ice. When the sword struck out, ice and snow fell. Frost spread out in an instant, covering everything in all directions. The shocking chill was overwhelming. World of ice and snow, it was as if it was going to turn into a world of ice and snow. Not a bad move. Someone nodded secretly. She won. Lin Weiyin won the first match with difficulty, and obtained a chance to comprehend the sword steel. Without hesitation, Lin Weiyin chose the sword of the Way of Wind. Mastering one more sword skill meant having one more means. At the very least, she could perform it in a battle, making it harder for her opponent to guard against. Although Lin Weiyin had no confidence in getting one of the 10 places, she would still win one more match. In the world of the extermination sword steel, Chen Zong comprehended the 4th level of the sword of extermination. Its power was indeed much stronger than the 5th level of the sword of the Way of Wind, but it had not reached the level of ultimacy. It seemed that the 5th level of the sword of extermination's power was comparable to or even stronger than the sword of the Way of Wind. When Chen Zong comprehended the 5th level of the sword of extermination, its power was indeed much stronger than the sword of the Way of Wind. It was at least a few times stronger than the sword of the Way of Wind. The destructive power was very terrifying. Then, the next step was to comprehend the ultimacy. To comprehend the sword of extermination's ultimacy, comprehending the first 5 levels was only the prerequisite. She still needed to master the first 5 levels to be able to comprehend the ultimacy with it as a foundation. Chen Zong swung his sword over and over again, continuously practicing. There were no specific moves, just swinging his sword continuously. Every stroke carried the power of destruction. Rather than saying it was the basic sword skill of Dong Ting 14 sword principles, it was more appropriate to say it was the application of power. However, it was not easy to completely master the sword of extermination. The more one practiced, the more difficult it was. Suddenly, Chen Zong's consciousness was in a trance and the world in front of him was disappearing. Break away. Chen Zong broke away from the extermination sword steel and his consciousness returned to his body. Earlier, he had only entered the world of the sword steel with his consciousness to comprehend the sword steel's ultimacy. Now, the reason why Chen Zong broke away from the world of the extermination sword steel and his consciousness returned to his body was that someone had challenged him. The challenger was from the Guiyuan galaxy, which was adjacent to the Yuan galaxy. He was ranked 2nd on the secondary divine list in the City of Suppressing World. The person ranked 1st was not a sword cultivator. This person could not be considered as a member of the younger generation. He had just passed his youth and entered the prime of his life. The lifespan of a cultivator was very long, and they had been reborn. Although they were still humans, they were already different from ordinary people. In the eyes of ordinary people, they were like immortals. Therefore, the division of their life periods was naturally different. Those under 100 years old were considered to be in their youth. Those between 100 and 300 years old were considered to be in the prime of their life. There was a big difference between an extra 100 years of cultivation time, especially for geniuses. Moreover, this person was not comprehending the sword skills of the 9 small sword steels, but the sword skills of the 4 large sword steels. Sword of Star Path. When the sword was unsheathed, it turned into a ray of starlight that pierced through the sky like a meteor. It was extremely fast and extremely fast. Chen Zong only saw a flash of starlight in front of him. At first glance, the starlight was very weak and inconspicuous. However, in an instant, it became extremely strong and dazzling. It actually shone directly, causing the surroundings to be plunged into darkness and difficult to see clearly. However, Chen Zong did not panic. Instead, he calmly unsheathed his long sword. Although there were high and low ranks on the subdivine list in the major cities of Suppressing World, the difference was usually not too big. Therefore, this person's strength should be about the same as the 2nd on the subdivine list in the 2nd city of Suppressing World in the Yuan galaxy. However, those who were in the top 3 were usually very strong. Seeing the sword skills that this person displayed, everyone opened their eyes and stared. Sword of Star Path. this was the first time that the sword skills of the 4 large sword steels had appeared. Now, he could take a look at what kind of mysteries were contained within. Qianzong, who was facing the Sword of Star path directly, immediately felt that it was extraordinary. The ray of starlight seemed small, but it actually contained an amazing power. The swords collided. What Qianzong displayed was not the Sword of Path Obliteration, but the Sword of Thunder Path. The sword was like a thunderbolt that pierced through the sky, as if it was going to shatter everything. At the moment when the two swords collided, the ray of starlight exploded. An extremely powerful force burst out directly. The power contained was extremely shocking, as if it could destroy everything. The thunderbolt was shattered in an instant. It's really strong, Qianzong thought to himself. His sword was the 2nd level of the Sword of Thunder Path, but it could not withstand the power of his opponent's Sword of Star Path. Lu Sa said that Lu Dao's math was taught by a physical education teacher, and Lu Dao admitted it without hesitation. That's how honest he is. Needless to say, the Sword of Star Path was indeed very powerful. After practicing the Sword of Path Destroyer, Qianzong realized that his opponent's Sword of Star Path was not complete. He estimated that his opponent had at most mastered the 3rd level. The 3rd level of the Sword of Star Path was more powerful than the 5th level of the Sword of Thunder Path, but not by much. This made Qianzong a little disappointed. He had hoped to see a complete Sword of Star Path that had at least reached the 5th level. However, his opponent obviously could not. Of course, he could not rule out the possibility that his opponent was still hiding something. The sword flashed like a cold star and flew through the air. Not only did it have shocking speed, but it also had terrifying power. When it collided, it would explode with terrifying power, as if it could destroy everything. It was very shocking. Power, it was a shocking power, different from the destruction of the Sword of Path Destroyer. The 3rd level of the Sword of Star Path could not do anything to Qianzong. His opponent used an even stronger Sword of Star Path. The 4th level of the Sword of Star Path was used. Balls of starlight shot out, and its power increased greatly. It surpassed the 5th level of the Sword of Thunder Path and was close to the profound meaning. However, unlike the profound meaning, it did not consume as much energy. Moreover, it could be used more consistently. Therefore, to a certain extent, it was more flexible than the profound meaning, and more threatening. Sure enough, the 4th level of the Sword of Star Path was very powerful, and it completely posed a threat to Qianzong. Most of the spectators revealed solemn expressions. They wondered if they would be able to block the continuous attacks of the Sword of Star Path if they were in Qianzong's place. The answer was very difficult. Only an extremely small number of people had confidence in themselves. Thunder destruction, Qianzong attacked with his sword. Endless thunder gathered and compressed in the sword, and he swung the sword with tyrannical power. His opponent was very experienced. He immediately took a step back and swung the 4th level of the Sword of Star Path. Balls of starlight shot out. The thunder destruction destroyed the balls of starlight, but its power was constantly consumed. Its power dissipated, and it could not defeat his opponent. Although it was only a little bit was often the difference between heaven and earth. You'd better admit defeat. His opponent smiled. The 4th level of the Sword of Star Path was the highest level he had mastered. It was indeed very powerful. To a certain extent, it surpassed the profound meaning of the 9 small sword steels. Furthermore, this person's cultivation time was far longer than Qianzong's, and his talent was also extraordinary. He had also experienced many battles, and was very experienced. In short, he was a strong opponent. Since the power of the Sword of the Thunder Path couldn't defeat his opponent, then he would try the Sword of Dao Obliteration. Having grasped the 5th stage of the Dao Extermination Sword, Qianzong was eager to give it a try. Instantly, his aura sword was Chen's. A deathly still aura of destruction quickly spread out from the other party's body. Everyone, to be destroyer of destroyer of Dao to he was being an yes it was they was, to he to he was to be the being, he felt a strong threat. When the sword was drawn, the sword light was gray. It carried an aura of death and destruction. It instantly attacked the opponent. That terrifying aura caused the opponent's mind to tremble uncontrollably. He felt terrified for no reason. It was the first level of the Sword of Path Destroyer. His opponent had mastered the first 4 levels of the Sword of Star Path and was very strong. Obviously, he would be a good whetstone for Yi Shiwen to use the Sword of Tao Obliteration to strengthen his understanding and mastery of the Sword of Tao Obliteration. Soon, Chenzong had completely mastered the first level of the Sword of Path Destroyer. He had unearthed its potential and performed the second level. Then, he performed the third level. Finally, he stopped at the 4th level. His opponent realized that his opponent seemed to be using him as a whetstone. This made him very angry, but he did not lose his mind. He had done such things before, so there was nothing strange about it. The 4th level of the Sword of Path Destroyer against the 4th level of the Sword of Star Path. The 2 sword technique inheritances were of the same level. There was no difference in strength. The difference was between the swordsman and the sword. Fight, Chenzong's sword was full of destructive power. It seemed that one would be killed as soon as he was hit. Soon, his opponent was suppressed. Even with the Sword of Star Path and the same 4th level, Chenzong's mastery was obviously better than his opponent's. He was more talented in combat. Chenzong did not perform the 5th level because his opponent's strength was not enough for him to perform the 5th level. The 4th level of the Sword of Path Destroyer was enough to deal with him. Balls of starlight shot out, but under Chenzong's sword, they were destroyed one by one. Kill, a gray light flashed, destroying everything in its path. The power of destruction instantly pierced through the opponent's body. He was defeated. You. The man pointed at Chenzong. His face was full of resentment and anger. He had comprehended the first 4 levels of the Sword of Star Path. As long as he won one more battle, he could continue to comprehend the Star Sword Steel. By then, he would have a chance to comprehend the 5th level. Once the 5th level of the Sword of Star Path was mastered, its power would surpass most basic sword techniques and even surpass ultimacy. However, ultimacy could not be used continuously, but the 5th level of the Sword of Star Path could. There were no ifs. A defeat was a defeat because his opponent was obviously stronger. Is that the Sword of Path Destroyer? It's quite strong. It is indeed very powerful. Many people were tempted. Chenzong won and got the chance to comprehend the sword steel. Without hesitation, he chose the Sword of Destruction. This time, Chenzong planned to comprehend the ultimacy. Of course, the premise was that he was not challenged. However, even if he was challenged, there would be a buffer period. In the Sword of Destruction, Chenzong was deep in thought. He recalled the battle with the Sword of Star Path. It was clear and detailed. Immediately, he unsheathed his sword. The gray light shone. The sword seemed to stab and slash. Chenzong's eyes were closed. With his eyes closed, he unknowingly opened the mind's eye. The mind's eye was a unique ability that completely belonged to him. It could not increase his strength like cultivation, nor was it Tao will, nor was it a sword technique. Therefore, it was not restricted by the sword garden. In the previous battle, Chenzong did not need to open the mind's eye because his opponent was not that strong. Moreover, the opening of the mind's eye consumed the mind quickly. This high-end thing could only be used at critical moments when facing a strong opponent that was difficult to fight. But now, Chenzong had unknowingly opened the mind's eye. Under his heart's eye, the trajectories of every single sword became increasingly clear. The feeling of every single sword being unleashed seemed to have been magnified by 10 times. The destructive power brought about by every single sword, as well as the process of its condensation and dispersion, were all clearly felt by Chenzong. Chenzong found that he could combine them better, so that the power of destruction could be used more effectively. Time passed slowly. It was hard to notice that Chenzong had forgotten everything. After waving countless swords, Chenzong suddenly sheathed his sword. He stood still in the void with his eyes closed. In his mind, countless spiritual lights kept flashing. Countless spiritual lights flashed like swords and finally converged into one. That one seemed to want to rush out of Chenzong's mind. The sword was also unsheathed in an instant. It turned into a fine gray sword light and shot out. That sword light was extremely fast, extremely condensed, and terrifying to the extreme. When the sword slashed out, it seemed to tear a scar in the void. That scar was gray, and it was like a scar in the void that didn't dissipate for a long time. The aura it emitted was extremely terrifying, as if it could destroy and kill everything. Profound, the sword of extinction, in an instant, all the power of destruction was drawn and integrated into the sword to block. All the potential of the sword of extinction was completely unleashed. Its power was extremely terrifying. Exiting the mind's eye state, Qianzong felt weak. He quickly exited the world of the sword of extinction and quickly recovered his exhausted mind. Although the mind could not increase one's strength, if the mind was not focused enough, it would affect the performance of one's strength. As a result, it would be difficult to use one's strength normally and be defeated. The fighting went on and on and on. Every time, there would be people who won and people who lost and left. The winners could continue to comprehend the sword of extinction, while the losers left and lost this opportunity. Now, there were less than 100 people left. But in the end, only 10 people could stay here. Therefore, the battles had to continue. When Qianzong opened his eyes, he found that Lin Weiyin had disappeared from the adjacent sword pavilion. It seemed that she had failed and left the sword garden. But this was expected. Lin Weiyin was able to enter the sword garden, which was a little beyond Qianzong's expectations. There was no doubt that she could not get one of the 10 places. The only difference was whether she left early or late. And the further they went, the stronger the people who stayed. Lin Weiyin did not have any advantage. But it was a pity. If Lin Weiyin could stay until the end and get one of the 10 places, she would get a great opportunity that could even change her fate. But everyone had their own fate. Nothing could be forced. Qianzong also did not have the ability to force things. In the world of cultivation, the strong were respected. They set the rules and the weak could only follow the rules. Fight, 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 the number of people kept decreasing. Those who stayed were even more powerful. So far, the young commander of the Heavenly Punishment Army and the eldest senior brother of the Fengling sect had not fought because they knew that their opponents were very strong. If they fought, one of them would leave, but they could not be sure who it would be. There were 10 places. It was not worthwhile to fight now. There would definitely be a chance. At this point in the battle, everyone knew who was more difficult to deal with. Naturally, they wanted to avoid fighting with these people. Because it was not the time yet. This was a kind of feeling. The current Qianzong was also included in this group. Although some people were eager to try, they had no choice but to suppress the thoughts in their hearts. Qianzong's mind was constantly recovering at a very fast speed. After a few consecutive battles, his exhausted mind was finally fully recovered. When he opened his eyes, there seemed to be a flash of light. Qianzong quickly passed by. Out of the 200 sword pavilions, there were less than 60 sword pavilions left. In other words, more than 100 people had been eliminated. These 58 people all had amazing strength and were very scary. Part 1. Among the remaining 58 people, some had gone through a few battles, while some had only gone through a few battles. Qianzong had gone through a lot of battles. First, it was the mustache man's 3 unique swords, then Zhu Qing, then Mulei. These 3 people challenged Qianzong because they either wanted to teach Qianzong a lesson or they had conflicts with Qianzong. After winning the 4th and 5th battles, Qianzong comprehended the Sword of Path Destroyer. In the 6th battle, Qianzong took the initiative to challenge his opponent. Under the Sword of Path Destroyer, his opponent was no match for him and was eliminated. This time, Qianzong chose the illusory sword Steel. Originally, Qianzong was hesitating between the Star Sword Steel and the illusory sword Steel. He made his decision after a moment of hesitation. Choosing the Star Sword Steel, with his previous experience, would be better for him to learn the basics of the Star Doctrine sword. However, Qianzong still chose the illusory sword Steel. This was because Qianzong had dabbled in the sword principle of illusion before. Moreover, Qianzong had a feeling that the sword principle of illusion in the illusory sword Steel had the meaning of change. It was somewhat similar to his sword principle. The heart sword essence could change according to one's heart. The sword principle of illusion could also change according to one's heart. Following his heart, Qianzong chose the illusory sword Steel. It turned out that he had made the right choice. The world inside the illusory sword steel was filled with a variety of strange and colorful auras. Strands of auras, complete or broken, spread out in all directions. The whole world was filled with a misty and dreamy aura. With a single glance, Chenzong seemed to have seen someone wielding a sword in front of him. The killing intent was earth-shattering. The sword that was swung out was extremely terrifying, as if it could cut through everything in the world. Chenzong could not help but draw his sword and slash. The figure holding the sword collapsed in an instant and turned into countless lights and shadows. Illusion, it was an illusion, but for a moment, Chenzong thought it was real. However, if you really thought that it was an illusion and ignored it, once you were struck and injured, there was a possibility that it would become real and you would really be injured. This was the power of the Sword of Illusion Dao. Chenzong's will was extremely strong. Even though his heart sword intent was sealed, his powerful soul was not affected. As a result, Chenzong's resistance to the Sword of Illusion was very high. Moreover, the effect of his comprehension was surprisingly good, surpassing that of the Sword of Destruction. Before long, Chenzong had comprehended the first level of the Sword of Illusion Dao. In the outside world, the royal army of the Heavenly Punishment Army was fighting the White Yama. You seem to be quite capable. Bring out your full strength, Wang Jun said coldly as a shocking killing intent burst out from his body. That murderous aura was light red. The sword of killing, what Wang Jun wanted to use was precisely the sword of killing Dao. Of course, what he first comprehended was not the sword of killing Dao, but one of the four great sword Daos. The royal army of the Heavenly Punishment Army specialized in battle and killing. Comprehending the sword of killing Dao was the most suitable. The White Yama did not say anything in the face of Wang Jun's shocking murderous aura, remaining silent. However, in an instant, an extremely terrifying murderous aura rebounded, as if it had been compressed to the extreme. It was like a volcano that had been dormant for many years had suddenly erupted, soaring into the sky. The red aura surged like a wave, sweeping out. This murderous aura could be said to be extremely berserk. Shock appeared on Wang Jun's face. At this moment, his heart collapsed. Who exactly was the royal army of the Heavenly Punishment Army? Why was this person's murderous aura so much stronger than his? It was too shocking. The young commander of the Heavenly Punishment Army narrowed his eyes as he stared at the White Yama. A rare look of seriousness appeared on his face. He felt that this person wearing a strange mask might be a formidable opponent. The first senior brother of the Fengling sect also showed a grave expression. A formidable opponent. At this moment, many people viewed the White Yama as a formidable opponent. Mysterious and powerful. Currently, there were only two true inheritors left in the unitary sect's camp. One was the Sword of No Return, and the other was the Profound Palace's true inheritor. As for the previous generation's true inheritors, there were only 3 left. In the end, no one knew how many of these 5 people would be able to obtain one of the 10 spots. Maybe it was 2, maybe it was 1, maybe it was none. Wang Jun drew his sword. Although the murderous aura of his opponent was even purer and more tyrannical than his own, he wasn't afraid. As he drew his sword, an astonishing murderous aura filled the air. This murderous aura wasn't deliberately targeted at anyone. Instead, it was condensed from the sword of the killing path. This murderous aura was so shocking and condensed that it made one's heart tremble. At the same time, the White Yama drew his sword as well. What he used was also the sword of the killing path. This was the true White Yama. Yama controlled life and death. The sword of the killing path was undoubtedly the most suitable sword technique for the White Yama. The White Yama who grasped the sword of the killing path was the true White Yama. When the sword of the killing path was used, it seemed to be amplified. It became even more terrifying, causing one's scalp to go numb. Wang Jun, who faced this sword directly, felt his scalp go numb. This was inconceivable. One had to know that the Heavenly Punishment Army's method of nurturing soldiers was to constantly fight and kill. Only those who survived through life and death battles were truly outstanding soldiers. As for Wang Jun, he had experienced hundreds of battles of life and death, if not thousands of them. Now, in the face of his opponent's murderous aura, he actually felt horrified. It was as if he was facing the young commander. The young commander was the strongest of the younger generation of demigod soldiers in the Heavenly Punishment Army. His position was similar to the Wind Spirit sect's eldest senior brother. How could this person compare to the young commander? It was simply unimaginable. Defeat. In just 3 moves, Wang Jun was defeated and eliminated. Damn it. I want to challenge him in the next round. One of the Heavenly Punishment Army members was furious. His eyes were filled with cold murderous intent. You are not his match, the young commander suddenly said. The person was stunned. He wanted to refute but didn't know how. After all, the young commander's judgment was very accurate. His judgment had never been wrong. In other words, he really wasn't the white-masked man's match. He was truly unwilling to accept this. What about you, young commander? The person asked after some thought. I won't take the initiative to challenge him here, the young commander replied without any hesitation. This sentence caused the pupils of the other Heavenly Punishment Army members to shrink. The young commander's words were simple, but the content was shocking. The first meaning of not taking the initiative to challenge him was that if the other party challenged him, he would accept the challenge. The second meaning was that he didn't have absolute confidence in defeating the other party. In fact, he might even have a 50% chance of winning. The other party clearly wasn't from a Nebula-grade faction, yet he was so extraordinary. Just thinking about it made them feel unwilling. As the battle continued, the number of people kept decreasing. 50 people, 40 people, 30 people, soon, there were only 20 people left. The ownership of the final 10 spots was about to be determined. This is really boring. Should I add some more spice? In the sky, where no one could see, the white figure stroked its chin in a human-like manner. Its tone was full of ridicule. It immediately rejected this idea because it felt that if it added any more spice, it would be equivalent to violating the rules. The consequences of violating the rules were very bad. Forget it, I'll just keep watching. Although it's a little boring, it's also at the final juncture. Chenzong had also completely comprehended the Sword of the Illusion Path and grasped its mysteries. Based on this situation, it seemed that he wouldn't be able to completely comprehend all the sword techniques on the sword steels. Up until now, there were only a few people who were considered unworthy opponents. The young commander of the Heavenly Punishment Army, the eldest senior brother of the Fengling sect, the White Yama, the major general of the Heavenly Punishment Army, the second true disciple of the Fengling sect, and the first true disciple of the previous generation of the Yuan sect, Chenzong. Among these 7 people, Chenzong was ranked last. After all, Chenzong's battles seemed relatively gentle, but they were terrifying. One could only experience it when they actually fought. This was a kind of feeling that could only be understood, but not described in words. Excluding these 7 people was equivalent to directly obtaining 7 spots. There were still 3 spots left to fight for. Fight, would things be that simple? Of course not. Chenzong still wanted to continue comprehending the sword steels. The others also had the same idea. Therefore, they took the initiative to issue a challenge. After winning the battle, Chenzong chose to comprehend the Sword of the Killing Path. The 7 people who were deemed unworthy all took the initiative to challenge each other. 7 people were eliminated one after another. There were still 13 people left. This meant that there were still 3 people who would be eliminated. No one challenged Chenzong. Chenzong was completely immersed in the world of the sword steels of the Killing Path. He was constantly comprehending. The sword master killed. Chenzong had this awareness a long time ago. Moreover, the number of people Chenzong had killed was no less than the number of people he had killed. Even the young commander of the Heavenly Punishment Army could not compare to Chenzong. After all, Chenzong had cultivated from the lowest level and had experienced a lot. The more he killed, the faster he could comprehend and master the Sword of the Killing Path. An astonishing killing intent condensed under the sword. This was a kind of application. Soon, Chenzong comprehended the first level of the Sword of the Killing Path, and then the second level. The first level of the Sword of the Killing Path couldn't completely condense Chenzong's killing intent and killing intent. It was too majestic. The second level of the Sword of the Killing Path couldn't do it. The third level couldn't be done either. The fourth level, the fifth level of the Sword of the Killing Path completely absorbed Chenzong's killing intent and killing intent. Chen Zong had a feeling that the fifth level of the Sword of the Killing Path would only be stronger than the fifth level of the Sword of the Killing Path. It didn't mean that the Sword of the Killing Path was stronger than the Sword of the Killing Path. It was because the killing intent that Chen Zong had gathered from several worlds was too much. It was hidden and difficult to use. Now, it was all condensed by the Sword of the Killing Path and turned into the power of the Sword of the Killing Path, directly increasing it to a terrifying level. Then, the next step was to comprehend the profound meaning of the Sword of the Killing Path. If he could comprehend the profound meaning, it might become the strongest and most terrifying sword strike that he had grasped. He tried his best to comprehend it. When Chen Zong began to find the feeling and comprehend a trace of the profound meaning, the world suddenly collapsed. Chen Zong's consciousness returned to his body. Almost. Just a little bit. He could have successfully comprehended the profound meaning of the Sword of the Killing Path. It was just a little bit that caused him to be stuck. He could only slowly comprehend it later. Chen Zong quickly adjusted his state of mind. The final 10 places were out. Second update, in the Dongting Sword Garden of the Yuan Galaxy, the sword pavilions disintegrated and turned into countless sword-like bamboo leaves fluttering in the wind. Only 10 pavilions remained, representing the 10 places. A white shadow appeared on the circular platform. Congratulations, you've qualified to enter the next test, but you're still weak chickens and ants. The white shadow's mocking voice sounded again. Its poisonous judgment did not affect the mood of the 10 people. What a boring person. The white shadow seemed to be very unhappy with the indifferent reaction of the crowd. He hoped that someone would suddenly draw a sword at him, so that he could take the opportunity to kill someone to relieve his boredom. But the rules were that he could not take the initiative to attack. At most, he could mock them with his poisonous tongue to see if anyone would be angered enough to draw their sword. The second test is also the final test. The white silhouette's tone was no longer full of sarcasm. Instead, it sounded a little sickly and yawned listlessly, as if it had nothing to live for. The second test will determine whether you can step into the Sword Mountain of the Eastern Court and whether you can be chosen by the Sword Master. The nominal disciple, the true disciple, and the Sword Master of the Dongting Sword. Hearing the white shadow's words, everyone was stunned. Immediately, their hearts surged. The nominal disciple, the true disciple, the Sword Master of the Dongting Sword, it was easy to understand. Honorary disciples belonged to the lowest level. They only had a name. In fact, it was very difficult for them to obtain any profound inheritance. For many sword cultivators who could not enter the Sword Garden, the nominal disciple of the Dongting Sword Mountain was very amazing. They would do anything to get it. But for the 10 people, a nominal disciple was not necessary at all. The things they could get would not be as good as what they had now. Only the true disciples would be tempted. As the name implied, the true disciples could get the real inheritance. They represented the face and honor of the Dongting Sword Mountain. As for the Sword Master of the Dongting Sword, he was obviously ranked above the true disciples, which was also very easy to understand. He was like the godson of the Yuan sect. Of course, the Dongting Sword Mountain was far superior to the Yuan sect, so the status of the Sword Master of the Dongting Sword in the Void was definitely higher than the godson of the Yuan sect. Their breathing became rapid. Everyone wanted to become the Sword Son of Dongting. However, although the crowd was excited, they did not lose their rationality. That was because they knew very well that it would be very difficult, incomparably difficult. After all, there were very few spots available. Perhaps there was only one spot available. Don't forget, when the time comes for the second test, it won't just be the 10 of them, because the Eastern Court Sword Garden has as many as 100 swords. There were 100 Dongting Sword Gardens, and each garden had 10 people, so there were a total of 1,000 people. He didn't know how many people would be eliminated, but he could predict one thing, and that was the number of nominal disciples would definitely exceed the number of true disciples, and the number of true disciples would exceed the number of sword sons. With 1,000 people, they had to compete for who knew how many slots for the true inheritors and sword sons. Just thinking about it made them feel that it would not be easy. Moreover, what was the content of the second stage? What was the difference between this and the previous sword competition? He knew absolutely nothing. At your level, becoming a nominal disciple is already good enough. Don't even dream of becoming a true disciple. The white silhouette seemed to have regained its vitality. It mocked and ridiculed them again. Shortly after, the sword pavilion that the 10 of them were in started to spin at an extremely fast speed. Everyone was in the middle of it, spinning continuously. They felt extremely dizzy, as if their internal organs were about to be thrown out. That feeling was extremely uncomfortable. Fast, the sword pavilion, which had spun to the extreme, immediately turned into a sword light that soared into the sky, as if it was going to shatter the sky above the sword garden. In the outside world, everyone in the void could see that 10 majestic sword lights pierced through the sky above the sword garden in an instant, rushing upwards as if they were going to pierce through the void. That scene was incomparably shocking. Dizziness, the extreme dizziness made everyone completely confused, as if they were about to lose consciousness. After an unknown period of time, everyone came to their senses. It was dark all around. Except for themselves, they couldn't feel the existence of anyone else. Choose your identity. A dull voice sounded. It was cold and stiff, full of the smell of metal, as if a long sword was clanging. Immediately, Xianxia received many thoughts in his mind. Lone traveler, evil force, family member, sect member, kingdom organization, soldier. Xianxia didn't think too much and directly chose to be a lone traveler. Identity selection is complete. The rules of the final test are as follows. Everyone will be branded with a sword seal. Kill others to obtain the sword seal. Those who are killed won't really die. They can obtain the sword seal after they are resurrected one day. At the end of the test, according to the number of sword seals branded, you will obtain the disciple rank of Dongting Sword Mountain. 100 nominal disciples, 10 true disciples, and 1 sword son. Remember, you choose your own path, and the sword is in your hand. The test will last for 1 month. The last sentence seemed to be a warning. Xianxia understood what he meant. The path was chosen by oneself. It was very simple. There were 6 identities, and the identity was chosen by oneself. Once the choice was made, one shouldn't regret it and walk on it firmly. Then, why should one walk on it firmly? By relying on the sword in his hand. That was all. Since there was a choice of identity, of course, each identity must have its own advantages and disadvantages. In addition, the rules of the test were not clear enough, just a rough idea. For example, the number of sword seals, how many were needed to be the benchmark, but everything would be known after the test began. Xianxia's mind turned quickly. In terms of intelligence, Xianxia was actually excellent, but not outstanding. However, his thinking ability was very fast, his insight was very strong, and his judgment was very accurate. This was the result of his strong soul and countless battles. Based on the 6 identities, Xianxia instantly inferred that the second test, which was also the place of the final test, should be a world with forces such as a country, a family, a sect, and an army. It seemed to be a bit complicated. Immediately, Xianxia felt a slight tingling on the back of his left hand, and a sword seal quickly formed. Then, the feeling of the world spinning was so strong that even Xianxia's strong soul couldn't stay awake and fell into darkness. When Xianxia woke up, he found himself lying in a ruined temple. It was drizzling outside. When the wind blew into the ruined temple, it brought a bit of coldness. In the ruined temple, he was the only one. Xianxia quickly checked and found that his cultivation, Tao will, and all other forces were in a sealed state, which was the same as the situation in the sword garden. Even the 9 heavenly rings and the storage ring could not be used for the time being. In other words, in this unknown world, Xianxia's body was like an ordinary person's body. No, it should be said that it was a body that had reached the limit of an ordinary person's body, which belonged to the kind of body that had been constantly trained. However, such a body was countless times weaker than his own body of true strength. However, the others were also like him. He couldn't use his previous sword techniques either. What he could use was the basic sword techniques of the 14 sword principles of Dongting that he had comprehended in the sword garden. That was not bad. The basic sword techniques of the 14 sword principles of Dongting that Xianxia had comprehended by himself included the sword of wind, the sword of thunder, the sword of fire, the sword of metal, the sword of destruction, the sword of illusion, and the sword of killing. There were a total of 7 sword techniques, more than half of them. Among them, except for the sword of killing, he had already grasped the profound meaning of the other 6 sword techniques. Qianzong believed that other than himself, there should be very few people who could grasp so many sword techniques. Of course, he could not rule out other people with high comprehension. After all, the void was so big and there were countless cultivators. It was normal for there to be some monsters. However, Qianzong was not afraid. He was even looking forward to it. He was looking forward to the appearance of someone better than himself. That would be more interesting. Qianzong focused his consciousness on the sword seal on the back of his left hand. He carefully sensed that within 1,000 meters, there was no other sword seal aura. Through this sword seal, he could sense other sword seals within a certain range. From there, he could find the other sword seal branded person, kill them, and take the sword seal. In this world, in this country, there were 999 people who woke up one after another, just like Qianzong. The first disciple of the evil sword sect? Not a bad identity, I like it. A young man with an evil look smiled coldly. Immediately, he looked at the sword seal on the back of his hand and focused. Within 1,000 meters, he could not find any other sword seal branded person. 1,000 meters, huh? That's a little short, but it's better than nothing. After all, without the sword seal's perception, it would not be easy to find the other sword seal branded person. Within the various armies, there were people who were either whispering or laughing. It was the same in some sects and families. In a secret place in the country. The leader of the Dark Clan? A soft voice sounded. It was a little hoarse and strange. Soon after, the laughter that came out was a little creepy. Not bad, it suits me very well. Then, let me use all the power of the Dark Clan to find all of you. Although the sword seal branded person was a very obvious symbol, it could be concealed with some methods, such as wearing gloves and so on. Hence, with a certain amount of information and intelligence, it was not impossible to find the whereabouts of the other sword seal branded person. At the very least, he could find similar ones and investigate them one by one. As such, the differences between different identities began to show. Lone wolves, alone or in an alliance, had very little information, which was equivalent to nothing. In terms of assistance, it was also equivalent to nothing. In comparison, the advantage was freedom. They could go anywhere without restrictions. Everything had its advantages, but of course, there were also disadvantages. It was impossible to be perfect. Everything was perfect, but it was relative. After sorting out all the information, the drizzle stopped. Qianzong tidied himself up. With his left hand holding the long sword provided by the East Court Sword Garden, he walked out of the dilapidated temple. The cold wind blew, causing Qianzong to subconsciously tighten the robe on his body. It was also a normal robe. As a normal person's body, Qianzong's resistance to external attacks was greatly reduced. Third update, Qianzong was used to traveling alone. This was a habit that he had developed since he was a child. Since it was a habit that he had finally developed, why should he change it? Perhaps there were all kinds of disadvantages to traveling alone, but the freedom was enough. However, Qianzong did not think about other things. For example, his stomach was growling right now, which meant that he was hungry. It had been a long time since he had experienced this feeling. Although Qianzong usually drank and ate delicious food, it was just a hobby, not to fill his stomach. But now, it was to fill his stomach. Qianzong had a feeling that if he did not drink water for a long time here, he would die of dehydration and thirst. If he did not eat for a long time, he would starve to death. Moreover, although his body was at the level of an ordinary person, he had reached the limit of an ordinary person. Once he fought, his physical strength would be greatly consumed, so he had to eat more food to replenish his strength. What did this mean? It meant that in the next month, not only did he have to find other people branded with the sword mark, kill them, and seize their sword marks, but he also had to ensure that he had enough food and water. How interesting. Qianzong did not feel frustrated or unhappy. Instead, he found it novel and interesting. Then, the next step was to find food. Only by filling his stomach could he have the strength to hunt other enemies. Except for himself, the other 999 people branded with the sword mark were all enemies. Now, he was in the middle of nowhere, and he could not see any animals. Did he have to eat tree bark or soil? In this regard, Chenzong felt deeply helpless. This was a terrible start. Was he going to starve to death here? Fortunately, Chenzong had always been tenacious in facing bad situations, so he could hold on for the time being. He maintained the rhythm of his breathing and walked at a moderate speed with his sword. In this way, he could reduce the consumption of his physical strength to the greatest extent and conserve it. Without extraordinary power, physical strength was equal to combat power. Once his physical strength was exhausted, he could not perform his swordsmanship no matter how brilliant it was. It was useless. "Boy, your sword looks good. Give it to me first." Suddenly, two ferocious-looking men with swords appeared in front of him. Just their appearance alone was enough to frighten many people, and when they revealed their ferocious appearance, it would make people's legs go soft. After 15 minutes, Chenzong gnawed on the hard jerky and left with large strides, leaving behind two people that had been beaten black and blue on the spot, and it was precisely the two ferocious robbers that had robbed him earlier. Chenzong had never been a bloodthirsty person. The reason why he killed people was because they were a threat to him, such as an enemy. Under normal circumstances, Chenzong would not kill people if he could. For example, although the two robbers looked ferocious, they posed no threat to Chenzong. On the contrary, Chenzong found some dry food and money in their bags. In addition, he also learned some information from them. For example, this country was called the Supporting Sword Country. There were many organizations, families, sect, and so on in this country. However, due to the limitations of their level, the two men did not know much about them. But one thing they were sure of was that there were only two kinds of people in the Supporting Sword Country: real ordinary people and swordsmen. In other words, if there was cultivation in the Supporting Sword Country, it would be swordsmanship and becoming a swordsman. A country of swordsmen. What an interesting place. People yearned for it. In such a big country, there were many swordsmen, so there must be many sword skills. After countless generations of evolution and improvement, some sword skills must have reached a very high level. Chenzong's sword Dao was to constantly absorb the essence of other sword Dao and integrate it into his own body to improve his own sword skills. A place like this might be very beneficial to him. Gnawing on the hard and cold dried meat, chewing and swallowing it to barely fill his empty stomach, Chenzong quickened his pace with the so-called copper sword leaves. There was a small town in front of him. There, he could find more delicious food and wine. Copper sword leaves were the currency in circulation in the Supporting Sword Country. They were divided into 3 levels: copper, silver, and gold. The exchange rate between them was 100:1. Chenzong got dozens of copper sword leaves from the two burly men's bags. The copper sword leaves were very thin, just like leaves. They were also very light and soft. They could be bent, but they were surprisingly tough and not easy to break, so they were very suitable to be carried around. Under certain circumstances, they could even be used as killing weapons. Not long after, Chenzong saw the outline of a section of the city wall. There was no need to pay the entrance fee and he could directly enter the city. This was just a small town. Chenzong looked around while walking. Although he was still hungry, he did not choose a random restaurant to eat. Observe, according to Chenzong's years of experience, he found a good restaurant. At this moment, Chenzong forgot that he only had dozens of copper sword leaves. Order more than a dozen dishes, most of which were hard dishes. Only then did he feel full. With a jar of wine, Chenzong slowly tasted them. Chenzong's appetite, of course, attracted the attention of other people in the restaurant. How big a person's appetite must be to eat so many dishes alone. Chenzong's table manners were very good. He did not wolf down the food, but he ate very quickly. Not long after, a large table of dishes were all eaten by Chenzong, and the jar of wine was also finished by Chenzong. The feeling of being full of wine and food was very wonderful, and his whole body was full of strength. However, when he paid the bill, Chenzong found that it was not enough, and the money was not enough. Eating so much would cost more than 100 copper sword leaves in total, but he only had dozens of copper sword leaves. The difference was more than double. It seemed that the first free meal in his life was here. Chenzong's seat was next to the window. He jumped, flew directly through the open window, and landed in an instant. This was only the height of the second floor, which was nothing. In the blink of an eye, Chenzong entered the crowd and quickly went away. Damn it, stop right there. The waiter upstairs came to his senses. He chased and cursed, but obviously, he could not catch up with Chenzong. In the end, he could only accept his fate. In fact, even if he caught up with Chenzong, it would be of no help. No money was no money. The feeling of running away after eating and drinking without paying was really fresh and exciting. Chenzong walked while thinking, should I make this a habit and carry it forward? Forget it, let's not dwell on this kind of small problem. However, he still needed to get some money, so it would be more convenient for him to do things. A lone traveler was free and unrestrained. That was his advantage, but his disadvantage was also obvious, which was the lack of information. So, if he wanted to get enough detailed information, money might be a more direct way. Of course, he did not rule out other means. However, he should never underestimate others and overestimate himself, especially in a strange place. All kinds of preparations must be made. How to make money? Moreover, he had to make a lot of money in a short time. After all, he only had 1 month. This was a difficult problem. As he walked, he looked around and pondered. Chenzong saw a notice wall. There were several notices pasted on the notice wall, some of which were broken. At this time, a man in black and red short armor with a long sword and a black scabbard at his waist came to the notice wall and pasted a new notice. The content of this notice attracted Chenzong's attention. This was an extermination mission. The content of the mission was to exterminate a water stronghold 300 miles away from this city. Especially the heads of the 3 strongholds, the mission would be completed if he brought back their heads. The reward for the mission was 100 golden sword leaves. Listening to the discussions around, Chenzong quickly sorted out his thoughts and made a judgment. He immediately took action. He directly tore off the bottom right corner of the notice, which meant that Chenzong had accepted this extermination mission. After that, he only needed to go to the Castellan mansion in the city to submit the mission and get the reward. Everything else had nothing to do with Chenzong. Of course, 100 golden sword leaves might sound a lot, but Chenzong didn't think it was a lot. He just felt that there should be some wealth in a water stronghold, which was also his goal. Holding the corner of the notice close to his body, Chenzong set off. The dozens of bronze sword leaves were bought with some dry food, and finally there were only a few bronze sword leaves left. Who is that? He should be a swordsman, but I don't know what level he is at. His face is very strange. I've never seen him before. The crazy shark water stronghold is not easy to deal with. The 3 strongholds are all powerful swordsmen. I don't know how many people who want to exterminate them have died there. In all kinds of discussions, a vigorous figure quickly caught up with Chenzong. Hey, let's work together to deal with the crazy shark water stronghold. After the mission is completed, we'll split the loot 50-50. A figure flashed in front of him, mixed with a strange and wild fragrance. The voice was candid and neutral. A girl appeared in front of Chenzong. The girl was tall and slender, with smooth skin. Instead of being fair, it was a little bronze. Her hair was tied up in a ponytail, and her black tights completely set off her beautiful and vigorous body. Her legs were slender and powerful, giving people the impression that she was a leopard. A long sword hung on her left waist, a crossbow and a row of crossbow bolts hung on her right waist, and a short sword was tied to her right calf. The lines on her face were obvious, and her eyes were sharp, like a leopard on the hunt. At a glance, Chenzong knew that the girl's strength was not weak, but she was no match for him. From her dress, it could be seen that she was not a pure swordsman. After all, pure swordsmen rarely used weapons other than swords. "What's your name?" Chenzong asked in reply. Because in a flash, Chenzong thought of something. The girl should be from the suppressing sword country. It seemed that she knew more about the country than the 2 big men who blocked the way. Perhaps he could learn more about the suppressing sword country and so on from her. Another point was that the other party should have a good understanding of the specific route to the frenzied shark water stronghold and the situation in the stronghold. Chenzong thought of all this in an instant. "Call me Hunting Shadow." The girl said it was obviously a code name and not a real name. What about you, swordsman? Chenzong did not say his real name. Instead, he said the name he had in the ninth heaven ring, which was also a code name. Translator, Endless Fantasy Translation Editor, Endless Fantasy Translation. There were trees on both sides of the rugged path. Two figures ran quickly on the path with agile steps. They were as fast as galloping horses, but lighter than galloping horses. You really don't need my help? Hunting Shadow was still nagging. You should know that the 3 chiefs of the Crazy Shark Water Village are all sword masters. There are more than 10 swordsmen in the village. You're alone. If you go in, you might be dismembered. Hunting Shadow was not polite at all. Moreover, Chenzong noticed that she was greedy. Otherwise, she wouldn't have bargained with him along the way. However, Hunting Shadow's love for money was not without principles. She asked to help Chenzong destroy the Crazy Shark Water Village together. As for the wealth, they would share it equally. However, Chenzong refused. He only gave her a golden sword leaf as a guide fee. Being able to obtain a golden sword leaf just by leading the way was not bad. However, Hunting Shadow was obviously not satisfied. If you think it's too little, you can go, Chenzong responded indifferently. You. Hunting Shadow was annoyed. Cold-faced man. After running for more than 10 miles, Hunting Shadow's breathing started to become irregular. However, Chenzong's breathing was still stable and smooth. After running for a few more miles, Hunting Shadow couldn't take it anymore. Sweat dripped from her forehead and down her cheeks. She asked to rest. On the other hand, Chenzong was calm and composed. How did you train? Hunting Shadow was curious. Chenzong shrugged and smiled. A golden sword leaf. Forget it if you don't want to tell me. Hunting Shadow snorted and pretended to be disdainful. In fact, she was very curious. Such amazing stamina was very important for a lone wolf. It meant the ability to run and escape. They were not close. Chenzong wouldn't teach her casually just because she was a girl. Any technique, no matter simple or profound, was learned after many years of trial and error. It couldn't be taught casually. If it was taught casually, it meant that it wasn't valued enough. From Chenzong's point of view, Hunting Shadow's body hadn't been fully developed yet. After all, the Sword Country was a country of ordinary people. In the world of ordinary people, even a swordsman could only practice his sword skills and improve his physical strength. However, in the end, he could only reach the limit of the human body and could not surpass it. His body had already reached its limit, but Hunting Shadow clearly hadn't. On the other hand, Chenzong had also reached the pinnacle in controlling his own body and using his strength. With the combination of the two, Chenzong was able to maintain more than half of his physical strength and endurance after running for more than 10 miles. Only in this way could they maintain a high-intensity battle for a longer period of time. Breathe. Chenzong's breathing was steady and long, and there was a strange rhythm to it that only he could feel. Under this strange breathing rhythm, his exhausted strength was quickly recovering. Immediately, Chenzong took out some jerky and ate it. Although the taste was very ordinary, the dried meat could be used to replenish one's energy. After eating and resting for a while, they would continue on their journey after recovering their physical strength. This small path would save them more than 10 miles to reach the Crazy Shark Water Stockade. The Crazy Shark Water Stockade was located in a long river and specialized in robbing passing ships. In a world without supernatural power, there were no storage treasures. Only carriages or ships could be used to transport goods. Therefore, bandits were prevalent. There were mountain stockades everywhere, occupying mountains and so on. Some powerful bandit groups were even troublesome for the country. Among the bandit groups, the Crazy Shark Water Stockade was only a small one. They could only do evil in a small city like the Red East City. The city lord's mansion of the Red East City had sent out troops to encircle and suppress them, but unfortunately, the Crazy Shark Water Stockade's location was easy to defend and difficult to attack. Moreover, there were 10 swordsmen and 3 swordmasters. Together with the protection of crossbows and arrows, the city lord's mansion had suffered many casualties and still failed to break through the water stockade. In desperation, they could only issue a notice and offer a large reward to see if there were any experts who could reveal the name. There were people who had revealed the name a few times, but they all failed. Therefore, the reward increased until it reached 100 golden sword leaves. In many people's eyes, Chenzong, who revealed the name this time, would follow in the footsteps of those people before him. The Crazy Shark Water Stockade was right on the opposite side of the long river. It was built under a cliff that was hundreds of meters high. In the world of cultivators, flying hundreds of meters was nothing. Even thousands of meters was nothing. However, in such a world, falling from a height of hundreds of meters meant certain death. Even someone like Chenzong, who was at the extreme level, would die all the same. As for throwing rocks from a cliff that was hundreds of meters high to destroy the stronghold, it was not that no one had ever mentioned this idea before. Some people had tried it, but it was very difficult because there were many terrifying beasts living on the mountain and they were very aggressive. Besides, the Crazy Shark Water Stockade also knew this and had made all kinds of preparations. On the shore, Hunting Shadow pointed to the opposite side. It was at least thousands of meters away. With her eyesight, she could only see a vague outline. "Do you plan to sneak in?" Hunting Shadow asked. This was a normal thought. They could either attack from the outside or sneak in to assassinate. It was unrealistic for the two of them to attack from the outside, unless they had several times more soldiers than the water stockade. Then, there was only one way left, which was to sneak in and assassinate. It was possible to succeed. In fact, Hunting Shadow's mission had been completed. She led the way, but she didn't get the golden sword leaf. Chenzong didn't have any golden sword leaf, only a few bronze sword leaves. Only by completing this mission could she get the golden sword leaf reward. Find a small boat. Chenzong didn't answer Hunting Shadow's question. Instead, he ordered, treating Hunting Shadow as his subordinate. Hey. I'm not your subordinate. Hunting Shadow was unhappy. Add another golden sword leaf, Chenzong said. If you fail, I won't get anything. Despite saying that, Hunting Shadow still went to find a boat. He couldn't help it. The temptation of the golden sword leaf was too great. Besides, if Chenzong died, he would just be wasting some time. It was worth a try. Soon, Hunting Shadow found a small boat. It was only about 2 meters long. Row the boat and add another golden sword leaf, Chenzong ordered naturally. No. This time, Hunting Shadow resisted the temptation of the golden sword leaf and asked her to row the boat to her death. 5 golden sword leaves, Chenzong raised the price. No. This time, Hunting Shadow's refusal was very difficult. He was struggling. 10. Chenzong raised the price again. Okay. When the word no reached her mouth, it turned into okay. Hunting Shadow wanted to slap herself. Sooner or later, she would die because of money. But what she was thinking was that if things went wrong, she would jump into the water to escape. As a lone traveler, she might not be strong enough, but she had many abilities. She could cross mountains and cross rivers. Chenzong didn't know what Hunting Shadow was thinking. He stood at the front of the boat while Hunting Shadow sat at the back of the boat and rowed his oars. The sound of the boat breaking through the water was soft, and layers of ripples kept surging out under the oars. The boat was getting faster and faster, and the surface of the water was rippled. The wind mixed with the humidity from the river blew toward Chenzong's face, making him feel refreshed. Hey, swordsman, what's your strength? Hunting Shadow suddenly remembered that he hadn't asked about Chenzong's strength level since the beginning. If Chenzong was a swordsman, then the two of them together should be able to survive even if they couldn't complete the mission. Me? I don't know. Chenzong was telling the truth. He hadn't tested his strength and didn't know how strong he was. However, Chenzong wouldn't underestimate others or himself. With his body, strength, combat experience, and sword techniques, he couldn't be weak. Hunting Shadow felt desperate. The future was dark as if they were rushing toward death. Thousands of meters wasn't short, but it was getting shorter. The boat kept approaching the Crazy Shark Water Fort. On the fort, some water bandits were watching from the watchtower. They locked onto Chenzong and warned him. Soon, a group of water bandits with crossbows stood in a row beside the fort. They were all armed with crossbows. The cold light flashed under the sunlight. Stop! Hunting Shadow immediately rowed backward and stopped the boat. At this distance, the crossbows weren't a threat. Swordsman, let's go back. Hunting Shadow was scared. There was no way he wouldn't be. 20 crossbows would turn him into a sieve in one round. He couldn't be more dead. Keep going, Chenzong said unhurriedly. I don't want to die, Hunting Shadow yelled. Even if you give me 100 golden sword leaves, I won't agree. But Chenzong felt that Hunting Shadow's last sentence was a bit fake. But since Hunting Shadow said so, Chenzong didn't intend to force her. Soon, Chenzong took down a few planks from both sides of the boat. Hunting Shadow didn't know what Chenzong was going to do. He saw Chenzong casually throw a plank forward. The plank made a sharp sound as it flew through the air. It was as fast as an arrow leaving the bow. Hunting Shadow's pupils shrank. It seemed to be thrown casually, but it actually contained amazing power. What kind of body was that? Was it one of those large beasts? But what was the use of throwing the plank? It couldn't have crossed hundreds of meters and attacked the water bandits on the fort. Then, both Hunting Shadow and the water bandits widened their eyes as if they were looking at a god. Chenzong leaped into the air, following closely behind the wooden plank and landing on the ground. Coincidentally, his feet landed on the plank. He sank slightly and rushed forward as if he were riding the wind and waves. A plank less than half a meter long was carrying a person and gliding forward on the water. It was incredible. People would think that they were hallucinating. Gradually, the plank slowed down. Chenzong threw out the second plank and jumped up again. The plank under his feet shattered instantly. It sank into the water and was washed up by another wave. In this way, Chenzong quickly approached the water fort. He was already within 100 meters of the fort. Shoot, shoot, shoot. Shoot him to death. A small leader came to his senses first and gave the order quickly. Second update, Little Rice Dumpling said, if you don't kill people when you practice the sword, you're acting like a hooligan. What's your posture? 20 crossbows were fired at the same time. The half-meter-long arrows were extremely sharp and shone with a dazzling cold light. They pierced through the air in an instant, leaving 20 straight traces in the air. They locked onto Chenzong at lightning speed. Swish. Swish, swish. 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 Ferocious and bloodthirsty expressions appeared on the faces of the water bandits. They loved to see the crossbow bolts pierce through their bodies, causing a stream of blood to spurt out. As bandits who lived on the edge of their blades, they had killed many people during their robberies. They were ferocious. Hunting Shadow's mind went blank. Even though she was a swordmaster, she had to concentrate fully to avoid one crossbow. It would be difficult to avoid 2 crossbows. If 3 crossbows were fired at the same time, the probability of being hit was more than 90%. If 5 crossbows were fired at the same time, any swordmaster would die unless the archer was very weak and could not aim accurately. Even if one was wearing heavy armor, one would be injured if not killed, unless the armor covered one's entire body. Now, the swordsman was locked onto by 20 crossbows and fired at the same time. He was doomed. Hunting Shadow planned to dive into the water and take the opportunity to escape. Otherwise, the water bandits would not let her go if she was late. Just as Hunting Shadow was about to dive into the water, she froze as if she had been petrified. She could not move, but the expression on her face was extremely exaggerated. Her eyes were wide open, and her mouth was wide open. She was extremely shocked. The water bandits also looked as if they had seen a ghost. Chenzong leaped up, and the wooden plank beneath his feet was completely shattered. His entire body was like an eagle soaring in the sky. His figure was incomparably vigorous and agile, and there was an indescribable sharpness to it. In the next breath, the long sword at his waist was unsheathed. A sword light swept out like a gust of wind. In an instant, the aura of the wind from all directions was attracted and blew from all directions. Everyone's long hair fluttered and their clothes rustled. Under the light of the sword, the 20 bolts shot by the crossbows paused and then were blown to the side by the strong wind. None of them hit Chenzong. The sword light swept through the air like a gust of wind, emitting a shocking rumbling sound. The group of water bandits were thrown off their feet by the gust of wind. That's... Hunting Shadow's body couldn't help but tremble. It wasn't out of fear, but excitement. Kill, kill, kill. Since they were water bandits and their mission was to exterminate the water stronghold, Qianzong drew his sword and showed no mercy. Like a tiger entering a flock of sheep, the water bandits were unable to resist at all. The leader, who had the strength of a swordsman, was the same. He was finished off with a single strike. Blood splattered everywhere. Even more water bandits rushed out, howling as they charged forward. The three fort masters also charged forward with swords in hand. The power of a swordsman was completely unleashed, and the sword light was surging and sharp. However, it was still a sword strike. Every step he took, he would kill without mercy. In just a short period of time, the land was filled with wails and cries. Die, die, die. More than 200 people in the frenzied shark water stronghold were all dead souls under Qianzong's sword. With a gentle shake, the blood on the sword flew out and landed on a pillar more than 10 meters away with a thud. The blood splattered everywhere and dyed the entire area. It was a shocking sight. Sheathing his sword, Qianzong's killing intent was completely restrained. It was impossible to tell that he had just killed more than 200 people in one go. Hunting Shadow trembled all over and didn't dare to approach, fearing that Qianzong would also kill him with a single strike. Grandmaster. This swordsman is definitely a swordsman, Grandmaster. Hunting Shadow was terrified and excited at the same time. Come on up, Qianzong said to Hunting Shadow. Okay. Hunting Shadow nodded fearfully. He rode closer, exerted force in his legs, and jumped up quickly, landing on the wooden platform of the water stronghold. Seeing corpses everywhere and blood flowing through the cracks of the wooden boards, Hunting Shadow's scalp tingled. It wasn't that she hadn't seen dead people before, but it was her first time seeing so many fresh corpses all at once. The shock she felt was unimaginable. But the swordsman looked as if he was used to it. It didn't feel like he was in the middle of a field of corpses, but more like he was touring his back garden. It was absolutely creepy. Hurry up and find the treasures of the water bandits. Qianzong's voice rang out. Hunting Shadow trembled all over, and his eyes lit up when he heard the words treasures. What could be more exciting than treasures? He immediately took action, looking for prey like a cheetah, and the prey was the treasures. Qianzong also began to search. He had acted a little too fast just now, and his killing went very smoothly. He forgot to leave one person behind to ask where the treasures were. It turned out that Qianzong wasn't as good as Hunting Shadow when it came to finding treasures. Found it, found it. Hunting Shadow's excited voice rang out. It sounded like he had gained a lot. In a flash, Qianzong approached quickly. The treasures of the water bandits weren't hidden very well. There were 3 big boxes in total. The 3 big boxes had been opened, reflecting dazzling light. Hunting Shadow stood in front of the boxes, trembling with excitement. It was the first time he had seen so many treasures. Qianzong flashed and appeared on the side. One box was filled with silver sword leaves, the other with golden sword leaves, and the last box with jewelry, which seemed to be very valuable. Qianzong couldn't help but nod. Sure enough, he had taken the right path. These treasures added together were definitely more valuable than 100 golden sword leaves. This was true wealth. In that case, he wouldn't need to worry about money for a period of time. He could put his heart and soul into searching for other sword mark imprints. After counting, there were a total of 1,000 silver sword leaves and 500 golden sword leaves. Of course, 500 golden sword leaves were equivalent to 50,000 silver sword leaves, which could be considered a huge fortune. As for the jewelry, Qianzong didn't know its value. Hunting Shadow was more professional in this aspect. If we sell these jewelry, it'll be worth at least 500 golden sword leaves. Hunting Shadow's eyes lit up. The two quickly packed up the treasures and took them away. In addition, they cut off the heads of the 3 chiefs of the crazy shark water bandits. They were going to the mayor's mansion in Red East City to exchange for rewards. After all, there were 100 golden sword leaves. It was a great fortune. On the way, Hunting Shadow was very excited. It wasn't that she didn't think of running away with the jewelry on her back, but she didn't dare. Are you a sword master? Hunting Shadow couldn't hold back her curiosity and asked. What do you think? Chen Zong asked back, trying to get information from Hunting Shadow. The so-called swordsman was a swordsman who had gone through hard training and mastered a sword technique. When facing ordinary people, he could fight 1 against 10. As for sword masters, they had already cultivated their sword techniques to a shocking level. They also had extraordinary physical fitness. Combined, their combat power would be even more shocking. They could fight at least 10 sword masters by themselves. Above swordsman was sword master. Sword masters had already begun to condense their own aura and could use it to attack the opponent. If a sword master faced the sword master's aura, his strength would be greatly affected and weakened. At the level of sword master, one could use their aura to affect others. Especially ordinary people facing the sword master's aura, they would lose all ability to resist. They would kill however many there were until the sword master's aura was exhausted. Above sword hero was sword master, also known as sword Dao grandmaster. This was because sword Dao grandmaster had cultivated their sword techniques to the extreme. Their aura was also condensed to the extreme. With this, they could draw upon the power of heaven and earth. Sword master was also known as the 1,000-man enemy. Of course, they weren't ordinary people. They were well-trained soldiers. 1,000 people couldn't do anything to a sword master. As for those above the sword Dao grandmaster, they were known as the sword Dao grandmaster, also known as the enemy of 10,000. When Chen Zong attacked earlier, he had used the sword of the way of the wind, which caused waves of wind aura to gather. That was why Hunting Shadow had said that he was a sword master. Chen Zong didn't admit or deny it. However, he made a comparison in his heart. He shouldn't be at the level of sword master, but beyond it. As for whether he was at the level of sword master, well, it was hard to say. Thinking about it, the strength of 1,000 sword mark imprints should surpass that of sword master. As for whether he was at the level of sword master, it was hard to say. If he wanted to know his strength, he would find a sword master and fight. Sword master? Hunting Shadow was dumbfounded. She didn't know where a sword master was. She didn't even know if he was a sword master. At least, there were no sword masters in Red East City. It was hard to say if there were any sword masters. It was rumored that the mayor was a sword master, but there were also rumors that said he was only a sword master. In any case, Chen Zong returned to Red East City with his loot. He left the jewelry to Hunting Shadow. She was very good at it. As for the reward, Chen Zong went to collect it himself. Soon, he got 100 golden sword leaves. Chen Zong rejected the mayor's invitation. If he wanted to be recruited, he wouldn't have chosen to be a lone traveler. He would have chosen to be a member of a kingdom's organization. Hunting Shadow also successfully disposed of the box of jewelry. What a pity. If I brought it to a big city, I would definitely get 30% more, Hunting Shadow mumbled. The box of jewelry sold for a total of 700 golden sword leaves. That was a total of 1,300 golden sword leaves and 1,000 silver sword leaves. These 100 golden sword leaves are your reward. Chen Zong put the 100 golden sword leaves in front of Hunting Shadow. Hunting Shadow was very excited. Although she had proposed a 50-50 split, she didn't dare to think too much about it after considering Chen Zong's identity as a sword Dao grandmaster. She originally thought that she would get 10 golden sword leaves at most, but she didn't expect to get 100 golden sword leaves. It was an unexpected surprise. For Hunting Shadow, 100 golden sword leaves was something she had thought about but never got. The most she got was 3 golden sword leaves. Do you want to make more money? Chen Zong asked with a smile. Of course, Hunting Shadow answered instinctively. Then she took a few steps back. That kind of thing. I won't do it. Chen Zong was slightly dazed. He didn't know whether to laugh or cry. What I want you to do is find someone. Chen Zong pretended not to understand. He said slowly, find someone who has this symbol on the back of their hand or uses this kind of long sword. Chen Zong didn't show the sword mark on the back of his hand. Instead, he drew it on the white paper with a pen. It was delicate and lifelike. Third update, sword leaves were money. What could they do with it? Eat, drink, and play. For Chen Zong, he only needed to keep a part of it for consumption. As for the rest, he would make the best use of it. To find someone, he would have to spend a lot of money. Hunting Shadow was a lone wolf. He had years of experience and knew many lone wolves. In the country of Fujian, lone wolves were actually the largest group. Moreover, there was an organization called the Lone Wolf Alliance. The Lone Ranger Alliance was a loose organization. There were no obvious rules to speak of, nor was there a hierarchy. Its purpose was to provide a place for Lone Rangers to exchange information and so on. Using this method to find the sword mark imprint, Qinzong might be tracked down instead. However, Qinzong had considered this before. It was fine. It was only a matter of time before he was tracked down. However, he could not wait passively. It would be beneficial for him to take the initiative and obtain more sword marks. Therefore, Qinzong used up all 1,200 golden sword leaves to search for the sword mark imprint with the greatest efficiency and speed. After all, there were only 20 days left. Moreover, when the time was up, the money would be of no use to him. What was left behind were the silver sword leaves, more than 1,000 of them. Even though they were very thin and as light as leaves, 1,000 of them was still not a small amount. Fortunately, the country of Fujian also understood this point and introduced golden sword leaf notes. The smallest note was 10 silver sword leaf note, while the largest was 1,000. 1,000 silver sword leaf notes were equivalent to 10 golden sword leaves. Qinzong exchanged 9 golden sword leaf notes for 1 golden sword leaf note and 9 10 silver sword leaf notes. He could easily carry them with him. As for the remaining 10 silver sword leaves, Qinzong exchanged 1 silver sword leaf for 100 bronze sword leaves. Next, he would wait for the news while comprehending the Sword of Killing Dao. He was only a step away from comprehending and mastering the Sword of Killing Dao. Qinzong was confident that as long as he mastered the Sword of Killing Dao, it would become his strongest move. Of course, there was no limit to the sword. Even if he mastered the Sword of Killing Dao, he would not stop studying the sword art. Money moves people. With the interest of 1,200 golden sword leaves, the Lone Ranger Alliance became lively. That was because this was a huge sum of money. Everyone wanted a piece of it. Even if they couldn't get it all by themselves, it would be good if they could get a few tenths of it. There were a lot of lone wolves in supporting Sword Country, so it was very convenient for them to exchange information. 3 days passed in the blink of an eye, and Hunting Shadow brought good news. In Xianxia City, some people saw similar long swords. This was a clue. The more detailed information was that the owner of the long sword was a member of the Yi clan of Xianxia City. Furthermore, he was the last disciple of the #1 expert of the Yi clan. Qinzong ordered Shadowhunter to continue collecting information while he immediately set off for Xianxia City. Xianxia City was much larger than Red East City. Qinzong rode a fast horse, and it took him a day to get there. Next, he did some research. The Yi family was the largest family in Xianxia City, and the #1 expert was suspected to be a Sword Dao Grandmaster. As for the final disciple of the #1 expert, his name was Yi Jianli. Zhang Xian wasn't too sure how strong he was, but he suspected that he was a sword hero. Qinzong couldn't help smiling. Sword hero, how was that possible? Yi Jianli's true strength was definitely above a Sword Dao Grandmaster. He was the #1 expert of the Yi family. Then, Yi Jianli would be the first person Qinzong killed. Originally, Qinzong had planned to wait until it was late at night before sneaking into the Yi clan. However, he quickly changed his mind because the sword seals would sense each other. As long as they were within 1 kilometer of each other, they would be able to sense each other. Since that was the case, Qinzong decided to send an invitation. An invitation with a sword seal drawn on it was sent to the Yi family, and it was given to Yi Jianli. Is he here? Yi Jianli held the invitation with a sword seal drawn on it and revealed a smile. There was a trace of coldness in the depth of his eyes. He was also looking for the person with the sword seal, but he didn't have any news. He didn't expect someone to come to him. It was a good opportunity to get rid of him. The location of the final battle was in a forest 200 miles away from Xianxia City. The battle between 2 experts who had surpassed the Sword Dao Grandmaster would be destructive. Qinzong wouldn't be merciful, but he wouldn't kill the innocent either. Even now, Qinzong had some doubts about whether this world was real or fake. Regardless of whether it was real or fake, he would not go against his conscience and act recklessly. In the forest outside the city, Chenzong stood in front of a tree and meditated with his eyes closed. A figure in a green robe was running towards him. Yi Jianli. No ambush? Yi Jianli stopped 100 meters away from Chenzong and asked. Life and death under the sword, why would there be a need for an ambush? Chenzong's reply was simple. He thought that Yi Jianli would bring some swordsman from the Yi family to help him. Even if he wasn't a match for Yi Jianli, it would be good to exhaust his strength. However, Yi Jianli didn't do so, which meant that Yi Jianli had the same idea as him. Life and death under the sword, in an instant, both of their eyes emitted an extremely sharp cold light. It was like the edge of a sword being unsheathed. It pierced through the sky and collided with each other from 100 meters away. Sparks seemed to have sputtered out. Yi Jianli stomped his feet and with a bang, dust flew everywhere. His entire body shot out like an arrow leaving the bow. Like Chenzong, Yi Jianli's cultivation was also sealed. The strength that was left was the limit of an ordinary person's physical strength. They had the same limit and the same level. However, whether they were strong or weak depended on their application and performance. The moment the sword was unsheathed, it stirred up a gust of wind. The gust of wind instantly turned into a gale and whistled out, causing Yi Jianli's speed to increase. Sword of Wind Dao, close, Chenzong's eyes lit up slightly. It was as dazzling as the sun. In an instant, it seemed to be able to light up the surroundings. The so-called swordsmen and sword masters of the frenzied shark water stockade were all weaklings. According to Hunter Ying's description, sword masters and sword Dao grandmasters were nothing. The only thing that interested Chenzong was sword Dao grandmasters. However, those at this level were extremely rare and difficult to find. The only ones left were those with sword seal imprints. Those with sword seal imprints were the real opponents. They were the top geniuses from various galaxies in the void. The thought flashed through his mind. Although he was excited, Chenzong's mind was extremely calm. He was not affected in the slightest. In an instant, the sword was unsheathed and turned into a thunderbolt that pierced through the sky. Sword of Thunder Dao. When Yi Jianli's Sword of Wind Dao arrived, a deafening roar suddenly sounded. The power of the wind was integrated with the power of the thunderbolt in an instant. The combination of wind and thunder caused the power of the sword to increase more than twofold. The sword was out of Chenzong's expectation. However, it did not catch Chenzong off guard because Chenzong's reaction was extremely fast. However, the combination of Yi Jianli's Sword of Wind Dao and Sword of Thunder Dao made Chenzong's eyes light up. Ever since the wind, thunder, and fire Dao will disappeared, Chenzong did not try to combine them again. Moreover, he did not have the time and energy to do so. Hence, he gave up temporarily. However, Yi Jianli was proficient in the power of wind and thunder. Fight, it was an extremely intense battle. Chenzong struck with his sword. The wind was roaring and the thunder was roaring. The combination of wind and thunder turned into a sword. Yi Jianli was stunned. Yi Jianli actually knew this move too. The power of the Sword of Wind Dao was actually not very strong. It was the same for the Sword of Thunder Dao. However, when the two were combined, the power rose sharply and was comparable to the Sword of Dao Obliteration. Of course, after the combination, Chenzong could feel that his energy consumption was increasing. That was his physical strength and stamina. Take my sword. Yi Jianli was considered a straightforward person. With a low roar, the aura of wind and thunder became extremely violent. The wind was howling and the thunder was rumbling. In an instant, they collided and merged into one. Wrath of wind and thunder. As Yi Jianli's voice fell, he struck with his sword. Ultimacy, this was the fusion ultimacy. It was the combination of the Sword of Wind Dao and Sword of Thunder Dao. Its power was extremely strong and it made Chenzong's hair stand on end. Chenzong had mastered the Sword of Wind Dao and Sword of Thunder Dao. However, it was not easy to combine the ultimacies. Yi Jianli was able to combine them because he was proficient in Sword Dao and Thunder Dao. Moreover, when he was in the Sword Garden, he had already begun to combine them. Now, he was even more proficient in it. Extermination. Chenzong's low voice was heard at that moment. This was his strongest sword, the Sword of Dao Obliteration's ultimacy. Similarly, ultimacies could be classified into strong and weak ones. The Sword of Tao obliteration was definitely an extremely strong ultimacy. The power of obliteration gathered in an instant and turned into a gray sword light. It was as if it could destroy everything in the world. As the sword light clashed, an extremely terrifying power was released and it tore the surroundings apart. The wrath of wind and thunder exploded after 3 breaths. The shockwave from the explosion spread out. Chen Zong's sword pierced through and pierced towards Yi Jianli. Yi Jianli quickly retreated. At the same time, he waved his sword to defend himself. However, Chen Zong dodged it and pierced through his chest. You! Yi Jianli was stunned. His chest was pierced through and his heart was pierced through. His strength was quickly draining away and he no longer had the strength to fight back. Death! Yi Jianli's body quickly faded and disappeared. A sword seal flashed and flew towards Chen Zong. It landed on the back of Chen Zong's left hand and turned into a brand overlapping with the original sword seal. At the foot of a mountain in another region of sword-suppressing nation, there was no one around. Suddenly, a gust of wind blew and a shadow appeared out of nowhere. It quickly solidified and landed on the ground. Yi Jianli woke up and quickly recalled what had happened. Only then did he realize that he had been killed and resurrected. He felt a piercing pain on the back of his left hand again, as if there were needles piercing through it. Gradually, a new sword seal appeared on it. This was a new sword seal. With this sword seal, he could sense the aura of other sword seals within a certain range and compete for them. Taking a deep breath, Yi Jianli did not move immediately. Instead, he stood at the same spot and recalled the battle between him and Chen Zong. He realized his shortcomings and made improvements. If they were to meet again, he might be able to kill his opponent and take back his sword seal. With 2 sword seals on him, Chen Zong tried it out and realized that the sensing range of the sword seal had increased from 1,000 meters to 2,000 meters. This was undoubtedly a good thing. Translator, Endless Fantasy Translation Editor, Endless Fantasy Translation. After Yi Jianli's death, his body disappeared, leaving behind a sword mark, a few golden sword leaves, and a finger-long white jade bottle. Chen Zong quickly put away the golden sword leaves and opened the white jade bottle. A faint smell of herbs mixed with the fragrance of meat gushed out from the bottle. His stomach growled and his mouth secreted a lot of saliva, which was aroused by the fragrance. When Chen Zong left the city, he had a full meal. Even though the battle had consumed a lot of energy, he was not that hungry. Chen Zong poured out the contents of the bottle. It was a white ball about the size of a thumb. It was covered in a layer of membrane. It wasn't hard, but it was very tough. However, Chen Zong was confident that he could crush it with his own strength. The fragrance was like a meatball, or a herbal pill, or a combination of the two. Based on Chen Zong's knowledge of elixirs and so on, he quickly came to a conclusion. This pill should be made with some herbs mixed with meat. Given its fragrance, it should not be poisonous. Since Yi Jianli carried it with him, it should be something beneficial to his body. He was a Lone Ranger and a newcomer to the Lone Ranger Alliance. He did not know enough about the supporting sword country. Yi Jianli was a member of the Yi family and a very important person. He would know more about him. However, it did not mean that others would not know about him. There was a branch of the Lone Ranger Alliance in Xianxia City. The Profound Pill, it was a kind of tonic made from precious herbs and the essence extracted from the meat of fierce beasts. It contained a huge amount of energy. If ordinary people took it, they would either die from overeating, or they would not eat, drink, or sleep for 3 days and 3 nights to maintain their vigor. Of course, the Profound Pill was very high-end. Ordinary people could not afford it. Most of the Lone Rangers could not afford it. Even some people from small families could not afford it. Only those powerful families, sect, and other forces could afford it. For a swordsman, the Profound Pill was the best supplement for cultivation. After high-intensity training, taking the Profound Pill could replenish the energy consumed by the body and slowly improve the physique. After taking it for a long time, the body would become stronger, approaching or even reaching the limit of the human body. After a high-intensity battle, the Profound Pill was also an excellent supplement. It could replenish a large amount of energy consumed in a short period of time. For Chen Zong, the Profound Pill was undoubtedly the best supplement. The Yi family was not a small family, but they could not get many Profound Pills. Therefore, they could only focus on cultivation. As the last disciple of the Yi family's #1 warrior, Yi Jianli, it was a privilege to be able to bring 2 profound pills with him. But now, the profound pills belonged to Chenzong. Chenzong had also made some inquiries. The price of 1 essence yuan pill was 100 golden sword leaves. It was indeed a frighteningly high price. Furthermore, there was a time limit to how long it could be stored. It seems that I have to find some time to earn more money, Chenzong said to himself. Earn more money to buy the profound pills. At least, he could be fully prepared. After all, although the battle between him and Yi Jianli was not long, he had consumed 30% of his energy. The sword of path obliteration would consume even more energy. If he encountered more powerful opponents or more opponents, high-intensity battles would be unavoidable. He must have a way to recover his energy. Then, he would try the effect of the profound pill first. With a few more golden sword leaves, Chenzong rented an independent courtyard in the restaurant and began to practice the sword of path of killing. Control. Chenzong tried hard to control the killing intent and condensed it into the sword to prevent it from leaking out. It was not easy because Chenzong's killing intent was too strong. It would still affect the surroundings. Fortunately, it was only in a small area. Otherwise, it would definitely cause panic. The sword of path of killing at the 5th level could indeed contain all the killing intent in one's body. However, it could not completely contain it and some of it would leak out. Chenzong estimated that when he could completely contain it, it would be the time for him to truly comprehend the profound meaning. Practice. Chenzong swung the sword very slowly because he was concentrating on controlling the killing intent. He tried his best to condense it into the sword. It was very exhausting, and Chenzong's goal was to exhaust his body. When he felt that he had exhausted most of his energy, he took out a profound pill and peeled off the film. The fragrance instantly became several times stronger, making Chenzong feel even more hungry. When he took a bite, it was very chewy. The fragrance filled his mouth. It was simply a delicacy. When he swallowed it, he felt a surge of heat and it quickly spread throughout his body. Chenzong sensed it carefully. It was very subtle. His exhaustion was quickly disappearing, and his exhausted energy was quickly recovering. 1 profound chi pill was just enough to restore his physical strength from 70% to 100% in just a few minutes. The exhaustion in his body was also eliminated. However, the profound pill could only work on the body, not the mind. He wondered if there was something similar to the profound pill that could restore the mind. After recovering, Chenzong continued to cultivate the sword of killing Dao. This time, he had used up all of it, but he did not use the remaining profound chi pill. This thing was very precious, and it was better to use it at a critical moment. 1 day, 2 days, 3 days, Chenzong did not go out except for asking the waiter in the restaurant to send him food. He focused on practicing. It was close, that feeling was about to burst out. In an instant, when Chenzong pointed his sword in front of him, his eyes focused, and his essence, qi, and spirit were also highly unified. They were all integrated into one, and there was no distinction between them. Endless killing intent, and murderous intent were all integrated into the sword. There was not a trace of it around. On the sword ridge, a spot of blood light suddenly condensed and quickly spread to the sword tip. It did not emit any aura, but it gave off a very terrifying feeling. In the end, Chenzong did not launch the sword, and the blood light dissipated. Chenzong exhaled. He knew that he had mastered the sword of killing. He was sure that this was a very terrifying sword. Its power was definitely stronger than the sword of annihilation, and it would become his strongest sword. In that case, what should he cultivate next? The sword of the way of wind and the sword of the way of thunder could be fused together. In that case, could the sword of the way of fire be fused together as well? If the sword of wind, sword of thunder, and sword of fire were combined, the power of each sword would definitely increase tremendously. However, something unexpected happened. The sword mark on his left hand flashed, and Chenzong knew that someone was approaching. Moreover, it was the person with the sword mark. In Xianxia city, other than Yi Jianli, who had been killed by him and resurrected, was there any other person with the sword mark? Or had Yi Jianli returned? Chenzong immediately walked out of the courtyard, out of the restaurant, and onto the street. the aura of the sword mark was rapidly approaching. The street was long. "I've found you." A voice full of malice was heard, and immediately, a terrifying sword light pierced through the air. Sword of killing, this person unleashed his murderous intent without any hesitation. It turned into a surging blood-colored mist that surged forward. Different from Chen Zong's sword of killing Dao, this person released his killing intent without restraint and did not retract it. The bloody mist surged like ceaseless waves, and killing intent surged like the tide as it struck towards Chen Zongzhong. At the same time, the people around him were engulfed by the terrifying killing intent. Their minds went blank, and they trembled and felt numb. They had no choice but to move. At that moment, they felt that they were going to be killed. Even if this level of killing intent was not directed at them, it would still affect them mentally. It was certain that these people would be left with sequelae, and they might even become mentally retarded. However, Chen Zong could not care less about this. This person's killing intent was very strong, and so was his strength. The sword light flashed, and it seemed to cross the void in an instant. It was a very fast sword, and it was also a very terrifying sword. It attacked directly without holding back. At that moment, Chen Zong felt like he was drowned in the killing intent. The strength of the sword of killing lay in its killing intent. It could affect people and cause their spiritual will to be impacted, and they would fall into a state of panic or a state of soaring killing intent. No matter what state they were in, it would affect the performance of their strength. However, this kind of killing intent was nothing to him. Then, let's try the power of slaughter, Chen Zong said to himself. In such a place, if a fierce battle broke out, the damage would be shocking, and many innocent people would be affected. It was not what he wanted. Another point was to avoid other accidents. Therefore, ending the battle in the shortest time was undoubtedly the best way to save energy. Then, he directly used his most powerful sword. Chen Zong named that sword as slaughter. It was the profound meaning of the sword of killing. Slaughter. Slaughter everything, kill everything. This sword had just been comprehended, and there were people who were strong enough to try its power. A wisp of blood suddenly condensed on the spine of the sword and quickly spread to the tip of the sword. Finally, it completely condensed into a spot of blood light at the tip of the sword. It was the combination of Chen Zong's killing intent, and killing intent. The most powerful sword, kill, the person holding the sword and using the sword of killing was suddenly stunned. Chen Zong's sword did not leak any aura, but in that instant, he felt a chill run down his spine, as if it was a warning from the deepest part of his heart. This sword was very terrifying. It was an extremely terrifying sword. If he could not block it, he would die. Explode, he exploded with all his strength, and all his strength burst out. In an instant, the endless blood mist became extremely violent. It condensed into a sword light and shot down from the sky. Profound meaning of the sword of killing, the collision of profound meanings. Chen Zong's sword pressed forward. All his strength was condensed into a single point. That single point could penetrate everything, penetrate the stars and break the moon, and destroy everything. Under that sword, the opponent's sword of killing's profound meaning was immediately penetrated. It was like a hot knife through butter, and there was no way to resist. Then, it pierced through the opponent's forehead. The man's fierce face was full of shock. How could it be? What kind of profound meaning was this? It could actually break through his profound meaning with one sword and kill him. It was unbelievable. Second update, time flew by and the sand between one's fingers could not be grasped tightly. The past could not be retained. Half a month had passed. There were 3 figures in a secret hall of the royal family of suppressing sword country. Your Highness, all the information has been collected. It's all here. A gloomy voice was heard but there was no reply. It was as though the voice disappeared into nothingness. It was very strange. Oh, very good. A light voice was heard and it was filled with carelessness. Then, there was the sound of someone flipping through a book. Sword ghost, sword demon, sword maniac, hee, all sorts of monsters have really appeared. Your Highness, according to initial estimates, these people have at least 100 sword seals. The gloomy voice was filled with excitement. 100 sword seals, if they were all killed, they would be able to obtain hundreds of sword seals. What a shocking number, the breathing of the three people in the secret hall quickened. Your Highness, the net has been laid. Should we close it? Another voice was heard and it was filled with a sharp killing intent. No, wait a little longer. It's not the right time yet. Wait a little longer. Wait until the end, it'll be the time for the big harvest. All the voices were silenced. The secret hall returned to dead silence as though there was no one in sight. Thousand Blades Mountain, this was a famous mountain in suppressing sword country. It was famous because there was a mountain stronghold on Thousand Blades Mountain called Thousand Blades Stronghold. It was a bandit group. Thousand Blades Stronghold had existed for decades because the mountain was rugged and difficult to climb. It was easy to defend but difficult to attack. In addition, there were thousands of bandits in Thousand Blades Stronghold and they were guarded by heavy crossbows. There were also hundreds of expert swordsmen and their leader was a veteran sword principal grandmaster. If suppressing sword country wanted to eliminate such a bandit group, they would have to use at least several times the number of soldiers and experts. They would also have to pay a high price. Even a sword principal grandmaster could not guarantee that they could eliminate the bandit group. After all, there were heavy crossbows that could break through the city walls. Once a sword principal grandmaster was hit by such a heavy crossbow, he would be killed instantly. The price to pay to eliminate Thousand Blades Stronghold was too high. Therefore, Thousand Blades Stronghold could exist for decades and develop continuously to become one of the strongest forces in the world. There were too few forces that could have a sword principal grandmaster. Moreover, a sword principal grandmaster had a high status. Grandmasters who became sword principal grandmasters could enjoy the country's offerings. The Thousand Blades Mountain was like a huge sharp blade that pointed to the sky. It was over 1,000 meters tall, and there were no plants growing on the mountain. Instead, it was filled with steep rocks. The only path was a winding path that could barely allow two people to walk side by side. A silhouette appeared and killed the two bandits on guard at the foot of the mountain before quickly climbing the mountain. This was because Xianxia had sensed the presence of a sword mark on the mountain. In an instant, hundreds of sharp arrows pierced through the air. Every one of them was a well-trained archer with good archery skills. Shooting arrows from a high vantage point, without a doubt, they had the advantage of the terrain. Coupled with their well-trained skills, the hundreds of arrows were like a swarm of flying locusts. It was very frightening, and it made Xianxia's hair stand on end. This was the 30th sword mark branded person that Xianxia had found through the Lone Ranger Alliance. In addition, there were also sword mark branded people who met on their own. Xianxia now had more than 40 sword mark branded people on the back of his left hand. He could sense the fluctuations of other sword marks within a range of more than 40,000 meters. Shoot him to death. In Thousand Blades Stronghold on Thousand Blades Mountain, a young man with a black eye patch over his left eye had disheveled hair and a ferocious look on his face. He was the one who had been branded with the sword mark, and he was also the current chief of the Thousand Blades Stronghold. As for the chief of the Thousand Blades Stronghold, who was a veteran sword Dao grandmaster, he had already killed him in front of everyone. The other members of the Thousand Blades Stronghold submitted to him because those who didn't submit had already been eliminated. In the stronghold, 2 large heavy crossbows had already been set up with huge bolts as thick as thighs. They were constantly adjusting their angles and aiming at Xianxia. This large heavy crossbow was a siege crossbow. With one shot, it could directly shatter a thick city gate. Even the hardest city walls would be destroyed. It was very powerful. It was easier to attack a city gate or city wall because the target was large. However, it was more difficult to use it to attack a moving swordsman. It had to be constantly adjusted according to the opponent's movements. It also required a high level of judgment and so on. This required a very experienced crossbowman. Such crossbowmen were rare and precious. However, Thousand Blades Stronghold happened to have 2 of them. Hundreds of arrows were aimed at Xianxia as they pierced through the air. Xianxia's figure became ethereal in an instant, as if he was swaying in the wind, leaving behind after-images. He unsheathed his sword and stirred up a whirlwind. It swept through the surroundings and covered a radius of 10 meters. When the arrows entered the 10-meter radius, they were all swept away by the whirlwind and slowed down. The closer they got to Xianxia, the more powerless they became. They were all dodged by Xianxia. How is this possible? The hundreds of strong archers' expressions changed drastically. It was simply unbelievable. Even a grandmaster swordsman could not do it. I'll do it. Third bandit chief picked up a strong bow, aimed, and fired. After the sharp arrow was shot, an extremely sharp and terrifying sound was heard. This arrow immediately made Xianxia's hair stand on end. It was as if he would be shot through. He swung his sword, slash, the sharp arrow was shot, but it was instantly slashed away by Xianxia's sword. Rushing forward, Xianxia burst forth with astonishing speed, flying up rapidly. Two muffled sounds were heard at the same time. It was the sound of a heavy crossbow being fired. The sound was as terrifying as a tsunami. It tore through a hurricane and carried a terrifying power that could shatter everything. It shot from two directions. Fast, fierce, extremely terrifying, Xianxia felt suffocated. Even if his body had reached the limit of the human body, he could not resist such a killing weapon. As soon as he touched it, he would be hit and shattered. His heartbeat reached its peak in an instant. The sound of the wind became distant. Everything in front of him seemed to be stretched and distorted. It was like a dream. Everything had become so unreal. Thump. Thump. Thump, his heart beat wildly and his blood gushed out like a flood breaking through a dam. The powerful force, like a volcanic eruption, instantly rushed to his limbs and bones. His feet kicked on the stone stairs of the mountain path. The stairs were shattered. Xianxia rushed forward. The sword in his hand turned into a roaring wind and thunder in an instant. It was as if it could cut through everything. In an instant, two sharp sounds were heard. The long sword vibrated. Xianxia only felt two forces rushing through the sword, as if they were going to shatter his palm. At the same time, his body also shuttled between the heavy crossbows. The two heavy crossbows crossed each other and shot down the mountain. They hit two boulders that weighed thousands of kilograms. With a boom, the boulders were smashed into pieces. Stone fragments sputtered. In the world of ordinary people, this kind of power was terrifying. Go, another round of arrows was shot, but Xianxia dodged them one by one. There was nothing he could do. Then, Xianxia shook his left hand. 10 copper sword leaves appeared in his hand. He threw them out in an instant. Whoosh! 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 The 10 copper sword leaves turned into 10 streams of light and cut through the necks of 10 archers in an instant. Blood spurted out. Many people knew that money could kill. Because as long as you paid enough money, you could get someone to kill for you. But it was the first time they had seen people kill with money. Another 10 copper sword leaves. Soon, hundreds of archers were shot to death. Xianxia also rushed into the mountain stronghold. His body moved like the wind, killing one with every step. Wonderful, wonderful, wonderful. The young man with the eye patch over his left eye carried a long sword on his back. He walked over while clapping his hands. With a playful smile on his face, he said, "But now, how much strength do you have left?" Indeed, climbing up from the foot of the mountain required a bit of energy. Furthermore, they had to face wave after wave of arrows, which also consumed a lot of energy. Especially the attacks of the two heavy crossbows, which consumed a lot of energy in an instant. It also consumed a lot of strength to rush into the mountain stronghold and kill hundreds of archers. This was the outside world. He could use all his cultivation. His body was only at the level of an ordinary person. "It's enough to kill you," Xianxia said unhurriedly. "Is that so? In that case, then." The one-eyed man waved his hand. Suddenly, the other bandits rushed in from all directions with swords in their hands. There were more than 1,000 people. Even if they stood there and let him kill, it would take a long time and a lot of strength to kill. There was no doubt that the opponent's purpose was to consume his strength. Without the slightest hesitation, Xianxia immediately bit into a profound chi pill that was already in his mouth. A warm current surged within his body and quickly spread out, replenishing the energy he had consumed. Xianxia held his sword and rushed directly to the one-eyed man without hesitation. Behead, otherwise, even with the essential chi pill, he would be exhausted after killing more than 1,000 bandits. The one-eyed man did not intend to fight with Xianxia, at least not now. He planned to consume Xianxia's strength first and then kill him in the end. He was waiting for the enemy to come to him. Xianxia waved his hand and the copper leaf flew out again, killing the bandits in front of him. He was as fast as the wind and as fast as a cheetah. Go, 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 he rushed out and left a bloody path. With the sword in hand, no one in the world could stop him. This kind of belief was shocking. The sword of killing, this time around, Xianxia unleashed all of his killing intent, blasting out in all directions. The bandits who surrounded him were all stunned. They felt their minds go blank and their bodies trembled uncontrollably. They were inexplicably frightened. Xianxia passed by them and approached the one-eyed man. You're really difficult to deal with. So, I have to kill you myself. The one-eyed man seemed to be helpless, but his right eye was full of ridicule. Third update, left-handed sword. Left-handed sword was often more tricky and difficult to guard against than right-handed sword. Of course, left-handed sword was also more difficult to practice and control than right-handed sword. But if one practiced it well, left-handed sword would be very scary. Xianxia felt that the one-eyed man in front of him would be a strong opponent. But, so what, the killing intent burst out, and the bloody light surged like a tide, making it impossible for people to get close. The one-eyed man also felt depressed. What kind of terrifying killing intent was this? Just how many people had he killed? Could it be that he grew up in the azure field? The banter in his right eye disappeared and was replaced by seriousness. In an instant, the one-eyed man turned into a black shadow, as if blending into the surroundings, spreading out like a drop of ink in water. Sword of Dark Path, in his hands, this sword technique bloomed with a different style. It seemed to have merged with the mystery of shadow. The black shadow spread out, filling the surroundings. Then, from the side, a black shadow broke through the air silently. It was secretive and tricky, and unusually fast, so that Xianxia couldn't perceive it. He was almost stabbed. With such a body, if he was stabbed, he would definitely be seriously injured, or even killed. Then, close your eyes. With both eyes closed, the world in front of him turned into darkness and disappeared. His eardrums closed. Closed, 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 his 5 senses were sealed, absolute darkness came. But in an instant, there seemed to be light everywhere. Mind's eye, open, within a radius of 10 meters, everything was under his control. The mind's eye was not sealed. However, Xianxia also discovered one point. Opening the heart's eye in this place, the rate of consumption of one's mind was 10 times that of the outside world. From the looks of it, it was not that the heart's eye was not sealed, but it was not completely sealed. 10 times more mind power consumption meant that he couldn't keep the mind's eye open for a long time. The battle must end as soon as possible. Within the range of the mind's eye, the one-eyed man's figure was completely exposed, and he couldn't hide at all. He only needed an opportunity, a suitable opportunity. Slaughter, the strongest sword attack was instantly launched. The bloody light condensed and rushed to the tip of the sword. The one-eyed man's right eye suddenly widened. Was he discovered? He had constantly improved and improved the dark path to another level, and it was completely suitable for him. How could he be discovered? There was no time to think. Xianxia's sword had already arrived. It was an extremely terrifying strike, a strike that determined life and death. An unstoppable sword. When the sword arrived, a terrifying killing intent erupted, causing the one-eyed man's mind to tremble. It was as if a trace of emptiness had appeared in his mind. Life and death were separated. The sword was pulled out of the one-eyed man's heart. The one-eyed man looked at Xianxia in a daze, and then his body turned into light spots and shattered. 13 sword seals flew to the back of Xianxia's left hand. One of them belonged to the one-eyed man, and the other 12 belonged to him. But now they all belonged to Xianxia. As for the other bandits, Xianxia didn't kill them because he didn't accept any tasks this time. However, the treasure had to be taken away. One had to know that one essence pill was worth 100 golden sword leaves. In addition, there was also the spirit-nourishing pill, which was something that could nourish and restore one's spirit. It was made from very precious herbs, and its value was even higher than the essence pill. One pill cost 500 golden sword leaves. It was an amazing value. Therefore, Xianxia found that there were too many things that he needed money for. He had to earn more money to buy some essence pills and spirit-nourishing pills. These things were also helpful for his swordsmanship practice. When he was tired, he could eat them to quickly replenish his energy. He could also practice his swordsmanship very efficiently. Recently, his swordsmanship had improved a lot. Collecting treasures. In the end, Chenzong got a lot of treasures from the Thousand-Blade Stockade, which was very amazing. There were a total of 30 golden sword leaf banknotes with the denomination of 1,000, and 120 golden sword leaf banknotes with the denomination of 100. How much was that? It was the value of 42,000 golden sword leaves. In addition, there were thousands of golden sword leaf notes with a value of 10, tens of thousands of silver sword leaf notes, and some jewelry and so on. The Thousand-Blade Stockade had accumulated wealth for decades. Apart from the expenses, the remaining wealth was worth nearly 100,000 golden sword leaves. 100,000 golden sword leaves, how amazing was that? It meant that he could buy 1,000 essence pills or 200 spirit-nourishing pills. Of course, Chenzong would buy them separately. Very good. He had gained a lot. With a lot of wealth, Chenzong quickly left the Thousand-Blade Stockade. Henceforth, the Thousand-Blade Stockade would be reduced to a small force and even face disintegration. Because the experts in the stockade were all dead, the most powerful ones left were the swordsmen at the swordsman level. Such a force could no longer make any waves. After returning to the Thousand-Blade City, Chenzong immediately used the money he had received to buy essence pills and spirit-nourishing pills. 100 spirit-nourishing pills and 500 essence pills were worth a total of 100,000 golden sword leaves. Chenzong happened to have them. However, with such a huge transaction, the Chamber of Commerce could not take out so many spirit-nourishing pills and essence pills in a short time. They could only take out part of their inventory and transfer the rest. They had to deliver the goods within 5 days. In this way, Chenzong got 40 spirit-nourishing pills and 200 essence pills first. He had to wait for 4 or 5 days for the rest. Then, I'll take advantage of these 4 or 5 days to improve my swordsmanship, Chenzong thought to himself. Every single one of the 1,000 sword cultivators who had passed the Sword Garden sword discussion could be said to be outstanding in their own way. Even if it was just a sword of the way of wind or the way of thunder, they would still be able to display different powers and profundities. Each had its own merits. So far, after dozens of battles, Chenzong had gained a lot. Because of this, Chenzong increasingly felt that there was no end to swordsmanship. He increasingly felt that this competition would not be so simple. Another thing was that Chenzong began to have an ominous feeling. It was a feeling that came from the deepest part of his heart. There seemed to be a shadow over the sword country. Because Chenzong's perception was very sharp. Although the heart sword essence was sealed, some of the mysteries of the heart sword essence still existed. It was like an instinct. This feeling made Chenzong feel uneasy. In order to eliminate this uneasiness, he had to improve himself. As long as he was strong enough, he could face everything head-on. Whether it was a conspiracy or an overt plot, they would all be crushed by his powerful sword. With the supplement of the Profound Chi pill and the Spirit-Nourishing pill, Chenzong's swordsmanship exceeded the limit, and himself again. Innovate from the old, integrate. Without any accident, he got the Profound Chi pill and the Spirit-Nourishing pill on the 4th day. Now, there were only 10 days left before the competition ended. When Chenzong returned to the courtyard of the restaurant, a post was lying quietly on the table in the room. When he opened the post, there was only one sentence on it. "I'll be waiting for you at Sword Mountain." There was no signature, no target, just a very simple sentence. But when Chenzong saw it, he suddenly understood that this sentence was meant for him. Sword Mountain. When he saw this sentence, the haze in Chenzong's heart seemed to suddenly clear up. It was as if the clouds were dispelled and the moon was revealed. Then, he would go to Sword Mountain. Because Chenzong felt that there might be more than one person who had received such a post. Perhaps, he set off for Sword Mountain. Sword Mountain? Is this the place for the final battle? Interesting. As Chenzong expected, he was not the only one who had received the post. Others had also received it. One by one, the sword mark branded people started to move. Move, move. Sword Mountain, that will be my chance to overtake them. Taking the Profound Chi pill, the Spirit-Nourishing pill, the dry food, and water, he exchanged some copper sword leaves. Riding a horse, Chenzong left Thousand Blade City and went to Sword Mountain. Sword Mountain was the highest peak in Sword Country. It was the most famous mountain in Sword Country. Its shape was like a giant sword and it was nearly 3,000 meters high. It took Chenzong 3 days to reach the foot of the supporting Sword Mountain from the Thousand Blade City on horseback. The mountain stood tall and majestic, like a giant sword pointing to the sky. It seemed to be filled with an amazing aura, like sword chi soaring to the sky. With the sword mark in his hand, Chenzong sensed the existence of other sword mark branded people. There were dozens of them, and they were all on the mountain. These people had arrived earlier than him. But what was interesting was that no one seemed to be fighting. Chenzong climbed up the mountain. When he was halfway up the mountain, Chenzong saw flat ground. It was very wide. Looking at the marks, it seemed to be man-made. Moreover, it was newly created. Halfway up the mountain, there was actually a large flat ground that was specially created. It was really amazing. It took a lot of time and manpower to create a place with such a level of martial power. At this moment, there were dozens of people on the flat ground. Through sensing, Chenzong could sense the identity of these people. They were all sword mark branded people. Each of them looked like they were about to pull out their swords and kill, but they had some scruples. In such a world, with such a body, there were many restrictions. Many of the original methods could not be used. Therefore, their fighting strength was also limited. Once they killed, even if they won, they would not be able to continuously defeat these people. In the end, they would only benefit others. Although the atmosphere was very bleak, no one made a move. Chenzong also did not make a move. He just stood there casually. Who sent the post? Was this person among the people who asked everyone to gather at Sword Mountain, or did he not appear? Then, let's wait. No matter if he was already here or not, the truth would come out. Moreover, it would not take long. Chenzong was confident that he would not be inferior to anyone at the same level of physical strength. Time passed slowly. Chenzong paid attention to the movements around him while meditating. He did not miss a single breath of time. More and more sword mark branded people came to Sword Mountain and began to climb. Soon, the number of sword mark branded people exceeded 100. Soon, night fell. The mountain wind was chilly, bringing the coolness of the night. Chenzong ate some dry food to maintain his physical strength. He also took a little rest to ensure that his spirit was at its peak. As the day came, more and more sword mark branded people came and climbed the mountain. Chenzong saw the young commander of the Heavenly Punishment Army and the eldest senior brother of the Fengling sect. The two also saw Chenzong, but they did not say anything. 200 people. Soon, the number of people exceeded 200, more than 1/5 of the total number of people. Translator, Endless Fantasy Translation Editor, Endless Fantasy Translation. This wait lasted for 3 days and 3 nights. In order to maintain his body's strength at its peak, Chenzong had no choice but to take an essence pill and a spirit-nourishing pill. Meanwhile, the number of sword mark branded individuals that had gathered at Sword Mountain had exceeded 300, close to 400. More than half of these 400 people had quite a number of sword marks. There were at least 10 of them, and some even had over 100 of them. Their aura was very terrifying, and no one dared to approach them. Who is it? Sword Demon, who was wearing a devil's face mask, exuded an extremely frightening aura of gloom. His murderous intent permeated the entire area as his bloodshot eyes swept across the crowd, causing everyone to involuntarily tense up. Who was the one who posted the thread? Step forward. After waiting for 3 days and 3 nights, everyone was already impatient. Come out. How dare you tease us like this? It was as if it had been detonated. All the dissatisfaction and anger were vented out in an instant. The terrifying aura also surged in all directions, making an astonishing roar as if it was going to collapse the entire sword-suppressing mountain. When the dissatisfaction accumulated to the extreme, and when the anger erupted, the scene would fall into chaos. Everyone had received the invitation. In their opinion, it should be a battle invitation. There was a sword seal branded person who wanted to have a decisive battle with them at Fu Sword Mountain. The winner would obtain the opponent's sword seal, while the loser would lose all of his sword seals. As for whether it was a conspiracy or not, everyone had thought about it. But in the end they still decided to come. Because everyone guessed that they might not be the only one who had received the invitation, and there might be more people. This meant that they could meet other sword mark branded individuals in Sword Mountain. In this way, they didn't have to waste their time looking for others. They just needed to come to Sword Mountain. Battle, none of them were fools. They were already prepared to face a conspiracy. After all, everyone had experienced countless life and death battles. They had encountered many kinds of situations. No one had cultivated smoothly. Sometimes, even if they knew that there was a conspiracy, they would still go without hesitation. First, it was because they were confident in themselves. Second, it was because it was attractive enough. However, after staying in the mountain for 3 days and 3 nights, the person who had sent the invitation did not show up. This made some people's patience reach a critical point. After all, the environment here was not good. Moreover, the group was not at the level where they did not fear water, fire, or heat, but ordinary people whose supernatural powers were sealed. Even if he had reached the limits of the human body, he would still feel uncomfortable. "You're the one who issued the challenge, right?" Suddenly, someone stared at the person next to him. At the same time, a long sword was unsheathed. A terrifying bolt of lightning swept out, carrying a violent might that could destroy everything in its path. "You are courting death." The person who was pointed out as the one who issued the challenge was instantly enraged. He was already full of anger, and now that he was being framed and attacked directly by the other party, the anger in his heart was ignited in an instant. He did not hesitate to unsheath his sword, and like a flash flood, he attacked. Fight, flames of fury erupted and sword energy surged. The collision swept out in all directions. "What are you looking at? Come and die." A cold voice pierced through the air. A chaotic battle. In less than 10 breaths of time, many people drew their swords and attacked. However, there were also some that still restrained the displeasure and rage in their hearts, and they maintained their calm as they retreated successively and didn't get swept into the chaotic battle. It was obvious that the situation in front of them was what the person who issued the challenge wanted to see. "Let's go," someone muttered to himself. Without hesitation, he withdrew and quickly went down the mountain. However, there were also some that did not leave. They only retreated to a certain distance and chose to observe. The person who issued the challenge was equivalent to the mastermind behind the scenes, the existence of the mastermind. Now it was clear that it was a conspiracy. Therefore, they chose to observe. The mastermind behind the scenes would appear sooner or later. Xianxia separated himself from the crowd and stood on one side to watch the chaotic battle while paying attention to all the movements around him. Immediately, from the corner of his eye, he caught a glimpse of some people quickly leaving and going down the mountain. He could not help but feel that these people would not be able to escape so easily. An invisible net had been unknowingly spread out. Now, it seemed that it was time to reel in the net. Then, the people in the net were like fish. Should I catch them all in one fell swoop or fight to the death? Or should I be swallowed by the fish? Xianxia muttered to himself. His voice was very soft, and only he could hear it. After someone killed one, he swept his gaze around and his sword stirred up a storm, making an astonishing rumbling sound. It was as if all the wind aura between heaven and earth had gathered. Xianxia's eyes flashed and he did not dodge. Instead, he unsheathed his sword and slashed through the air. Some people quickly flew down the mountain. They were dozens of meters away from each other. They did not fight but were on guard against each other. The aura here was very oppressive, which made them instinctively feel uncomfortable. It was best to escape as soon as possible. Otherwise, the sword seals that they had obtained with great difficulty might become the possession of others. As they flew down the mountain, they were somewhat surprised and doubtful. Because the sword seals sensed that there were 3 sword seals at the foot of the mountain, motionless. Were they people who had just come from afar, or, with some doubts, these people also flew to the foot of the mountain? Immediately, their complexions changed. They only felt that the aura here was increasingly oppressive and filled with a sense of desolation. The desolation and murderous aura joined together, like an invisible net covering the sky and the sun. Even the light in the air was affected and became dim. Vaguely, there was a trace of blood smell in the air. Unconsciously, it flowed into the nose along with the air, making people feel even more uncomfortable. In front of them stood three figures. On the left was a masked man in black clothes. On the right was a tall young man in blood-red armor. As for the person in the middle, he was in a light golden armor with dragon-shaped sword patterns. It looked low-key and luxurious. It was obvious that the person in the middle was the leader of the three. The three people were staring at each other with different gazes. Kill. Although they felt the oppressive aura in the air, the people who went down the mountain immediately rushed forward. They unsheathed their swords and directly attacked the three people. Instinctively, they felt that these three people had bad intentions. Then, they killed them. But there were also some people who took the opportunity to quickly escape and rushed to the side. Those who were able to enter this world through the sword garden competition were not weak. Each of them had excellent swordsmanship and were powerful. These 5 people instantly attacked. They did not deliberately join hands, but invisibly, they formed a joint force. Your courage is commendable. The young man in heavy armor unsheathed his sword and grinned. There was a sense of bloodthirstiness in the air. Hee hee. The masked man in black clothes shot out a ray of cold light from his eyes. As his killing intent flashed, his sword was half unsheathed and released a ray of black light. The young man in heavy armor and the masked man each blocked one person. The remaining 3 people all attacked the young man in luxurious light armor in the middle. Looking at the 3 people with swords, the young man who looked like a member of the royal family did not have the slightest fear. Instead, he revealed a smile. But that smile seemed to have a hint of bloodthirstiness. His right hand clasped the hilt of his sword and the sword was unsheathed at the same speed. A slight friction sound was heard and filled the air. The moment the tip of the sword completely left the sheath, the speed of the sword suddenly increased by dozens of times. With a touch of light that was difficult to look at directly, it turned into a faint flowing light and broke through the air. It immediately penetrated the body of one of the people who was 10 meters away and then dissipated. You are too weak. Like a soft sigh, the sound blended into the wind and passed into the ears of the other 2 people. They did not know why, but a sense of horror rose from the bottom of their hearts. A terrifying sharpness burst out in an instant, covering the sky and the earth, as if it had turned into a domain that covered the surroundings. Suppressed by this aura, the 2 people only felt their bodies sink. Their hands and feet felt stiff and weak, as if their strength was restricted and could not be fully released. Although it was only a breath's time, it was enough. The sword light flashed in front of them. When they wanted to react, they were one step too late. Pierced through, they were pierced through again and died directly. As for the other 2 battles not far away, they also ended at the same time. The 5 sword mark imprints were all dead, and their sword marks were all absorbed by the 3 people. Your Highness, the chaotic battle on the mountain has already begun. The heavily armored youth shook off the blood on his sword and smiled. Well, in a while, it will be time to harvest. The youth who was called Your Highness seemed to be a member of the royal family with a faint smile. His expression was light, as if everything was in his hands. Halfway up the supporting sword mountain, the chaotic battle continued and became more and more intense. The sword technique drew the aura of the power of heaven and earth, fluctuating endlessly. Sometimes it was like a torrent, sometimes it was like a landslide, sometimes it was like a storm, and sometimes it was like a violent thunder. Xianxia killed the attacker with 3 swords. After obtaining more than a dozen sword marks, he retreated again and widened the distance between them. Under the same strength of body, but the difference in the level of sword technique led to the difference in strength, and it was even very obvious. Die under my sword. The strength of Sword Ghost, who was wearing a ghost mask, was extremely tyrannical. Each of his swords burst out with extremely terrifying power. Dark shadows swept across, and ghost chi shrouded in all directions. On the other side, a bare-chested youth with a long robe tied around his waist like a skirt. His muscles were bulging, and he was full of amazing power. He held a sword with both hands, and slashed repeatedly. Each of his swords was extremely violent, as if he could break the mountain and cut the heaven and earth. He was full of arrogance. There was another person with a sword in his hand. Bursts of dazzling light swept in all directions, as if a great light was shining and cleansing everything in the world. But under the brilliance of his sword, there was a trace of darkness. Where there was light, there would be darkness. Light was never alone, but accompanied by darkness. Chenzong could not help but squint his eyes. The combination of the sword of the light path and the dark path. Light and darkness were opposites. The combination of the two was more powerful than the combination of wind and thunder. However, although these three people had attracted Chenzong's attention, there was still one person who attracted the most attention from Chenzong. Second update, I was being naughty and forgot to update. Sometimes, the more inconspicuous a person was, the more terrifying they were. However, it seemed that only Chenzong noticed this person. Everyone else subconsciously ignored him. This was because up until now, this person had only defended and dodged. He hadn't killed anyone. It wasn't that he didn't have the ability to kill, but for some reason, he didn't kill anyone. As if sensing Chenzong's gaze, this person looked over. His eyes met with Chenzong's in an instant. A faint smile appeared on his face as he greeted Chenzong. A gust of wind swept up, and sword chi pierced through the air. It was the Fengling sect's eldest senior brother. Back in the Dongting Sword Garden, he had the idea of fighting Chenzong. Now, it could be realized. Under his sword, the sword of the Way of Wind took on another form. It was as if he had turned into the wind. There was a gentle breeze, a cool breeze, a strong gale, a fierce gale, and a hurricane. Everything was contained within it. Endless sword chi of wind filled the area. It was extremely violent. Vaguely, in the wind tornado, there were even strands of electric light. It was like cold lightning crisscrossing, filling the air with astonishing power. It wasn't the power of the Sword of Thunder Way. It had nothing to do with the Sword of Thunder Way. It was the power of thunder that was born after the Sword of Wind Way was pushed to the extreme. To a certain extent, wind could generate electricity. In fact, it wasn't just wind. When fire reached a certain mysterious extreme, it could also generate the power of thunder and lightning. Of course, knowing was one thing, but whether or not it could be done was another. Obviously, the Fengling sect's eldest senior brother was very talented and capable in this Dao. The Sword of Wind Way's mutation was pushed to the extreme. It derived new mysteries and generated the power of thunder and lightning, making the Sword of Wind Way even more powerful. Chenzong stood still. As he waved his sword, he blocked the sword chi of Wind Way that contained the power of thunder and lightning. He carefully felt the mysteries within. There were thousands of sword ways, and there was no end to them. Even if it was a sword technique, under the sword of different sword cultivators, there would be different mysteries. It was impossible for him to fully comprehend all the profundities of the sword Dao by himself. However, if he could rely on the profundities of others to comprehend himself, then he might be able to accomplish it. An indescribable feeling surged in his heart. The thought flashed through his mind in an instant. If it had been in the Dongting Sword Garden, the Fengling sect's eldest senior brother would have been able to fight him, and the outcome would have been hard to predict. But now, even though the Fengling sect's eldest senior brother's strength had improved a lot, he was no longer a strong opponent for Chenzong. Chenzong cultivated wholeheartedly with the help of his superior power of understanding and the abundant supply of profound chi pills and spirit-nourishing pills. His swordsmanship had improved by leaps and bounds, and he had improved a lot compared to when he had just entered the supporting sword kingdom. After the fight with the Fengling sect's eldest senior brother, Chenzong had figured out his strength, so he attacked with his sword. That sword strike was misty, like a dream. It caused eldest senior brother of the Wind Spirit sect to pause for a moment. Confusion appeared in his eyes, as if he had entered an illusion. Even though it was only for a moment, it was enough. Kill. More than 20 sword seals flew into the back of Chenzong's left hand, increasing the number of sword seals that Chenzong had. Die, you ant. Jianquang held his sword with both hands and slashed down. It was as if a slash could split the heavens and the earth. That was the terrifying power of the Sword of Dao Obliteration. It was extremely tyrannical. The young marshal of the Heavenly Punishment Army couldn't help but tremble under that slash. He felt as if he was about to be destroyed. Too strong. Jianquang's strength was really too terrifying. Clearly, his body was of the same strength, but the power that erupted from that slash was extremely terrifying. It was as if it had exploded several times more. Jian Kuang had obviously mastered some kind of technique that could instantly explode his body's strength. Moreover, it didn't seem to put too much of a burden on his body. Such a technique might not be considered brilliant when his cultivation was restored, but it was extremely shocking in the current situation. I can't block it. The young marshal of the Heavenly Punishment Army couldn't block it at all. He was directly slashed in the leg. The web between his thumb and index finger that was holding the sword split open, dripping with blood. He couldn't help but retreat. Every step he took seemed to crush the ground. He quickly mobilized his strength and was about to use the profound meaning of the Sword of Tao obliteration to counterattack. However, a violent sword light appeared in front of him again. If he couldn't block it, he would die. The more intense the battle, the more people died, and the fewer people survived. In the end, only a few people survived. They were the victors. The sword demon with the devil mask. The sword maniac with an overbearing aura. The sword demon with a baleful aura. The sword demon with a seductive appearance and a strange aura. The seemingly unremarkable young man who didn't kill anyone. And the unfathomable Chenzong with an introverted aura. 6 people. The sword maniac, the sword demon, the young man with a very low presence, and Chenzong were men. The sword demon was a woman. As for the sword demon, he was wearing a mask, so it was impossible to tell whether he was a man or a woman. The sword demon stood still with an eerie aura. His whole body seemed to be floating, which was very strange. The sword maniac's eyes, which were full of fighting spirit, glanced at each person's face and paused for a moment. It was as if each of them was a target to be killed. The sword demon's eyes glowed with a scarlet light. Endless killing intent flowed in his eyes, as if it would explode at any time. The sword demon's seductive face had a smile. She looked even more seductive, but she also gave people a feeling of extreme danger. On the other hand, the young man who had not killed a single person and had a very low presence had a faint smile on his face. Chenzong's expression was indifferent and his aura was completely restrained. However, he gave off an unfathomable feeling. At this point, the person behind the scenes should be appearing soon. Not long after, light footsteps were heard. Someone was going up the mountain. Going up the mountain at this time aroused more thoughts in people's minds. They glanced around and looked in the direction of the footsteps. First, 2 figures appeared. One was wearing heavy armor with a short red cloak on his back, while the other was wearing a black mask. Then, the third person appeared. The young man, who was wearing a low-key and luxurious light armor with dragon-shaped sword patterns, looked like a noble. His face was indifferent, as if he was smiling, but also as if he wasn't. His eyes were covered with a faint luster, with a kind of arrogance that looked down on the world. That trace of arrogance was not deliberately revealed. It was a kind of temperament that came from the depths of his bones and soul. It could be concluded that this person's identity in the outside world must be very extraordinary. At that moment, Chenzong caught a glimpse of the young man with a very low presence. His pupils shrank in an instant, although it was very subtle. It seemed that he knew this person, or rather, he knew this person's identity. "Are you the ones who issued the challenge?" The sword maniac grinned. With a shake of his long sword, the sword chief swept across the sky, pointing directly at the 3 people who were walking over. "Then let's fight." As soon as the sword maniac's voice fell, the muscles in his legs bulged and contracted in an instant, bursting out in extremely tyrannical force. With a boom, his whole body rushed out like a meteorite. He raised his sword and slashed down fiercely. The sword momentum was filled with an astonishing destructive aura. It was extremely violent, as if it could cut through everything. It was extremely terrifying. What came head-on was an extremely violent sword pressure. Under the slash of the sword, a long sword mark was left on the ground, which quickly spread forward. Chenzong stared and his pupils shrank slightly. He was secretly surprised by the other party's method of supernatural power. It was very terrifying. It was more thorough and more extreme, and it would also put a greater burden on the body. The extremely violent sword slashed mercilessly at the young man who looked like a member of the royal family. However, the young man's expression did not change at all. It seemed that he had no intention of dodging, nor did he draw his sword to counter. Good timing. The young man wearing heavy armor and short cloak on the side suddenly roared and took a step forward. The moment his foot landed, it seemed that the ground was trampled, and countless cracks appeared around him. With a boom, his whole body rushed forward. Unlike the sword maniac, his feet were constantly stepping on the ground, and he directly rushed out 3 steps. His sword was unsheathed, and in an instant, it brought about an extremely violent force. It swept up a gathering of starlight and blasted out like a meteorite breaking through the sky. Sword of Starry Path, this was a sword technique that emphasized strength. It mobilized all the strength in one's body to suppress the opponent with strength. When the two collided head-on, their bodies trembled slightly. The sword maniac's body rushed up into the sky, while the heavily armored young man's body sank down. The ground under his feet was even more thoroughly shattered. A violent sound suddenly exploded, and layers of sound waves rolled and raged. Endless sword chi tore in all directions, as if it was going to shatter everything. It was extremely terrifying. Good. The sword maniac was very excited because this person had actually blocked his full-strength sword slash. Good opponent. The more excited the sword maniac was, the more his strength surged. His sword slashed down again, and it seemed to be even more violent. The heavily armored young man looked dignified. The strength of the opponent's sword was so strong that it shocked him. The second sword slashed down, and it seemed to be even stronger and more terrifying. However, the heavily armored young man was not afraid at all. Instead, he gathered all the strength in his body, and with a stomp of his feet, his strength exploded, and his sword swept up. Let's play too. The sword demon's glowing red eyes flashed. He suddenly drew his sword, condensed an extremely shocking killing intent, and directly attacked the royal young man. You are not qualified to fight with His Highness. As the masked man spoke, his body flashed, and his sword brought out a hazy black light, instantly attacking the sword demon. Now, no one will stop me. The sword demon's voice was a little erratic, with a slight accent, and no one could tell if it was a man or a woman. As the voice fell, the sword demon's body flashed, as if he was weightless. He floated forward with a light breeze, and his sword was unsheathed in an instant, silently stabbing out. The royal young man revealed a smile, and that trace of arrogance became more obvious. At the same time, he opened his mouth, and his voice was slightly magnetic, as if it could capture everyone's attention. You must be very curious as to why His Highness issued a challenge to you. As his voice fell, his right hand rested on the hilt of his sword, and with a rhythm, his 5 fingers clasped together, slowly unsheathing the sword at an even speed. The moment the tip of the sword left the scabbard, the sword demon's sword happened to be within 3 meters of him. His Highness has planned everything from the moment we entered this place. The sword was drawn, a faint sword light left, piercing through the void, and disappeared in a flash. Third update, the ghastly sword slashed out in an instant, but the young man who looked like a member of the royal family did not move at all. He swung his sword and blocked sword demon's sword aura like a seal. I'm the crown prince of suppressing Sword Kingdom. I have all the power. Everything about you is under my control. The young man kept talking as he waved his sword. His voice was neither loud nor soft, as if he was enjoying the process. It was as if he was a god who had everything under his control. Now that he was talking, he felt a great sense of satisfaction from the bottom of his heart. This was his hobby. Controlling everything and then saying it out loud so that the other party would be shocked, furious, and powerless to resist. There was nothing more fascinating than this. The crown prince of suppressing Sword Ghost's sword moved in a natural way with an indescribable mystery. Sword Ghost's hair stood on end and he quickly retreated. I don't need to run around. I just need to gather you here with a letter of challenge at the right time and let you fight with each other. Then, I'll kill the few winners. Everything will belong to me. Don't even think about running away. The foot of Suppressing Sword Mountain is already filled with the most elite troops of Suppressing Sword Kingdom. No one can escape. Come on. I'm right here. Either you're killed by me and all the sword seals will belong to me, and the sword son of Dongting will be mine. Or, you can kill me. There was an indescribable fanaticism in his voice when he said the last sentence. It was obvious that although Sword Ghost was powerful, he was still no match for this man. He was already at a disadvantage and was in danger. In an instant, Sword Ghost twisted his body and stirred up a seductive wind. His sword radiance shot out. Sword Ghost's swordsmanship was strange and unpredictable. His sword seemed to go up, but it could also go down or behind. It was a very strange swordsmanship that was impossible to guard against. In the other two places, Sword Kwang was suppressing the young man in heavy armor. Sword Demon was fighting with the masked man. There were only two people who hadn't made a move yet. One of them was a young man with a low sense of presence, and the other was the mysterious Chen Zong. Chen Zong was watching. The Sword Demon and the Sword Ghost were indeed more powerful when they worked together. However, the Crown Prince didn't seem to be at a disadvantage at all. With the sword in hand, all of the attacks from the Sword Demon and Sword Demon were blocked, unable to harm him at all. "Is this all you've got?" The Crown Prince of supporting Sword Country asked again. His voice was light, but there was a hint of disdain in it. It was a contempt that came from the bottom of his heart. "You guys are only at this level. How disdainful." In an instant, anger rose from Sword Demon and Sword Devil's hearts, and their attacks became even more ferocious. "Although I don't like to fight with numbers, sometimes I have to." The young man who had been standing at the side all this while spoke as he stepped forward. At the same time, his right hand landed on the hilt of the sword. He exerted a little force with his 5 fingers and clasped the hilt. His footsteps grew faster and faster, and eventually, he turned into a blur as he closed in on Xianxia. He unsheathed his sword and shot out with an undetectable sword light. That sword light had a kind of misty and subtle color, which made people subconsciously ignore it. The Sword of Illusion. This person cultivated the Sword of Illusion, and he had developed it to another level. It was different from Chen Zong's Sword of Illusion. The Crown Prince of supporting Sword Country was indeed deceived by the sword. He was almost stabbed, but he managed to dodge it at the critical moment. "Who are you?" the Crown Prince asked as he dodged the sword and counterattacked. "Gu Jianchen." The young man with a low sense of presence replied calmly. He attacked again with the second sword. He had a very good grasp of the timing. This time, his sword was embedded in the middle of the Sword Demon and Sword Ghost's attacks, making it harder for people to detect and defend against. "Dustless sword, Gu Jianchen. So it's you." The Crown Prince of supporting Sword Country seemed to know Gu Jianchen. "You should know me, right?" The Crown Prince of Underworld Luo Empire. "I've heard of you for a long time," Gu Jianchen replied as he attacked mercilessly. Chen Zong paid attention to everyone's sword techniques, reflecting and verifying them with his own sword techniques. He was in a special state, and countless ideas kept surging in his mind. They kept on colliding, stirring up even more sparks of inspiration. Chen Zong also heard what the Crown Prince said, but he didn't care. Compared to his comprehension of the way of the sword, it didn't seem important at all. Chen Zong gained something new every moment. The sword of wind, the sword of thunder, the sword of fire, the sword of metal, the sword of destruction, the sword of killing, the sword of illusion, all kinds of inspirations appeared like a fountain. Countless sword lights flickered in the depths of Chen Zong's eyes, reverberating endlessly. The heavily armored young man was completely suppressed by the sword maniac. The terrifying explosive power was unleashed without any pause. It was so violent that the heavily armored young man could only raise his sword to defend himself. The battle between the Sword Demon and the masked man gradually came to a conclusion. The masked man was indeed very powerful. His figure was fleeting, but the masked man gradually paled in comparison to the Sword Demon's murderous sword. It seemed like it was only a matter of time before the victor was decided. However, the Sword Demon, Sword Ghost, and Gu Jianchen still couldn't defeat the Crown Prince of Underworld Luo Empire. However, the addition of Gu Jianchen seemed to have a synergistic effect. The three of them worked together even more closely. It was as if they had turned into an inescapable net that completely enveloped the Crown Prince of Underworld Luo Empire. "You all have the right to make me use my true strength." The Crown Prince of Underworld Luo Empire's words shocked everyone. Was he still using his true strength at this level? If he was using his true strength, how terrifying would he be? In an instant, the Crown Prince of Underworld Luo Empire's eyes narrowed. Traces of an extremely mysterious aura spread out from his body. The mysterious aura was suffused with traces of sharpness. It enveloped the surroundings as if it had turned into a force field. It also seemed like it was about to condense into a domain. This is... Chenzong was shocked. This aura and fluctuation was very familiar. It was clearly a fluctuation that only appeared at the 6th level of the Way of the Sword. It turned out that other than him, there were others who had touched the 6th level of the Way of the Sword when they were below the Ascension realm. I'm not alone, an indescribable joy surged from the depths of Chenzong's heart and filled his heart. Chenzong had long felt that with the vastness of the void and the innumerable cultivators, there would definitely be some geniuses who weren't inferior to him or even surpassed him. There was no doubt about this. But thinking about it was just thinking about it. He had yet to see it or come into contact with it. He didn't expect to have the chance to see them this time. Gu Jianchen, Sword Demon, and Sword Demon's expressions changed slightly. They all felt a mysterious change in each other's aura. Vaguely, there was a feeling that everything was being seen through. Control, a feeling of controlling the surroundings spontaneously arose. It was a wonderful feeling, and also a feeling that the Crown Prince of Underworld Luo liked the most. Everything within a radius of a few meters was under his control. He struck out with his sword and immediately blocked the three's attacks. The sword followed an incomparably mysterious trajectory and counterattacked. The profundity of this sword was indescribable. Chenzong was the only one who understood what it was. Chenzong realized that in terms of the 1st level of the Way of the Sword, he was similar to the Crown Prince of Underworld Luo Empire. Both of them had just touched the surface, but the Crown Prince of Underworld Luo Empire's application was clearly more refined. What Chenzong didn't know was that the Underworld Luo Empire, where the Crown Prince of Underworld Luo came from, was a star sector level force. It was very powerful and ruled over several star sectors. Although it lacked dominator-level experts, it had a deep foundation and many experts. Among them, there were some experts who had grasped the 6th level of the Way of the Sword. As the Crown Prince of the Underworld Luo Empire, it was equivalent to being the successor of the Emperor of the Underworld Luo Empire. Naturally, he would enjoy countless resources and benefits. It was normal for him to be taught by experts. Although it was the power of the imminent realm, and it was unpredictable for those below the imminent realm, those powerful and ancient forces would always have some ways to guide the other party without letting them know the details of the imminent realm. On the other hand, Chenzong was much worse in this aspect. Although Chenzong had entered the Eternal Battle Fort, he was only at the fighter level, the lowest level. Just like the matriculation camp level, he had attracted some attention from the Eternal Battle Fort because of his talent. However, it was only some attention. After all, Chenzong was only at the initial stage when he was in the Eternal Battle Fort, and he wasn't at his current stage of growth. Speaking of which, it had been a while since he went to the Eternal Battle Fort because he hadn't found a suitable opportunity. As for the Heavenly Palace of Will, Chenzong had indeed obtained part of its inheritance. It was certain that he was related to the Heavenly Palace of Will, but he hadn't reached the level of being a member of the Heavenly Palace of Will. After all, Chenzong had never been to the Heavenly Palace of Will, nor had he entered the Heavenly Palace of Will. So, what could he do? He could only rely on his own efforts. With his own ability, talent, and hard work, he could catch up with and surpass those geniuses who were heavily nurtured by the major forces. What was commendable was that his learning ability was very strong. It was all thanks to his powerful soul and extraordinary perception. Chenzong kept absorbing the Crown Prince's application of the 6th level of the Way of the Sword. He kept learning and verifying it with himself, improving himself imperceptibly. Under the high level of the Way of the Sword, Gu Jianchen, Sword Demon, and Sword Demon's cooperation was broken. It's time to reap. The Crown Prince's voice rang out and entered the three's ears. Suddenly, an indescribable horror struck the deepest part of their hearts, making their hair stand on end. There seemed to be a flash of sword light in front of their eyes, as if it was jumping in the void. It also seemed like a falling star, carrying a terrifying power that could destroy everything. However, there was also a misty feeling like a dream, making it impossible to tell what was real and what was not. Kill. Sword Demon. Dead, Sword Demon. Dead, Gu Jianchen. Dead, streaks of sword seals glowed with flowing light and rapidly merged into the back of Ming Luo Crown Prince's left hand. Originally, Ming Luo Crown Prince only had one sword seal, the one that belonged to him. Now, the number of sword seals increased rapidly. Close to 600. This made Ming Luo Crown Prince reveal a smile. The harvest was indeed great. Although there were still a few days left before the month, it was impossible for anyone to surpass him in sword seals in such a short period of time. Moreover, there were other people present. At the same time, the heavily armored youth could not withstand Jianquang's violent slash. His long sword was slashed away, and another slash landed, killing him. With the sword seal in hand, Jianquang's battle intent soared to the sky. With a stomp of his feet, his strength erupted again. Like a fierce tiger descending from the mountain, he held the sword with both hands and slashed heavily at Ming Luo Crown Prince. However, when the sword slashed down, it suddenly became sluggish, as if it had fallen into a heavy stream of water. It was constantly pulled and the speed of the sword slowed down, and even deviated to the side. The veins on Jianquang's arms bulged and his muscles swelled. He clenched his teeth and the veins on his forehead bulged as if they were about to explode. His strength was constantly erupting. Without a doubt, this was a terrifying strength and a terrifying slash. But even so, it was unable to reverse the deviation and slow down of the sword. Ming Luo Crown Prince also swung his sword and slashed. Jianquang was dead. The berserk sword demon also beheaded the masked man. After obtaining his sword seal, he waved his long sword and rolled up an extremely terrifying pitch-black sword chi. It was like a destructive storm that swept towards the underworld crown prince. The demonic sword chi slaughtered in all directions. Ming Luo Crown Prince swung his sword. The sword light was like a meteor breaking the moon. The speed of the sword was shockingly fast, and it also carried the violent destructive power of a falling meteor. This was the profound meaning of the Sword of Star Path. It was also integrated with the profound meaning of the Sword of Tao Obliteration. The tyrannical sword slashed out in an instant, and immediately destroyed the demonic sword chi. It was heading towards Sword Demon. Ming Luo Crown Prince, who had unleashed his full strength, was too strong. Even Sword Demon was not his opponent. "You're the only one left. Why aren't you drawing your sword?" Ming Luo Crown Prince's gaze swept past as he stared at Xianxia. He opened his mouth and smiled. His gaze and demeanor clearly had a feeling that everything was under his control. The others were all dead, leaving only Ming Luo Crown Prince and Chenzong. Ming Luo Crown Prince's words were naturally directed at Chenzong. "Or do you plan to surrender?" "I don't accept surrendering soldiers." "You misunderstood. I just feel very happy." Chenzong smiled. The 5 fingers of his right hand wriggled gently. Waves of battle intent surged from the depths of his heart. The distance of each step was 1 meter, and the length was the same as if it had been carefully measured. Even the speed was the same as if it had been practiced thousands of times. With every step he took, Chenzong's aura became more condensed. "Happy? Are you happy that you can fight me one-on-one?" Ming Luo Crown Prince squinted his eyes and stared at Chenzong. "Since that's the case, I'll give you a chance. As long as you can take 3 of my swords, I'll give you a chance to follow me. Remember, I'm the current Crown Prince of Ming Luo Empire in Ming Luo Star Field." Ming Luo Crown Prince swung his sword as he finished his words. Sword chi pierced through the air. This sword merged the mysteries of the Sword of Wind Tao, Sword of Water Tao and Sword of Metal Tao. Not only was it fast, but it was also extremely sharp and subtle. At the same time, Chenzong's right hand brought along layers of afterimages as he placed it on the sword hilt. He clasped his fingers and unsheathed the sword. The sword shot out like a flowing light. The sword light was like a crescent moon cutting through the void. It was filled with the aura of the Sword of Metal Tao, Sword of Wind Tao and Sword of Thunder Tao. It was also the fusion of the 3 swords. This was not a difficult task for Chenzong. The sword chi and the sword light collided and instantly exploded. Ming Luo Crown Prince's eyes lit up slightly. He did not take any stance, but his figure flew forward. It was as if he was one with the sword. It was like a starlight piercing through the air. A faintly discernible aura of destruction condensed under the sword. The Sword of Star Tao and the Sword of Destruction, this sword was the one that killed Sword Devil directly. Its power was extremely tyrannical. It was even more powerful than the fusion of the 3 swords. Chenzong also swung his sword. This time, it was the fusion of the sword of killing Dao and the sword of destruction. The sword light collided once again and instantly exploded. Before Ming Luo Crown Prince swung his sword, Chenzong swung his sword for the third time. When he swung his sword, Chenzong's right foot twisted and turned on the ground, causing the ground to crumble in an instant. An extremely powerful force suddenly went from the sole of his foot to his thigh, through his waist. It condensed his strength from the bottom to the top, and then rushed through his shoulder into his right arm that was holding the sword. Burst, this was the result of Chenzong observing Sword Maniac's violent force. He constantly simulated and improved it, making it a force technique that was suitable for his body. Chenzong knew that this kind of violent technique, despite being able to explode with an even more shocking force, would cause quite a lot of injuries to the body. However, this kind of injury was like an internal injury. It would lurk in the body until it accumulated to a certain extent, then it would explode and directly cause damage to the body. Chenzong guessed that Sword Maniac dared to explode so unscrupulously because this kind of technique could accumulate a lot of internal injuries. Moreover, once he left this world, the so-called internal injuries would be nothing to his body after his cultivation recovered. It would not affect him at all. After all, this kind of explosive technique was only targeted at this level of body. This was something that Chenzong could be sure of. Since that was the case, he could also use it. Facing Chenzong's sword, Ming Luo Crown Prince's face suddenly tensed up. He was somewhat solemn as he felt threatened. The 6th level of Sword Principle, that feeling of being in control of the area appeared once again. When Chenzong's sword slashed into the area, he immediately felt as if there were countless invisible forces falling on the sword, constantly blocking the slashing sword and constantly pulling it, wanting to deviate the sword to one side. Then, since you have this level, I have also mastered it. Without hesitation, Chenzong also displayed the 6th level of Sword Principle. Although it was superficial, it could bring about a qualitative improvement. The power at the level of immanent God, even if it was just a trace, was enough to significantly enhance the strength of a demigod. That was a kind of huge gap, a gap that belonged to a completely different level. You. Ming Luo Crown Prince suddenly widened his eyes, his face was full of astonishment. The 6th level of Sword Principle. This person, like him, had also mastered the 6th level of Sword Principle, unbelievable. Which star field are you from? Ming Luo Crown Prince couldn't help but ask. A rogue cultivator. Chenzong's answer made Ming Luo Crown Prince's eyes widen. Up until now, Chenzong's identity was still a rogue cultivator. Under the control of the 6th level of Sword Principle, both sides cancelled each other out. The slashing sword returned to its original state, as if it was going to cut Ming Luo Crown Prince in half. Ming Luo Crown Prince couldn't dodge in time, so he waved his sword and the sword light raged. Ming Luo Crown Prince couldn't help but tremble and took 2 steps back to dissipate the power. His opponent had also mastered the 6th level of Sword Principle and was not inferior to him, which was equivalent to removing one of his advantages. Then, he could only rely on his sword skills to determine the level. In an instant, the sword light burst out. Sword of Metal Principle, Sword of Wind Principle, Sword of Water Principle, Sword of Thunder Principle, Sword of Star Principle, Sword of Destruction, Sword of Killing Principle. There were a total of 7. As for Chenzong's mastery of the 14 sword arts of Dongting, there were exactly 7 of them. Sword of Metal Principle, Sword of Wind Principle, Sword of Fire Principle, Sword of Thunder Principle, Sword of Destruction, Sword of Killing Principle, Sword of Illusion Principle. Most of them were the same, only 2 were different. The 7 sword skills were performed to their heart's content under the swords of Ming Luo Crown Prince and Chenzong. When the 2 realized this, the shock in their hearts was indescribable. Chenzong was very excited. This was the feeling of meeting a worthy opponent, just like the feeling when he had the final battle with Heavenly God Gong. No, it was even more exciting than that time, because Heavenly God Gong was not a sword cultivator, but Ming Luo Crown Prince was. It was even more exciting to fight with a strong opponent who was also a sword cultivator, wasn't it? Compared to Chenzong, Ming Luo Crown Prince's heart was filled with anger and killing intent in addition to shock. How could there be someone who could be compared to him? If this person's background was better than his, then he would feel better in his heart, but this person said that he was a rogue cultivator. Although he didn't know whether it was true or not, there were two possibilities. One was that this person was indeed a rogue cultivator. How could a rogue cultivator be more talented than him? The other was that this person's background was very high, surpassing his own. But if he had such a high background, was there a need to participate in the assessment of the East Court Sword Mountain, if it wasn't for the fact that the Sword Dao of the East Court Sword Mountain was useful to him, with his identity and status, there was no need for him to participate in the assessment at all. As this thought flashed through his mind, Ming Luo Crown Prince's sword light became more and more explosive. Chen Zong felt that Ming Luo Crown Prince's sword skills had signs of forming a unique lineage, indicating that his foundation and accumulation were very shocking. But Chen Zong's accumulation was even more shocking, and coupled with the explosive skills that he learned from Sword Maniac, Ming Luo Crown Prince was actually faintly suppressed. Retreat. After Ming Luo Crown Prince took Chen Zong's sword head-on, he used the force to retreat quickly and quickly adjusted his breathing. After a fierce battle, he felt that he had consumed a lot of his strength. Let's decide the winner with one sword. Ming Luo Crown Prince narrowed his eyes slightly, his voice became low, and his body slightly bent down in an instant. Okay. Chen Zong was also very willing. Storing power, the two began to store power. Deciding the winner with one sword was the last sword, and also the strongest sword. Only the strongest sword, the sword that exhausted all of one's strength, had the qualification to decide the winner and the loser, life and death. This sword would be unreserved, and it was to disregard one's own life and death. Either you die or I die, there was no third possibility, and there was no luck to speak of. Adjust. Ming Luo Crown Prince constantly adjusted his breathing, adjusted his essence, qi, and spirit, mobilized all the remaining strength in his body, and completely condensed it into a highly condensed force. Around his body, a completely different aura emerged. Chen Zong stood still, his essence, qi, and spirit were mobilized in an instant, completely fused together, carrying a different aura mystery, and poured into the sword in his hand. That move, his strongest move, was about to be unleashed at this very moment, erupting with unparalleled might. Second update, remember to follow the public account, 6 Dao Sinks. 6 Dao announces a big secret. At the foot of Suppressing Sword Mountain, there were many figures in black and red armor with long swords at their waists. Each of them had a cold expression and a murderous look in their eyes. Their whole body was filled with a terrifying aura. Sword cavalry, archer cavalry, sword and shield soldiers, strong sword soldiers, strong crossbow soldiers, these were the 5 major arms of the Suppressing Sword country. Moreover, they were all elites. Each of them had undergone strict training and were able to cooperate with each other seamlessly. At a glance, there were tens of thousands of such soldiers. They surrounded Suppressing Sword Mountain and were ready to attack at any time. Their bodies were majestic and motionless. Their auras were connected together like an inescapable net that sealed off everything in the surroundings. It was as if the air had stopped flowing. There was not the slightest ripple. It was incomparably murderous, cold, and oppressive. Even a Sword Dao Grandmaster would not be able to hold on for long before being killed by such elite soldiers. Further away, there were hundreds of thousands of well-trained regular soldiers that were ready to reinforce at any time. As Ming Luo Crown Prince had said, an inescapable net had already been set up at the foot of Suppressing Sword Mountain. Even if someone wanted to leave Suppressing Sword Mountain alive, he or she would be surrounded by the army and killed. In such a world where one's strength was restricted, no one could be spared. Halfway up Suppressing Sword Mountain, Ming Luo Crown Prince and Chen Zong were 10 meters apart from each other. They were constantly accumulating power. Gold. A deep and powerful voice sounded. In an instant, a trace of gold filled the air around Ming Luo Crown Prince. It quickly condensed into a finger-sized sword aura. Wind. Immediately, the sword aura of wind also condensed, followed by the sword aura of water and then the sword aura of thunder. Specks of starlight filled the air as if they were projected from the void. At first, it was very subtle. Then, it became strong and turned into a sword aura of stars. Finally, it was the sword aura that emitted a terrifying aura of destruction. The sword aura of destruction, 6 streaks of sword chi with different colors and auras condensed around the underworld crown prince. Each of them exuded a terrifying power. These 6 sword auras had exhausted Ming Luo Crown Prince's spirit. Have a taste of the power of my 6 ultimate reincarnation sword. As soon as the Underworld Crown Prince's voice fell, his long sword vibrated and instantly swung out. In a split second, 6 rays of sword chi shot out. Shooting out sword chi was not difficult for the powerful sword chi in this world. It could be done by sword Dao grandmasters. However, it was impossible for sword Dao grandmasters to do such high-intensity and condensed sword chi. It was unknown whether sword Dao grandmasters could do it. Moreover, directly condensing 6 such pure and terrifying strands of sword chi was incomparably difficult because every single strand of sword chi was condensed with all one's strength. They were all condensed with the essence of profundities. The difficulty of controlling 6 strands of sword chi at the same time was not just 6 times, but more than 10 times. 6 streaks of sword chi pierced through the air at an astonishing speed. They spun rapidly, as if they had turned into a wheel, and charged toward Shenzong with terrifying power. The 6 rotating sword chis quickly converged towards the center. Using the high-speed rotation as a guide, the 6 sword chis gathered together to form the most powerful attack. At the same time, Shenzong poured all of his strength into the long sword in his hand. A gust of wind blew and turned into sword chi, pouring into the long sword in his hand. Sword of Wind Dao, Sword of Thunder Dao, Sword of Fire Dao, Sword of Metal Dao, Sword of Destruction Dao, Sword of Killing Dao. Finally, it was the Sword of Illusion Dao. Shenzong's right arm that was holding the sword was constantly trembling. The long sword was also constantly vibrating, as if it would break at any time because it could not withstand the powerful force. However, the material of the long sword was indeed amazing. Although it did not have any special power, it was very tough. Tendons and veins bulged on Shenzong's arm. His eyes were glaring angrily, and the terrifying radiance was like a heavenly sword piercing through the air. He stomped his feet, and the soles of his front feet suddenly sank and spun on the ground. The combat shoes under his feet also cracked in an instant. His body moved slightly, like a dragon swaying. An extremely powerful force completely erupted from his feet, through his waist, through his right arm, and rushed to the sword body, reaching the tip of the sword. Essence, chi, and spirit, the profound power of the 7 sword techniques. The power of the sword maniac's technique, everything was integrated into this sword, and nothing was held back. This was because this sword would determine victory and defeat, life and death. There was no luck. If he did not give it his all, it was very likely that he would be killed by his opponent, and everything would be in vain. Even if he was lucky in the remaining few days and could obtain many more sword seals, it would definitely not be comparable to this. Therefore, he had to win this battle. He had to give it his all. The sword trembled violently, as if it was about to leave his hand. Shenzong felt that the web between his thumb and forefinger was cracked. He stabbed out with the sword. With a boom, it was as if the earth was falling apart. The bones in his arm instantly made a series of explosive sounds. His tendons and veins were constantly being pulled, and there was a burst of pain. It was very uncomfortable. Obviously, his major tendons were damaged, but Shenzong did not seem to notice it and still stabbed out with the sword. Great Destruction. This sword was called Great Destruction. It was a sword that Shenzong had integrated the profound of the 7 sword techniques into one. It was a sword that gave it his all. In an instant, a dark crack appeared in the void under the sword. The crack quickly spread and connected into a large area. That was the aura of darkness, the aura of emptiness, and the aura of destruction. It directly descended. Ming Luo Crown Prince's expression suddenly changed. He only felt that the darkness was absolute, as if it could devour everything and destroy everything. He felt as if the sky had collapsed, and the mountains under his feet had also collapsed in an instant. This was caused by the integration of the sword intent of the illusion Dao. It directly impacted one's mind and made one feel as if it was really destroyed. The sword chi of the 6 ultimate reincarnation sword gathered into one and attacked. Shenzong's Great Destruction also attacked. When the sword chi collided, it instantly sank into the darkness, and there were continuous bursts of terrifying sounds and explosions. One had to admit that the power of the 6 ultimate reincarnation sword was indeed very terrifying. If he had not comprehended such a unique skill like Great Destruction, he was afraid that he would not be able to resist and would be killed directly. But now, it was different. A sword light suddenly shot out from the darkness of great destruction. It was as swift and violent as wind, as sharp as gold, as destructive as annihilation, as murderous as condensed murderous intent. After Ming Luo Crown Prince displayed the sixth ultimate reincarnation sword, he was already powerless to attack again. Even dodging had become very difficult. There was no way he could avoid Chen Zong's sword. Tens of thousands of elite soldiers are at the foot of the mountain. Even if you kill me, you will not be able to leave here. Ming Luo Crown Prince revealed a smile. At the same time, he crushed the ball that had appeared in his left hand out of nowhere. When Chen Zong's sword arrived and pierced through Ming Luo Crown Prince's forehead, the broken ball also directly soared into the sky and exploded in the sky. With a loud boom, the momentum was astonishing. It was like a grand firework that exploded, like a giant sword across the sky. Looking at the giant sword-shaped firework, a strong sense of uneasiness and crisis suddenly emerged from the deepest part of his heart. It was as swift as thunder, and instantly swept through his whole body. Without any hesitation, Chen Zong immediately crushed the profound chi pill and vitality pill that he had already put in his mouth. He quickly swallowed them to replenish his consumption, make up for the deficit in his body, and at the same time heal the injury on his right hand. The profound chi pill could not only replenish the consumption of the body, but to a certain extent, it could also relieve the injury and slowly heal the injury. Of course, if it was an external injury, the profound chi pill would be useless. With the replenishment of the energy essence pill and the spirit nourishing pill, Chen Zong felt that some of the emptiness in his body had been replenished. He felt much better, but he still hadn't recovered. After all, using the move Great Destruction was equivalent to hollowing out his body. It wouldn't be easy to recover. Without hesitation, Chen Zong took out another profound chi pill and vitality pill and consumed it. Fortunately, he had prepared a lot of profound chi pills and vitality pills before coming. Otherwise, it would be troublesome. Hundreds of sword seals flew up and sank into the back of his left hand. There were too many sword seals in a short period of time, making Chen Zong feel a constant tingling and burning sensation on the back of his left hand. These sword seals came from Sword Ghost, Sword Demon, Sword Maniac, Sword Demon, and that person called Gu Jianchen. As for the Underworld Crown Prince and the other two, they only had one sword seal each. They had been assigned a very good position from the beginning and had made a good plan to harvest everything now. Who would have thought that in the end, they would all belong to Chen Zong? With 2 profound chi pills and 2 vitality pills, Chen Zong's deficit was quickly replenished. Although he had not fully recovered, it did not hinder his normal movement. When Chen Zong was about to step down the mountain, a strong palpitation suddenly rose up in his heart. Without any hesitation, Chen Zong quickly rushed up the mountain. At the same time, the tens of thousands of elite troops around sword-suppressing mountain changed their eyes after seeing the huge sword fireworks. They became sharp and full of killing intent and immediately moved to climb the mountain. This was the reason why the Underworld Crown Prince said that even if Chen Zong killed him, he would not be able to leave here. It was impossible for Chen Zong alone to kill his way out of the tens of thousands of elite troops, not to mention that there were also hundreds of thousands of regular troops. Going down the mountain was just courting death. But it was impossible to stay in the same place as it would also be dangerous. The only way out was to climb the mountain. Now that he was only halfway up the mountain, he would climb the mountain and deal with the enemy in this mountain until the time was up. There were only a few days left. Soon. With an incomparably firm mind, Chen Zong began to climb the mountain. His speed was not very fast, but it was not slow either. While climbing the mountain, Chen Zong looked back and pondered. Counting the profound chi pills and vitality pills he obtained from the crowd, plus the ones he originally carried, he had 18 profound chi pills. The vitality pills were less, but there were still 10 of them. If he used them properly, he should be able to get through these few days. While climbing the mountain, Chen Zong also looked for a favorable terrain. At the foot of the mountain, tens of thousands of elite troops were also climbing the mountain. The cavalry could only abandon their horses and climb the sword-suppressing mountain with their feet. Of course, their strength was also very strong. A life-and-death chase began to appear on sword-suppressing mountain. There was only one prey, but there were tens of thousands of hunters. Even if these tens of thousands of people stood still and did not resist, Chen Zong would not be able to kill them all, because his strength would be exhausted before he could kill them all. Third update, quick, 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 monthly votes. Finally, there was only 1 day left. Those who had been killed and lost all their sword seals were frantically searching for the whereabouts of other sword seal imprints. They were frantically killing and obtaining sword seals. This was their final madness. Die. Ming Luo Crown Prince slashed his sword across the sky and killed his opponent directly, obtaining more than 10 sword seals. The identity chosen was very useful at the beginning, but after being killed, they would be randomly resurrected in another place, which was equivalent to starting from scratch. There was not enough time to arrange anything, so they could only rely on their own strength to hunt. In the end, no matter what identity or status one had, it would not be able to defeat the sword in one's hand. Strength was the foundation. Identity and status were the vassal brought by strength. If one did not understand this point and instead placed more importance on identity and status, it would be putting the cart before the horse. Ming Luo Crown Prince thought that he had obtained the position of the Crown Prince of suppressing Sword Country and was in control of everything. He set up an inescapable net, preparing to catch all the experts in one fell swoop and harvest a large number of sword seals to become the best candidate in this test. He did not expect that there would be an accident in the end, and that was Qianzong. He also did not expect that Qianzong's strength would be so high. Failed, everything was in vain. However, there was indeed a useful sword Dao in the Eastern Court Sword Mountain. He could not miss this opportunity. Even if he could not become the sword's son, he still had to fight for the position of a true disciple. If he could not even get the position of a true disciple, it would be a disgrace to his reputation as the Ming Luo Crown Prince. Thinking of Qianzong's indifferent face, Ming Luo Crown Prince could not help but burst out with anger in his heart. He did not know that before this, there was a person called Heavenly God Gong. On suppressing Sword Mountain, Qianzong's robe was tattered, and there were scratches on his arms and cheeks. Those were the scars left by the arrows that pierced through the air. Even if Qianzong was very powerful, facing the encirclement of tens of thousands of elite soldiers and thousands of arrows, he could not completely avoid them. It was already very amazing that he could guarantee that he would not be hit directly. For 2 days and 2 nights, Qianzong was constantly contending with tens of thousands of elite soldiers on Mount Fu Sword. It was a high-intensity battle and there was no time to rest, let alone close his eyes and sleep. If he still had his cultivation, it wouldn't be a problem for him to not sleep for several days and nights. But now, he only had the physique of an ordinary person. Even if he had reached the limits of the human body and was full of energy, it would still be difficult for him to withstand such a high-intensity battle. Fortunately, Qianzong had a strong will. Otherwise, he would have collapsed long ago. Although Qianzong didn't feel good, the tens of thousands of elite soldiers didn't feel good either. They felt that they were facing a monster. That's right, it was a monster. After 2 days and 2 nights of encirclement and suppression, even though they had undergone rigorous training, it was still very difficult for them to hold on. They were very tired. Moreover, in the process of encirclement and suppression, they had lost over 1,000 people. This was the loss of over 1,000 people under seamless coordination. How amazing it was! Qianzong leaned against a large boulder. He took out an essence pill and a vitality pill and swallowed them. Then he closed his eyes and adjusted his breathing, making it slow and long. He rested for a moment, and every breath he could take was a breath of rest. There were still 2 profound chi pills and 1 spirit-nourishing pill left. He had to rely on these 2 profound chi pills and 1 spirit-nourishing pill to get through this last day. If he was killed here, he wouldn't really die, but the sword seal would disappear. All his previous gains would be in vain. Exhaustion, deep exhaustion, made Qianzong want to close his eyes and sleep. But he didn't dare to do so because he didn't know when the pursuers would appear again. The pursuers were also very tired and needed to rest. About a moment later, with the help of the essential chi pill and the vitality pill, Qianzong felt that he had recovered a lot. However, a deep exhaustion was located in the deepest part of his body and soul. It was something that the essential chi pill and the vitality pill couldn't heal. Qianzong's ears trembled slightly. He heard a slight sound. Someone was coming. It was the pursuers. He opened his eyes in an instant. Extremely sharp cold light shot out from his eyes. His killing intent was overflowing. Chenzong didn't make any movements, but his body silently slid to the other side of the big rock. The moment Chenzong went around, dozens of sharp arrows pierced through the air. They drew beautiful arcs and were thrown to him from a distance. In just an instant, the place where Chenzong had been standing was completely covered by arrows. Ding 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 sounds continuously rang out. That was the sound of the arrows hitting the boulders, causing countless sparks to fly. Then, hundreds of people surrounded him from the left and right in front of him. They were full of killing intent. Chenzong's figure moved. He immediately dashed to the other side like a cheetah, leaving the place. His purpose was not to kill these people, but to deal with them and pass the time. But now, the pursuers were chasing him relentlessly. They didn't want to give up at all. Dozens of elite soldiers appeared in front of him. The one leading them was obviously a soldier. He was a sword grandmaster level swordsman. Kill. The swordsman wielded his sword and took the lead to kill. Dozens of elite soldiers followed him. This kind of terrain was nothing for them who had undergone rigorous training. There were wolves in front and tigers behind. They could only kill. Chenzong didn't hesitate. He rushed forward and unsheathed his sword. In an instant, Chenzong and the soldier crossed paths. The soldier's forward steps paused slightly, but the sword that was about to strike down stopped in midair, motionless. Chenzong's figure was like the wind, rushing into the dozens of elite soldiers like a tiger in a flock of sheep. In less than 3 breaths, Chenzong had rushed out of the encirclement of dozens of elite soldiers. Kill them all. Dozens of elite soldiers were all dead. They were powerful, had undergone rigorous training, and cooperated with each other very well. But in front of absolute strength, everything was in vain. Of course, if dozens of people turned into hundreds, it was impossible for Chenzong to kill them without paying a price. It wouldn't be that easy. It was as if they were riding on a cloud of dust. When the hundreds of pursuers arrived, they saw the figures falling down one by one. Those were their colleagues. Although it wasn't the first time they saw it these days, they were still filled with anger and killing intent. They also felt their scalps tingling. Tens of thousands of elite soldiers besieged one person. Not only did they fail to kill him, they couldn't even seriously injure him. That was fine. But more than 1,000 of them died. Chenzong didn't go down the mountain because there were more pursuers. So, he went up the mountain. Time passed slowly. Chenzong took another energy pill to replenish his energy. As for the energy pill, he didn't take it yet because it wasn't time yet. It was a life-saving item at a critical moment. The elite soldiers of Suppressing Sword Kingdom were determined to fight to the death with Chenzong. They had never suffered such a great loss before. For the honor of Suppressing Sword Kingdom and their face, they had to kill this man no matter what. With half a day left, Chenzong killed hundreds of elite soldiers again. His energy was consumed even more rapidly. 10 hours, 8 hours, 6 hours, 4 hours, 2 hours, when there were less than 2 hours left, Chenzong killed hundreds more souls with his sword. Those elite soldiers seemed to be getting crazier and crazier. They didn't fear death and brought a lot of trouble to Chenzong. Although he killed hundreds of elite soldiers, Chenzong was also shot by an arrow. Pulling out the arrow, Chenzong crushed the Jinchuang pill and sprinkled it on the arrow. A burst of burning pain spread and stopped the bleeding. It was really troublesome. That Ming Luo Crown Prince was almost flawless. Even if he was killed by Chenzong, he still left such a big trouble. Fortunately, there were less than 2 hours left. Otherwise, it would be really difficult to deal with it. It was very likely that they would be killed here. He took out the last energy pill and spirit nourishing pill and took them to recover his almost exhausted energy. It was the last moment. It was also the last moment of madness. After a while, Chenzong felt that he had recovered a lot of energy and his body was full of vitality again. However, a kind of tiredness that came from the depths of his mind became more intense. This kind of deep tiredness made Chenzong feel powerless and somewhat inexplicably irritated. The irritated feeling made Chenzong want to vent it out. How to vent it? Only kill, breathe. Breathe, Chenzong breathed slowly. Through breathing, he recovered his energy. 15 minutes, in the end, there was only a quarter of an hour left. Thousands of elite soldiers surrounded them from all directions. This time, Chenzong didn't intend to avoid them. In the last 15 minutes, the irritated feeling in his heart became more intense. It was like a volcano that was about to erupt. It was hard to suppress. Since that was the case, he would fight. This was the last moment of madness. Clasping the long sword in his right hand, Chenzong stood up. His eyes became sharper. He had already used up the sword leaves. The only thing left was the sword in his hand. Chenzong took a step forward and flew out like a gust of wind. He lowered his body and raised his speed to the extreme. The wind whistled past his ears and made a humming sound. Chenzong felt as if he was about to fly into the sky. An indescribable feeling of pleasure spread out from the depths of his heart. The irritated feeling in his heart seemed to be alleviated. The arrows pierced through the air as if they were going to hit Chenzong like a beehive. However, with a flash of sword light, the arrows were deflected and shot down. Kill, like a tiger in a flock of sheep, Chenzong continued to kill. As his body flashed, he killed one person with each step. Blood was everywhere. Kill him at all costs. The eyes of the general of the elite troops, who was a sword Dao grandmaster, were bloodshot. Seeing his subordinates being killed one after another with his own eyes, he felt extremely uncomfortable. In such a mountain, it was difficult to set up a battle formation. Its power was limited. If it were on flat ground, it would definitely not be like this. Kill. Kill, kill. As the killing began, the irritated feeling in his heart dissipated. An indescribable feeling quietly gathered. Gradually, it seemed that something was about to break out of the cocoon. This feeling turned into motivation, urging Chenzong to keep attacking with his sword, as if all the exhaustion didn't matter. The general only saw a flash of sword light in front of his eyes. An indescribable killing intent instantly bombarded him like a volcanic eruption. This killing intent made his hair stand on end. It was the beginning of July. This was the season when even Africans were crying and shouting to return home. It was also the season when one could go out and see the streets full of white legs. In May, with everyone's support and 6 paths hard work, we achieved the honor of being the 7th most popular monthly votes. In June, we achieved the honor of being the 5th most popular monthly votes. 6 Paths was wondering if he could go one step further and achieve the honor of being the 3rd most popular monthly votes. This was an unsolvable answer, as 6 Paths was going to resume updating this month. 6 Paths could understand his brother's desire to read more every day. It would be best if 6 Paths could update 5, 6, 7, 8, or even 10 times a day. When 6 Paths saw a book he liked, he would follow behind the author with a whip. He would whip the author happily and rhythmically with his own BGM. Every day, he would encourage the author to read more. Dreams were beautiful, but reality was cruel. Writing was a job that constantly drained one's energy, time, and energy. Of course, 6 Paths loved writing and enjoyed it. However, 6 Paths was not alone. Now that he had a second child, his time and energy were even more scattered. Although he could maintain 3 chapters a day, it would take up most of 6 Paths' time. Morning, afternoon, and night, 6 Paths was writing. He did not go back to his hometown for the holidays because once he went back, he would not have time to write and would not be able to update. His friends called him to gather and he did not go out. It could be said that for the past 2 months, 6 Paths rarely went out. Even if he did go out, he would come back in a hurry because he was thinking about writing. Tiredness was a word. He was spinning like a top. He could not sleep well at night because he could not help but think about the next plot development. Of course, 6 Paths was not complaining. He was just telling everyone not to forget to spend more time with their families and friends while they were busy with work. That way, they would not be forgotten. Part 1. It was as if he had walked through the darkness for 1,000 years and woke up one morning. It was as if 1,000 people had the same dream in the same place. In the dream, everyone played a different identity and chased after the same thing. Sword Seal, now, he had woken up from the dream. That world, that sword country, those people, and those things were like illusions, but they turned into memories and were stored in a corner of his heart. They became a part of his life experience, a small part, an insignificant part, but a part that left a deep impression in his mind. When he woke up, he was in the darkness where he had just chosen his identity. Start counting the sword seals. A low and stiff voice sounded, with a hint of coldness. At this time, some people were happy, while others were depressed. Because some people got a lot of sword seals, while some people were killed one after another because they only had one sword seal. Before long, the counting was finished. The number of sword seals that Chenzong possessed exceeded 700. No one should have more than me, Chenzong couldn't help but think. At the same time, almost the same voice sounded in everyone's ears. Eliminated. 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 The voice of elimination hit their hearts like a sharp sword, almost suffocating them. In this way, they lost the opportunity to enter the Dongting Sword Mountain. As for a few people, the voice they heard was qualified. There was no distinction between nominal disciple, successor disciple, and so on. Perhaps it was not time yet. The voice Chenzong heard was also qualified. In the next moment, he felt his body being enveloped by a gentle force. The gentle force contained an extremely shocking sharpness, as if it could pierce through the sky and tear everything apart. The darkness was torn apart, and there was a burst of light and colorful twinkling. It was so fast and so mysterious that Chenzong had no time to sense everything around him. He only felt that he seemed to be shuttling in the void, and a sword light appeared in front of him. The sword light was eternal and immortal in the void, standing tall and motionless. Immediately, Chenzong was surprised to find that it was not sword light, but a mountain that looked like a sword. As he got closer, the mountain became bigger and bigger in front of him. It was a mountain of swords. Sword chi surged, circling the surroundings. The sword chi was like a giant dragon soaring in the sky, like a tiger roaring in the forest, like a flood dragon diving to the bottom of the sea, as if it could destroy everything. It was also like the twinkling stars in the sky, beautiful beyond compare. Occasionally, it would be like a magnificent army charging, filled with killing intent. The closer they got, the more astonished they were. The mountain grew larger and larger in their eyes, as if it was a world of its own. Chenzong felt that every strand of sword chi on it was extremely profound and vast. He didn't know how many times more powerful it was than his own sword chi. With a slight touch, he would be turned into ashes. Eastern Court Sword Mountain? Chenzong pondered. The entire sword mountain completely filled up the front, as if it was infinitely enlarged, occupying the void. In the next breath, Chenzong was thrown into the sword mountain. His consciousness was in a state of chaos, as if he couldn't feel anything. After an unknown period of time, Chenzong woke up. He seemed to hear someone talking. "You're awake." A gentle voice came into his ears. The person who spoke was a middle-aged woman. She was still charming and had a peaceful expression on her face. She was looking at Chenzong with clear eyes. "You are?" Chenzong felt an unfathomable aura from this woman, as deep as the sea. Spirit realm. This woman was definitely a spirit realm expert. Since she was a spirit realm expert, it was necessary to show respect to her. "I'm the housekeeper of the quiet autumn garden." The gentle woman smiled. "My name is Chiu Suru. You can call me Housekeeper Chiu." "Housekeeper Chiu, can you tell me about the situation here?" Chenzong was confused. Did he enter the Eastern Court Sword Mountain? But he didn't feel anything special. No, he felt something. The aura here was very unique. It seemed to have a trace of extremely pure sharpness, just like the aura of a sword. For a moment, Chenzong felt that his mind was very clear. His thoughts about sword art were exceptionally clear, much clearer than usual. "You've passed the test of the Sword Garden and entered the Eastern Court Sword Mountain." Housekeeper Chiu smiled gently. Her tone was gentle, as if they were family. "Now, you're a true transmission disciple of the Eastern Court Sword Mountain." True transmission disciple, Chenzong thought for a while and asked, this time, "Is there anyone who wants to become the sword son of the Eastern Court?" "No." Housekeeper Chiu smiled. "The sword son of the Eastern Court has a high status. It's not something you can become directly. Let me tell you about the Eastern Court Sword Mountain first." "Thank you." Chenzong took a deep breath. The Eastern Court Sword Mountain belongs to the Sword Master of the Eastern Court. It's divided into 1 main, 4 paths, and 14 meridians. 4 paths and 14 meridians? Chenzong was slightly stunned. Didn't the white light figure in the Eastern Court Sword Garden say that there were 14 paths? The Eastern Court's 14 sword paths are basic. It's just a name. The real name is the Eastern Court's 14 sword paths, which represent the Eastern Court's 14 sword paths. The 4 paths are based on the 14 sword paths. They're the real pillars of the Eastern Court Sword Mountain. The 4 paths are based on 4 of the 14 sword paths: the lineage of stars, the massacre lineage, the destruction lineage, and the mirage lineage. Housekeeper Chio's tone was somewhat serious. As for the first master, it's the sword master. From Housekeeper Chio's words, Chenzong had a more direct understanding of the Eastern Court Sword Mountain. The understanding of the outside world was relatively simple and shallow. Only those who entered the Eastern Court Sword Mountain would understand its power and some of its mysteries. The first master referred to both a person and an inheritance. The sword master of the Eastern Court was the strongest and the leader of the Eastern Court Sword Mountain. He was the only one who had mastered the 4 paths of the Eastern Court. In other words, only those who had mastered the 4 paths of the Eastern Court's 14 sword paths were qualified to be called the first master. Under the first master were the 4 sword paths, which were the Star Sword Path, the Massacre Sword Path, the Destruction Sword Path, and the Mirage Sword Path. Under the 4 sword paths were the 14 sword paths, which were equivalent to the foundation of the Eastern Court Sword Mountain. For the Eastern Court Sword Mountain, it was the foundation, but for many forces in the void, it was an amazing inheritance. As for the 4 sword paths, they were even more mysterious and famous in the void. It was not that easy to become the Sword Son of the Eastern Court Sword Mountain. Sword Son was a very simple title in the outside world, but there were differences in the Eastern Court Sword Mountain. Each of the 4 sword paths had a Sword Son. The Sword Master's lineage also had a Sword Son. It was almost impossible to become a Sword Son directly. Only by becoming a true disciple and then slowly observing and testing could one be qualified to become a Sword Son. The words spoken by the White Shadow in the Dongting Sword Garden were somewhat exaggerated or unrealistic. This time, out of the 1,000 top sword cultivators from the void, less than 100 entered the Eastern Court Sword Mountain, and more than 900 were eliminated. Most of these people were listed in the 14 sword paths and became nominal disciples. A few were listed as true disciples under the 4 sword paths. According to Housekeeper Chio, the person who obtained the most sword seals in this test was Chenzong. Therefore, Chenzong was qualified to freely choose one of the 4 sword paths. As for the others, they were all assigned. Housekeeper Chio, do you have any suggestions? Chenzong had some conclusions in his mind, but he did not say them out loud. I can't give you any suggestions. Just follow your heart. Moreover, you have already made a decision in your heart. Housekeeper Chio's eyes were bright and clear, like a clear mirror that could see through everything. Chenzong closed his eyes and carefully recalled the past. He recalled everything that had happened in the country of Supporting Sword and followed his heart. Here, his cultivation and everything else had been unsealed. He was not suppressed in the slightest, and the sensitivity of his heart sword essence had also been raised to the extreme. This made Chenzong feel that the potential of his heart sword essence seemed to have been developed to the extreme. He closed his eyes. It was as if a dense fog had filled his mind. Housekeeper Chio stood aside, but did not disturb Chenzong at all. The choice was up to Chenzong himself. There seemed to be pairs of eyes staring at him through time and space, waiting for Chenzong to make a choice. Time passed slowly. 1 breath, 2 breaths, 3 breaths, every breath seemed to be as long as a year. Within the country of Supporting Sword, one battle after another, slaughter after slaughter took place. Among the 4 great sword principles, it was certain that the Star Sword principle was related to the Sword of Star Dao, the Slaughter Sword principle was related to the Sword of Killing Dao, the Destruction Sword principle was related to the Sword of Extermination Dao, and the Mirage Sword principle was probably related to the Sword of Illusion Dao. As for the Sword of Star Dao, due to time constraints, he had not comprehended or cultivated it. Therefore, the Sword of Star Dao was not within his scope of choice. The Star Sword principle could be directly eliminated. The remaining sword principles were the Slaughter Sword principle, the Destruction Sword principle, and the Mirage Sword principle. The three great sword principles each had their own characteristics. Qianzong recalled the feeling when he comprehended the sword mysteries of the killing Tao. He mobilized all his killing intent, and killing qi, completely compressing them into the sword. Just this sword alone could slaughter all life in the world. It was extremely terrifying. It was like an azure moving unhindered. Blood flowed like rivers, and corpses were everywhere. On Mount Supporting Sword, he fought with tens of thousands of elite soldiers with only a sword. He kept killing, and one figure after another fell to the ground under his sword, losing their lives. That was the feeling of killing. It was an incomparably carefree feeling, as if there was an impulse driving him to choose to kill. In Mount Supporting Sword, the underworld crown prince was extremely talented. He killed several experts with a single sword. In the end, he fought with Qianzong and decided his life and death with a single sword. Qianzong recalled the feeling at that time. That sword was called Great Destruction. It was a sword that integrated all the profound meanings of sword techniques into it. It was a sword that was extremely powerful. It was a sword that could destroy anything. Once it was unleashed, it could destroy everything. Qianzong was not very clear about the Mirage Sword principle. However, he knew that the Sword of Illusion Tao was a sword principle that focused on illusion. The Mirage Sword principle should be the same. Of course, it would be more profound and unfathomable. The Sword of Illusion had a kind of free will, as if it could evolve and control everything. It could be true or false, and it was all in one's mind. It's a guaranteed monthly vote. Remember to vote. Since ancient times, the stars have represented power. The void is indestructible, and the stars are immortal. The Starry Sword principle is the way of eternal power. If you choose the Starry Sword principle, you will live as long as the stars and as long as the void. The ancient, powerful, and domineering voice sounded, as if it had passed through the endless river of time, shuttling between the past and the present, and entered Qianzong's ears. It was like a brand that Qianzong would never forget. Then, Qianzong felt the rapid changes around him. The endless void was vast and boundless. Immediately, the stars seemed to be lit up one by a pair of ancient giant hands that had penetrated time and space. The darkness seemed to have receded a little, and the vastness seemed to have become even more tranquil. It seemed to have become even more profound, as if it contained endless mysteries. Qianzong unconsciously sized it up. He felt that every speck of starlight, be it near or far, strong or weak, contained an astonishing amount of power. The starry sky was immortal, and the stars were indestructible. That kind of power was eternal and indestructible. It existed between heaven and earth, in the void, and it was indestructible, and indestructible with the void. The way of strength was supreme, and it was indestructible. Strength was the foundation, the most important thing for a cultivator, and it was extremely attractive. A kind of temptation and impulse hit Qianzong's heart, shaking Qianzong's decision. Strength, unparalleled strength, indestructible strength, immortal strength, strength. Indestructible strength is just an illusion. Only killing is eternal. In an instant, a voice full of endless killing intent, as if it had penetrated the boundary of hell, descended into the void. The blood-red aura spread continuously, spreading in all directions. Every shining star in the void was dyed red. It was the color of blood, as if there was blood everywhere. Amazing killing intent was emitted from every star, filling the void, as if it was going to turn the void into a killing hell. Slaughter Sword Tao. Junior, I've seen the Slaughter Sword Tao that you've cultivated. The slaughter profound that you've comprehended is not bad. You're resolute in wielding your sword, and you don't hesitate to kill. You're a good seedling to cultivate my Slaughter Sword Tao. The voice, which seemed to have come from the depths of hell, came down with a shocking chill and murderous intent, and directly poured into Qianzong's ears. Qianzong only felt that everything in front of him had turned blood-red, as if he had entered a blood-red purgatory. Deep in his heart, waves of murderous intent continuously spread out. Murderous intent surged and churned. The murderous aura that had been accumulated from the endless killings in the past seemed to be about to erupt. The mystery of the sword of killing Tao became clearer and more intense. The power of the ultimacy of slaughter also seemed to be endlessly strengthened. This gave Qianzong a feeling that he could wipe out all living beings with a swing of his sword. That sword had turned into a true massacre. Massacring all life. It was no joke. The Star's sword principle was immortal. The Slaughter sword principle was massacring all life. Once again, it impacted Qianzong's heart. The stars are immortal, and the massacre is eternal. Humph, everything will turn into nothingness under my destruction sword principle. An extremely overbearing voice sounded. The moment the voice sounded, the void trembled, and the blood-red color retreated, as if it was being torn apart. The starlight also dimmed, and then collapsed, turning into powder. Destruction, an endless aura of destruction filled the surroundings. Qianzong found that the void that he was in began to collapse under the terrifying power of destruction. Not long after, the entire starry sky was destroyed by the terrifying power of destruction. Destruction, everything was destroyed, and everything was turned into nothingness. The so-called eternity was just a joke under the power of destruction. What you can destroy is just the appearance. The ancient voice sounded, and in the void, starlight seemed to be flickering again. Humph, so what if it's destruction? Massacre is eternal. The voice that was filled with murderous intent sounded, and the blood-red color condensed again. Strictly speaking, there was no difference between the power of stars, the power of slaughter, and the power of destruction. The only difference was that they had different natures. Destroy again. The voice of the destruction sword principle sounded again. It was extremely overbearing, and it did not allow anything else. It destroyed the flickering starlight and the condensed blood-red color again. Stars, slaughter, destruction. Nothing can withstand a single thought from me. A seemingly lazy voice sounded. That lazy voice seemed to be whispering in one's ear, and it had a power that went straight to the deepest part of one's soul. They could tell that the owner of the languid voice was a woman. They could not see her face, but just by hearing her voice, they would be filled with endless thoughts. They would not be able to stop themselves from wanting to listen to her voice more. They would not be able to stop themselves from being immersed in her voice. Even if they were to lose themselves, they would not hesitate. The voices of stars, slaughter, and destruction also fell silent. However, the void around Qianzong began to change. The world was reborn. Mountains, rivers, grass, trees, the sun, the moon, stars, birds, beasts, under Qianzong's astonished gaze, a complete world, appeared. It was so vivid, if he guessed correctly, this should be the Reverie Mirage sword principle. It was unfathomable, it was as if it was creating life and things. This method was simply unfathomable, and it was difficult to distinguish. The Reverie Mirage sword principle. What do you think of the Reverie Mirage sword principle? The lazy voice sounded again, and it directly rushed into the deepest part of Qianzong's heart. In an instant, Qianzong almost blurted out that he would choose the Reverie Mirage sword principle. But in an instant, the heart sword essence trembled, and Qianzong came to his senses. He quickly shut his mouth. At the same time, the world was shrinking, and it finally turned into a piece and condensed in the void. Then, starlight bloomed, the blood-red color spread, and the power of destruction expanded and contracted like a black hole. 4 sword principles, 4 extremely frightening powers. If possible, I would like to choose 4, Qianzong said. His words caused everyone to fall silent. 4 sword principles, and he wanted to choose 4 at the same time. Any one of them, when cultivated to the extreme, can become a sword dominator. Choosing 4 sword principles is no different from cutting off your future. The ancient voice sounded with some regret. In an instant, the starlight quickly dimmed, extinguished, and disappeared. Obviously, the starry sword principle gave up on its own accord, and Qianzong had no choice. Perhaps it felt that Qianzong was too greedy. To master the power of slaughter, one must be focused. As the voice of the slaughter sword principle fell, the blood-red color dissipated, and in the end, only the power of the destruction sword principle and the Reverie Mirage sword principle were left. Boy, you're really good to be able to create a sword principle like the Great Destruction. I'd like to see what you can cultivate. The domineering voice of the destruction sword principle sounded with some teasing and anticipation. It's not a good thing to bite off more than one can chew, but sometimes, it's also a motivation. The lazy voice sounded and did not disappear. Obviously, the destruction sword principle and the Reverie Mirage sword principle acknowledged Qianzong. In other words, Chenzong could cultivate the Destruction Sword Principle and the Reverie Mirage Sword Principle at the same time. Although there was some regret in his heart, sometimes, when making a choice, you're also faced with the choice of others. Although he wanted to choose 4 sword principles, after all, Chenzong was very determined. His sword will was the heart sword will, which was the supreme sword will. Then, his sword principle should be related to the heart sword will. Even the way will that had not been completely transformed would be related to his sword principle. The 4 sword principles were very mysterious. As the ancient voice of the starry sword principle said, any one of the 4 sword principles, when cultivated to the extreme, could become a sword dominator. However, he did not intend to cultivate all 4 sword principles to the extreme. Instead, he intended to comprehend the mysteries of the 4 sword principles and absorb their essence to perfect and expand his own sword principle accumulation. From the very beginning, Chenzong had never forgotten his roots. Perhaps cultivating the legacy left by others could save him a lot of detours and improve faster, but after all, it did not belong to him. It would be fast in the beginning, but it would be limited when he reached a high level. However, if it belonged to him completely, he would take detours at the beginning and accumulate constantly. It would be very slow, but when it exploded, it would be very amazing and full of stamina. The first path was suitable for most cultivators, and the second path was only suitable for outstanding cultivators who had full confidence in themselves. Moreover, the success rate of the second path was very, very low. However, Chenzong had been moving forward on this path, and it was absolutely impossible for him to give up. Although he could not comprehend the Star Sword Principle and the Slaughter Sword Principle, it was not bad to be able to comprehend the Destruction Sword Principle and the Reverie Mirage Sword Principle. When Chenzong made his choice, everything disappeared. When he opened his eyes, Butler Chiu was standing in front of him and looking at him. Chenzong could see the indescribable surprise on Butler Chiu's face. This was because Chenzong had a sword token in each hand. One was a black sword token, which exuded an aura of destruction that could destroy everything. It represented the identity of the Destruction Sword Principle and was a token. This was very normal, which meant that Chenzong had chosen the Destruction Sword Principle. However, what was up with the green sword token in his other hand? The cyan sword token had a misty and dreamy aura, and Butler Chiu knew very well that it represented the Reverie Mirage Sword Principle. What did it mean for 2 sword tokens to appear in the same person's hands at the same time? It meant that he had been chosen by 2 major sword principles at the same time. It was not that there were no such people in Dongting Sword Mountain, but there were very few of them. In Butler Chiu's memory, there were only a few people from many years ago until now. It seemed that this young man was much more outstanding than he had imagined. Since he had chosen 2 major sword principles, Chenzong naturally would not waste any time. Cultivation was a race against time. However, he was still quite unfamiliar with Dongting Sword Mountain, so he still had to consult Butler Chiu about many things. After all, Butler Chiu was from here, and his understanding of Dongting Sword Mountain was definitely not something that he could compare with. Everyone, please remember to pay attention to the public account. 6 realms sink into oblivion. The Sword Mountain of Dongting had 1 main path, 4 paths, and 14 meridians, all of which were located within the mountain. This Sword Mountain itself was a powerful treasure. Nourished by the sword chi of Sword Master Dongting and other powerful sword cultivators, it became even more amazing. It stood in the void of the universe, and its scale was not inferior to that of a middle-rank star. However, the level of the sword chi in it was completely comparable to the level of the essence of the world of a top-rank star. The first main path was at the highest point of the Sword Mountain, the 4 paths were in the middle, and the 14 meridians were at the foot of the mountain. The 4 paths also had 4 major Dao Academies, namely the Starry Dao Academy, the Massacre Dao Academy, the Destruction Dao Academy, and the Sonorous Mirage Dao Academy. Now, Chenzong was a true disciple of both the Destruction Dao Academy and the Sonorous Mirage Dao Academy. This time, according to Chenzong's understanding, there were not many people who had become true disciples. There were only about 10 of them, and they were scattered among the 4 major Dao colleges. Each Dao college might only have a few, or even only 1. The White Yama that Chenzong knew was a true disciple of the Massacre Dao Academy. As for the Underworld Crown Prince, he was a true disciple of the Starry Dao Academy. The Sword Maniac was also from the Starry Dao Academy, the Sword Demon from the Massacre Dao Academy, the Sword Ghost from the Massacre Dao Academy, and the Sword Demon from the Sonorous Mirage Dao Academy. Qianzong was the only one who was a true disciple of two major Dao academies. Qianzong didn't know that even the Dongting Swordmaster was paying attention to him. Did you choose the two sword paths because you're confident in cultivating them simultaneously, or do you have other inheritances and intend to learn the essence of the two sword paths and innovate? At the highest point of the Sword Mountain, a blurry figure that didn't seem to exist in the void spoke in a low voice. The voice was constantly changing. There was a faint sense of anticipation. Qianzong arrived at the Destruction Dao Academy first. Within the Destruction Dao Academy, there was a shocking aura everywhere. The aura seemed to be able to destroy everything. It was terrifying. The people of the Destruction Dao Academy weren't bad either. There was one Academy Master, 2 Vice Academy Masters, less than 10 Elders, and less than 100 true disciples. Most of the true disciples were at the Ascension Realm, and only a few that had just been recruited were at the Demigod Realm. This was a very pure and thorough newbie. He's really ambitious to choose two sword daos. A direct disciple at the Spirit Realm glanced at Qianzong. His voice was neither loud nor soft, but there was some indescribable disdain in it. I heard that they wanted to choose the 4 Great Sword Principles, but were rejected by the Star Sword Principle and the Massacre Sword Principle. Hehe, there are countless cultivators. There will always be some self-righteous people. Biting off more than one can chew, and being arrogant will ultimately lead to nothing. All kinds of voices entered his ears, but Qianzong didn't seem to hear them. His expression didn't change at all. That was because there was simply no need to pay attention to it. A battle of words was ultimately inferior. Only by displaying outstanding ability and letting them know how foolish and ignorant their words were would they be able to counterattack. Only by doing so would they be able to do so. Of course, if he was strong enough, Qianzong was more inclined to draw his sword directly. The fact that Qianzong had been summoned by the Dean of the Destruction Dao Academy made the others even more jealous. After all, when they had become true disciples, they hadn't been summoned by the Dean. Some had been summoned by the elders, and the best had been the deputy dean. As far as they knew, there were very few who could be summoned by the dean after becoming a true disciple. Now, all of them were extremely shocking existences. Now, this arrogant and conceited person had been summoned by the dean as soon as he arrived. How could they not be surprised and jealous? Kid, you're very ambitious. An extremely domineering voice rang out in the darkness that seemed to be constantly being destroyed. It was so domineering that it didn't tolerate anything else. Qianzong recognized it immediately. It was one of the voices that had spoken when he was about to make a choice. It was the Dean of the Destruction Dao Academy. That was really shocking. At that time, it was the Dean of the 4 major Dao Academies who had explained the mysteries of the various sword principles to him and asked him to choose. It was enough to show how much they valued him. Qianzong felt honored, but he wasn't overly excited. Alright, there's nothing else. Go and meditate on it yourself. I'd like to see what you can comprehend. As soon as he finished speaking, Qianzong felt a repulsive force directly sending him out of the void that seemed to be constantly being destroyed in an overbearing manner. The inheritance of the Destruction Sword Principle was both simple and difficult. One had to comprehend it on their own. There was no one to teach you directly. You had to comprehend it on your own before you were qualified to be taught. However, in order to truly comprehend the sword principle, one had to reach the Ascension Realm. Entering the Dao was the level of the Ascension Realm. The Dao below the Ascension Realm was all pseudo-Dao. Qianzong began to comprehend the Dao of the Destruction Dao Academy. The 14 meridians were further subdivided into 10 minor meridians and 4 major meridians. The 4 major meridians were destruction, killing, star, and illusion. The minor meridians were metal, wood, water, fire, earth, wind, ice, thunder, light, and darkness. The various sword arts he had cultivated in the sword garden were only the basic sword arts of each meridian. In order to master the destruction sword principle, one had to first master the basic sword arts of the Destruction Dao Academy as well as other sword arts. Only after cultivating them to a certain level would one truly comprehend the essence of the Destruction Dao Academy. Only then would one be considered to have stepped into the Destruction Dao Academy. However, that was only the threshold. There was still a long way to go before one could truly master the destruction sword. Principle. After that, one would have to constantly study and cultivate the sword arts of the other meridians. Then, one would have to extract the mysteries of the destruction Tao and fuse them together. The more one extracted and fused, the easier it would be for one to master the destruction sword principle. Thus, among the true disciples of the Destruction Tao Academy, some were faster, while others were slower. Chenzong had only cultivated the Destruction Tao sword of the Destruction Tao Academy. That was the foundation, and he had already grasped it to the extreme. Next, he would cultivate the other sword arts of the Destruction Tao Academy. To Chenzong, this was a good thing. It would be difficult for a disciple of the Destruction Tao Academy to cultivate the other sword arts of the Destruction Tao Academy. However, it wasn't difficult for a true disciple of the Destruction Tao Academy. Void annihilation, destruction of all forms, destruction of heaven and earth. Within the Destruction Tao Academy, one could directly comprehend all the sword arts of the Destruction Tao Academy. Each of those sword arts could be considered to be based on the Destruction Tao sword. However, they were all even more profound and powerful than the Destruction Tao sword. Within the Destruction Tao Academy, Chenzong was in seclusion, wholeheartedly cultivating the sword arts of the Destruction Tao Academy. He was completely oblivious to the passage of time. He was like a dried-up sponge, crazily absorbing seawater to enrich himself. The sword arts of the Destruction Tao Academy were truly profound and unfathomable. Chenzong's comprehension of the Tao of the sword was fully unleashed, providing a shocking boost to his comprehension of the sword arts. Unknowingly, when Chenzong came out of seclusion, the essence, energy, and spirit flowers in his divine sea had completely turned into nothingness, vanishing without a trace. Only the flower of the great extreme remained, swaying endlessly. This meant that Chenzong had already reached the peak of the demigod realm. At least in terms of cultivation base, there was no way for him to advance any further. However, in terms of sword arts, there seemed to be no limit to how far he could advance. At least until now, after cultivating the sword arts of the Destruction Tao Academy, Chenzong felt that his strength had improved by quite a bit. His battle prowess had also increased. Although he had not fully grasped the sword arts of the Destruction Tao Academy, he had already comprehended them. All that was left was to cultivate diligently. Chenzong began to choose the sword arts of the other Tao Academies. Wind, fire, thunder, and so on all contained elements of destruction, which could be comprehended. The sword arts of the Water Tao Academy could also be comprehended. This was because when water turned into a torrent, it could also destroy everything. It also contained elements of destruction. The Earth Tao Academy also contained elements of destruction. In short, if one were to observe carefully, one would know that the various forces of all Tao Academies contained elements of destruction. Chenzong relied on his superb comprehension and memory to forcibly memorize all the sword arts of the minor Tao Academies. He memorized them in his mind and slowly comprehended them. When people found out about this, they were all shocked and disdainful. Biting off more than you can chew. He is indeed a greedy and arrogant person. Other than Swordmaster Dongting himself, no one else had done so. Even the Academy Masters of the four major Tao Academies had not done so. However, Chenzong had done so it was normal for people to say such things. Of course, they did not know that Chenzong's true goal was not to comprehend and master the Destruction Sword Tao, but to improve his own accumulation of sword arts in preparation for his own Sword Tao in the future. The Destruction Sword Tao was only a springboard for Chenzong. It was the same for the Reverie Mirage Sword Tao. If the Academy Masters of the Star Sword Tao and the Massacre Sword Tao had not rejected Chenzong, these two Sword Taos would have become the foundation of Chenzong's Sword Tao. Then, should I go to the Reverie Mirage Tao Academy? Chenzong muttered to himself and left the Destruction Tao Academy. The aura of the Reverie Mirage Tao Academy was completely different from that of the Destruction Tao Academy. The aura that filled the place was misty and dreamlike, but also vivid and lifelike. It was like reality and illusion, like a dream and an illusion. Reality and illusion overlapped and changed constantly, making it difficult to distinguish and determine. If one was not careful, one could be lost in it. Chenzong did not hesitate. He stepped forward and walked in. Then, Chenzong realized that there seemed to be countless beautiful women dancing in front of him. They had all kinds of dancing postures and graceful figures. There was an indescribable temptation that seemed to reach directly to the deepest part of his heart and arouse his deepest desire. It was restless, as if it was about to explode. Even the heart sword will trembled slightly, but it could only barely keep Qianzong awake. It was very difficult to resist. As if sensing Qianzong's resistance, the dancing postures became even more seductive. Half of the gauze dress was undone, and it was faintly discernible. The flames in the depths of his heart kept burning. It was as if a single spark was about to turn into a prairie fire. Qianzong's expression kept changing. He kept resisting. The heart sword will trembled more and more violently. Waves of sword hums were melodious, but it was somewhat hurried. Qianzong was sure that if he lost control, he would definitely make a fool of himself. He might even do something that he should not do. It would be very disadvantageous for him. The hot breath, the fragrance of orchids, and the soft and boneless body wrapped around him. It was as if he was having a pink dream. The heart sword intent vibrated unceasingly. Qianzong continued to defend against the terrifying attacks. To Qianzong, it was a kind of invasion. "All right." A faintly discernible voice rang out. Immediately, the fragrant wind beauty's light clothes paused for a moment, and then she turned into smoke and dissipated. It was so real, as if it was a real person, but it turned into nothingness in an instant. Mirage, it was like a mirage. He had been completely deceived and believed it to be real. If someone hadn't spoken in the end, he would have made a fool of himself. Qianzong couldn't help but let out a long sigh. The fog in front of him seemed to dissipate. Qianzong saw grass, trees, mountains, and rocks. This Mirage Dao Academy was different from the Destruction Dao Academy. It was like a miniature world. Although you're a little arrogant, you do have some skills. A blurred voice sounded with a hint of mockery. Humph, you almost fell for it. Another voice sounded. It was a little unconvinced. That's enough. Why don't you think about your cultivation level and his cultivation level? Qianzong was summoned again. The person who summoned him was the Lord of the Mirage Dao Academy. It was also very enviable. However, Qianzong didn't actually see the Lord of the Mirage Dao Academy. He only heard his voice. The lazy voice had an inexplicable power that reached the deepest part of one's heart and soul. It was unforgettable. Although the Lord of the Mirage Dao Academy's voice was lazy and slow, he said more. He also passed on some information to Qianzong. It was some explanation about the mysteries of the Mirage sword art. Go and cultivate well. With that last sentence, he asked Qianzong to leave. The Mirage sword art was based on the Mirage Dao Academy. One had to comprehend and master the mysteries and essence of the Mirage Dao Academy's Mirage Dao Academy. It kept deepening and accumulating. Then, it kept integrating the mysteries of the Mirage Dao Academy's minor 10 meridians. In the wind, there were mysteries of illusions. In the water, there were mysteries of illusions. In fact, if one looked deeper, fire, lightning, and so on also contained mysteries of illusions. The mysteries of the Tao of illusion were hidden deep within all things in the world. What was real and what was false was false. The Tao of illusion was only the foundation of the Reverie Mirage Sword Tao. Qianzong began to comprehend the secrets of the Reverie Mirage Sword Tao that the Dean of the Mirage Tao Academy had imparted to him. It mentioned that when one's comprehension of the Tao of illusion reached the pinnacle and surpassed its limits, one would be able to reach a completely new level. That was the level that opposed destruction. Creation, the method of creating things out of thin air, was like the method of a real god. With a single thought, all living things would appear and exist in one's heart, acting according to one's will. Qianzong was astonished when he read the message. After all, in Qianzong's understanding, illusion meant transformation. Illusions and illusions were all fake. Even if they were lifelike and fake as real, they were still fake in essence. It was a superb technique that deceived one's 5 or even 6 senses. However, the Dean of the Reverie Mirage Dao Academy said that once one reached an extremely high level of the Tao of illusion and broke through the limits, it would reach a completely new level. It was a level that was like the creation of a god. One would be able to break free from the shackles of the fake and become real. Turning the fake into the real, what kind of shocking method was this? It was simply unimaginable. If that was the case, it could prove that the Reverie Mirage Sword Dao was probably the most profound of the four major Sword Daos of the East Court Sword Mountain. In terms of power, the Star's Sword Dao was the most powerful. In terms of killing, the Massacre Sword Dao was the most powerful. In terms of destruction, the Destruction Sword Dao was the most powerful. However, in terms of unfathomability and potential, the Reverie Mirage Sword Dao was the most powerful. Second to none, it was number one. Many people understood that it was easier to destroy than to create. In order to build or create something, one had to first understand and familiarize themselves with the knowledge and structure of that thing. Then, one had to spend a lot of time and energy carefully and painstakingly to construct it. Only then could one succeed. There was also the possibility of failure during the process. However, one did not have to think so much about destruction. Whether one was familiar with the knowledge and structure of that thing or not did not hinder one from destroying it. One could directly use violence to destroy it. No matter what kind of structure it was, one could destroy it all. Therefore, the key to destruction was to have enough power. Speaking of which, creation was more difficult and more brilliant than destruction. The end of the Reverie Mirage Sword Dao was to surpass the limits and turn it into creation. It also mentioned that everything in the Reverie Mirage Dao Academy, such as the mountains, rocks, plants, and so on, did not exist. Instead, they were condensed from the mysteries of the Dao of Mirage and could be compared to the real thing. The more Chenzong understood, the more shocked he was. How profound it was. However, it was too far away from his current level. It was unimaginable. Let's cultivate. Chenzong began to comprehend the other martial arts of the illusion lineage. The martial arts of the illusion lineage were mainly swordsmanship, but there were also martial arts of other aspects that formed the complete illusion lineage. It was based on the Sword of Illusion Dao. Chenzong had already cultivated the Sword of Illusion Dao to the extreme. He had mastered the mysteries and had a solid foundation. Green Eyes of Illusion, Illusory Body Manipulation, Illusory Clouds 36 Styles, Infinity Technique of Heaven and Earth Transformation. Chenzong's goal was not to cultivate all of them to the extreme. That would take too much time. After all, in addition to the martial arts of the illusion lineage, there were also the martial arts of the destruction lineage and the martial arts of the other 10 lineages. There were too many martial arts in total. He was only one person, so his energy and time were limited. The most important thing was to comprehend the essence and mysteries contained in the martial arts of each lineage. Cultivating martial arts was only the means and process. Mastering the essence and mysteries was the foundation. The mysteries were profound and unfathomable. Chenzong decided to spend some time to comprehend them. As a true disciple of the two major Dao colleges, Chenzong was naturally arranged his own residence and began to cultivate in seclusion. As for the outside world, the news had already spread. For example, how many people from the 100 Dongting Sword Gardens passed the Sword Conference and were selected? Then, how many people were eliminated in the second test? How many people could truly enter the Dongting Sword Mountain and become a disciple? Of course, the outside world did not know whether those who entered the Dongting Sword Mountain were registered disciples or true disciples. For the outside world, it was easy to find out about the Dongting Sword Mountain. However, for more detailed information, those who did not have a certain status did not know. But no matter what, most of the genius sword cultivators had been eliminated. Many of them were famous figures in various star systems. So, those who could enter the Dongting Sword Mountain and become a disciple must be very amazing. Okay. When Su Wan knew that Chenzong was among the dozens of people who had entered the Dongting Sword Mountain, he could not help but smile. He was very excited, and it came from the bottom of his heart. The Dongting Sword Mountain was an extremely powerful existence in the void. It was more than 100 times, or even 1,000 times stronger than the Yuan sect. Perhaps it was not a big deal for the strongest person in the Yuan sect to enter the Dongting Sword Mountain. Since Chenzong could enter the Dongting Sword Mountain, he definitely had a promising future. When Yanjin heard the news, his face darkened. The godson of the Sword Palace was indeed a very amazing identity in the two galaxies ruled by the Yuan sect. However, for the entire star system, it was only considered as good. For the entire void, it was not a big deal. The Dongting Sword Mountain was very powerful. Who knew how many spirit realm experts there were who were stronger than him? Chenzong could enter the Dongting Sword Mountain and become a disciple. It was enough to show that his talent was amazing. When he succeeded in his cultivation, it would be disadvantageous for him. However, there was nothing he could do. Among the people who had entered the Dongting Sword Garden in the Yuan Galaxy, only 2 people had passed the test and entered the Dongting Sword Mountain. One was Chenzong, the Heavenly Sword. The other was Bayama. As for the others, whether they were the true disciples of the Yuan sect, the Fengling sect, or the Heavenly Punishment Army, they were all eliminated. Perhaps it was not that they were not strong enough, but they were just unlucky. For example, the young marshal of the Heavenly Punishment Army and the eldest senior brother of the Fengling sect had the hope of entering the Dongting Sword Mountain. At least, they could have become registered disciples. However, when they were in the Suppressing Sword country, they received the Underworld Crown Prince's challenge letter and went to the Suppressing Sword Mountain. Later, they died there, and all the sword seals they had obtained were gone. Although they worked very hard in the following period of time, their gains were not great. In the end, they were not lucky enough to be eliminated. If they had not gone to the Suppressing Sword Mountain, there was a 70 to 80% chance that they would have become registered disciples of the Dongting Sword Mountain. However, people judged heroes by their success or failure. Only they could experience the process. Outsiders could not understand it at all, let alone pay attention to it. No matter how hard you worked, it was your own business. Whether you succeeded in the end was the focus of attention of outsiders. 100 Dongting Sword Gardens, 1,000 candidates. In the end, less than 100 geniuses entered the Dongting Sword Mountain. 2 of them were from the Yuan Galaxy. It was very shocking and attracted a lot of discussion. Bayama became famous earlier than the Heavenly Sword. He came from a humble family, but because of a great adventure, he rose to fame and became famous in the airspace of the second suppressing world city in the Yuan Galaxy. Now, he was even more famous. As for the Heavenly Sword Chenzong, he became famous later and fewer people knew about him. He first became famous in the second suppressing world city. However, his background seemed to be even lower. He seemed to be a native of a remote planet. Because of some accident, he wandered into the void. He was lucky enough to be brought to the second suppressing world city by the second miss of the Lin family, and his road to fame began. In the Lin family of the Ring Sword planet, many people were beaming with joy. At least Chenzong and Lin Weiyin had a good relationship. They had a good foundation. Maybe in the future, they would have to rely on each other. As for the Chu family of the Mountain River planet, the situation was different from the Lin family. Because of Chu Xianxia, the Chu family had many bad relations with Chenzong. After they failed to recruit Chenzong, they even planned to kill him. They were saved by the city lord Su Luan and were warned. Just like that, the grudge between them was formed. I wonder how many of my friends have forgotten about this. The Lin family of the Sword Ring planet was happy because they were related to Chenzong, while the Mountain River planet bid because they had a conflict with Chenzong. However, Chenzong, the person involved, had no idea. In the Sword Mountain of Dongting Court, Chenzong was in seclusion. He ignored everything else and focused on comprehending the martial arts and sword techniques of the illusion lineage. The aura around Chenzong began to become misty. As it permeated the air, it felt unreal. It was like the moon in the water, dreamy and blurred. Time passed slowly. In the blink of an eye, more than half a year had passed. The aura around Chenzong gradually faded and then retracted, as if it had disappeared. He opened his eyes, which were as clear as water. Suddenly, layers of ripples spread out. Suddenly, the air under his gaze changed, as if it had been injected with a dreamy aura. Chenzong closed his eyes. When he opened them again, they were as clear as water again. His cultivation had come to an end. It was time to leave seclusion. Cultivation was about balancing work and rest. When one felt that it was about time to stop, one should stop. One could not force it. Otherwise, it would only put a burden on oneself and bring about negative consequences. Chenzong's residence was within the Destruction Dao Academy. The illusionary Mirage Dao Academy gave Chenzong a strange, unpredictable, and rather dangerous feeling. Walking out of the Destruction Dao Garden, Chenzong walked halfway up the Sword Mountain. As he walked, he emptied his mind. "Chenzong, take my sword." A somewhat wild voice suddenly sounded. It was like a sudden explosion of thunder, directly rushing into one's ears. Then, an extremely powerful sword light suddenly flashed. It was like a ball of bright starlight, like a supernova exploding in an instant. It burst forth with unparalleled violent power and directly attacked. Star lineage, celestial explosion sword technique. This sword technique was more profound and powerful than the sword of star path. However, to cultivate it, one must have the foundation of the sword of star path. The person who attacked was Jianquang. Jianquang was, of course, not his real name. It was just a nickname because of his personality and sword style. Belligerent, the sword maniac was a battle maniac. In the star field where he was from, demigod rank experts were well known. However, ever since he had entered the Eastern Court Sword Mountain, he had become an heir disciple of the Stellar Dao Academy. After sparring with the other heirs who had entered the Stellar Dao Academy with him a few times, they had begun to avoid him and no longer fought with him. Looking for the true disciples of the previous generation or even the generation before that, they were all at the spirit realm. Fighting with spirit realm experts was simply courting death. Aside from the new true disciples, there were no other demigod rank experts in the entire Eastern Court Sword Mountain. All of them were eminent deities. Therefore, Sword Maniac had set his sights on the new disciples of the other academies. Unfortunately, everyone was cultivating, and he would occasionally come out to try his luck. This time, he met Chenzong. First, Xianxia warned Xianxia. Then, he drew his sword and executed the minor celestial explosion sword art, which he had cultivated to a certain level. As the sword slashed out, starlight exploded, bursting forth with astonishing power. The power within was extremely tyrannical, as if it could destroy everything in its path. Chenzong reacted instantly and slashed out with his sword. Phaseless annihilation sword art. As the sword slashed out, an astonishing aura of destruction immediately spread out, as if it could destroy the void. It was extremely terrifying, and the exploding starlight was instantly shattered and destroyed. Jianquang's pupils shrank to the size of needles. Then, he grinned, as if he was very excited. He completely activated his strength, holding the heavy sword with both hands and raising it high. Endless starlight shone and condensed on the sword. Minor celestial domain suppression sword art. As the sword slashed down, the sword disappeared. Only an enormous and extremely bright starlight shone, as if it had been drawn from the deepest part of the void. It transformed into an ancient star that descended from the sky, suppressing heaven and earth. This sword art was the strongest sword art in the stellar lineage. In terms of level, it was at the level of a lesser mystique. However, it was at the peak of lesser mystiques, infinitely close to a greater mystique. The sword transformed into a celestial star that descended, suppressing the earth. Chenzong's sword paused in an instant, as if it had been crushed in an instant. The destructive power shattered layer by layer. As the sword transformed into a celestial star, everything disappeared. Chenzong only felt that an invisible and unparalleled force was suppressing him, as if to suppress him for eternity. However, Chenzong was not nervous at all. This power was indeed strong, but it was nothing. As long as he wanted to, he could break it. However, it might be good to change the method. When the sword rose, there seemed to be strands of aura spreading out. It was like a dream and illusion, quietly spreading out. As the sword light turned, the clouds and mist changed, and the wind blew. Illusory cloud flowing edge 36 styles. This was a superb sword art in the illusory lineage. Of course, in terms of level, it was not as good as the celestial suppressing domain sword. However, when displayed by Chenzong, it was unfathomable and mysterious. Coupled with the illusory body, it was even more exquisite. Jianquang slashed out with his sword, only to feel that everything before his eyes was destroyed by his sword. That was a boundless might, incomparably tyrannical and berserk, directly crushing everything before it, suppressing everything in its path, suppressing everything in its path, suppressing everything in its path, causing it to be unable to break free for all eternity. The mystery of the stellar sword principle lay in power and immortality. When the two were completely integrated, the true power of the stellar sword principle could be displayed. The little heavenly star domain suppression sword that Jianquang had used had not reached that level yet. But now, he could feel that the power of that level was displayed by his own sword. Even though it was only the tip of the iceberg, it was still very shocking. This kind of power made him feel that he had surpassed the demigod realm and was comparable to the divine realm. What a powerful power! Jian Kuang, who worshipped power, could not help but feel intoxicated. Little did he know that he had already been hit by Qianzong's sword art in the illusory lineage. A faintly discernible sword light seemed to be refracted in the void, avoiding everything and directly attacking. Jian Kuang only felt a piercing pain between his eyebrows, as if his divine soul had been pierced. He instantly woke up. Qianzong's sword gently touched Jian Kuang's eyebrows. Jian Kuang knew that he had been defeated. His defeat was inexplicable. How did you do it? Jian Kuang could not help but frown and ask. He liked to fight, but he could afford to lose. The illusory lineage, Qianzong replied with a smile. If it was a life-and-death battle, he could easily take Jian Kuang's life. In Qianzong's eyes, Jian Kuang's strength was definitely very strong. He was much stronger than the young marshal of the Heavenly Punishment Army and the eldest senior brother of the Fengling sect. He was second only to Ming Luo Crown Prince. As for the Yuan sect's true disciples, Jian of No Return and Bai Mei, although they were also very strong, they could not be compared to Jian Kuang. Jian Kuang was only at the pinnacle of the demigod rank. The gap between them was huge. However, Jian Kuang was definitely stronger than Ming Luo Crown Prince. This was confidence. Jian Kuang was very depressed. He liked to fight head-on. When faced with the illusory lineage's martial arts, he felt inferior. It seemed as if he had become very strong, but that was just an illusion. On the contrary, he was actually restrained and could not truly let go. He was speechless. After thinking it through, Jian Kuang no longer looked for Qianzong to fight. To Qianzong, this was just a small interlude. After going into seclusion, he had come out to take a stroll and relax, only to have a battle occur. This made Qianzong realize just how profound the sword arts of the Eastern Court Sword Mountain were. After strolling around, Qianzong returned to the Destruction Dao Academy and went into seclusion again. This time, he was comprehending the sword arts of the Destruction lineage. As he was comprehending, Qianzong suddenly sensed a Dao intent that was constantly transforming within his deity ocean. Countless forces were colliding and exploding in the depths of the Dao intent, as if they could destroy everything. Wasn't that the power of destruction? Qianzong was greatly moved. So it turned out that this was a situation within the Dao insight that had undergone a metamorphosis. The power of destruction deepened Qianzong's understanding of the destruction lineage's sword arts, and his efficiency instantly increased by several times. Qianzong continued to comprehend and master the various sword techniques of the destruction lineage. Qianzong also discovered that the deeper his understanding of the profundity and essence of the sword techniques of the destruction lineage, the more tyrannical the destructive power within the metamorphosed Dao intent seemed to be. The speed at which it evolved also seemed to be faster. Could this method help him complete the transformation of this Dao intent as soon as possible? Qianzong couldn't help but wonder. Comprehend, comprehend, comprehend. Qianzong continued to comprehend the mysteries of metal, wood, water, fire, earth, wind, ice, lightning, light, darkness, and so on. All the mysteries of the destruction lineage were comprehended and mastered by him. This feeling was incomparably wonderful. In a short period of time, the effect of his comprehension was 10 times better than before. Qianzong even suspected that the new Dao intent he wanted to master was the destruction Dao intent. Or was it a Dao intent that was related to the destruction Dao intent? Qianzong didn't know if it was true or not, and it was only a guess. But now, he seemed to be sure of one thing, and it was that the Dao insights during this sort of transformation were obviously helpful to his comprehension of the profundities of the Dao of destruction. Similarly, when he obtained progress in his comprehension of the various profundities of the Dao of destruction, it was able to strengthen the energy of destruction within the Dao insights and speed up the transformation. Speeding up meant shortening the time. Qianzong couldn't help but feel a sense of anticipation. Previously, this Dao intent had always been in the process of transforming, yet it had not completed its transformation for a long time. This caused Qianzong to go from anticipation to indifference. Gradually, he didn't pay much attention to it and just waited for it to complete its transformation. After all, he was completely unable to sense the changes within it at that time. It was different now. It seemed that his choice of the destruction sword Dao intent was indeed correct. It was a choice that followed his heart. Following his heart's choice was indeed the correct way. Then, let me complete the transformation of this second Dao intent here and see what kind of Dao intent it would be. Chenzong felt that this second Dao intent might be like the heart sword intent, and it was also a type of supreme Dao intent. Supreme Dao intent, it was an ultimate power. Comprehension and evolution promoted and complemented each other. Chenzong didn't know how much time had passed, nor did he know how much time had passed. He only felt that the destructive power of the transforming second Dao intent had already accumulated to the limit. I was so busy thinking about what to eat that I forgot to update. What a sin. What was the ultimate destruction? It was an explosion that completely destroyed everything and turned everything into nothingness. The chaotic will of the way in the transformation of his spirit sea was instantly blasted apart by the ultimate destruction. At that moment, Chenzong felt as if his spirit had been blown apart. Emptiness, nothingness, everything disappeared. Nothing existed. Everything returned to nothingness. What was nothingness? It meant that there was nothing left. Nothing existed. He couldn't feel his body, soul, or thoughts. He couldn't feel anything. Am I going to die just like that? A thought suddenly condensed in the nothingness. He didn't expect that he would die just as he was about to transform into the second will of the way. Chenzong could feel that when he constantly comprehended the various mysteries of destruction of the lineage of destruction, he seemed to have developed a trace of unimaginable power. That power was the power of destruction, and incomparably brilliant. Power. It was that trace of power that caused the chaotic will of the way to explode and turn into nothingness. It was as if even his spirit sea and everything else had turned into nothingness. Am I going to die just like that? He didn't want to accept this. He didn't know whether to laugh or cry. Sure enough, there were risks in cultivation. The greater the harvest, the greater the risk. So this time, did he fail to take the risk and say goodbye to everything? No. If he was really dead, how could he still think about these questions? Was it terminal lucidity? No, Chenzong was certain that he was still alive, his thoughts were still there, and his will was still there. He wasn't dead. However, even if he wasn't dead, he was now in nothingness. How was he going to escape? Where should he go? Chenzong was at a loss. Suddenly, Chenzong recalled the profundities of the four-sword Dao school masters. Stars and slaughter were all destroyed by the power of destruction and turned into nothingness. However, as the power of the sea serpent appeared, the mountains and rivers, the sun, the moon, and the stars all turned into a world. It was as if a new world was created from nothingness. With a thought, the nothingness began to change. The mysteries of the Taichu sword energy technique also emerged. Strands of air appeared in the void. More and more of them appeared, and they became denser and denser. Suddenly, the air began to divide. The turbid chi sank and the clear chi rose. The sinking turbid air continued to accumulate and solidify, turning into a piece of land. The rising clear air continued to spread out, becoming more and more ethereal, turning into a sky. As the countless auras continued to spread, the earth and the sky continued to expand, becoming increasingly vast. In the sky, wisps of clouds filled the air, condensing into drifting white clouds. On the ground, pieces of earth rose up and turned into mountains. Pieces of earth sank and cracked, turning into ravines. Rain fell from the sky, becoming increasingly majestic and violent, covering the sky and earth. The ravine was filled with water. When it flowed, it became a river. It was unknown when, but on both sides of the river, sprouts broke through the soil and gradually grew. It was as if dozens of years of time had been condensed into an instant. The sprouts grew into towering trees with luxuriant foliage. The wind blew from afar, blowing through the forest, causing the leaves to sway and rustle. It caused the river to surge and ripple. The river surged and converged into a huge deep pit, turning into a sea. Rivers, lakes, and seas were all formed. Mountains and hills stretched as far as the eye could see. Vegetation was continuous, lush and exuberant. Then, in the sky, a spot of light condensed and gradually enlarged, emitting a dazzling light. The light shone on the ground, flowing on the ground and beyond all living things. It was sunlight. It was the scorching sun. In the shadow of the sunlight, a crescent moon also condensed. It was faintly discernible, looking at the scorching sun from afar. When the scorching sun set in the west, it would leap out of the east and dance with the night. Specks of starlight were hidden in the sky. That was the light of the stars. Heaven and earth, world, just like that, a world was formed and displayed. Supreme, 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 the sound of the heavens was vast and mighty, and the sound of the Tao spread. That was the sound of the great path. It was the sound of the heavenly way, descending directly from the void. Outside the Dongting Sword Mountain, in the void, colorful lights continued to converge, turning into a rippling lake. The lake was incomparably vast. It was the nine-colored light lake. When Shenzong broke through the limits of sword will in Tianyuan sacred domain and mastered supreme heart sword will, the great path heavenly voice and the nine-colored light lake had also appeared. However, at that time, there were restrictions in Tianyuan sacred domain, so they were not fully displayed. Now, in Dongting Sword Mountain, it was many times more powerful than in Tianyuan sacred domain. It was directly connected to the void, without any barriers, and its power was fully displayed. The nine-colored heavenly lake continued to spread, condensing incomparable mysteries. It was the mysteries of the great path in the void. Countless mysteries merged, intertwined, and collided with each other. The great path heavenly voice was vast. No one could clearly hear what it was chanting, but they could tell that it contained amazing mysteries. Nine-colored heavenly lake, great path heavenly voice. It seems that someone has achieved supreme will. Who is it? So it's him. It seems that he's not arrogant. But I wonder what kind of supreme Tao insight he has attained. Since the beginning of our Eastern Court Sword Mountain, there have been 5 supreme Tao wills recorded. The 4 corresponding Tao wills are the ancient image star Tao wills, the ultimate slaughter Tao wills, the destruction Tao wills, and the Eastern Court Sword Tao wills. Which supreme Tao will did this kid transform into? It's definitely not the Dongting Sword will. The representative of the Dongting Sword will was the Dongting Sword Master. In the entire Dongting Sword Mountain, only the Dongting Sword Master had mastered this will. There was no successor. As for the other 4 supreme wills, they represented the 4 sword ways and the 4 Tao colleges respectively. It was extremely difficult to achieve a supreme will. In fact, not many people knew about it, especially compared to the huge group of cultivators. The Eastern Court Sword Mountain was a famous and powerful force in the void. However, there were very few people who had mastered the Supreme Way will. Only 9 people were known to have mastered it. The Dongting Sword Master, the College Masters of the 4 Tao Colleges, the Sword Master of the 4 Tao Colleges, the Dongting Sword Mountain could be considered a top stellar sector-level force in the void. Although there were not many people, they were all at the imminent deity realm and were very strong. The Dongting Sword Master was especially strong, who was at the sovereign realm. Unlike other forces, the Dongting Sword Mountain walked the path of the elite. Every one of them was a genius among geniuses, the best of the best. Therefore, there were only 9 people in the entire Dongting Sword Mountain who had mastered a supreme will. Now, there was a 10th. Jealousy, envy, complicated emotions filled the hearts of many people, especially those who had mocked Shenzong. Their hearts were filled with bitterness. Supreme Tao insight, although they had all reached the imminent deity realm and were no longer destined to master the supreme will, they still felt bitter. Mastering a supreme will meant that this person's future was very amazing. He had a chance to become a sword master, and in the future, even an expert at the same level as the dean. There was even a slight possibility that he could be like the Dongting Sword Master, an expert who could suppress the void. If they knew that Shenzong had not only mastered a supreme will, but also the second kind, they would be shocked. Even the Dongting Sword Master would not be able to remain calm. Everyone's gazes were focused on him. Good boy. The dean of the Destruction Tao College chuckled. The Starry Tao College and the Massacre Tao College were silent. Those who could master a supreme will were not ordinary. However, they had rejected Shenzong, so there was nothing to say. How is this possible? The underworld crown prince clenched his fists. Although he was talented, he had only mastered a few top-level will. Although he had mastered a few top-level will, they could not be compared to a supreme will. It was like comparing a firefly to the moon. There was only one moon, and no matter how many fireflies there were, they could not compare. That was the essential difference. Supreme will. The underworld crown prince clenched his fists even tighter, his eyes reddened, and his breathing became hurried. After a while, he gradually calmed down. I can also grasp the supreme Tao intent. The few types of top-grade Tao intents that I have grasped have all been cultivated to the extreme. As long as I properly cultivate the inheritance of the slaughter sword Tao and combine it with my own top-grade Tao intents, I will definitely be able to grasp the supreme slaughter Tao intent. Previously, his understanding of the Dongting sword mountain was limited. He thought that he could become a swordmaster by obtaining many sword seals. It was not until he entered the Dongting sword mountain that he realized it was not that simple. The underworld crown prince was in a better mood. He had entered the Massacre Tao College, and it just so happened that the top-level will that he cultivated was quite compatible with the Massacre Tao College. As long as he worked hard, there was a slight possibility that he could fuse and transform the top-level will, and finally achieve the Massacre Tao will and master this supreme will. Although it was only a slight possibility, he had to do it no matter what, even if he had to pay a huge price or use unscrupulous means. Qianzong was completely immersed in the transformation of the will and was unaware of everything that was happening in the outside world. The deity ocean still existed. The feeling of being blown into nothingness was just a feeling. Within the deity ocean, the heart sword intent vibrated gently. On the other side, heaven and earth were rotating. Inside, there was a clear distinction. The sun, moon, and stars, rivers, lakes, and seas, mountains, and vegetation. It was just like a world, except that there were no living creatures. However, in the next breath, there seemed to be chattering noises that sounded, as well as continuous roars. Birds gathered and flew into the forest, flying into the sky. Beasts on the ground roared, running between the grass and trees in the wilderness as fast as lightning. With the presence of birds and beasts, this world suddenly had more movement and vitality. It was as if this was a real world. Qianzong observed and felt carefully. This was the second will that he had mastered. The second supreme will meant the ultimate level of the will. Qianzong, who had mastered a supreme will, was very clear about the power of the supreme will. In fact, in terms of talent and other aspects, there was still a gap between him and the geniuses from the top forces. After all, his background and bloodline were ordinary because his parents were ordinary. If it were not for his powerful soul and extraordinary comprehension, he would have faded into the crowd. How could he have been so successful? He had his shortcomings, but he also had his advantages. His background was his weakness, his bloodline was his weakness, and his physique was his weakness. However, his soul was his advantage, his comprehension was his advantage, and so was his Tao will. That was why he was able to compete with the geniuses of the great forces in the void. Within the deity ocean, the chaos that was filled with destruction had completely disappeared and was replaced by a miniature of a world. Qianzong carefully sensed the mysteries within. It was the mysteries of forming a world of its own, which confused him. He originally thought that it would be a Tao will of destruction in the end, but it was not. Instead, it was the ultimate destruction and coincidentally integrated with the mysteries of creation. Qianzong could not help but ponder. The original Tao will was yin and yang. The extreme of yin was yang, and the extreme of yang was yin. Qianzong recalled the situation when he was comprehending at the origin of the world in the Tianyuan sacred region. With yin and yang as the beginning, I comprehended the true meaning of life and death. The end of life is death, and the end of death is life. Life and death overlap and become reincarnation. According to Qianzong's understanding, the Tao will that reached the ultimate reincarnation was also a supreme Tao will. But in the end, what he grasped was not a Tao will related to reincarnation. It was a brand new Tao will. Yin and yang, life and death, and reincarnation were integrated with the mysteries of the wind, fire, and thunder Tao will, as well as the mysteries of various Tao wills comprehended from the origin of the world. There were thousands of Tao wills. In the end, the ultimate destruction was the end, and the ultimate mirage was the beginning. It's like a world. Since that's the case, I'll call it the world Tao will. Qianzong did not dwell on it too much. The world Tao will was the second supreme Tao will after the heart sword intent. It had amazing potential. but now, Chenzong did not know how powerful the world Dao was. He had to discover it himself, which seemed to be more difficult than discovering the potential of the heart sword intent. Ignoring the heart sword intent, Chenzong used his mind to guide the power of the world Dao will. A roar suddenly sounded, but it did not spread out. It could only be heard in the deity ocean. A unique power was immediately mobilized by Chenzong. It spread out and condensed in his finger. With a light tap of his finger, an extremely shocking rumbling sound rang out. It felt as if an entire world had descended upon this world, directly suppressing the void. Suppress. Chenzong was slightly stunned. Is this the might and profundity of the world Dao insight? The profundities of the heart sword insight lay in controlling at will, extraordinary perception, and all-conquering sharpness. Could it be that the profundities of this world Dao insight lay in suppression? Other than suppression, was there anything else? Chenzong couldn't help but ponder. Grasping a supreme Dao insight was delightful, yet if he was unable to unearth its profundities and might, then it would be like possessing a mountain of treasures yet being unable to excavate it, and it would only increase his worries. Chenzong estimated that he would have to spend a lot of time and energy on the Dao will of the world in the future. If he wanted to break through to the spirit realm, at least, he had to develop all of his powers to the acme. That way, his foundation wouldn't be shaky. It wasn't easy to break through the spirit realm. Since ancient times, there had been so many outstanding warriors who had failed to break through because of a little carelessness. The consequence of failure was most likely death. Although there were a few exceptions who could survive, they would never have the chance to break through again in their lifetime. After grasping the second supreme Dao insight, the world Dao insight, Chenzong had been unearthing its potential at every moment. However, Chenzong was soon summoned. Moreover, he was summoned by Sword Master Dong Ting, which surprised Chenzong very much. Junior of Swordsmanship, what is the supreme Dao insight that you have grasped? A voice that seemed to be restrained, but also seemed to be endlessly domineering and sharp sounded from the void. World Dao insight, Chenzong replied. World Dao insight. What kind of Dao insight is this? The voice seemed to have some doubts. Show me the power of your Dao insight. Chenzong didn't refuse. After all, he was also very curious about the world Dao insight. Moreover, the other party was Sword Master Dong Ting, the supreme expert of Sword Mountain Dong Ting, and also one of the supreme experts in the void. Perhaps he could see something and give some advice. It would be very beneficial. Chenzong mobilized a trace of the power of the world Dao insight. Suddenly, the outline of a world seemed to appear around him, which caused a surprised gasp. Immediately, Chenzong felt that the trace of the power of the world Dao insight was out of his control. It was controlled by Sword Master Dong Ting, who existed in an unknown place. Chenzong didn't speak. He waited quietly, feeling a little nervous. Sword Master Dong Ting was an expert of the Void Dominator realm. It was impossible for him not to be nervous after being summoned by such an expert. After a while, Chenzong felt that the power of the world Dao insight was back in his control again. What a strange Dao insight. It ends in destruction and begins in creation. However, your world Dao insight is still very shallow. The sun, the moon, the stars, the rivers, the lakes, the mountains, the birds, and the beasts are all illusory. They only have the appearance, but not the essence. They are not real. This Dao insight has amazing potential. It has formed a world of its own. Its future depends on your own cultivation and mastery. If you master it well, it may become the top supreme Dao insight. If you don't master it well, it will only be ordinary. I can't give you any advice for this new Dao insight. Everything depends on your own exploration. Sword Master Dong Ting's words directly penetrated Chenzong's heart. Chenzong heard it clearly. Although there wasn't any profound content or clear guidance, Chenzong still heard it clearly. The world Dao insight was a new Dao insight. Even Sword Master Dong Ting had never heard of it. Another point was that the world Dao insight had amazing potential. However, whether it was a dragon or a snake depended on one's own ability. If one couldn't develop it to the extreme, then perhaps it only had the title of Supreme Dao Insight. Its true power might not reach the level it should be. However, if one mastered it well, there was hope for it to surpass other Supreme Dao Insights. After being summoned by Sword Master Dong Ting, Chenzong was successively summoned by the Destruction Dao Academy Masters and the Reverie Mirage Dao Academy Masters. They were all curious about the supreme Dao insight that Chenzong had mastered. Unfortunately, they couldn't give any effective advice. Everything depended on Chenzong's own comprehension, cultivation, and exploration. Chenzong felt that the best way to explore the potential and power of the world Dao insight was to use a sword technique. Sword technique was a skill. It was a profound application and exploration of power. If there was a corresponding sword technique, he could further explore the potential and power of the world Dao insight. Unfortunately, there wasn't. He could only create it himself. After spending a few months, Chenzong finally created a suitable sword technique. World. Descend. With a low shout, Chenzong slashed out with his sword. The power of the Tao will of the world surged endlessly as he slashed out. That was a beam of sword chi, but it was also a world. It directly descended, suppressing everything. Its might was incomparably shocking. Time passed. Unknowingly, 2 years had passed. Chenzong and dozens of others had come to Dongting Sword Mountain for 2 years. Dongting Sword Mountain was worthy of being called a top force. The inheritance was amazing. In the 2 years of cultivation, everyone's strength had improved significantly. The dozens of new disciples were all gathered, regardless of whether they were true disciples or nominal disciples. Chenzong seemed to have become the center of attention because everyone knew that Chenzong had grasped a supreme Dao insight. What was a supreme Dao insight? They all knew that it was the pinnacle of Dao insight. It was the Dao insight that was closest to the Great Path. To put it bluntly, Dao insight was a path to the Great Path. The higher the level of Dao insight, the closer it was to the Great Path. The smoother the path was, the easier it was to come in contact with the Great Path, and then take the step to truly understand and master the Great Path. A supreme Dao insight was very close to the power of the Great Path. There was even a rumor that when the potential of a supreme Dao insight was excavated to the extreme, one could even master a trace of the corresponding power of the Great Path in advance, even if it was just a trace. However, from ancient times until now, there were very, very, very few people who could truly achieve this step. Dongting Sword Mountain has its own great opportunity. Any disciple has the opportunity to obtain it. A middle-aged man appeared in front of the dozens of disciples. He was a true disciple of Sword Mountain. The structure of Dongting Sword Mountain was relatively simple. The highest position was the Sword Master, followed by the 4 Hall Masters, then the Deputy Hall Masters, and then the Elders. Under the Elders was the Sword Sun. The Sword Sun was also part of the scope of disciples. Under the Sword Sun were the true disciples. Under the true disciples were the nominal disciples. I am the 18th true disciple of Starry Dao Academy. You can call me Senior Brother Wanxing. The middle-aged man's tone was serious, and there was a sense of vigorous power in his voice. Dongting Sword Mountain recruited disciples every time, and the interval was long and short. The shortest period was a few hundred years, and the longest period was a few thousand years. The number of disciples recruited each time was different, but it was never more than 100. Furthermore, Sword Mountain had its own rules. Disciples could not stay in Sword Mountain all the time. If they did not make the corresponding progress and breakthrough within the stipulated time, they had to leave Sword Mountain. Therefore, there were so few disciples in Dongting Sword Mountain. There were less than 1,000 of them, but every one of them was a true elite. The ranking of the true disciples was closely related to their strength. The stronger one was, the higher the ranking. The higher the ranking, the more benefits, of course, other than reputation. As for Chenzong and the other true disciples, they didn't have the title of true disciple. There was only one title, which was the new true disciples. Because they weren't at the spirit realm, only spirit realm experts were qualified to compete for the ranking. The Sword Master intercepted a sword principal origin from the void and sealed it in Sword Mountain. The core disciple Wanxing said unhurriedly. His deep and powerful voice was like the beat of a drum. However, the words he said shocked everyone. Origin, sword principal origin, it was the sword principal origin that was intercepted directly from the void. There was an origin in the void, as well as in the stars and the world. They were all origins, but there was a difference between strong and weak. There was no doubt that the void origin was more vast and powerful than the world origin. Your opportunity is to comprehend the sword principle origin. Wanxing's words made everyone's breathing quicken, and they were excited. They were extremely excited. Comprehend the sword principle origin. Sword principle origin, what a treasure! What a great opportunity. Qianzong was very excited. Just by comprehending the world origin of Tianyuan's sacred realm, he had gained great benefits. Tianyuan's sacred realm was just a declining world that had yet to recover. However, the sword principle origin of Sword Mountain was the sword principle origin of Void. The difference between the two was like the difference between a firefly and the moon. Of course, there was one thing that was worth considering. The higher the level, the greater the gap between the sword principle origin and the demigod level. Naturally, the gains from comprehending the sword principle origin would be smaller. The sword principle origin of Void was actually more suitable for ascending realm sword cultivators to comprehend. However, demigod-level geniuses would more or less gain something from comprehending the sword principle origin. It would also be very beneficial for them to advance to the ascending realm in the future. Although there is a sword principle origin in Sword Mountain, it is not something that can be comprehended as one wishes. Wanxing's disciple said in a deep voice. His eyes were as bright as stars as they slowly swept across everyone's faces. He took in everyone's expressions. Sword Mountain has always been about survival of the fittest. If you are not capable, you will lose the opportunity and eventually leave. His words caused everyone's expression to turn solemn. Because of the philosophy of Sword Mountain, there were less than 1,000 people in Sword Mountain. However, every one of them was an expert. Even if they were not very powerful at the moment, they all had extraordinary potential and talent. As sword cultivators, regardless of talent, comprehension, or potential, we have to rely on our strength. Wanxing's disciple said solemnly, the sword is a sharp weapon. It is good for fighting and killing. Otherwise, it is just an empty shell. It is better not to practice it. Everyone understood. Some people were indeed extremely talented. Cultivating for a single day was equivalent to cultivating for 10 days or even longer than others. However, they just had to know how to cultivate but not how to use it. Once they fought with others, they would not be able to use it flexibly and would not be able to display the strength they should have. In the end, they would become a stepping stone for others to build their reputation. Some people might have ordinary talent in cultivation, but they were able to fully display every bit of their strength and everything they had learned, and their combat prowess surpassed their limits. It was important for a cultivator to be talented and have great potential. However, they needed sufficient combat strength to live their life peacefully. It could be said that cultivation was the foundation, while combat strength was the means to protect the Tao. If you want to ascend to a higher level, pry into the mysteries of a higher realm, and transcend everything, you can. However, the prerequisite is that you must have enough ability to protect yourself. If you don't have enough ability to protect yourself, you will die very easily. What's the point of seeking the Tao or transcending? This was especially true for swordsmen. As a swordsman, one should have a sharpness to them. Where did that sharpness come from? From cultivation to tempering. Cultivation was to practice the sword. Tempering was to fight. That was what the Myriad Star True Inheritance said in a few short sentences. On the Eastern Court Sword Mountain, there is 100 battles and 100 kills platform. 1 battle and 1 kill is a step, and 1 step is 10 feet. Only when you reach the peak of 1,000 feet can you go to the Sword Tao origin and comprehend it. The Myriad Star Heir said in a serious voice, now, follow me. The arena of 100 battles and kills, Qianzong muttered. He had never heard of it before. 1 battle and 1 kill was a step, and each step was 10 feet. This was quite interesting. Not long after, dozens of nominal disciples and true disciples followed the Myriad Star Heir to the so-called arena of 100 battles and kills. It was 100 stairs, one level after another. It looked very ordinary. Each staircase was 10 feet wide, 10 feet long, and 10 feet high. It looked like it was made of stone slabs covered with moss. If it was placed elsewhere, perhaps people would feel that it was very ordinary and wouldn't take a second look at it. However, this was the Eastern Court Sword Mountain. Everything was extraordinary. Sometimes, the more ordinary something looked on the surface, the more extraordinary it was. When they really walked to the bottom of the arena of 100 battles and kills, they looked up and found that there seemed to be layers of fog surging, covering everything. They couldn't see the end at all. It was like a staircase to the sky, endless. When they looked at the first staircase, a mysterious feeling spread out. It was as if it wasn't a staircase, but a world. Start from the nominal disciples. Remember, only by passing through the arena of 100 battles and kills and reaching the top will you be qualified to comprehend the Sword Tao origin. The myriad star heir said in a deep voice and swept his gaze across. You must remember that the demigod rank is a rank with endless potential. Even if your cultivation is raised to the extreme, you can still continue to improve in other aspects. The more you improve, the greater the benefits it will bring to your future cultivation. The demigod rank had endless potential. Xianxia had already felt this point. For example, if one cultivated a sword art, even if it was only at the lesser divine ability level, the more one cultivated it, the more compatible it would be with one's own Tao will and so on. The power that could be exerted would continuously increase, making one's overall strength even more astonishing. Of course, endless was just a description. If one really cultivated it, one would reach the true limit sooner or later. However, in the demigod rank, there were very few who could reach the true limit. Let me give it a try. A nominal disciple said with a confident smile on his face. Outside of Sword Mountain, in the galaxy where he was located, he was fully deserving of the title of #1 genius. Even in the entire star field, he was well known. Very few people could compare with him. Now that he had been in Sword Mountain for 2 years, his strength had increased significantly compared to before. Confidence came from strength. The increase in strength brought with it greater confidence. He felt that he could definitely pass through the arena of 100 battles and kills. However, dreams were beautiful, but reality was cruel. First floor, second floor, third floor, not long after, the nominal disciple reached the 10th staircase. Just looking from the outside, no one could see anything mysterious. They only saw the nominal disciple taking a step forward and starting to climb the staircase. However, after reaching the 10th staircase, his climbing speed began to decrease. When he reached the 20th staircase, he stopped. When he reached the 30th staircase, his speed dropped again. This time, it took him 10 breaths to climb to the 31st floor. Then, it took him 20 breaths to climb to the 32nd floor, and finally stopped at the 35th floor. With a flash of light, the nominal disciple appeared below the staircase of the arena of 100 battles and kills. I actually failed. The nominal disciple looked very depressed. This was undoubtedly a heavy blow. Then, the second nominal disciple began to challenge the arena of 100 battles and kills and stopped at the 37th floor. Third, fourth, fifth, failure, failure, failure. All of them failed, all of the nominal disciples had failed. Not a single one of them had passed. The highest was the 50th floor, and the lowest was the 33rd floor. As such, the group of direct disciples all looked solemn. This arena of 100 battles and kills was so difficult to pass. Could they pass? For a moment, everyone was not so confident in their hearts. One by one, they failed. The myriad star direct disciple did not say anything, and his expression did not change. It seemed that it was very normal. Let me try. Xianxia laughed, leaped, and landed on the first staircase. Soon, he stepped into the second floor, the third floor, the fourth floor. Xianxia's speed was very fast. The 20th floor, the 30th floor, the 40th floor. Soon, he stepped into the 60th floor. But after reaching the 60th floor, Xianxia's speed decreased slightly. The group of nominal disciples was immediately dumbfounded. It turned out that this was the gap between them and the direct disciples. They who had already passed the arena of 100 battles and kills knew very well that the test of the arena of 100 battles and kills was real. There was no trick at all. Each floor was more difficult than the previous. The difficulty of the 60th floor was definitely far greater than the 50th floor. Xianxia did not stop at the 60th floor. After a period of time, he stepped into the 70th floor. Although his speed decreased again, he still continued to go up. The 71st floor, the group of nominal disciples' faces became more and more solemn. Was the gap really so obvious? In the end, Jianquan did not pass the arena of 100 battles and kills and stopped at the 78th floor. I actually failed. Jianquan was not depressed like those nominal disciples. He was just a little disappointed. Immediately, he looked at the myriad star direct disciple. Senior brother Wanxing, is there still a chance in the future? Yes, those who have not passed will have a chance every year in the future. After this time, there are 9 more chances. If you have not passed the arena of 100 battles and kills, you can only leave the Dongting Sword Mountain, Wanxing said solemnly. Leave the Sword Mountain? Yes, you will be expelled. Wanxing's tone was very solemn. Expelled, this was probably a kind of regret. Swordsmen all yearned for such a holy land of swordsmanship. Who would be willing to be expelled? Suddenly, all of them were full of energy. Moreover, there were still 9 more chances after this failure. Could it be that they still could not pass the arena of 100 battles after using up all 9 times? If that was the case, it proved that they were indeed not outstanding enough. They did not need to be expelled by the Dongting Sword Mountain. They would have to leave in shame. Haha, next time I will definitely be able to pass. Jianquan looked very confident. The other direct disciples also tried one by one, but they all failed. Some made it to the 75th floor, while others made it to the 80th floor. Chenzong, do you dare to compete with me? Ming Luo Crown Prince stared at Chenzong as if his eyes were going to pierce through Chenzong. His tone was also filled with astonishing sharpness. In the country of Fujian, he fought with Chenzong in the Fujian mountain and was defeated in the end, which made Ming Luo Crown Prince feel bitter. If he did not win back, he would feel very uncomfortable. And now, the arena of 100 battles and kills might be a good opportunity. Now, only Ming Luo Crown Prince and Chenzong had not yet tried the arena of 100 battles and kills. Okay. Chenzong did not say anything, but agreed very briskly. Both sides did not mention any wager. You first, or me? Ming Luo Crown Prince snorted and asked. You first. Chenzong smiled slightly and said, I am afraid of hurting you. Humph, you have a sharp tongue. With a cold snort, Ming Luo Crown Prince turned around and directly landed on the 1st floor. In less than a breath's time, he immediately stepped onto the 2nd floor, the 3rd floor, and the 4th floor. He continuously rushed up at an astonishing speed. The 100th level of the Battle of 100 Kills arena. The Underworld Crown Prince stood there motionlessly. Everyone's eyes were focused on him, including Wanxing, the true disciple of the Starry Dao College. There were 100 levels in the Battle of 100 Kills arena. The Underworld Crown Prince had reached the 100th level. If he continued, he would be able to pass the Battle of 100 Kills arena and successfully reach the top, gaining the opportunity to comprehend the origin of the Sword Dao. A ray of light flickered on the Underworld Crown Prince's body. This meant that there were 2 possibilities. One was to pass the 100th level and go up again. The other was to fail. No one knew which one it was. In the next moment, the Underworld Crown Prince's figure flashed and disappeared from the 100th level, appearing at the bottom of the Battle of 100 Kills arena. Failed, the Underworld Crown Prince's expression changed. He did not expect to fail. However, when he thought of the opponent on the 100th level, who was extremely powerful, it was not surprising that he was defeated. That kind of opponent was extremely powerful. If he could not pass, Chenzong would definitely not be able to pass as well. Therefore, this time, he would not lose. It's your turn. The Underworld Crown Prince snorted. Chenzong nodded his head and took a step forward. With a flicker, he landed on the 1st floor of the 100 Battles and 100 Kills platform. A strange feeling spread out, allowing Chenzong to know that his 9-fold heavenly ring and Sumera ring were sealed by an invisible force, preventing him from activating them. In an instant, the scene before his eyes changed. The staircase disappeared and was replaced by a vast expanse of whiteness that seemed to have no end. In the blink of an eye, the whiteness retreated to the surroundings and a huge circular platform appeared. The platform's ground was as smooth as white jade as if it was cast in one piece. Suddenly, from the white mist around the platform, a figure with smoke lingering around him walked out. His robe was as white as snow and he was as light as the wind. A long sword hung at his waist. His expression was cold and his eyes were indifferent. Once this person appeared, he did not say anything. The tip of his foot lightly tapped on the white jade ground of the platform. In an instant, a gust of wind swept up and the long sword at his waist was unsheathed. He became one with the sword and turned into a sword radiance that pierced through the air like a gust of wind. This was a sword technique of the wind lineage, the sword of wind Dao. Judging from the opponent's aura and attacks, Xianxia could tell that the opponent was at level 2 demigod rank. His cultivation should have reached the peak of demigod rank, and his swordsmanship was superb. His overall strength should have reached the peak of demigod rank. Even the Sword of No Return, the number 1 true disciple of the Sword Palace of the Yuan sect, was no match for him. It was just that this kind of strength was completely nothing to Xianxia. His figure flashed, crisscrossing and killing. As soon as Xianxia took a step forward, he knew that he had reached the second level. 2 opponents appeared on the second floor. Their combined strength was even more astonishing, but they were still easily defeated by Xianxia. On the third floor, there were 3 opponents. Each of them had a cultivation base at the peak of the demigod rank. Their swordsmanship was incredible, and they were all using different types of swordsmanship. On the 10th floor, there were 10 opponents. The swordsmanship of the 10 opponents came from the lesser 10 lineages. Once they joined forces, they posed a greater threat to Xianxia. However, this was nothing to Xianxia. On the 20th floor, there were 20 opponents. On the 30th floor, there were 30 opponents. Every one of them was at the peak of demigod rank, and not just any peak demigod rank. When there were more of them and they cooperated well, it was even more terrifying. It was no wonder that some of the nominal disciples were defeated after reaching the 30th floor. After all, the difficulty was too great. After all, one's strength would be constantly depleted if one continued to advance. There was no time to recover, and one had to consume elixirs. Under the limited strength, one had to keep advancing. The difficulty increased imperceptibly. On the 40th floor, there were 40 opponents. On the 50th floor, there were 50 opponents. On the 60th floor, there were 60 opponents. As for Xianxia reaching the 60th floor, everyone was indifferent. After all, every single true disciple could reach the 70th floor. Xianxia was also a true disciple who had mastered the supreme Tao will. There was no reason why he couldn't reach the 70th floor. It could be said that the real test was after reaching the 70th floor. No, it should be after the 80th floor. To Xianxia, the 70th floor wasn't difficult at all. Moreover, what they didn't know was that Xianxia hadn't used his full strength from the first floor to the 70th floor. World Tao will, what Xianxia used was the World Tao will, not the Heart Sword intent. He had just mastered the World Tao will and hadn't unearthed its potential. However, the Heart Sword intent had unearthed most of its potential. In terms of strength, the Heart Sword intent was naturally stronger. However, the reason why Xianxia didn't use the Heart Sword intent, but the World Tao will, was because he wanted to hone and unearth the potential of the World Tao will in battle. The 80th floor, there were 80 opponents, and every one of them was very strong. Moreover, they were all in their prime. On the other hand, Xianxia had exhausted a lot of his strength in the continuous battle. The 80 opponents all looked indifferent. They wouldn't give Xianxia the slightest time to recover his strength. They surrounded him from all directions. The sword techniques of the minor 10 meridians and the 4 major meridians were all displayed. However, they didn't conflict with each other. Instead, they complemented each other seamlessly and complemented each other, increasing their power to the extreme and becoming more and more terrifying. Xianxia felt as if he was in 100 layers of waves, being heavily impacted and suppressed. World. Descend. With a low shout, Xianxia swung his sword and directly slashed down. This was a sword technique that Xianxia created himself based on the characteristics of the World Tao will. Now, it was only one move, but it was constantly being perfected. Now, it was being used in actual combat. A buzzing sound rang out. That sword carried the weight of a world and directly descended. The extremely terrifying power suppressed down. The 80 opponents all trembled. No matter if they were flying or attacking, their bodies stopped in an instant as if they were suppressed. However, Qinzong himself was also bearing a great pressure. It wasn't easy to suppress 80 experts at the peak of the demigod realm with just one sword technique. Seizing the momentary opportunity, Qinzong swung his sword again. Kill, the 81st floor, the 82nd floor. As he continued to advance, his speed began to decrease. When he reached the 90th floor, Qinzong felt even greater pressure. Ming Luo Crown Prince stared at Qinzong's figure and watched as Qinzong went up one floor at a time. The 91st floor, the 92nd floor. For Ming Luo Crown Prince, who had reached the 100th floor, he was very clear about the difficulty. In the end, every floor was simply a matter of life and death. Because there were more and more opponents, and his strength was getting weaker and weaker. Unknowingly, the difficulty was constantly increasing. It was a kind of crisis and pressure that would gradually increase in difficulty, and it would crush people. The 100th floor. Qinzong had also reached the 100th floor. Ming Luo Crown Prince subconsciously clenched his fists and sneered, "So what if you can reach the 100th floor? You definitely won't be able to pass it." The 100th floor, 100 powerful opponents teaming up. Each of them had superb sword techniques and astonishing strength. Moreover, they were all at their peak. Can he pass it? I think it's going to be difficult. Yeah. The 100 battles 100 kills stage seems simple, but the difficulty is astonishing. Qinzong also understood the difficulty. 100 opponents, a high-intensity battle, and his strength was not much left. Even if his cultivation technique was unfathomable, the strength of a peak of the demigod realm was still limited. At this stage, there was not much left. Freedom state, in an instant, silver light filled his eyes. Qinzong controlled all his strength and did not reduce his strength because of the consumption. World's Descent. Under the continuous battle, the World's Descent sword technique was constantly perfected and its power was constantly increasing. As the sword slashed down, the world's shadow descended and the 100 people were suppressed, unable to move. Kill, kill, kill. Qinzong unsheathed his sword, showing no mercy. In this kind of battle, it was either you die or I die. There was no luck. No matter what, he had to pass the 100 battles 100 kills stage and comprehend the origin of Sword Dao. The earlier one comprehended the origin of Sword Dao, the greater the benefits. The difference between a year earlier and a year later was obvious for a genius. Time passed slowly. Qinzong's time on the 100th floor had already surpassed Ming Luo Crown Prince. Could it be that he can pass it? Ming Luo Crown Prince could not help but clench his teeth. He immediately shook his head and hypnotized himself. Impossible. He definitely can't pass it. That kind of pressure. However, there was a trace of panic in Ming Luo Crown Prince's heart. He was worried that he would lose if Qinzong passed it. Counting the previous time, it was equivalent to losing twice. That kind of feeling was unbearable. On the 100th floor of the 100 battles 100 kills stage, Qinzong's eyes flickered with silver light. His expression was cold and murderous. His figure was like a reflection of a shadow, yet it was like layers of phantoms. It was a few minor divine skills that were used alternately. He avoided the opponent's attack and counterattacked with his sword. World Descent. When the sword struck out, the shadow of the world condensed in the sword chi. It directly locked onto one of the opponents, making him unable to move. This was another application of World Descent. It was not a large-scale suppression, but a smaller area. It only targeted one target, and the suppression power was even more shocking. Kill. Under the situation where he could not move, he was naturally killed by Qinzong easily. It was as if he had stretched out his neck to be killed. Fight, 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 kill, 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 fight without stopping, kill without stopping, 100 battles 100 kills. There were 10 left. Qinzong's expression was still calm, but he felt that there was not much strength left in his body. Moreover, he began to use the heart sword intent. 9, 8, 7, 3, 2, 1, kill. 100 strong opponents were all killed by Qinzong's sword. Qinzong felt as if he had overdrawn his strength. A feeling of emptiness spread out from the deepest part of his body. With this level of strength, those nominal disciples may not be able to pass even if they have another 10 years. Qianzong thought to himself. Although there was no limit to the demigod level, there was actually a limit. However, the limit was a theory. Another point was that the limit that each cultivator could explore was not necessarily the same. Ordinary cultivators had limited potential. Of course, their limit would not be that high. As for genius cultivators, their potential was even higher. Of course, their limit would be even higher. This 100 battles 100 kills arena was an excellent test. There was no possibility of trickery or luck. He reached the top. Qianzong had made it to the top of the kill arena. Standing at the top, he was stared at by a group of registered disciples and true disciples. True disciple Wan Xing's gaze was focused. His expression was solemn, and there was a hint of shock in his eyes. He had done it in one go. Once, this was merely his first attempt at the 100 battles and 100 kills arena, yet he had already succeeded and reached the top. Wan Xing remembered very clearly that the pressure he had endured during his first attempt at the kill arena had intensified. The pressure had made him feel like he was about to collapse. From start to finish, he used a total of 5 times before he successfully passed the 100 battles 100 kills platform and reached the top. Most of the disciples in the same batch as him had failed after 10 tries and had to leave Sword Mountain. The most outstanding one had used 3 tries, and the most had used 8. There were very, very few people who could pass the kill arena on their first try. Throughout the history of the 4 major Dao colleges, there were less than 10 people who could do it. Although the underworld crown prince had reached the 100th level and was only a hair's breadth away from reaching the top, the difference between passing and reaching the top was not just a hair's breadth. The pressure on the kill arena would continue to increase. In the end, it would collapse like a leaf on a decaying mountain. In the past, there had been some who had reached the 100th level on their first try, but still failed on their second try. They had only succeeded on their third try. Of course, there were also a few who had reached the top on their second try. All in all, Qianzong had reached the top on his first try, which was undoubtedly shocking. Good lad, you're really not bad. The dean of the Destruction Dao College couldn't help but smile. Qianzong discovered that there was a door after reaching the top of the kill arena. It was a door that led to an unknown place. Looking at the door, Qianzong suddenly became excited. Pushing open the door, a unique Sword Dao aura spread out and circled around the door. It was the aura of Sword Dao, the origin of Sword Dao. Stepping into the portal, Qianzong's vision was filled with a vast expanse of whiteness. He couldn't see anything, but it quickly dissipated. Qianzong saw a sword. It was a snow-white sword. There was no hilt, only a huge sword blade. It was suspended in the air, motionless. This sword blade was 5 meters long and half a meter wide. The aura it emitted was very mysterious and sharp. Wisps of white sword chi circled around the blade as if they were swallowing and spitting out. The origin of Sword Dao. This was the source of Sword Dao. Sword Master Dong Ting had used some unknown means to intercept a fragment of sword principal origin from the void. The feeling that Qianzong got from this gigantic sword was indescribable. It was a mysterious and self-contained entity, as if it was the strongest object in the void, and contained an unparalleled power. This was a rare opportunity, so he started to comprehend. There was no time limit for comprehending the Sword Dao. However, no matter how powerful a demigod rank expert was, they wouldn't be able to comprehend for long before they couldn't bear it. Just like how the effects of force were mutual, comprehending the Sword Dao would also require one to bear the pressure and burden. Qianzong sat down cross-legged in front of the Sword Dao origin. This was the posture he had used when he first started cultivating, so he had long since gotten used to it. Qianzong began to meditate. In the outside world, the nominal disciples and true disciples dispersed and returned to their own places. Each and every one of them was determined to become stronger. They had to work even harder to cultivate themselves so that they could pass the 100 battles kill platform for the second or third time and reach the top to comprehend the Sword Dao source. They didn't know the cruel truth. Among them, there were less than 10 who could pass the battle of 100 kills platform in the remaining 9 times. Most of them couldn't pass the battle of 100 kills platform and were eliminated from the Eastern Court Sword Mountain. They had no chance of obtaining the superb inheritance of the Eastern Court Sword Mountain. The Sword Master of the East Court was different from the other Sword Masters. he was more willing to provide a path for his juniors, but it wasn't unlimited. If you were just a piece of mud that couldn't be helped, the sword master of the East Court wouldn't waste his time on you. Perhaps the current operation of the Dongting Sword Mountain no longer required his power or his time and energy. However, everything in the Dongting Sword Mountain belonged to the Dongting Sword Master himself. It was his property. I wonder how long you can comprehend it. Chen Zong thought to himself as he looked back at the myriad star inheritance. How long? That was the question. Different people would take different amounts of time to comprehend the Sword Dao origin. Generally speaking, the longer one comprehended the Sword Dao origin, the more benefits one would gain. If one comprehended the Sword Dao origin for a short period of time, the benefits would be less. Although it wasn't absolute, it was basically the case. If one tried to comprehend the Sword Dao origin at the demigod level, one would be constantly suppressed by the Sword Dao origin, creating a huge burden. When one couldn't bear the burden, they would automatically leave. This was a protective mechanism left behind by the Sword Master of the East Court. Back then, I only comprehended the Sword Dao origin for 20 breaths, Wan Xing thought to himself. Among the same batch, the longest time was only 30 breaths. As far as I know, even the 4 most outstanding sword sons could only last 50 breaths at most when they comprehended the Sword Dao origin for the first time. The difference in difficulty between 1 breath more and 1 breath less was very obvious. Especially towards the end, the burden would continue to accumulate and become stronger. Every breath was an astonishing improvement. However, he didn't know how long Chen Zong could last this time. The first time he comprehended the Sword Dao origin, he had no experience. If it was the second time, he would have some experience and would usually last a little longer. Chen Zong began to comprehend the Sword Dao origin. Time passed breath by breath. As soon as he started comprehending, he immediately entered the state of comprehension. It was as if his vision blurred and he had arrived in a void. An incomparably huge sword light directly struck down from the highest point of the void, as if it was going to penetrate the void. It was incomparably vast, overbearing, fierce, sharp, and imposing. Chen Zong's mind trembled in an instant, as if he had lost all his senses. It felt as if 1,000 years had passed, but in fact, it was only an instant. Chen Zong woke up. The sword light that struck down from the highest point of the void exploded, turning into countless sword lights that pervaded the surroundings. The aura emitted by each sword light was different. Some of the sword lights emitted an aura that was bright and upright, while others emitted an aura that was dark and gloomy, with a ghostly aura. Some of the sword lights were peerlessly sharp, while others were incomparably powerful. Some of the sword lights were violent and overbearing, while others were soft and tenacious. There were more than tens of thousands of sword lights in the void, which represented the profoundness of countless swordsmanship. The origin of sword principle was originally the collection of the profoundness of countless sword techniques. For a moment, Chen Zong felt dazzled. But Chen Zong was not confused. Instead, he quickly sensed. There were countless sword techniques and sword principles, but they were not the true essence. What Chen Zong wanted to comprehend was the essence. If he could master the essence, he could quickly practice and master all sword techniques and sword principles. The essence was where the true origin lay. Time passed slowly. Chen Zong kept searching and withstanding the pressure of the origin of sword principle. The burden was accumulating bit by bit. Relying on the sensing of the heart sword intent, Chen Zong found the essence of the origin of sword principle, which was the essence. It was a finger-thick sword light. Its color was dim and inconspicuous. The aura it emitted was also very weak, so it was easy to ignore. However, when Chen Zong's mind was completely focused on the sword light, he felt an extremely pure aura of sword principle pervading, as if it had enveloped his mind. That aura was not sharp, domineering, bright, gloomy, cold, or anything else. It was pure to the extreme, without the slightest trace of purity mixed in. This kind of purity meant the essence and infinite possibilities. As Chen Zong continued to comprehend the origin of sword principle, when Chen Zong found the fundamental essence of the origin of sword principle with the sensing of the heart sword intent, the origin of sword principle suddenly trembled. Unknowingly, a gaze seemed to appear and stare at him. This man can actually cause the origin of sword principle to resonate. The way of the sword origin was something that Sword Master Dong Ting had obtained with great difficulty. It was a treasure that completely belonged to Sword Master Dong Ting. Although it was placed here for others to comprehend, no one could take it away except for Sword Master Dong Ting. Sword Master Dong Ting would be the first to know if there was any change in the origin of Sword Principle. The origin of Sword Principle resonated, it sounded incomprehensible, but only the true experts in the void understood the meaning behind it. A mere demigod-level expert could cause the origin of Sword Principle to resonate. This meant that his talent and potential in Sword Principle were extremely amazing. Perhaps it had not been fully revealed yet, and Sword Master Dong Ting himself was not very clear about it. However, as he cultivated and improved his realm, his talent would become more obvious and astonishing. "I'm afraid I couldn't do it back then," Sword Master Dong Ting said to himself. Sword Master Dong Ting murmured. His gaze landed on Chenzong. His eyes glowed as if he wanted to see through Chenzong. Chenzong could not sense any of this. Firstly, he was wholeheartedly comprehending the origin of Sword Principle at this moment. Secondly, how could Chenzong discover the means of an expert like Sword Master Dong Ting? I wonder if this man can refine this origin of Sword Principle? If he can do it, what an enviable talent. If I had such talent back then, I might have been able to go further. The sharp light in his eyes grew brighter and brighter. Gradually, as if he had sensed something, he quickly withdrew and became dim. Chenzong did not know what the origin of Sword Principle resonated. His level was not that high, and what he could understand had not reached that level. However, this time, Chenzong felt that he had indeed gained great benefits. The comprehension of the origin of Sword Dao pointed directly to the comprehension of the essence of the origin. It was as if he had cleansed his Sword Dao, removed the impurities, and reorganized it. It became more stable, solid, and smoother, and had obvious benefits for his future cultivation. Unfortunately, while he was comprehending the origin of Sword Principle, he also had to constantly bear the pressure emitted by the origin of Sword Principle. It was as if the origin of Sword Principle was a peerless swordsman, and its sword pressure was astonishing. "I drank too much last night, so I'm not in a good state today. I need to rest more and update slowly. I'm really sorry." 50 breaths, Chenzong had comprehended the origin of Sword Wei for 50 breaths. Only the 4 sword masters could achieve this. Now, there was one more. What they didn't know was that the 4 sword masters didn't cause any resonance when they comprehended the origin of Sword Wei, while Chenzong directly comprehended the core essence of the origin of Sword Wei and caused a resonance. There was a difference between the two. In comparison, the benefits that Chenzong gained were obviously better than when the 4 sword masters first comprehended the origin of Sword Wei. 50 breaths, when the news spread, the 4 Dao colleges were shaken. From the college masters to the core disciples, all of them were shocked. When the new core disciples understood the implications, they were also shocked. Monster. What a terrifying person. Gu Jianchen exhaled deeply and said to himself. There was no doubt that being in the same era as such a person was likely to be enveloped by his halo. For example, Jian Kuang, Jian Guo, and the others were the top geniuses of Sword Wei in their respective places. There were very few people who could compare to them. However, after coming to the Sword Mountain of the Eastern Court, they realized that they were nothing here. After all, those who were qualified to become disciples of the Sword Mountain of the Eastern Court were all very outstanding people. Well, everyone was about the same. At most, there were a few who were more outstanding, but the gap wouldn't be too big. However, Chenzong's excellence made them feel despair. It was a despair that they couldn't catch up to. In the secret chamber, Chenzong cultivated in seclusion. He quietly organized everything that he had gained from comprehending the origin of Sword Wei and strived to improve further. The foundation of his Sword Wei had been sorted out, and all the impurities had been removed, leaving only the essence. This made Chenzong feel refreshed, as if he had removed a heavy burden. Immediately, Chenzong drew his sword and began practicing sword techniques in the secret chamber. Basic sword techniques, all kinds of sword techniques that he had mastered. Like the one-heart sword, like the golden brilliant star-piercing sword, like the various sword techniques of the Sword Mountain of the Eastern Court. Once he started practicing, it was as if he didn't know the passage of time. It was endless and never stopped. Gradually, wisps of inexplicable aura spread around Xianxia. It was the aura of the 6th level of Sword Principle. It gradually condensed and spread in all directions, covering a radius of 10 meters around Xianxia. It was as if the invisible sword chi was weaving and weaving, covering everything like a fine net. Xianxia's sword technique underwent a change along with this. Every single sword move followed an extremely profound trajectory that was difficult to describe with words. It seemed to be simple, yet it actually concealed an unfathomable profundity, and it carried a profundity that was like a towering mountain and deep like an ocean. In that instant, Xianxia naturally closed his eyes. It was as if everything within a radius of 10 meters around him was under his control. The sword was omniscient and omniscient. One day, Xianxia's sword paused slightly, and the aura around him instantly dissipated and disappeared. Everything returned to normal, and Xianxia also woke up. This feeling. In just a moment, Xianxia felt different. Everything around him seemed to be washed away and became clear, transparent, and bright. It was incomparably clear. Even Xianxia could see some vague trajectories in front of him. The trajectories were vague and changeable, as if they were illusions. Xianxia once thought that they were illusions. But after closer observation, Xianxia found that they were not illusions. They were real, just like the trajectories that he saw after opening his mind's eye. It was as if the clouds were cleared and the moon was revealed. It was extremely mysterious and indescribable. This feeling, Xianxia could not help but take a deep breath. He closed his eyes again and followed a kind of fluctuation and inspiration. In an instant, the feeling of being one with the world and the mind being one with nature that he had experienced on the desolate dragon star spread out again. His mind's eye was also opened unconsciously. Everything had undergone some kind of indescribable change. There seemed to be a buzzing sound. Xianxia felt that a trace of invisible sword chi spread out in an extremely mysterious way, covering a radius of 10 meters around him. Just now, Xianxia did not notice anything. Everything was done unconsciously. But now, it was done intentionally. The feeling was completely different. It was a very wonderful feeling. It was as if everything within a radius of 10 meters around him was under his control. He opened his eyes. Like a mirror, there was a trace of flowing light flashing by. The flowing light corresponded to all the trajectories within a radius of 10 meters around him. In an instant, there seemed to be a faintly discernible thought gathering from all directions and merging into Xianxia's consciousness in his divine sea. It did not belong to anyone, but to the great way of sword in the void. It seemed to be a kind of inheritance, a kind of message, and a kind of divine feeling. It would only appear when the great way of sword had reached a certain level. In Xianxia's eyes, there seemed to be thousands of mysteries of the great way of sword in them. The field of sword Tao. The 6th level of the great way of sword is the field of sword Tao. Xianxia's voice was very low, as if he was murmuring, but there was an indescribable excitement in his voice. The moment the words, the field of sword Tao, came out of his mouth, Xianxia seemed to hear roars and roars in the void. Then, thousands of sharp swords vibrated, making endless clanging sounds. They were extremely sharp, as if they were going to kill the world. It was as if the great way of sword in the void was angry, as if someone had violated its majesty. Those who violated the majesty of the great way should be killed without mercy. At that moment, Xianxia understood the meaning of those roars, and endless clanging sounds of the sharp swords. At that moment, Xianxia also felt that death was coming. It was a catastrophe. It was not a simple death, but the annihilation of the origin of soul. Everything would disappear without a trace. Oh, what did this boy do this time? He actually provoked the wrath of the Great Way. A voice sounded, but no one in the entire Sword Mountain heard it. Immediately, a traceable descended to observe Xianxia, and then he was shocked. The field of sword Tao. This boy actually reached the entry level of the field of sword Tao at the demigod level. His tone was full of shock and disbelief. The field of sword Tao, or the field of martial arts, belonged to the 6th level of sword Tao and martial arts. Many divine realm experts had not mastered it, and it was very brilliant. It could be regarded as the high-end power of the divine realm. But now, a demigod-level expert had mastered the field of sword Tao, even if it was just the entry level. Although it was very difficult to grasp the surface of the 6th level of Sword Tao at the demigod level, there were still some top geniuses who could do it. For example, in the Sword Mountain of Dongting, there were a few true disciples who could grasp the surface of the 6th level of Sword Tao at the demigod level. But grasping the surface and entering the entry level were two different levels, just like the difference between the demigod level and the divine realm. When the Sword Master of Dongting was at the demigod level, he had also grasped the surface of the 6th level of Sword Tao, but he did not enter the entry level. He only entered the entry level after breaking through to the divine realm. Now, after comprehending the origin of Sword Tao, Chenzong had finally taken the crucial step to successfully grasp the field of Sword Tao after a period of seclusion. In other words, Chenzong had already grasped the power of the divine realm. Of course, because of his cultivation, Chenzong was still not an opponent of the divine realm. But in the demigod level, he was already invincible, unless there were other demigods at the same level. What a terrifying talent. I only hope that he can resist the fury of the great Tao of Sword. This is a great opportunity for my Dongting lineage. Chenzong was completely unaware of the Sword Master of Dongting's emotions and thoughts. At this very moment, Chenzong felt as if his soul was being attacked by countless sword lights, pierced through, and turned into nothingness. It was an extremely terrifying feeling. The heart sword intent trembled slightly, and the world Tao intent also began to circulate, producing a rumbling sound. Resist, Chenzong used all his strength to resist the fury of the great Tao of Sword. If he couldn't resist, he would die. Fortunately, Chenzong managed to resist in the end. The fury of the great Tao of Sword was fading away. Traces of imperceptible but mysterious power seemed to descend and merge into Chenzong's soul. Chenzong felt as if his soul was being cleansed, and he seemed to be closer to the great Tao of Sword. After withstanding the fury of the great Tao of Sword, Chenzong's talent in the great Tao of Sword had been strengthened. How much had it been strengthened? Chenzong didn't know, but it was a good thing. I see. No wonder those below the divine realm can't predict the divine realm. After going through the fury of the great Tao of Sword, Chenzong understood that in the divine realm, one could communicate with and master the great Tao. Therefore, it contained the aura of the great Tao. The division of the realms and so on also carried the aura of the great Tao. If one could predict it in advance, it would be like revealing the secrets of heaven, and one would suffer the backlash of the great Tao. If it was serious, one's soul would scatter. If it was light, one would stop at this level and be unable to progress further. Fortunately, Chenzong had mastered the 6th level of the great Tao of Sword. After comprehending the origin of the great Tao of Sword, he had successfully stepped into this mysterious realm. Therefore, he was able to withstand the fury of the great Tao of Sword. Thinking about it, Chenzong couldn't help but feel a little scared. He had almost died. Everything would have been for nothing. Chenzong also understood that the reason why he was able to master the domain of Sword Principle and reach the beginner level was because he had comprehended the origin of the great Tao of Sword. However, it was also inseparable from his previous accumulation. For example, the Heart Realm, for example, the Heart Sword Realm, for example, the Heart Eye, for example, a trace of the 6th level of the great Tao of Sword, all of this was to lay down a solid foundation for him to take this step. Without these as a foundation, even if he directly comprehended the origin of the great Tao of Sword, he wouldn't be able to master the domain of Sword Principle now unless he did it many times. Now, my domain of Sword Principle is the most important, followed by the Heart Sword Essence and the World Tao Will. The One Heart Sutra still has potential to be unearthed. With such strength, I should be invincible among the demigod realm. Chenzong couldn't help but think to himself. On this day, a major event happened in the Dongting Sword Mountain. A majestic voice that seemed to originate from ancient times and was filled with the struggle of the great Tao of Sword rang out. I hereby proclaim. Chenzong, the new true disciple of the Destruction Tao College and the new true disciple of the Mirage Tao College, as the Dongting Sword Son. Sword Son of Dongting. In theory, there were 5 Sword Sons of Dongting Sword Mountain, but in reality, there were only 4 of them. They were the Sword Sons of the 4 major Tao colleges. As for the other Sword Son, he was the Sword Son of Dongting Sword Mountain. For example, the Sword Son of the Destruction Tao College was called the Sword Son of Destruction. He represented the Destruction Dao College. The Sword Son of Dongting represented the Dongting Sword Mountain. Logically speaking, the Sword Son of Dongting should be born from the four major Dao colleges. But now, it was a new true disciple who was announced by the Dongting Swordmaster himself. "Who is this guy?" the Sword Son of the Stars asked in a low voice. "He's not worthy." The Sword Son of Slaughter's face was full of murderous intent. "When he reaches the Soul Conduit realm, I'll definitely fight him," the Sword Son of Destruction said solemnly. "Interesting." The Sword Son of the Mirage chuckled. His eyes seemed to be filled with endless dreamy colors. Chen Zong was also surprised. The Sword Son of Dongting, he had become the Sword Son of Dongting just like that. He represented the Dongting Sword Mountain, and to some extent, he was the direct successor of the Dongting Swordmaster. Even though he had received some inheritance from the Heavenly Palace of Will and entered the Eternal Battle Fort by chance, there was a huge difference between that and directly becoming the successor of a sovereign realm expert. Even with Chen Zong's temperament, after being shocked for a moment, he couldn't help but feel agitated. After coming to the Dongting Sword Mountain, Chen Zong found that he had benefited a lot. First, he had transformed into the supreme world will of Dao. Then, he had comprehended the origin of Sword Dao and learned the basics of Sword Dao. After that, he had been promoted to the Sword Son of Dongting. With a high status, he would definitely benefit more. Chen Zong was summoned again by the Dongting Swordmaster. The first time was when Chen Zong had transformed into the world will of Dao. The second time was when Chen Zong was announced as the Sword Son of Dongting. However, this time was different from the first time. It wasn't as simple as it seemed. He reached the top and entered a cave abode. It was dark and quiet. Chen Zong stepped forward. The further he went, the more he felt that the cave was boundless. In the dim light, Chen Zong stopped and saw a figure in front of him. The figure was sitting cross-legged 1 meter above the ground. Gradually, the figure became clearer. It was an old man with an aged face. He looked haggard with wrinkles all over his face. His long hair was gray and he was dressed in a gray robe. He looked like an old man in his twilight years. Chen Zong was shocked. Could this person be Swordmaster Dongting? If it was the Dongting Swordmaster, how could things be like this? He was like an old man with 1 foot in the grave. "I'm very happy to be able to meet you before my Dao disappears." The old man opened his eyes. His eyeballs were a little cloudy, but they also emitted a ray of light. At that moment, Chen Zong felt as if he was facing a divine sword. There was an indescribable tremor that emerged from the deepest part of his soul and swept through every part of his body. Paralysis, numbness, he couldn't move at all. It was a kind of suppression that came from the deepest part of his soul and body. It was like a small snake facing a giant dragon. It was a suppression that came from the essential difference in the level of life. An expert, the old man in front of him, who seemed to have 1 foot in the coffin, was an extremely terrifying expert beyond imagination. Fortunately, the feeling of being suppressed disappeared in an instant. Chen Zong regained his ability to move, but he found that he was sweating all over unknowingly. "Greetings, Sword Master." Chen Zong immediately bowed and saluted with his sword to show his respect for the most powerful swordsman. At the same time, Chen Zong was also thinking about the meaning of the Sword Master's words. Dao disappears. What does Dao disappears? Death and Dao disappears. That's what it means. Does it mean that Sword Master Dongting is dying? If Sword Master Dongting's Dao disappears, then Sword Mountain won't be able to last long. Although there are experts like the 4 Hall Masters, there is an essential difference between the Dominator Realm and the Dominator Realm. Sword Master Dongting's cloudy eyes fell on Chen Zong and carefully sized him up. For no reason, Chen Zong felt a chill run down his spine. Many years ago, when I just became a Sword Principal Dominator, I thought I was invincible. Sword Master Dongting closed his cloudy eyes again, as if keeping them open would make him feel tired. Chen Zong didn't do anything else. He just quietly listened to Sword Master Dongting's words. It was as if he was talking to himself, as if he was reminiscing. At that time, with a sword in hand, I challenged all the experts of the void. I only woke up when I met a strong opponent and was defeated. But I didn't want to admit defeat. However, at this level, I was already at the peak of the void. I couldn't go any further. I didn't want to admit defeat. I wanted to break through the limits of the void and become stronger. I even wanted to transcend the limits of the void. I had my eyes on the sword principle origin in the void. Chenzong couldn't help but be moved. Sword Master Dong Ting was going to talk about the origin of the sword principle origin. Fusing with and refining the sword principle origin, I could go one step further and break through the limits. I could defeat strong opponents and transcend the limits of the void. I tried my best to cut off a part of the sword principle origin from the sword principle origin, but I was counterattacked by the sword principle origin. The power was constantly eroding my body. I fought against it with my own strength, but I couldn't dispel it. This is a backlash, a punishment from the sword principle origin. As Sword Master Dong Ting spoke, he suddenly laughed. There was a hint of madness in his laughter, which made Chenzong tremble with fear. After all, facing a sword principle dominator who seemed to be crazy was definitely dangerous. He didn't know when he would be killed. For many years, I've been looking for the right person to inherit my sword principle and pass down the orthodoxy of Sword Mountain. Sword Master Dong Ting opened his eyes again. His turbid eyes fell on Chenzong again. Unfortunately, there wasn't anyone good enough until you appeared. Hearing Sword Master Dong Ting's words, Chenzong straightened out his thoughts. It turned out that Sword Master Dong Ting had built 100 sword gardens, recruited disciples, and tested them before accepting them into Sword Mountain. He wanted to find a suitable successor to pass down his sword principle. As for why he did this, it was because Sword Master Dong Ting had his eyes on the sword principle origin many years ago. He tried his best to cut off a part of it, but because of this, he was counterattacked by the sword principle origin. He could only resist it with his own strength, but couldn't eliminate it. It seemed that he was just stalling for time. He didn't know when he would die. Now, he had appeared and was chosen by Sword Master Dong Ting to inherit his sword principle. That should be the case. You were able to enter the sword principle domain at the demigod level. Your talent in sword principle is unparalleled. Perhaps you will be able to integrate with that part of the sword principle origin and be reborn. In the future, you will transcend the void. Sword Master Dong Ting's words made Chenzong very excited, but he soon calmed down. Transcending the void? That was too far away. According to the information revealed by Sword Master Dong Ting, that should be something he had to consider after becoming the ruler of the void. He wasn't at the spirit realm yet. However, Chenzong also noticed that the Dominator realm wasn't the end of cultivation. Or was there no end to cultivation in the first place? Or could it be that the so-called transcendence of the void was just a conjecture of Sword Master Dong Ting? Chenzong didn't dare to think too much about it. It was too complicated. It was useless for him to think too much about it. Today, I will use the last of my strength to help you integrate with that part of the sword principle origin. Remember, if you succeed, you will be the sword son of Sword Mountain and the future sword master of Sword Mountain. You will inherit the Sword Mountain. Sword Master Dong Ting's tone was deep, as if he was giving his last instructions. Remember, don't resist. Relax and guide. My strength will help you. In an instant, an indescribable aura erupted from Sword Master Dong Ting's aged body. Chenzong seemed to see a flash of sword light. It was as if the sword light could split heaven and earth. In an instant, it traversed the void, causing countless stars to lose their brilliance. Immediately, Sword Master Dong Ting put his fingers together like a sword and drew a crack in the void. The crack was very stable. In the next moment, a flash of sword light appeared. Chenzong recognized it. It was the sword principle origin. It was the part of the sword principle origin that he had comprehended before. In an instant, the sword principle origin flew and directly entered Chenzong's body. Chenzong couldn't move at all, nor could he mobilize any of his strength. He could only watch as the sword principle origin entered his body. In an instant, Chenzong felt as if his body was about to explode. The power contained in the sword principle origin was astonishing. Excruciating pain, as if a sharp sword had pierced his bone marrow, erupted in an instant and swept through his entire body. This excruciating pain made him feel as if his soul had been pierced by countless sharp swords and torn into countless pieces. This kind of pain had never been experienced before. It was indescribable. Was this the pain that one had to endure to integrate with the sword principle origin? Everything happened too quickly. From the moment he saw Sword Master Dong Ting, he couldn't help it. Everything was controlled by Sword Master Dong Ting. Shenzong didn't even have the chance to refuse. 2 Supreme Dao Insights. You've actually mastered 2 Supreme Will. A voice full of surprise suddenly sounded in Shenzong's mind. Shenzong recognized that it was the voice of Sword Master Dong Ting. Since when had Sword Master Dong Ting appeared in his mind, the excruciating pain affected Shenzong's thinking, and he couldn't think normally. At this time, Shenzong felt a trace of unease from the bottom of his heart. Not bad, not bad. I didn't expect to be so lucky to meet such a talent like you before my Dao disappears. Sword Master Dong Ting's voice was full of joy, but Shenzong heard a trace of malice in his voice. If that's the case, I won't be polite. I want both your soul and your body. As these words sounded, the uneasy feeling also erupted. Shenzong finally understood. The so-called legacies and whatnot were all fake. Swordmaster Dong Ting's goal was to take over Xianxia's body, which was already on the verge of decay. If he changed his body and soul, it would be equivalent to him being reborn and reaching the peak of sword principle again. Shenzong's figure stood straight and motionless in the cave that seemed to be in the depths of time and space. A majestic sword light filled the cave, as if it had enveloped his body, yet it also seemed to have bloomed from within his body. The majestic sword light was withdrawing bit by bit, as if it was about to squeeze into his body and become one with it. The origin of sword principle. It was the small piece of origin of sword principle that Swordmaster Dong Ting had tried his best to cut off from the great path of the sword. To the great path of the sword, this piece of origin of sword principle was nothing. It might not even be 1/10,000th of it. To Swordmaster Dong Ting, it was a supreme treasure that he could not fuse with himself. To Shenzong, it was a supreme object that could only be seen from afar and could not be touched. At this moment, under the overwhelming power of Swordmaster Dong Ting, this piece of origin of sword principle was gradually fusing into Shenzong's body. It was indeed a rebirth. The pain was indescribable. Shenzong could only say that all the pain he had suffered so far was nothing compared to this. Compared to the power of the origin of sword principle, Shenzong was too small and insignificant. As the origin of sword principle was forcibly fusing into his body, the power of the origin of sword principle was gradually transforming Shenzong's body and even his soul. This was not just a rebirth. It was a brand new metamorphosis, a metamorphosis from the body to the soul. On the other side, Swordmaster Dong Ting's old body exuded an aura of death and gradually lost his vitality. He had been resisting the backlash of the great path of the sword for many years. If he wanted to, he could continue resisting for many more years until one day he could not resist anymore and died. But now, there was a better choice. Swordmaster Dong Ting decided to take a gamble. Of course, to Swordmaster Dong Ting, this was a gamble that he had a 90% chance of winning. Shenzong had no way of resisting. The backlash of the great path of the sword was not only directed at the body, but also at the soul. It would not stop until the body and soul were both destroyed. However, after many years of resistance, Swordmaster Dong Ting found a glimmer of hope. That was to give up the body, the soul, and most of everything. He used a way to deceive everyone and only left a wisp of his true spirit. The true spirit was the core essence of the soul. It was the most essential existence, the essence that could only be condensed by a true expert. If one's true spirit was not destroyed, one would be truly immortal. Even if the void collapsed, as long as the true spirit existed, one would not truly die. In other words, to kill an expert who had condensed a true spirit, just destroying the body and soul wasn't enough. One had to destroy the true spirit as well. Only then would it be considered a true death. Naturally, the true spirit would also be devoured by the great path of the sword. However, the sword master of the East Court had been fighting for many years, and he had long been prepared. He had disguised himself and deceived everyone. In the end, he had separated a bit of his true spirit and abandoned everything else, allowing the great Tao of the sword to destroy him. Because as long as that bit of true spirit existed, it could be reborn in another body. Swordmaster did not to dong Swordmaster dong swords. By STOB by STOB to have it. To be able. However, he did not do so because he could continue to resist the backlash of the great path of the sword. It was also because he had not found a suitable candidate. The more outstanding the candidate, the better. It would be best if the candidate could fuse with the origin of the sword. It would be best if he could fuse with the origin of the sword when he was at the demigod rank. Of course, Swordmaster Dong Ting understood that it was an extravagant hope. He did not have the ability to do so back then. However, he also thought that if he could fuse with the origin of the sword when he was at the demigod rank, he would be able to forge sword bones, sword body, sword bloodline, and even his soul into a sword soul. That way, he would be favored by the great path of the sword. Swordmaster Dong Ting's idea was perfect. This origin of sword way was cut off from the great path of the sword in the void. It had the same root as the great path of the sword. If it was integrated, it would be tantamount to directly getting close to the great path of the sword in the void. It would be like becoming a part of it, like its own son. The great path of the sword, how shocking was that? This meant that his future cultivation would be smooth sailing. Especially on the path of the sword, no one could compare to him. The great path of the sword's own son. Was there anything more awesome than that? Yes, the great path's own son. However, would it appear? It was almost impossible. When that time came, he would definitely be able to transcend. The power of the origin of the way of the sword was slowly guided by Swordmaster Dongting's power, fusing into Chenzong's body bit by bit. It was a very, very slow process. It would take years or even decades to complete. Although it would take a long time, if it was completed, the harvest would be extremely shocking. Perhaps, with such talent, the power of his swordsmanship would increase by a few times or even 10 times. At that time, it would not be an extravagant hope for him to fight against some eminent deity experts with his demigod rank cultivation base. The gap between the demigod rank and the eminent deity realm was huge. That was the gap between the great path and the great path. Swordmaster Dong Ting had lived for many years, but he had never heard of anyone in the void who could fight against an eminent deity expert at the demigod rank. However, in a few years or decades, he might be able to do it. Even though Swordmaster Dong Ting's temperament had been tempered for many years, he could not help but feel excited. At the same time, he guided the origin of the sword into Chenzong's body, gradually changing his physique, bones, blood, and so on. It was a fundamental change. At the same time, he fused his true spirit into Chenzong's soul. As long as his true spirit completely entered Chenzong's soul, he would be able to control this body. At that time, he would be Swordmaster Dong Ting, and also Sword Son of Dong Ting. In this way, the Sword Mountain of Dong Ting could still be passed down. Swordmaster Dong Ting's idea was wonderful. He was very glad that Chenzong came. Otherwise, many years later, he would not be able to hold on and would have to find a decent person to borrow his body to be reborn. However, he was sure that no one would be as suitable as Chenzong. Gradually, the sharp pain seemed to disappear, but in fact, it did not disappear. Instead, it became numb. Chenzong could not resist. He could only watch as Swordmaster Dong Ting's true spirit began to enter his soul. His consciousness began to become blurred, and he felt a sense of despair as if he had fallen into an abyss. He could not resist. He was powerless. The gap between their levels was too big. Even if he wanted to risk his life, he could not do it. That feeling was extreme despair. Heart Sword intent, it was useless. World Dao intent, it was also useless. All of his strength was too weak in front of a sovereign rank expert. He had no ability to resist at all. Self-destruction of the soul, perish together, this was the last counterattack that Chenzong could think of. However, was this enough to kill Swordmaster Dong Ting? It was probably not enough. In this case, he would add the Heart Sword intent and World Dao intent. The power produced by the collapse of the two supreme Dao intents and the self-destruction of the soul must be very strong. In the last fight, he would die. In an instant, Chenzong detonated the Heart Sword intent, World Dao intent, and his soul. Don't even think about it. Swordmaster Dong Ting was furious. He never thought that Chenzong would use this last move. If he succeeded in detonating the two supreme Dao insights and soul, then even if his true spirit remained intact, his body would definitely be mostly crippled. Even if he succeeded in fusing with the quintessence of the sword Tao, it would leave behind regrets, and it would go against the perfection he sought. The power descended in an instant and directly suppressed Chenzong's spirit sea. The heart sword intent, world Tao intent, and Chenzong's soul, which were about to explode, all froze. It was as if time and space were frozen, and they could no longer move. At the same time, Swordmaster Dongting's original body began to collapse and dissipate. There was no way out. Swordmaster Dongting was also putting all his eggs in one basket. There was a sudden change. The heart sword seal, which had been quietly staying in Chenzong's spirit sea, was dim and lifeless. It was as if it had lost everything. Chenzong had never taken it away because it was the heart sword seal that had changed him back then, allowing him to embark on the path of the sword. Although he had obtained some opportunities later on, they were not inferior to the heart sword seal at all. However, if it had not been for the changes brought about by the heart sword seal, he would still be struggling in the small eastern continent. Perhaps he would have married and had children, and lived the life of an ordinary person. He might even have turned into a pile of dirt. Therefore, to Chenzong, the heart sword seal had an extraordinary meaning. It could be said that without the heart sword seal, he would not be where he was now. But now, everything would be for naught. The heart sword seal, which had been quietly dim and lifeless, suddenly trembled. It was as if some kind of terrifying existence had suddenly awakened from a deep sleep. An astonishing suction force suddenly erupted from the heart sword seal. The suction force did not seem to be particularly strong, but it was extremely tenacious and astonishing. It was endless, like a whale sucking in water. Suddenly, the sword Tao origin that had been continuously assimilating into Chenzong's body was also affected. It turned into streams of water and entered the spirit sea, being absorbed by the heart sword seal. Absorb continuously, the power of the sword Tao origin was constantly being absorbed by the heart sword seal. The heart sword seal seemed to have awakened. It trembled slightly and released rays of silver light. It was as if an ancient god that had been sleeping for countless years had awakened. This change caused Swordmaster Dongting to panic. No. No. No, Swordmaster Dongting roared and used all his strength to block it. However, he realized that he could not block it. His strength was no longer at the level of his peak. Stop. Stop, he was not very sure what would happen after the sword Tao origin was absorbed. However, the feeling in his real spirit told him that it would not do him any good. It might even cause him harm. A feeling of catastrophe enveloped him. Fear, it poured out of him like a torrential flood. It was the same feeling as when he had been devoured by the great way of the sword. No. Stop. I beg you. Stop. At this point, the heart sword seal had been dealt with. In the center of the void, a gigantic sphere, white at the top and black at the bottom, floated motionlessly. Within the white sphere was a vast world that seemed to have no end. In the center of this world was a huge cluster of palaces. The most eye-catching one was a palace that towered into the clouds. There were 33 levels. At this moment, in the depths of the 33 levels of heaven, in a zone of nothingness between white and black, a long sword floated motionlessly. The sword looked simple and exquisite. It also seemed ordinary. However, it was not ordinary in a place like this. Most importantly, the tip of the sword was gone. It was missing a section. Suddenly, for some unknown reason, the sword suddenly trembled and emitted a shocking buzzing sound. The originally ordinary sword suddenly flickered with an extremely dazzling light, as if a scorching sun had suddenly blossomed with an astonishing radiance. The hum of the sword resounded through the gray void where white and black intersected. Faintly, cracks spread rapidly with the sword as the center. The sword seemed to want to break free from this void. In the next breath, a figure appeared without a sound. The figure wore a white robe, and his hair and beard were also snow white. His figure rippled slightly, like a reflection in the water. It gave off an unreal feeling. It was like a flower in the mirror, or the moon in the water. If Swordmaster Dongting saw this figure, he would be extremely shocked. This figure was unfathomable. At this moment, the expert who would shock even Swordmaster Dongting revealed a shocked expression. It was as if he had seen something unbelievable. Why is this? Why is the heavenly will sword like this? This sword must not be allowed to break free. Otherwise, the demonic heart realm will lose its suppression. Once it erupts, countless demonic hearts will rush out and the entire void will be destroyed. As soon as he finished speaking, the elder's eyes flashed with an extremely intense light. He opened his arms and his robe fluttered without any wind. An extremely terrifying sword pressure suddenly erupted from his body. Suppress! A loud roar resounded through the void. In an instant, the white-robed elder raised his arms. Sword light gushed out and then condensed into 33 beams in the sky. Each beam did not look big, but they seemed to be infinitely high and majestic. As he spoke, the 33 beams of sword light that seemed to carry the weight of heaven and earth suddenly struck down. Seal, the cracks around the broken sword were instantly suppressed and did not spread. Instead, they quickly healed. The 33 beams of sword light completely landed and sank into the broken sword. The broken sword gradually stopped vibrating and returned to normal. The white-robed elder heaved a sigh of relief. After observing for a while, he left with peace of mind. The sky was blue and far away, with thousands of white clouds. In an exquisite and elegant courtyard, there was someone practicing swordsmanship. The sword light was fine, faintly discernible, and every sword was silent, as if it had merged into the void. It looked simple and ordinary, as if there was nothing special about it. However, if one looked closely, they would be attracted to it and could not help but be sucked in, following the faintly discernible sword light as if it was shuttling through the void. The person who was practicing swordsmanship was Xianxia. However, Xianxia closed his eyes. He did not look, did not think, and did not have any thoughts. A new kind of guidance in the deepest part of his heart was guiding him to swing his sword. Even he did not know how to swing his sword next. Impermanence, indefinite, formless, the sword light was faint and did not seem to contain any power. However, it quietly condensed a trace of power. That trace of power seemed to be extremely terrifying. After a while, the sword light seemed to be connected from head to tail. It started from the scabbard and ended with the scabbard. The sword returned to the scabbard, but Xianxia still did not open his eyes. He stood still and said nothing. No one knew what he was thinking. Thinking back to what had happened before, he still felt that it was unbelievable. Dongting Sword Mountain, Dongting Sword Master. At that time, Xianxia thought that he was going to die. After all, the person who attacked him was a sovereign realm expert. Even if the sovereign realm expert was in his twilight years because of the backlash of the sword Great Tao, he was still a sovereign realm expert. He was an expert that Xianxia could not resist. If such an expert wanted to kill Xianxia, perhaps he only needed a breath. However, Xianxia was targeted because of his talent. Because Xianxia had comprehended the sword principal origin and triggered the resonance of the sword principal origin. This gave Dongting Sword Master hope and the possibility of integrating with the sword principal origin. Therefore, it was perfectly justifiable for him to announce Xianxia as Dongting Sword Master and then summon him. Even if a bit of his genuine spirit was reborn in a body, no one would know that he was Dongting Sword Master. They would think that he was Xianxia, Dongting Sword Master. After that, Dongting Sword Master walked in the void with his soul and body and returned to being a sovereign realm expert. He even became stronger and achieved the so-called transcendence of this part of the void. It had to be said that Dongting Sword Master had planned for many, many years, and he was about to succeed. Xianxia would disappear because of this, leaving only a body for others to use. However, what Dongting Sword Master did not expect was that he would fail twice in a row on the sword Great Tao. The first time was when he intercepted the sword principal origin and was counterattacked by the sword Great Tao. Since then, his soul and body had been constantly losing vitality. He was powerless to reverse the situation and could only rely on his own strength to delay the counterattack and leave a way out for himself. The second time, which was also this one time, because of the origin of sword Tao, it had awakened the dormant heart sword seal. The power that had burst forth in an instant had caused Sword Master Dongting to give up everything, and what little true spirit he had left behind had been destroyed. His success was because of the sword principal origin, and his failure was also because of the sword principal origin. If Dongting Sword Master was not so ambitious and did not intend to integrate the sword principal origin into Xianxia's body right now, but waited a little longer to occupy Xianxia's soul and body first, Then, he planned to integrate the sword principal origin. Perhaps the situation would be different. Because once the genuine spirit integrated into Chenzong's soul, it would completely break away from Dongting Sword Master and have nothing to do with him. Instead, it would become Chenzong. It would become a Chenzong who was led by Dongting Sword Master's consciousness. A new Chenzong would not be attacked by the Sword Great Tao. Similarly, it would not be rejected by the Sword Great Tao. Unfortunately, Dongting Sword Master failed. His plan was flawless. However, he did not know about the existence of the Heart Sword Seal. In fact, Chenzong did not know about it either. He only knew that the Heart Sword Seal had helped him rise and saved his life. However, the Heart Sword Seal seemed to have lost all its power and returned to silence. Gradually, Chenzong regarded the Heart Sword Seal as a souvenir. That was all. Who would have thought that it would be the Heart Sword imprint that would save him once again? It had to be said that Dongting Sword Master was really unlucky. He had planned for many years and laid out everything, but in the end, he failed. The price of failure was death. It was true death. He deceived everyone and gave up everything he had, leaving only a little genuine spirit. Even that genuine spirit was destroyed. Dongting Sword Master was no longer in the void. The great Dongting Sword Mountain would not be glorious for long. It would decline soon. However, this had nothing to do with him. The Heart Sword Seal absorbed the power of the Sword Tao origin and completely devoured it. From there, it burst out with astonishing power, shattering Sword Master Dongting's true spirit and shattering his ambitions. Moreover, it tore the void and brought Chenzong away from Dongting Sword Mountain. Now, the Heart Sword Seal was silent again. It did not move at all. No matter how Chenzong tried to communicate with it, it was useless. Heart Sword Seal, where did you come from? Chenzong couldn't help but wonder. Previously, he thought that the Heart Sword Seal was a treasure condensed by the Heart Sword Saint. Now, it seemed that it was not. After all, the Heart Sword Saint was only a great saint in the Lingwu Holy World. He probably could not be compared to a sword sovereign like Dongting Sword Master. Perhaps the Heart Sword Seal had an even more mysterious origin and was coincidentally obtained by the Heart Sword Saint. Perhaps the Heart Sword Seal was related to the Will Heavenly Palace. Chenzong made this conjecture after combining all the previous events. In that case, he had to go to the Will Heavenly Palace. However, now was not the time. He had to wait until he reached the imminent God realm to be able to protect himself in the void. At that time, he would go to the Will Heavenly Palace. As for now, he had to wait until he digested the memory of the Dongting Sword Master's genuine spirit, especially the memory of breaking through to the imminent God realm. After thinking, Chenzong opened his eyes. Brother Chen, what do you think of my swordsmanship? A slightly immature voice came from outside the door. A young boy of 12 or 13 hurriedly ran in with a sword in his hand. He ran to Chenzong and immediately got into a stance to practice a swordsmanship. Although the young boy was young, his stance was very stable. It seemed that he had a solid foundation. When he waved his sword, the sword light was like a gurgling stream. It was quite charming. Chenzong could not help but nod secretly. Although there was a huge gap between his swordsmanship and his own, everything was relative. This young man was only 12 or 13 years old and had only been practicing swordsmanship for a few months. To be able to familiarize himself with the swordsmanship in a few months' time was enough to show that his talent in swordsmanship was not bad. After a while, the young boy finished practicing. His forehead was slightly sweaty and his breath was a little chaotic. However, he looked at Chenzong expectantly, waiting for Chenzong's comments. His swordsmanship was the family's swordsmanship, but he had received guidance from Chenzong. It was very effective. Chenzong understood the young boy's intention and gave him some advice. He did not miss anything. He was transported away from the Dongting Sword Mountain by the Heart Sword Seal, but he was also badly injured. Fortunately, he was rescued by the young boy's sister and brought home. It took him more than 10 days to fully recover. This was a favor. While teaching the young boy, Chenzong divided his attention to organize the huge memory of the Dongting Sword Master, looking for all kinds of things to pay attention to when breaking through to the imminent God realm. For Chenzong, this was no pressure at all. He could do it easily. Breaking through with preparation and without preparation were two different things. The success rate was not the same. The Cold Night planet was a low-level planet, and it was ruled by the Cold Night sect, a low-level star-rank force. There were no other sects on the Cold Night planet, and the forces were all inherited families. The Lu family was one of the inherited families. In the Lu family's hall, the family leader, Lu Hanyan, stared ahead with a hint of anger. Family leader, marrying me is your best choice. As for the dowry, I don't need much. Just use your Lu family's Lu sword. The middle-aged man, who was being glared at by Lu Hanyan, had a smug look on his face as he spoke to himself. Wang Jichuan, you really have a good plan. You want both the woman and the money, Lu Hanyan said sarcastically. She was the family leader of the Lu family, and the Lu sword was the ancestral weapon of the Lu family. It was very precious. Only the family leader could use it. Family leader Wang's request is too much. The Lu sword is the ancestral weapon of the Lu family. It cannot be used as a dowry. The dowry should be something else, an elder of the Lu family suddenly said. Hearing this, everyone's expression changed. Third elder, what do you mean? The second elder immediately scolded. Wasn't third elder implying that he wanted Lu Hanyan to marry Wang Jichuan? Wasn't this pushing the Lu family head into a fire pit? Sigh, in the end, I'm doing this for the good of the Lu family. The third elder sighed and acted as if he was thinking for the family. The Wang family is stronger than us and has some connections with the Cold Night sect. If Han Yan can marry the Wang family leader, it will only be good for the Lu family. Think about it. When the time comes, with the Wang family's help, it will be easier for the Lu family's disciples to become disciples of the Cold Night sect. That's right. As long as Han Yan marries me and uses the Lu sword as a dowry, I, Wang Jichuan, promise you that every year, the Lu family will get 3 spots to enter the Cold Night sect. Wang Jichuan struck while the iron was hot and promised. His words made all the elders of the Lu family excited. The Cold Night sect was the strongest force on the Cold Night planet. It was the ruler with many masters. With the Lu family's ability, it would be good if one person could become a disciple of the Cold Night sect. Now, the number of places could be increased to 3. That was an increase of several times. Over the years, the Lu family would definitely become even more powerful. Of course, people were selfish. If there were more spots, it would be easier to distribute them, and it would be easier for their descendants to get a spot. The elder's reaction caused Lu Hanyan's face to turn ashen and her heart to turn cold. She knew very well that Wang Jichuan's motive for marrying her was none other than her physique. It was precisely because of this that she could not marry him. If she were to marry him now, she would definitely not have a good ending. Moreover, she did not like Wang Jichuan. Family head Lu, you and our family head are a perfect match, a match made in heaven. An elder of the Wang family laughed strangely. Scram. Lu Hanyan exploded. Hee, family head Lu, it seems that you are going to shed all pretense of cordiality. Wang Jichuan suddenly revealed a cold smile. In that case, don't blame me for being impolite. Boom. Boom, powerful auras burst out from the bodies of the Wang family members. Demigod rank, all of them were at the demigod rank, and they were extremely powerful. Especially Wang Jichuan. Although he had a dirty mind, his cultivation had reached the 2nd stage of the demigod rank. For a moment, everyone in the Lu family's hall was shocked. They gathered their auras to resist, but they were obviously at a disadvantage. On the Cold Night Star, the Wang family was a big family, while the Lu family was just a small family. Although there were no eminent god experts in the family, the Wang family had more than one 2nd stage demigod rank expert. The Lu family only had one 2nd stage demigod rank expert, the first elder. However, he had left the family a few years ago and had yet to return. There were only 3 1st-stage demigod rank experts left. They were the family head Lu Hanyan, the 2nd elder, and the 3rd elder. But this time, the Wang family had sent 4 demigod rank experts, and the most powerful one, Wang Jichuan, was at the 2nd stage of the demigod rank. Crushing, this was crushing strength for the Lu family. Lu Hanyan, I'll give you one last chance. Wang Jichuan emitted an extremely powerful aura, suppressing the entire hall. His eyes flickered, and he looked as ferocious as a demon. your choice will determine the survival of the Lu family. Han Yan, for the sake of the Lu family, marry him. The third elder insisted. The second elder's expression kept changing. Obviously, he was also thinking about it, but he didn't say anything. Lu Hanyan gritted her teeth. This despicable person dared to use the Lu family to threaten her. What should she do? She could only compromise. Otherwise, the Lu family would be destroyed. Since the Wang family was related to the Cold Night sect, even if they destroyed the Lu family, they wouldn't be punished by the Cold Night sect. Lu Hanyan closed her eyes in pain. One choice was for the Lu family to be destroyed, and the other was for her to fall into the fire pit. The Lu family would most likely become the Wang family's vassal. Neither choice was good. Family head Lu, do you need help? At this moment, a gentle voice, like a silent drizzle, blew in from outside the hall with a gust of wind. It blew into everyone's ears, ignoring all the tyrannical pressure, and went straight into Lu Hanyan's heart. Lu Hanyan was slightly startled. She seemed to have heard that voice somewhere before. Involuntarily, a figure appeared in her mind. It was the person she had saved before. After saving him, they didn't have much interaction. She only knew that he had a good swordsmanship through her brother. As for his strength, she didn't know anything. But now, the other party had appeared here. Did he have enough confidence in his own strength? Lu Hanyan, who was quick-witted, had many thoughts flashing through her mind. If it's possible. Lu Hanyan didn't think for too long. Her thoughts turned in an instant, and she said. This meant that if Chen Zong had the confidence to fight against the Wang family head and the others, then he should attack. If not, then he shouldn't attack. As you wish. The voice sounded again. Immediately, an extremely terrifying aura suddenly descended, directly suppressing the Wang family's 4 demigod experts. Terrifying, this aura was extremely terrifying. The Wang family head and the others seemed to see a heavenly sword floating in the air, emitting an extremely shocking sword pressure. It was a very pure sword pressure, a direct suppression. To a certain extent, sword pressure was a type of aura. However, only sword cultivators with high attainments in swordsmanship could turn aura into sword pressure. And after the aura turned into sword pressure, the power was even more terrifying. Under the pressure of the sword, those whose strength and aura were not strong enough to resist would directly lose the ability to resist. Although the Wang family head and the others weren't weak, compared to Chen Zong, there was a huge gap. According to the theory, demigod was a realm with unlimited potential. The strong could be extremely strong, and could suppress other demigod experts. Now that Chen Zong was in the demigod realm, he didn't think he could find a match. Kneel, under Chen Zong's extremely terrifying sword pressure, the Wang family head and the others knelt down one after another. This scene shocked the Lu family head. They didn't feel any aura at all. Because Chen Zong perfectly controlled his sword pressure, only using it on the Wang family head and the others. In the past, Chen Zong couldn't do it. But now, after grasping the beginner level of swordsmanship and obtaining the memories of Sword Master Dong Ting, it wasn't difficult for him to do it. In fact, it was very easy. The veins on Wang Zhichuan's forehead bulged. He kept struggling and using all his strength, but he still couldn't resist. The sword pressure was too terrifying. Not only did it suppress his body, but it also suppressed his mind. It was as if his whole body was about to be crushed. Lu family head, are you dead or alive? Chen Zong didn't enter the hall, but his voice sounded again. The 4 Wang family head were terrified. Lu Hanyan's expression also changed. The life and death of the 4 Wang family head were in her hands. If possible, Lu Hanyan would want them dead. But she couldn't because the Wang family was stronger than the Lu family. If they died in the Lu family head, the Cold Night sect would investigate. It would definitely be a disaster for the Lu family. Therefore, as the family head, Lu Hanyan had to consider from the perspective of the family. In the end, she let the 4 Wang family head go, but she made them swear not to have any ideas about the Lu family head. In this regard, Chen Zong didn't show up, nor did he say anything else. However, Chen Zong knew that the Wang family head wouldn't give up so easily. They would definitely come again. However, as long as it wasn't an imminent God realm expert, Chen Zong wasn't afraid. The Cold Night Star was only a low-level star. In the Cold Night sect, there was only one eminent God realm expert. Although the Wang family had some relationship with the Cold Night sect, they didn't have enough face to invite the only eminent God realm expert to come out. As long as it wasn't an eminent God realm expert, what was there to be afraid of? It was a pity that he hadn't been able to fuse with the Sword Tao origin source, and had instead been absorbed by the Heart Sword seal. Otherwise, according to the memories of Sword Master Dong Ting, if he had successfully fused with the Sword Tao origin source, he might have had the battle prowess of an eminent deity realm expert. Although it was a pity that he didn't get such an opportunity, Qianzong didn't have much regret. After all, if the Heart Sword seal hadn't swallowed and absorbed the sword principal origin, it wouldn't have had enough power to destroy the true spirit of Sword Master Dong Ting, and it wouldn't have been able to send him away from the Dongting Sword Mountain. If he had truly fused with the sword principal origin, he would have been replaced by Sword Master Dong Ting. He wouldn't be himself anymore. Therefore, there was a saying that every loss had a gain. Even if he hadn't successfully fused with the sword principal origin, the initial fusion had brought him a lot of benefits. The most obvious one was the improvement of his Taichu sword origin body. It had risen from a middle-level spirit body to a high-level spirit body. Qianzong had tested it himself. If he used the power of the Taichu sword origin body, it could instantly increase the power of the Taichu sword origin body by 90%. It was very significant. Of course, this kind of power couldn't be maintained for long. It could only be used for a short period of time like a secret technique. The advantage was that it didn't have any side effects. It was like a secret technique that had no side effects and could be improved. In an elegant and exquisite courtyard, Qianzong was meditating and organizing the memories of Sword Master Dong Ting. The Wang family mansion was several times more luxurious and spacious than the Lu family mansion. Powerful auras were entrenched in it. "Is he here yet?" Wang Zhichuan asked sternly in the hall. "Soon. He should be here in half an hour," an elder replied immediately. In the Wang family, the patriarch's word was law. "Very good. Set up a banquet immediately and entertain him with the highest standards." Wang Zhichuan's eyes were almost glowing red. After entertaining that lord and letting him enjoy himself, he would get back all the humiliation he had suffered. Lu family, this time, in order to get back the humiliation he had suffered in the Lu family, Wang Zhichuan had paid a huge price. In the end, he had contacted that lord from the Cold Night sect and made him agree to come out once. That lord was a great expert in the Cold Night sect, second only to the only eminent God expert. Back then, he had almost broken through to the eminent God realm, but he had failed due to bad luck. However, he had survived, and his strength was much stronger than a demigod expert. False God realm, also called False God realm, it referred to those who had failed to break through to the eminent God realm but were lucky enough to survive. Although they had failed, they still had a trace of Tao energy. Therefore, although their strength was not as strong as a true eminent God realm expert, they still had some eminent God realm power, far stronger than a demigod realm expert. There were very few false God realm cultivators, far fewer than demigod realm experts. After all, breaking through to the eminent God realm was mostly success and failure, and the result of failure was more than 70% death. 20% would not die, but they would lose all their strength and become a cripple. The remaining 10% were false God realm cultivators. High up in the sky, two figures were flying quickly. One of them was Wang Zhichuan, and the other was dressed in a black robe. He had a bald head and a fierce face. At first glance, one could tell that he was not someone to be trifled with. Of course, in the world of cultivators, strength and appearance had nothing to do with strength. However, Wang Zhichuan's face was full of respect. "Are you sure that the Lu family patriarch has the 3-yin spirit body?" The bald man confirmed again. "That's right, Lord Three Knights. Lu Hanyan has the 3-yin spirit body." Wang Zhichuan's tone was incomparably certain. The reason why he had wanted to marry Lu Hanyan back then was because he had taken a fancy to her 3-yin spirit body. If he made love with her, he would be able to obtain the other party's pure 3-yin spirit body energy and turn it into his own. It would be able to purify his own body and improve his cultivation. This was not only useful to him, but it was also useful to semi-divinity realm cultivators as well. Even though he would not be able to make a breakthrough to Ascendant Spirit Realm, he could still raise his potential and raise his fighting prowess. 3 Spirit Body. It must be very satisfying to use such a woman. 3 Knights revealed a sinister smile. This expression caused Wang Zhichuan to shudder. In these 3 days, the Wang family had prepared 20 beauties for 3 nights, but all of them had been played to death. She was afraid that in this pervert's heart, the power of the 3 spirit body was not as fun as that body. What a pity. Wang Zhichuan couldn't help but think. But when he thought of how he had been forced to kneel, that kind of humiliation burned in his heart, turning into anger. No matter what, this humiliation had to be returned. After Lu Hanyan came to the courtyard to thank Chenzong, she didn't know what to say, so she took her leave. Chenzong began to meditate again. Up until now, he had dug out all his strength to the extreme. He had reached the limit of semi-divinity realm, and there was no more room for improvement. Then, naturally, he would have to make a breakthrough to Ascendant Spirit Realm. There were 2 reasons why Chenzong hadn't made a breakthrough yet. First, he didn't know enough about Ascendant Spirit Realm. The memory of Sword Master Dong Ting was very vast, and he had to pick out the parts related to breaking through to Ascendant Spirit Realm and make preparations. This was Chenzong's habit. Second, it was the Divine Life Weapon. Chenzong had a feeling that it might be better to nurture the Divine Life Weapon before he broke through to Ascendant Spirit Realm. This was also what Su Luan had said. This way, its potential would be greater. Previously, there were still 3 years left before the Divine Life Weapon would be nurtured. But this time, because of the origin of Sword Dao, there were some traces of Sword Dao origin fused into it, shortening the nurturing time. 15 days, there were still 15 days left before the Divine Life Weapon could be nurtured. Chenzong was also looking forward to his Divine Life Weapon. Because it was the Divine Life Weapon that carried his essence, Qi, Spirit and Sword Dao accumulation. It would be closely related to him. If there were no accidents, the Divine Life Weapon would accompany him. In the future, he wouldn't have to change swords all the time. In order to break through to Ascendant Spirit Realm, I need to bear Dao fruit first and go through the test of Heaven's test. After that, I will be recognized by the Great Way and master Dao power. Then, I will truly step into Ascendant Spirit Realm and join the ranks of the strong in the void. Suddenly, a feeling of uneasiness spread out from his heart. Chenzong stopped thinking and looked at the sky. Soon after, Chenzong revealed a smile. Finally, it's here, let's see who this person is who can make me feel uneasy. Of course, Chenzong was sure that it wasn't the Ascendant Spirit Realm, because if it was, the uneasiness he felt would be many times stronger than now. Since it wasn't the Ascendant Spirit Realm, what was there to be afraid of? Aura, an extremely strong and cold aura suddenly spread out from the distant sky. As the aura spread, it was as if it could topple mountains and overturn seas. It dyed the sky dark, as if night had fallen. The Lu family was shrouded. Under the terrifying aura, their whole body was cold and trembling. A strong warrior had arrived. It was a strong warrior that the Lu family couldn't resist. Moreover, the aura was very terrifying. Obviously, he didn't come with good intentions. Come out, come out. Wang Zhichuan's voice sounded, with a hint of ferocity, and instantly spread throughout the Lu family. Chenzong knew that he was talking about himself. Wang Zhichuan, are you going to break the oath? Lu Hanyan said with difficulty under the strong aura. Of course not, I won't do anything. Wang Zhichuan laughed sinisterly. That day, when he was forced to make the oath, he played a little word game. He only said that the Wang family wouldn't cause trouble for the Lu family, but he didn't say that he wouldn't use other means to cause trouble for the Lu family. Not bad, not bad. As expected of a woman with the 3 spiritual body. Just looking at you, you're full of flavor. The bald 3 knights squeezed out a smile, but no matter how you looked at it, it was terrifying. He took a deep breath, as if he was smelling the fragrance of Lu Hanyan's body, and revealed an intoxicated expression. You are qualified to be my woman. Compared to the women he had seen before, this Lu Hanyan was more feminine. That kind of aura attracted him, making him feel restless. However, Lu Hanyan didn't think so. This person was very ugly, fierce, and spoke like this, which made Lu Hanyan feel disgusted, especially when he was in the same group as Wang Zhichuan. Lu Hanyan, it's your good fortune to be liked by Lord 3 Knights of the Cold Knight clan. Wang Zhichuan laughed, but when he thought of a woman like Lu Hanyan being pressed down by a pervert like 3 Knights, he was very unhappy. Wang Zhichuan's words made Lu Hanyan and the others' faces change drastically. They all knew about the Cold Knight clan. With their status, they naturally heard of Lord 3 Knights. He was the #1 expert in the Cold Knight clan other than the eminent god expert. It was said that he was a false god expert who failed to break through to the imminent god realm. His strength was very terrifying. Once, there was a second-tier demigod expert who challenged everywhere, defeating one strong opponent after another. He almost defeated all the famous experts on the Cold Knight planet and won all of them. This person challenged the Cold Knight clan in high spirits and defeated many experts of the Cold Knight clan. In the end, he provoked 3 knights to come out. In just one move, that expert was killed by 3 knights. That battle also made people realize the existence and strength of a false god expert. Wang Zhichuan was able to invite a false god expert to come out. This was definitely a disaster for the Lu family. Family head Lu quickly asked that person who hid his head and showed his tail to come out. Wang Zhichuan shouted again. You can't even withstand my sword pressure. Are you qualified to say that? A voice suddenly sounded. It was like a spring breeze blowing over 3 knights' astonishing aura. Interesting. 3 knights' expression changed slightly. This person was indeed extraordinary to be able to ignore his aura. However, as long as he was a demigod expert, there was nothing to worry about. At most, the difference was just 1 move or 2 or 3 moves. As if a gust of wind blew over, a figure appeared not far away from Lu Hanyan. Very young, this was Wang Zhichuan's and 3 knights' first impression. With such a young age, he shouldn't be very strong. There was only one explanation. A genius, a top genius. Which force are you from? 3 knights' eyes were a little serious. Although he was confident that he could kill this person, he would be in big trouble if he was a disciple of a big force. A wandering cultivator. Chenzong smiled slightly. His current identity was indeed a wandering cultivator. As for the sword son of Dongting, he was the one who killed the sword master of Dongting. Therefore, he couldn't lie and say that he was a disciple of Dongting Sword Mountain. How thick-skinned would he have to be to say that? A wandering cultivator. 3 knights repeated. His eyes suddenly became incomparably cold. As the cold light flickered, it was as if he wanted to pierce through Chenzong. An extremely cold aura swept over like an ice storm, whistling and rushing over as if to drown and devour Chenzong. Chenzong didn't move. Instead, he endured and felt the impact and suppression of the aura. Is this the aura of a demigod expert? Indeed, compared to a demigod expert, there was a slight difference. There was something extra, and that extra thing was a power that could cause an obvious suppression to a demigod expert. However, to Chenzong, this kind of suppression was obviously not enough. After all, Chenzong was very confident that his current strength had already surpassed that of many demigod rank experts and had reached an astonishing height. Demigod experts weren't of much interest to him anymore. Perhaps this demigod expert could give him a good fight to his heart's content. End of chapter 2018. Don't forget to subscribe, like, and share the video to support the channel.